Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. Online game. I have super god level talent. Male. System. Game elements. Class awakening. Action. Adventure. Fantasy. Game. Sci-fi. Reborn. Before the Ragnarok server was launched, everything has a chance to start over again, and all the regrets will be made up one by one. The talent that has not been awakened for 10 years in the previous life, now with the memory of the previous life, obtain the god level talent awakening stone, and open the super god level talent. Each general attack permanently increases a point of health. General attacks cause true damage of 1% of their own maximum health. With this talent, who can stop it? When ordinary players are still thinking about how to quickly reach level 10, Lin Tianhao has already started to prepare to destroy the novice village. When ordinary players are still kneeling and licking the main city mentor, wanting to learn one more skill, Lin Tianhao has already revived the ancient eastern country. Super god level talent, super god level hidden profession, blessing of the gods, god level assassin. Oh my god, I knocked down 1% of the health of the Snow Emperor with a combo, and he killed me in one shot. God level shield warrior. I have 100,000 armor and 5 million health points. I should push all directions. Who can stop me? Wait, how did the Snow Emperor clear my health bar with one arrow? When an archer's health bar is a little thicker and his true damage is a little higher, this game becomes a little plain and simple. Lin Tianhao. I am invincible, you can do whatever you want. 1. Number 1 Chapter 1 Super God Level Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment. Lin Tianhao. Wake up. Twilight of the Gods opens at 9. If you sleep any longer, you'll miss the opening time. Twilight of the Gods? Opening? Lin Tianhao suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the familiar yet strange surroundings. This is Zooming Club? Quote, wait, didn't I die after being schemed against by that wretched Wu Xiaodao while exploring the divine ruins? What's going on now? Lin Tianhao grabbed his phone, and the time displayed was May 20th, 2032. I've been reborn, back to 10 years ago, right when Twilight of the Gods had just opened. Zhou Xiaopeng saw Lin Tianhao's huge reaction and immediately comforted him. Lin Tianhao, don't worry. Our brothers will all find ways to help you raise money. Your sister will definitely be fine. As his memories gradually became clearer, Lin Tianhao suddenly remembered that at this time in his previous life, his sister was hit by a car, causing a blood clot in her brain. The surgery cost 300,000 and the driver fled. There were no surveillance cameras in that area, and the police had never been able to find the culprit. The 300,000 surgery fee fell on Lin Tianhao. Although Lin Tianhao's brothers were all trying to help him find a solution, even with a loan, they only managed to gather 260,000. Lin Tianhao knelt in the hospital, begging bitterly, but lacking 40,000. The hospital refused to perform the surgery no matter what, and in the end, his sister died on the hospital bed. Thinking of that playful and lovely figure, Lin Tianhao's fists clenched. Sister, don't worry. This time, I will definitely save you. Lin Tianhao's eyes were firm. Reborn, I must change my fate and not let tragedy repeat itself. Looking at Zhou Xiaopeng in front of him, Lin Tianhao suddenly smiled. Fatty, let's enter the game. Our destiny, we will write it. Zhou Xiaopeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Tianhao return to normal. Lin Tianhao, go for it. Entering the game pod, Lin Tianhao still felt a sense of injustice. Twilight of the Gods, a cross-era virtual online game, was outwardly proclaimed to be a second world jointly created by over 100 countries globally, but Lin Tianhao, who had experienced his previous life, knew that this game was not created by so-called countries at all, but a god-making game created by the galaxy main god using the power of ancient gods of Earth. The purpose was to cope with the Great Cataclysm 5 years later. 5 years later, the Elite star system would attack the galaxy star system, and the disaster would begin. Lin Tianhao, having gone through the Great Cataclysm, knew very well how important it was to accumulate strength in the game. In my previous life, I never awakened my talent until I died. In this life, I want to see what my talent truly is. Lin Tianhao entered the character creation page, and a magnificent promotional video began to play. This was an 8-hour-long promotional video that could not be fast-forwarded, only skipped or watched normally. In his previous life, almost all players who entered did not finish watching it and chose to skip it directly, as 8 hours would already create a significant gap with others. But Lin Tianhao did not skip the promotional video, because the first person to finish watching the promotional video would receive a god-level talent awakening stone. Talent was a special setting in Twilight of the Gods. Everyone's talent was different, categorized by level: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and God. To awaken talent, a talent awakening stone was required. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had obtained a saint-level talent awakening stone, but his talent awakening still failed in the end. This indicated that his talent was an extremely rare god-level talent. Those who possessed god-level talent in his previous life were all super powerhouses who dominated their respective regions. In this life, he would also awaken a god-level talent. Coupled with his memories from his previous life, Lin Tianhao was confident he could reach the pinnacle and defeat the Elite star system. Time passed bit by bit, and finally, the long 8 hours ended. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to finish watching the Twilight of the Gods promotional video. Reward: God-level talent awakening stone +1. Indeed, Lin Tianhao's face showed a satisfied smile, and the next moment, he appeared in the character creation hall. Profession: Archer. Nickname: Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao did not hesitate, directly stating his choice from his previous life. Ding! Profession creation successful. You are about to enter Newbie Village 10,086. The next moment, Lin Tianhao appeared in Newbie Village 10,086. Each newbie village could accommodate 10,000 players. In other words, over 100 million players had already entered Twilight of the Gods, demonstrating its immense popularity. Lin Tianhao walked to an unoccupied corner, took out the god-level talent awakening stone, and silently willed to awaken. Ding! Because your talent is too high. The god-level talent awakening stone can only awaken part of your talent. Ding! You have awakened the talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. What was going on? His talent was so high that even a god-level awakening stone could only awaken a part of it? Surprised, Lin Tianhao immediately checked his talent. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, God Tier, 1 star. Effect 1. Each normal attack deals 1% of your current health as true damage. Effect 2. Each normal attack permanently increases health by 1 point. Proficiency, 0.001. Note: health can only be stacked by dealing damage to living beings. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded on the spot. God tier? In his 10 years in his previous life, he had never even heard of the existence of a god tier. Moreover, this talent was a bit too abnormal. Permanently increase health. After a brief shock, Lin Tianhao habitually brought up his attribute panel. Nickname: Snow Emperor. Level: 1, 0 100ths. Profession: Archer. HP: 100 100ths. MP: 50-50. Attack: 9. Spell power: 5. Armor: 3. Magic resist: 1. Attack speed: 0.63. Movement speed: 3.1. Physical penetration: 0%. Magic penetration: 0%. Special attributes: none. Free attributes: 0. Luck: hidden. Talent: Hand of Heavenly Punishment, God tier. Skills: Rapid Fire, 1 star. Equipment: Newbie Longbow. If not for the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, this attribute page would be unremarkable. However, precisely because of the existence of the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, his potential was incredibly terrifying. First, level up. Lin Tianhao knew he had already wasted too much time. Exiting the newbie village, level 1 red-eyed rabbits were everywhere outside the village. Red-eyed rabbit, normal, level 1. HP, 90/90ths. Attack: 5. Skills: none. Their attributes were average. As long as one's aiming wasn't too bad, they could be hunted solo. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao shot a feather arrow without hesitation. -8. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also noticed that his health had increased by 1 point. With this talent, he was simply invincible. Lin Tianhao hunted red-eyed rabbits while stacking health. His attack speed was slow now, taking about 1.5 seconds to shoot a feather arrow, which felt a bit unaccustomed to Lin Tianhao, whose attack speed reached 13.5 in his previous life. Ding! You have killed a red-eyed rabbit. Experience +1. 2. Number 2 Chapter 2. Fired for watching a promotional video? It's true that red-eyed rabbits are easy to hunt, but the experience they give is pitifully small, and they almost only drop the quest item, red eyes, with even copper coins rarely dropping. However, Lin Tianhao was tirelessly hunting them, as his main goal was still to stack health. As long as his health went up, his attack damage would naturally increase as well. Moreover, Lin Tianhao knew of a hidden reward in Newbie Village. When submitting the Red-Eyed Rabbit quest, if he increased the required 100 red-eyed rabbit eyes to 10,000, he would receive a special skill. That skill could increase the range of normal attacks, and it was said that when upgraded to max level, it could increase normal attack range by 50%. This might be somewhat useless for professions like mages and priests, but for Lin Tianhao, an archer, it was quite heaven-defying. With his attributes stacked and this skill to increase attack range, his next plan could be implemented. Ding! You killed a red-eyed rabbit, experience +1. Ding! You killed a red-eyed rabbit, experience +1. 2 health points could be stacked in 3 seconds, which meant 40 health points in 1 minute. Subtracting the time for movement and monster death gaps, Lin Tianhao could stack an average of 30 health points per minute. Initially, Lin Tianhao needed 12 feather arrows to kill a red-eyed rabbit, then 10, then 8, and finally 5. When only 5 feather arrows were needed, the system notification sounded. Ding! Your talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, has been upgraded to 2 stars. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, God Tier, 2 stars. Effect 1. Each normal attack deals 2% of your health as true damage. Effect 2. Each normal attack permanently increases health by 2 points. Proficiency, 0/100,000ths. With the talent upgrade, Lin Tianhao now only needed 3 feather arrows to hunt red-eyed rabbits. It was fortunate that more than 8 hours of game time had already passed, and there were no other players in the red-eyed rabbit area. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would probably have been surrounded by many players. During this process, Lin Tianhao successfully leveled up to 2, gaining 5 free attribute points. He allocated all the free attribute points to attack speed, increasing it from the original 0.63 to 0.73. Although there was an improvement, it was still a drop in the bucket. Equipment and free attribute points, these are what I lack right now. Lin Tianhao thought to himself, and at the same time, a feather arrow flew out, hitting a red-eyed rabbit not far away. -30. With the increase in health and talent, Lin Tianhao's current normal attack damage was already quite impressive. 3 feather arrows per red-eyed rabbit increased efficiency, but it also meant he needed to frequently attack new red-eyed rabbits, slowing down his attack progress. Originally, he could perform 30 normal attacks per minute, but now it was different. He could only perform 20 normal attacks per minute. Fortunately, with the talent upgrade, each normal attack added 2 health points, increasing it by 40 points per minute, which was more than before. But now Lin Tianhao faced a problem. A level 2 player hunting level 1 monsters would not gain experience. In Twilight of the Gods, except for dungeons, bosses, and a few special monsters, hunting monsters below one's own level did not provide experience rewards. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao still chose to continue grinding red-eyed rabbits here, solely for that special skill that provided attack range. 2 hours passed in a flash. Lin Tianhao's level was still 2, but what was different was that Lin Tianhao's health had increased from the original 100 points to 4,800 points. This was definitely a very terrifying increase. At this stage, even those level 5 warriors who had put all their points into health should only have around 500 health. In Twilight of the Gods, the attribute point bonuses for different professions varied. For example, for an archer, 1 free attribute point added 0.02 to attack speed, while for other professions, it was 0.01. For a warrior, 1 free attribute point added 20 points to health, while for other professions, it was 10 points. Specifically, warriors primarily gained double bonuses for health, armor, and magic resistance. Archers primarily gained bonuses for attack, attack speed, and critical hit. Assassins primarily gained bonuses for attack, movement speed, and critical hit. Mages primarily gained bonuses for spell power, mana, and movement speed. Priests primarily gained bonuses for spell power, mana, and movement speed, just like mages. Therefore, the direction of free attribute point allocation differed for various professions. However, relying solely on free attribute points from leveling up was a drop in the bucket. Equipment bonuses were also needed for a comprehensive attribute increase. He checked the red eyes in his backpack. Currently, he had only collected over 1,600, still far from the 10,000 needed. But Lin Tianhao wasn't worried at all, because now he could kill a red-eyed rabbit with 1 feather arrow, making it very easy to collect red eyes later on. Just then, Lin Tianhao received a message. It was an external device calling. Lin Tianhao glanced at the game time. It had been over 10 hours, so it was probably a call to log off for a meal. Coming out of the game pod, Zhou Xiaopeng excitedly said, "Brother Hao, this game is too realistic, it's really like a second world." As he spoke, the two walked towards the dining hall. Zumeng Club. It was one of the 3 major gaming clubs in Binhai, and Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng were merely gold farmers for the club, belonging to its lowest tier. But for Zhou Xiaopeng, having food and lodging provided, getting paid, and being able to play games, where else in the world could he find such a great deal? There were more than a dozen other people eating in the dining hall, all gold farmers from the Zumeng Club. After everyone was seated, a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked in, followed by a long-legged secretary in black stockings. The general manager of Zumeng Club, Li Heitao. He was also known as Li Mouth Cannon. He didn't have much gaming talent, but he talked a lot of nonsense all day long. Today is the opening day of Twilight of the Gods, and you've been in the game for 10 hours. From left to right, report your level and gold farming situation. Level 4, 45 copper coins. Level 4, 53 copper coins. Level 4, 32 copper coins. One by one, they began to report their situations. Almost all of them were level 4. Finally, when it was Zhou Xiaopeng's turn, he said very smugly, level 5, 2 silver coins. Li Heitao, who had been indifferent, suddenly looked up, a bit surprised, then nodded and said, "That'll do." Lin Tianhao lowered his head to eat, and Zhou Xiaopeng nudged him. "Brother Hao, it's your turn." Level 2, 15 copper coins. The drop rate of level 1 red-eyed rabbits was truly touching. Lin Tianhao had hunted over 1,000 of them and only dropped this many copper coins. Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, Li Heitao slammed his palm on the table. "Lin Tianhao, what's wrong with you? Everyone else is level 4, why are you only level 2? I spent some time watching the promotional video," Lin Tianhao said truthfully. "Watching the promotional video? Don't you know how precious time is in the early game? And you were watching a promotional video." Li Heitao started scolding him angrily. "Lin Tianhao, the club never keeps idlers. We don't need internet addicts like you in our club. Pack your things and get out now." 3. Number 3 Chapter 3, Resurrection Ring. Zhou Xiaopeng quickly stood up. "Manager Li, Lin Tianhao is definitely watching the promotional video to better understand the game, and I got 2 silver coins today. How about I give one to Lin Tianhao?" "No," Li Heitao said coldly. "In the game, if you are slow by one step, you will be slow by every step. How will you keep up with the pace later?" Zhou Xiaopeng was about to say something, but Lin Tianhao raised his hand to stop him. "Fatty, forget it, but your sister still needs money for surgery, and without a job. Don't worry, I can earn the surgery fee." Lin Tianhao stood up and turned to leave. He walked out of the Zumeng Club. Lin Tianhao felt relieved. In his previous life, he had wasted too much time here, putting too much energy into gold farming. Zhou Xiaopeng chased him out of the club. "Lin Tianhao, there's still 20,000 yuan in this card. You can use it for emergencies first. When I earn money, I'll give you some more. I'll definitely help you gather the money for Qingqing's surgery." Lin Tianhao was quite touched. Fatty, Skinny Monkey, and Glasses were Lin Tianhao's 3 best brothers. They were also the 3 brothers who spared no effort to help Lin Tianhao when he was down and out in his previous life. "Fatty, leave the Zumeng Club. Come out and let's work together. Let's start a studio and be our own bosses." Zhou Xiaopeng was stunned. "Lin Tianhao, if you say so, I have no objections, but your sister, I understand what you mean. 3 days, just 3 days, and I can earn enough for the surgery from the game." Lin Tianhao's gaze was firm. Even without god-tier talent, with his memories from his previous life, he still had a way to earn his sister's surgery fee through the game. "Okay." Zhou Xiaopeng did not question Lin Tianhao. "Then I'll call Skinny Monkey and Glasses to join us." "Okay." Zhou Xiaopeng returned to the Zumeng Club and simply quit. He resigned without notice. He wouldn't get a single penny, but it didn't matter. He trusted Lin Tianhao. This was brotherhood. Skinny Monkey and Glasses were not in Binhai yet, but Zhou Xiaopeng had already sent them messages, and they both said it was no problem at all. Heading to the Twilight of the Gods login device sales point, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng spent 20,000 gold coins to purchase 2 game pods. Back at the rented house, his sister was in the hospital at this time, and Lin Tianhao did not go to see her. It wasn't that he wasn't worried, but Lin Tianhao knew that the most important thing now was to earn money. "Fatty, after you enter the game, level up first. After you reach level 10, don't rush to the main city." "Okay." He re-entered the game. Twilight of the Gods was directly bound to the Iris and DNA, so even with a different login device, there would be no new account. It would still be the original account. Back in the game, Lin Tianhao continued to hunt red-eyed rabbits. 5 hours passed in a flash. 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Finally enough. 10,000 red-eyed rabbits. Finally he could submit the quest. Returning to Newbie Village, Lin Tianhao found the village chief. He first accepted the quest to collect red-eyed rabbits, and then submitted 10,000 red-eyed rabbits. Great adventurer, you are truly a person of extraordinary perseverance. I will give you a special reward. The old village chief smiled at Lin Tianhao with great satisfaction. Ding, you have completed the red-eyed rabbit quest. Reward. Experience plus 1000, silver coin plus 5, skill normal attack amplification plus 1. Learn skill. Lin Tianhao learned the skill without hesitation. Normal attack amplification. Passive skill, 1 star. Effect. Your normal attack range is increased by 5%. Cooldown, none. Cost, none. Proficiency, 0.001. Indeed, brave adventurer, your perseverance is something I have never seen in my life. If you can hunt 10 bosses, I will give you an unexpected reward. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. 10 bosses? What kind of divine promotion quest was this? He had thought this quest might have a follow-up, but he hadn't expected it to be so outrageous. Ding, the old village chief has issued a new quest to you. Hunt 10 bosses in Newbie Village. Quest penalty. Your skill open black lens bracket normal attack amplification close black lens bracket will be revoked. Quest reward. Unknown. Do you accept? Accept. Hunting bosses aligned perfectly with what he planned to do next. To earn money, he would inevitably need to consider hunting bosses. Leaving Newbie Village, Lin Tianhao directly headed to the territory of the level 10 Twisted Tree Ants. He needed to level up first, otherwise, his attack speed would not be enough to hunt bosses. Twisted Trent, normal, level 10. HP, 1900. Attack, 32. Skills. Vine Spin, Revival. Whoosh. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and a feather arrow flew out. -424. After hunting red-eyed rabbits, Lin Tianhao's HP had already reached over 21,200. Although his attack power could not break through the Twisted Treant's defense, the passive true damage of Hand of Heavenly Punishment was not to be underestimated. 1,900 HP, that was just 5 feather arrows. Ding, you have killed a Twisted Trent. Experience plus 90. Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction. The experience reward for killing monsters above his level was truly generous. Normally, killing a regular Twisted Trent only gave 10 experience points, but now, it gave a full 90 points. Adding the 1,000 experience points rewarded from the previous quest, Lin Tianhao now only needed to hunt 20 Twisted Treants to level up. Not only that, killing Twisted Treants above his level also increased the drop rate. Ding, you have killed a Twisted Trent. Experience plus 90. Ding, you have killed a Twisted Trent. Experience plus 90. Ding, you have leveled up to level 3. Free attribute points plus 5. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao put all his free attribute points into attack speed. His original attack speed of 0.73 increased to 0.83. And after hunting 20 Twisted Treants, equipment finally dropped. Revival Ring. Normal. Wearing requirement. Level 10. Effect. Restores 2 HP per second. Durability. 100. It was actually a ring. Lin Tianhao was surprised. This was actually the hardest to drop ring in Twilight of the Gods. However, this effect was truly useless to Lin Tianhao. 2 HP recovery per second, weak. But even if it was useless to him, he believed someone would still be willing to buy it. Thinking so, Lin Tianhao directly put this equipment on the auction house. He chose the bidding mode, with a starting price of 500 and a bidding time of 5 minutes. If he were in an earlier Newbie Village, Lin Tianhao would definitely list it for 10,000 yuan, as guilds that wanted to gain an early advantage would naturally buy it at a high price. 5 minutes later. Ding, player Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain has purchased your equipment. Ding, player Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain requests to add you as a friend. A member of the Floating Turret Guild? Seeing this prefix, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but be a little surprised. The Floating Turret Guild was one of the top 10 guilds in Dragon Country. Logically, they shouldn't have entered the game so late. Snow Emperor, please accept my friend request. May I ask if your revival ring was obtained from a quest? I'm willing to pay. 4. Number 4 Chapter 4 Walking Inside the Hologram. Chapter 4. Kiting in Full Immersion. Dropped from monsters. Lin Tianhao replied, and at the same time, he received a notification that 9,000 yuan had been credited to his account. Holy crap, Snow Emperor, do you know some monster kiting spot where you can farm level 10 monsters without taking damage? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's surprise was understandable. Lin Tianhao was only level 3, so it was impossible for him to farm level 10 monsters head-on. No, Lin Tianhao replied, then ignored Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain and continued farming monsters. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain looked at the ring in his hand and smiled. You're not telling me, huh? I'm going to go find it right now. The level 10 wild monsters were Twisted Tree Ants. This was information that the Floating Turret Guild's exploration team had discovered as soon as they entered the game. Therefore, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain quickly arrived at the Twisted Trent spawn location. At this moment, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain saw an archer farming monsters ahead. -426. -426. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's eyes widened. At this stage, who the hell could deal 426 damage with one arrow? Even those in their elite squad, with equipment, barely broke 100 in attack power now. Lin Tianhao's arrow dealing over 400, and in an over-leveled fight, how could it not shock him? Snow Emperor. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain immediately knelt. He had entered the game late due to some real-life matters, and as a result, his progress had fallen behind. For him, who used to dominate in all major games, this was completely unacceptable. Snow Emperor, how about we team up and you help me level up? I'll pay, of course. Lin Tianhao originally didn't want to bother with Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, as he didn't want to waste time. But then he thought of his sister still lying in the hospital, and he changed his mind. Okay, but I want 300,000. 300,000? Hearing this, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain almost couldn't help but curse out loud. 300,000 to get him to level 10? If he looked for those gold farming groups, it would be at most 20,000 yuan. I'll get you to level 10 within today. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was stunned, looking at Lin Tianhao with suspicion. Although it was only 4 in the morning, leaving 20 more hours. Even without eating, drinking, or resting, getting him to level 10 in 20 hours was a pipe dream. But even so, your price is too high. He had money, but he wasn't a fool. I know it's high. What if I add a set of level 10 elite equipment? Hearing this, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's breathing became rapid. Snow Emperor, you're not joking, are you? No, Lin Tianhao answered with certainty. Level 10 elite tree ants could drop an entire set of equipment. Of course, the prerequisite was to be extremely lucky. However, farming enough of them could also achieve it. Okay, how about I give you 50,000 as a deposit first? No, 300,000. I want the money first. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain hesitated, but seeing Lin Tianhao's monster farming speed, he agreed after a brief thought. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you. Twilight of the Gods had a transfer function, so there was no need to provide a separate bank account number. Soon, Lin Tianhao received a notification that 300,000 had been credited to his account. The money was in hand. Lin Tianhao sent a message. Wait for me for a bit. As his voice fell, Lin Tianhao hid behind a large tree and then logged off on the spot. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Holy crap, I got scammed? Took the money and logged off to run away? My goodness, I trusted you so much, and this is how you treat me. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain wasn't short on money, but at this moment, he felt as if he had eaten 10 piles of excrement, feeling extremely disgusted. Lin Tianhao certainly wasn't running away. Now that he had money, he naturally rushed to the hospital to pay for his sister's surgery. First, looking at Lin Qingqing lying on the hospital bed, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. He would make up for all the regrets of his previous life. After completing the payment, Lin Tianhao hurried back to his rented apartment. He logged back into the game. Newbie Village 10,086. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was unhappily having a few players help him farm level 4 wind hounds. Suddenly, he saw a message pop up from his friend list. Level 10 Twisted Tree Ants, come over. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was stunned. He thought Lin Tianhao had run off, but unexpectedly, Lin Tianhao had returned. Alright, although he had already cursed Lin Tianhao's ancestors 18 generations back in his heart, hearing that Lin Tianhao was going to help him level up, he still scurried over excitedly. Lin Tianhao didn't waste words, directly sent a team invitation, and at the same time, set the loot so that only he could pick it up. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain wanted to say something but held back, but the next moment, he discovered something incredibly absurd. Experience distribution 9-1. Lin Tianhao gets 9, he gets 1? Damn it, is this how he's going to help me level up? Snow Emperor, isn't the experience distribution wrong? It's not wrong. Lin Tianhao replied and then began farming monsters. -426. -426 5 arrows for 1 Twisted Trent. Even though Lin Tianhao's attack speed wasn't fast, he completed the kill within 10 seconds. At least 6 per minute, that's 360 in an hour. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's health was constantly increasing. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, standing nearby, was dumbfounded watching Lin Tianhao continuously hunt Twisted Tree Ants. If Lin Tianhao only had high damage, he might have thought Lin Tianhao had obtained some hidden equipment or awakened a talent early. But Lin Tianhao's kiting technique was too smooth. The Twisted Trent was killed before it even got close to Lin Tianhao. Don't think that kiting would be easy in a full immersion virtual reality game. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, being in the Floating Turret Guild, knew very well that kiting was even more difficult here than in traditional games. Because moving, drawing the bow, aiming, and shooting are 4 separate steps. If any one step isn't fluid, the entire kiting sequence will appear stiff. Even the top archer players in their guilds still couldn't skillfully kite. This is simply an art. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain couldn't help but exclaim, and at the same time, he activated the recording function to record Lin Tianhao's kiting. He wanted to send it to the Floating Turret Guild so that the archers in their elite squad could study it thoroughly. Lin Tianhao, however, wasn't paying much attention. Kiting, for him, was commonplace. In fact, in his opinion, kiting wasn't even a technique. Snow Emperor, what was your previous ID? With kiting like yours, you absolutely couldn't have been unknown. Kiting? Isn't that something anyone with hands can do? Lin Tianhao replied subconsciously. This kiting technique was something almost all archers could do in the era of the Great Cataclysm. For archers, the truly difficult things were infinite critical hits and crowd control. 100% critical hit rate, or infinite critical hits, if achieved by stacking critical strike attributes, would actually be more trouble than it was worth. However, attack techniques could achieve infinite critical hits. Even with only a 5% critical hit chance, infinite critical hits could still be achieved. That was through fatal attacks. For example, attacking the tree core of a Twisted Trent, or the head, heart, and other fatal spots of humanoid monsters, would greatly increase the chance of a critical hit. As for crowd control, this was also the most difficult operation for an archer, especially in team battles. It would be very difficult for an archer to achieve crowd control. However, he wasn't in the mood to explain so much to Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain right now, and continued to hunt Twisted Tree Ants. While hunting, Lin Tianhao moved forward. Ordinary Twisted Tree Ants didn't provide much experience. To bring a burden to level 10 within a day, he needed to hunt elite Twisted Tree Ants. While Lin Tianhao was hunting Twisted Tree Ants, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain had already sent the recorded video to their guild leader. Floating Pagoda Wolf God, the guild leader of the Floating Turret Guild. He was currently leveling up, but at this moment, he received a video from Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Why are you sending me videos instead of leveling up properly? Guild leader, take a look, there's a surprise. 5. Number 5 Chapter 5. Lin Tianhao is an ancient god? Floating Pagoda Wolf God eliminated the flame snake in front of him and opened a video. Such high damage. This was Floating Pagoda Wolf God's first reaction. But then, he froze. At this stage, how can anyone achieve such fluid kiting? Floating Pagoda Wolf God himself was an archer, and one of the top players among them. He naturally understood how difficult it was to achieve fluid kiting in Twilight of the Gods. Which guild is he from? We must find a way to recruit this person into our guild. We can offer an annual salary of 10 million. After a brief shock, Floating Pagoda Wolf God began to consider recruiting him. Okay, guild leader, I'll ask around. Lin Tianhao was currently rapidly harvesting Twisted Tree Ants. The drop rate in Twilight of the Gods was truly disheartening. Despite hunting so many Twisted Tree Ants at a higher level, Lin Tianhao had only managed to drop the revival ring from before. Ding! Suddenly, with a crisp sound, an equipment dropped. Shuren Shoulder Guard. Normal. Equip requirement. Level 10. All professions. Effect. Health plus 200. Durability. 100. Do you want this equipment? Lin Tianhao looked at Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Yes, but Snow Emperor, the price of this equipment surely can't be the same as the ring, right? 3,000. Lin Tianhao said calmly. Shoulder guards were common equipment and relatively easy to find, so naturally, they couldn't be as expensive as rings. Deal. Actually, money would be useless later on. The reason Lin Tianhao still needed money was just to cover his living expenses for the time being. Once he had enough money to spend, he would consider exchanging equipment for in-game items. Just then, a system notification sound rang out. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to reach the main city reward. Gold plus 500. Black Iron grade set for your profession plus 1. Skill book for your profession plus 1. Free attribute points plus 50. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to reach the main city reward. Gold plus 500, Black Iron grade set for your profession plus 1, Skill book for your profession plus 1, free attribute points plus 50. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive. Holy cow. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain checked the time. So fast that Kid Berserker Blade is already level 10. The key is that being the first to leave the newbie village actually comes with such generous rewards. Lin Tianhao didn't care at all. These rewards were completely insignificant. The newbie village was truly a treasure trove. If one had the strength but left the newbie village like this, they would never be able to return. In his previous life, countless people regretted it immensely after learning about the hidden benefits of the newbie village. Snow Emperor, let's push harder. By the way, Snow Emperor, you're so powerful. Which guild do you belong to? Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was a bit surprised. Lin Tianhao's skill didn't seem like that of a lone wolf at all. But in an instant, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain understood the reason. Lin Tianhao must be an ancient god. In the past, PC games dominated, and some ancient gods had excellent game sense, clear techniques and strategies. However, due to their age, their hand speed couldn't keep up, and they were gradually eliminated. But Twilight of the Gods was a fully immersive virtual online game. Everything was digitized, so it naturally wouldn't be affected by hand speed. However, seeing Lin Tianhao focused on grinding monsters, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain wisely said nothing more. Ding, you have leveled up to level 4, free attribute points plus 5. Lin Tianhao allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed, increasing it by 0.1 to 0.93. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's health increased by over 1,000 again, and his normal attack damage further improved. -448, -448. At his current damage, it still required 5 arrows to eliminate a Twisted Trent. However, he was getting closer and closer to eliminating them in 4 arrows. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, who was beside him, could only silently envy Lin Tianhao leveling up. Most of the experience points went to Lin Tianhao, so it wasn't easy for him to level up. Finally, it appeared. Lin Tianhao looked at the Twisted Trent in front of him, a satisfied smile on his face. Twisted Trent, Elite, level 10. Health, 5,700 5,700. Attack, 49. Skills, Revival, Vine Spin, Vine Entangle. The Elite Twisted Trent already had an additional crowd control skill. Snow Emperor, do you need me to tank for you? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain played as a pure tank, and being wealthy, he had a few low-level pieces of equipment. His stats, in his opinion, were quite impressive. No need. Lin Tianhao responded indifferently and immediately began attacking. -449, -449. His output was very stable, but it still took 13 arrows to defeat an Elite Twisted Trent. Moreover, under Lin Tianhao's kiting strategy, the Twisted Trent was already defeated before it could even get close to him. Ding, you have defeated an Elite Twisted Trent, experience plus 321. Lin Tianhao's face showed a satisfied smile. It was still better to hunt elite monsters for greater experience gain. Even Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, who was in a team with Lin Tianhao, gained 32 experience points. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tianhao's health continued to stack up. Just then, server-wide announcements began to sound continuously. Players from various major guilds, and of course, some lone wolf players, had reached level 10 and entered the main city. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was incredibly envious, but he could do nothing but watch. My losses are too great, aren't they? Lin Tianhao maintained his aloof demeanor and did not pay attention to Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Just then, another piece of equipment dropped. Shuren Armor, Elite, level 10. Effect 1. Magic Resistance plus 10. Effect 2. Health plus 500. Durability, 100. Awesome. Snow Emperor, is this one of the set pieces you mentioned? Lin Tianhao nodded and threw the equipment to Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Yes, as long as you hunt enough Elite Twisted Treants, you can get a complete Shuren set. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's eyes lit up. Snow Emperor, you're really good. I thought you were going to run away when you went offline earlier. Lin Tianhao's face was full of black lines, but he said nothing more and continued to grind monsters. He continued grinding for an hour. This was truly a good point about the newbie village. The monster respawn rate was incredibly fast, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to sustain Lin Tianhao's frantic hunting. Ding, you have leveled up to level 6, free attribute points plus 5. In just 1 hour, Lin Tianhao went from level 4 to level 6, and his attack speed also increased from 0.93 to 1.13. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also managed to drop 3 more pieces of Shuren set equipment, all of which he gave to Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. A player could equip a maximum of 13 pieces of equipment. These were main weapon, boots, chest guard, armor, helmet, cloak, rings, 2, necklace, shoulder guards, 2, and leg guards, 2. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain now had 4 pieces and was still missing 9. This set could be said to be the strongest shield warrior set before level 20, without a doubt. 6. Number 6 Chapter 6. Accurate shooting, interrupting skills. Even those level 20 plus multi-hour sets were inferior to this Shuren set. The Shuren set, once 10 pieces were collected, could trigger a set effect. Effect: restores 50 health points per second, uninterrupted by attacks. This was an extremely abnormal effect in the early stages of the game. And after collecting all 13 pieces of the set, there would be a second set effect. Effect: all physical attacks you receive automatically reflect 10% damage. Coupled with the attribute bonuses of the Shuren set, a shield warrior with high revival, damage, and tankiness would emerge. For Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain to obtain this set for 300,000 was absolutely a steal. Ding, because you have hunted a large number of Twisted Treants. You have incurred the displeasure of the Twisted Trent King. It will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please leave quickly. Lin Tianhao and Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain received the system prompt at the same time. Has it finally arrived? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain also received the system prompt and immediately became excited. Snow Emperor, a boss has appeared, should we fight it? Lin Tianhao nodded, and then Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain received a system prompt. Ding, you have been kicked out of the team by Snow Emperor. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Snow Emperor, what do you mean? You're not taking me to fight the boss? Lin Tianhao still just nodded. Don't join in the fun, just stay away. No. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain felt bitter. Is this how you treat your patron? Snow Emperor, isn't this a bit unfair? I only promised to take you to level 10, not to share the boss with you. Lin Tianhao's answer was very simple. All boss first kills have special rewards, and if completed alone, the rewards are even more generous. Bringing Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, this burden would only affect his rewards. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was about to say something else when he suddenly noticed a large creature approaching them. Twisted Trent King, Black Iron Boss, level 10. Health, 116,800. Attack, 325. Skills, Summon Twisted Trent, Revival, Vine Bind, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. Holy crap. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was stunned. Is this the boss? Over 110,000 health, and this attack power. Who can beat it at this stage? Even if Lin Tianhao could deal 500 damage with one normal attack, it would still require over 200 normal attacks to kill it. This is too outrageous. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain instinctively retreated, feeling a bit secretly pleased at the same time. With the Twisted Trent King's abnormal attributes, let's see how you farm it. One must know that the Twisted Trent King was a magic monster, and its hidden magic power attribute was definitely far higher than its attack attribute. Coupled with 2 control skills, who would dare to say they could solo it at this stage? Then, just when Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain thought Lin Tianhao would retreat in the face of difficulty, whoosh, a feather arrow accurately hit the Twisted Trent King's tree core. -501. A damage number popped up. The critical hit rate is 0. Even hitting the weak point can't cause critical damage. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, but he was not afraid. As the feather arrow was released, he immediately repositioned himself, and another feather arrow flew out. -501. The damage was still good, but the Twisted Trent King's movement speed, and attack range were incomparable to ordinary wild monsters. An extremely long vine whipped Lin Tianhao. -319. Over 300 damage from a single normal attack left Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain dumbfounded. He had just barely reached level 6, and with the equipment he could wear, his health was just over 700. With this attack, he could take at most 3 hits. But the next instant, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. That was, after Lin Tianhao lost over 300 health, his health bar only dropped imperceptibly by a tiny bit. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Now Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain could only use holy crap to describe his current feelings. If he didn't understand the game Twilight of the Gods, he would definitely exclaim that there was a cheat. However, this felt even more abnormal than a cheat. Lin Tianhao ignored the shocked Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. He had intentionally tested the Twisted Trent King's attack. Normal attacks were a bit like scratching an itch. Of course, he still couldn't withstand the skills. Since that was the case, there was no need to kite normal attacks and affect output time. With an idea in mind, Lin Tianhao no longer dodged normal attacks and began to auto-attack the Twisted Trent King head-on. This scene made Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain even more dumbfounded. Auto-attacking a boss head-on, what kind of divine being was this? After the shock, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain once again turned on the recording function. He guaranteed that if his guild leader saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked beyond belief. However, Lin Tianhao's subsequent actions truly stunned Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. As the Twisted Trent King's vines swung, it prepared to cast a skill. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's face showed a playful smile. He naturally knew that the Twisted Trent King was a magic monster, and its skill damage would definitely be extremely abnormal. But just as the Twisted Trent King was casting its skill, Lin Tianhao shot a feather arrow at the Twisted Trent King's swinging wrist, forcefully interrupting its channeling. This is precise strike? Quote, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was a high-level gamer after all. As soon as Lin Tianhao performed this move, he knew the principle. However, knowing was one thing, but hitting the Twisted Trent King's arm among so many vines to interrupt its spellcasting, that was something even an Olympic archery champion might not be able to do. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao's attack rhythm did not stop. His fluid kiting was simply a pleasure to behold. Every time the Twisted Trent King wanted to cast a skill, Lin Tianhao would interrupt its spellcasting with a precise strike from his feather arrow. What kind of monstrous prodigy was this? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain could understand Lin Tianhao having high game attributes. After all, it wasn't impossible to obtain equipment or special rewards beyond the current stage, if one was lucky upon entering the game. But someone with high attributes and such outrageous skill, this made Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain have to ponder deeply. What kind of monster did Lin Tianhao come from? A majestic black iron boss was being toyed with by Lin Tianhao, completely unable to fight back. Its attack power seemed very high, but when it hit Lin Tianhao, it was just scratching an itch. With Lin Tianhao's current health of over 25,000, even if he took it head-on, he could withstand 300 normal attacks. What's more, Lin Tianhao was constantly kiting. Monster, such a monster, we must recruit him into our guild. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain secretly made up his mind. He was not only an elite member of the Floating Turret Guild but also the young master of the Floating Turret Guild. The Twisted Trent King's health bar was still dropping, and Lin Tianhao's attack frequency did not change. Finally, the Twisted Trent King's health bar was down to only 5%. It was about to be killed. But what Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain didn't expect was that Lin Tianhao actually stopped attacking. He was a bit puzzled, but just then, he saw Lin Tianhao actually shoot a feather arrow at the air behind the Twisted Trent King. Whoosh! The feather arrow cut through the air. Clang! A soft sound, and a dagger emerged from the air, actually cutting Lin Tianhao's feather arrow in half. Holy crap, there's an assassin. 7. Number 7 Chapter 7 First Kill Boss, Lightning Jump. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was startled again. He had been so engrossed in Lin Tianhao's actions that he hadn't noticed an assassin had stealthily approached. After a brief moment of surprise, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain reacted instantly, saying, Snow Emperor, he wants to steal the boss. Lin Tianhao ignored Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain and looked at the assassin instead. He was already mostly equipped. His eyes were sharp, filled with killing intent. This person was no ordinary player. The killing intent in his eyes was something ordinary players couldn't possess. Moreover, he had just used a dagger to deflect Lin Tianhao's feather arrow. Such an action was more common in the mid to late stages of the game, but it was the first day of the game. Invite me to your party, and we'll split the boss, the assassin player said indifferently, without any emotion in his voice. Lin Tianhao shook his head, no. Upon hearing this, the assassin player said nothing more, retreating and re-entering stealth. Damn it, what does he mean? Just now? Does he want to steal the boss by stealth? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was somewhat annoyed. You brat, I'm telling you, I'm from the Floating Turret Guild, so I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise, watch out. Before Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain could finish speaking, Lin Tianhao had already shouted out. As his voice fell, one of his feather arrows had already flown out. Rip! The assassin player appeared behind Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. He didn't use the newbie skill backstab but directly slit his throat. A crimson critical hit damage appeared. -642. Bleeding. -90. -90. The next moment, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain fell directly to the ground. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. What a clean and decisive method. and such high damage. Even if it was a critical hit, his attack power would have to exceed 300 to achieve that. His level was 8. Even if he put all his free attribute points into attack power, his attack power should only be around 80. This meant that his equipment or certain passive skills provided him with a high amount of attack power. Assassins have some passive skills that provide attack power, movement speed, and attack speed. To be precise, all major professions have similar skills. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain respawned from the newbie village resurrection altar, looking at his lost level and a level 5 piece of equipment, feeling completely numb. What the heck was that? One-shotting me? Quote, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain felt his gaming worldview shattering. He, a tank, was one-shotted at the Twisted Trent King's location. Lin Tianhao coldly looked at the assassin player. What? Trying to show off your skills to me? With 10 years of gaming experience in his previous life, Lin Tianhao would never agree to a skill battle with him. The assassin player beckoned to Lin Tianhao, then re-entered stealth. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao immediately drew his bow and fired, using the rapid fire skill from the start. 2 feather arrows streaked across the sky, instantly forcing the stealthed assassin player out. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao didn't let him go. Since he was forced out, there was no way he would be allowed to re-stealth. The Twisted Trent King next to them had already started regenerating health. But Lin Tianhao was not in a hurry. Feather arrows continuously flew out, and the assassin player repeatedly used his dagger to deflect Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. Lin Tianhao remained calm, his attack frequency unchanged. His attacks dealt over 500 points of damage. Although the game mechanism allowed deflecting feather arrows, Lin Tianhao's feather arrows were incredibly powerful, and the assassin player's dagger's durability would definitely not hold up. As expected, after deflecting more than 10 feather arrows, the assassin player's face darkened. Facing Lin Tianhao's continuous feather arrows, he didn't continue to block with his dagger. Instead, he did a backflip, narrowly avoiding Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. Seeking death, Lin Tianhao sneered, and another feather arrow flew out, hitting the assassin player's abdomen. The impact from the feather arrow pushed the assassin player back a short distance in midair. Immediately after, the second feather arrow arrived. -502. 2 arrows, and the assassin player died on the spot, returning to the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This assassin player actually dropped a pair of boots. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also discovered a problem. This assassin had a surprisingly high amount of health. If it were a regular level 8 assassin, he should have one-shotted him with a single arrow. Savage Boots, Elite, Level 7. Effect 1. Movement speed plus 0.5. Effect 2. Critical hit plus 1%. Durability, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened. The attributes of these Savage Boots were quite suitable for him. It was just a pity that they didn't add attack speed. The attribute he needed most right now was attack speed, because if his attack speed was fast enough, he could naturally stack more health. Once his health increased, his basic attack damage would naturally also increase. Putting away the Savage Boots, Lin Tianhao continued to attack the Twisted Trent King. With no one to stop him, the Twisted Trent King was just a toy in Lin Tianhao's hands. Originally, skills like Thorn Shield, which could reflect all damage, would have some impact on Lin Tianhao, but Lin Tianhao relied on his proficient precise aiming, not allowing the Twisted Trent King to cast any skills at all. This also benefited from another advantage of the newbie village, which was that the bosses in the newbie village basically did not have crowd control immunity. Skills like super armor. Ding! You have killed the Twisted Trent King above your level. Experience plus 8250. Ding! You are the first player to defeat a boss. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Reborn. A first kill was not enough for Lin Tianhao to hide his name. Moreover, he wanted to be famous. He needed prestige, because only then could he stand at the pinnacle of power in the future. To contend against the Elite star system, relying on one person's strength was like trying to put out a forest fire with a cup of water. Therefore, Lin Tianhao wanted to seize power and control the overall situation. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the Twisted Trent King. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to strive. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the Twisted Trent King. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to defeat a boss in Twilight of the Gods. Reward. Free attribute points plus 50. Class skillbook plus 1. Class main weapon plus 1. Gold plus 100. Lin Tianhao's mouth curved upwards, as expected. Soloing a boss truly yielded extraordinary rewards. Lin Tianhao put all 50 free attribute points into attack speed. His original 1.13 attack speed instantly became 2.13. This attack speed could definitely be said to be unrivaled. Thunderbolt Jump. Passive skill, 1 star. Effect. Your basic attacks have a 50% chance to trigger Thunderbolt Jump, which can jump to 10 target units within a 20-meter radius at once. Thunderbolt Jump damage is 10% of your actual damage. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0.001. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This skill was a bit interesting. If the skill level increased, would that mean the damage could increase to 90%? Would the range of Thunderbolt Jump and the number of units it could jump to also increase? Just the thought sent shivers down Lin Tianhao's spine. His damage was already incredibly absurd. The only lacking aspect was his inability to clear groups of monsters. But now with this skill, that sole imperfection was also remedied. 8. Number 8 Chapter 8 Treeman Suit, Skill Resurrection. Chapter 8 Trent Set, Skills Revive. While Lin Tianhao was checking the skill attributes, many players were shocked by his server-wide announcement. Damn, who is it? To be so monstrous, actually soloing the newbie village boss. Snow Emperor? I've never heard of this ID before. Does anyone know which guild he's from? Aren't the newbie village boss trigger conditions very strict? How did he trigger it? I heard there are 10 bosses in newbie village, but not a single one has been triggered yet. Many people were discussing, especially some top players. They clearly understood how outrageous it was to solo a boss at this stage. Lin Tianhao didn't pay much attention to that. After learning the skill, he checked the weapon he received as a reward. Thunderbolt Bow. Silver. Equip requirement. No level requirement. Archer class only. Effect 1. Attack plus 300. Effect 2. Critical hit rate plus 15%. Effect 3. Attacks have a 15% chance to trigger a paralyzing effect. Effect 4. Attacks have a 15% chance to splash damage to surrounding enemy units. Lin Tianhao was stunned when he saw the attributes of the Thunderbolt Bow. It was a barely useful attribute. Indeed, in Lin Tianhao's opinion, perhaps the most useful thing was the paralyzing effect, but its probability was so low. As for attack power, as long as he stacked up his health, the amount of attack power simply didn't matter. How to put it? For him, it could only be used in newbie village. The key was that this was a silver weapon, and Lin Tianhao felt like he was being messed with. It was truly outrageous. Couldn't it just be attack speed plus 1? This wave was a gank from the system. Rubbing his hands, Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the twisted Trent King. Finally, it was time for the much-anticipated looting phase. Ding! You obtained the Shuren King necklace. Ding! You obtained the skill revival. Ding! You obtained the Shuren King helmet. Ding! You obtained gold plus 5. Ding! You obtained the heart of the Shuren King. Lin Tianhao looked at the good items he received in his hand, and apart from the gold, there seemed to be nothing he could use. Wait, this revival skill seemed pretty good. Revival. 1 star. Effect. Restores 1 health per second, uninterrupted by attacks. Cooldown. None. Cost. None. Proficiency. 0.001. Proficiency equals health. Note, there is no upper limit to this skill's star rating. Lin Tianhao had originally not paid much attention to this revival skill, but when he saw the description of its proficiency, he was stunned. Was this a surprise from the system? His Hand of Heavenly Punishment talent could stack health infinitely. It perfectly complemented this skill. Automatic health regeneration, to some extent, was even more abnormal than lifesteal. Learn. Lin Tianhao immediately learned this skill. Revival. Passive skill, 3 stars. Effect. Restores 50 health per second, uninterrupted by attacks. Cooldown. None. Cost. None. Proficiency. 25,130 100,000. Proficiency equals health. Note, there is no upper limit to this skill's star rating. Stable. With this skill, Lin Tianhao felt his safety factor increase linearly. Revival. Hurry up and come out, don't you want to level up? Lin Tianhao blocked private messages and friend request notifications, and sent a message to Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. At the same time, he began to level up. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao equipped the Thunderbolt Bow and shot an arrow into the Trent core of an elite. Twisted Trent. -1524. A huge crimson number appeared. Critical hit. At the same time, an electric arc jumped out from this elite Twisted Trent, continuously jumping to 5 surrounding Twisted Treants. -152. -152 damage numbers popped up one by one. Suffering damage, a total of 6 Twisted Treants began to close in on Lin Tianhao. However, Lin Tianhao was completely unfazed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Critical hit. Critical hit. Still critical hit. Lin Tianhao's current critical hit rate was 16%, which was already quite good at this stage, coupled with Lin Tianhao's weak point strikes, which increased critical hit damage. The elite Twisted Trent, which originally required 12 arrows to kill, now only needed 4. Moreover, due to Thunderbolt Jump, after killing the first Twisted Trent, the other few Twisted Treants all lost 608 health. As Lin Tianhao kited, more and more Twisted Treants were pulled towards him. This Thunderbolt Jump is a double-edged sword, pulling so much aggro at once. If I can't hold it, I'll die in 2 hits. Looking at the group of Twisted Treants following behind him, Lin Tianhao was on the verge of tears. Fortunately, his attack speed was astonishing now, 4 arrows in 2 seconds, easily able to deal with 1 Twisted Trent, and because of Thunderbolt Jump, when killing the subsequent Twisted Treants, he only needed 3, or even 2 arrows. Ding, you have leveled up to level 7, free attribute points +5. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao put all his free attribute points into attack speed. His attack speed increased from 2.13 to 2.23. Snow Emperor, I'm here. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain arrived late at this moment. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lin Tianhao's terrifying monster farming speed. Snow Emperor, you've gotten stronger again. Lin Tianhao sent a team invitation. This time, the experience was still split 9-1, but Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain got 9, and he got 1. The next period of time would be to first complete Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's order, and then begin to prepare for the upcoming matters. With an attack speed of 2.23, coupled with Thunderbolt Jump, Lin Tianhao only took 3 hours to raise Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's level to 10. Not only that, after hunting a large number of elite Twisted Treants, the Shuren set that Lin Tianhao promised Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was also dropped. Wearing the Shuren set, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was immediately dumbfounded when he saw the changes in his attributes. Snow Emperor, this set is truly amazing. Especially the 2 set effects, which were simply heaven-defying. I still have 2 black iron grade equipment here, dropped by the Twisted Trent King. Equipping them won't affect the set effects and can also enhance attributes. How much? Although he hadn't spent much time with Lin Tianhao, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain already knew his nature. 50,000 for 1. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain twitched his lips. Lin Tianhao was really asking for a sky-high price. Black iron equipment at this stage, 50,000 alright. After only a slight hesitation, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain agreed. It was only because he was wealthy. Otherwise, he would never spend 100,000 yuan to buy such transitional equipment. No matter how good this set was, it was only for level 10. Within a week at most, this set would be phased out. Receiving the 100,000 yuan transfer, Lin Tianhao's face showed a satisfied smile. Happy cooperation. I should be able to get more equipment in the future, so we can continue to cooperate then. 9. Number 9 Chapter 9 Be careful of your sister. Snow Emperor, wait a moment. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, seeing that Lin Tianhao intended to go offline, immediately called out to Lin Tianhao. Is there anything else? Snow Emperor, I am the young master of Floating Turret Guild. I would like to invite you to join our Floating Turret Guild. How about an annual salary of 10 million? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain had his own understanding of the game. Lin Tianhao's skills were too strong, stronger than all the professional players he had ever seen. Just based on his skills, he was worth an annual salary of tens of millions. What's more, Lin Tianhao also had such strong attributes. Sorry, I've already formed my own team. Lin Tianhao shook his head. Thank you for your kindness. Oh, I see. However, we can also become long-term partners. No problem. Lin Tianhao nodded, then suddenly stopped. You said you are the young master of Floating Turret Guild? Yes, why? Since we've met, I'll give you a heads up. Be careful of your sister. In his previous life, 3 months after Twilight of the Gods launched, news broke about a major reshuffle in the Floating Turret Group. The original young master of the Floating Turret Group was involved in a car accident when the brakes of his car failed, leaving him disabled. It was only half a year later that it was revealed the mastermind behind sabotaging the Floating Turret Group's young master's brakes was his own sister. Be careful of my sister? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain frowned. What's wrong? Just remember what I said. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Having met, his reminder was enough. As for Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's ultimate fate, it was irrelevant to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao did not go offline immediately this time. Instead, he returned to Newbie Village before logging off. Mainly, he had offended that assassin, so he still needed to be careful. It wouldn't be worth it if he went offline in the wilderness and was killed by an assassin. After going offline, Lin Tianhao checked the time. It was 8 in the morning. Zhou Xiaopeng was still in the game. Lin Tianhao didn't disturb him. He opened the refrigerator and made breakfast. As a cross-era online game, Twilight of the Gods had a very magical point. In the game, the body received full rest, and even the spirit could become more invigorated. Later, some experts came out to popularize the idea that this was equivalent to sleeping in the game. This statement was not entirely accurate. It was only discovered in the mid to late stages of the game that leveling up and enhancing attributes in the game, while not manifesting physically in reality, could elevate one's soul, naturally leading to better mental well-being. Fatty, come offline and eat. Due to budget reasons, Lin Tianhao and his friends only used ordinary game capsules, not advanced nutrition capsules. It was said that the most advanced nutrition capsules, once filled with nutrient solution, allowed players to stay online for half a month continuously without going offline, with their body's nutritional needs fully met. As soon as Zhou Xiaopeng came offline, he smiled at Lin Tianhao. Brother Hao, you were right. Going solo, it's really easy to make money. I got a level 7 equipment today and sold it for 12,000 yuan. There are so many wealthy players in this game. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. It wasn't that there were many wealthy players. On the contrary, the number of individual wealthy players was generally small, not many at all. What truly drove up the prices of equipment, skill books and other items were guilds, financial groups and even the government. Guilds saw the popularity of Twilight of the Gods and knew that they would definitely make a lot of money in the future. After all, the PC game industry could reach tens of billions, so the gaming industry of Twilight of the Gods would definitely be measured in hundreds of billions or even trillions. As for the financial groups and the government, they naturally knew some of the essence of Twilight of the Gods, and thus were very clear about the importance of becoming stronger in Twilight of the Gods. Lin Tianhao knew the reason why Zhou Xiaopeng was so fierce in the early stages. He chose the warrior profession, and after leaving Newbie Village, he encountered a bard. He heard the bard recite poetry that was utterly nonsensical. Zhou Xiaopeng then used ancient poems from the past sages of the Dragon Kingdom to show off in front of the bard. This action not only did not displease the bard, but instead made the bard extremely admire Zhou Xiaopeng, and immediately prepared to become Zhou Xiaopeng's disciple. And the apprenticeship gift was 3 passive skills for warriors. Relying on these 3 passive skills, Zhou Xiaopeng was incredibly powerful even in the mid to late stages of the game. Those 3 passive skills were double armor, double shield, and double slash. The skill effects were as follows. Double armor. All incoming attacks will reflect a certain percentage of damage back to the opponent. Double shield. Each time a control skill is cast, a shield equal to a percentage of one's maximum health is gained. Double slash. Each attack, including skills, equipment effects, potion effects, etc., may trigger multiple effects. Damage reflection, shields, and damage, relatively speaking, were quite versatile. Moreover, these 3 were all passive skills and could be triggered infinitely. Furthermore, double slash and double shield could stack with each other. For example, a warrior's charge skill is a control skill, which can trigger double shield, and if double slash triggers multiple effects, then the shield will also trigger multiple effects. Brother Hao, I'm already level 9 now, and I've gained 3 passive skills. I'll definitely be able to get higher level equipment later. Lin Tianhao nodded. Fatty, no rush. I've already paid my sister's surgery fee. Paid? Yes. Lin Tianhao took out the payment receipt. My luck was even better than yours. I defeated a boss. Holy cow. Brother Hao, are you Snow Emperor? Lin Tianhao nodded and said to Zhou Xiaopeng, eat. I'll organize a newbie village guide for you later. In Newbie Village, there are many hidden rewards. I see, Brother Hao, you're truly amazing. If Li Heitao knew about your current achievements, he'd probably be green with regret. Lin Tianhao ate while recalling the Newbie Village guide. The hidden rewards in Newbie Village were quite suitable for each profession. Fatty, go to the Newbie Village Tavern, buy 2 bottles of the most expensive strong liquor, and then go to the blacksmith's shop. Ask the blacksmith to forge you the strongest warrior weapon. Then, he will give you a chain quest. The higher the completion of this chain quest, the more rewards you will receive. Okay, Zhou Xiaopeng didn't ask Lin Tianhao how he knew, and readily agreed. After the meal, Lin Tianhao gave Zhou Xiaopeng 2 more guides, one suitable for monkey and one for glasses. Fatty, you go into the game. I'm going to see Qingxing. Let's go together. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't enter the game alone. He went to the hospital with Lin Tianhao. Because Lin Tianhao had already paid, the hospital was arranging the surgery. In the ward, Lin Tianhao looked at the unconscious Lin Qingxing, his eyes softening considerably. Doctor, when will my sister's surgery begin? Lin Tianhao asked. It's already being arranged. The surgery can be performed this afternoon. You can sign here. Okay. Lin Tianhao nodded and signed the surgical consent form. After doing all this, Lin Tianhao returned to the rented apartment and entered the game. 10. Number 10 Chapter 10 opens the dungeon, Twisted Jungle. He logged in again. This time, Lin Tianhao didn't go to the level 10 monster area. Instead, he walked towards the steep cliff behind the newbie village. In the newbie village, besides the regular monsters, there was also a hidden dungeon. The rewards for the first clear of this hidden dungeon were quite generous. He strode over to the location. There were no monsters here, and since it was a steep cliff, naturally no players would come here. In his previous life, it was only a week after the game launched that someone accidentally discovered this dungeon. The activation condition for this dungeon was also very simple. It was to defeat a Trent here. There were many large trees in the vicinity. Among these large trees, one of them was a Trent. At a glance, if one wasn't careful, they wouldn't notice it at all. I found you. Disguised Trent, normal, level 10. Health, 2100. Attack, 32. Skill, disguise. It was a very weak monster, and Lin Tianhao raised his hand to attack. Although he didn't target its weak point, he still managed to kill this disguised Trent with just 3 arrows. Ding, you have killed a disguised Trent. Experience plus 4-3. Ding, because you have killed a hidden monster in the newbie village. The newbie village hidden dungeon open black lens bracket Twisted Jungle close black lens bracket is about to open. Ding, you are the first player to open the dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for successfully opening the newbie village hidden dungeon open black lens bracket Twisted Jungle close black lens bracket. He is the first player on the entire server to open a dungeon. Special rewards. Free attribute points plus 10, gold coins plus 10, black iron equipment plus 1. We hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for successfully opening the newbie village hidden dungeon open black lens bracket Twisted Jungle close black lens bracket. He is the first player on the entire server to open a dungeon. Special rewards. Free attribute points plus 10, gold coins plus 10, black iron equipment plus 1. We hope all players will continue to work hard. As the server-wide announcement sounded, the Twisted Jungle dungeon appeared in all newbie villages. Lin Tianhao allocated all 10 free attribute points to attack speed. Then, his gaze fell on the rewarded black iron weapon. Jungle longbow, black iron. Equip requirement. None. Class. Archer. Effect 1. Attack plus 6-5. Effect 2. Health plus 500. Effect 3. Lifesteal plus 2%. Durability. 100. Lin Tianhao rubbed his forehead. It was another damn weapon. Attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. Can't there be a weapon that increases attack speed? This is truly a tragic life. While Lin Tianhao was checking his attributes, the players were in an uproar. Especially those who had already left the newbie village, they immediately regretted it. Damn, there's a dungeon in the newbie village? If I had known earlier, I would never have left the newbie village. Hee. Thankfully I level up slowly, so I can go clear the dungeon now. First clear of the dungeon should have high rewards. Anyone looking for a team? Dream Chasing Guild is recruiting strong tanks. Lin Tianhao had already arrived at the dungeon entrance at this time. The difficulty levels for the Twilight of the Gods dungeon were easy, hard, nightmare, and hell level. For the level 10 Twisted Jungle, the higher the difficulty of the first clear, the more rewards, naturally. This one, hell level. Ding hint, hell level dungeons are not recommended for solo entry. Are you sure? Confirm. The hell level dungeon indeed had a very high difficulty coefficient, but was Lin Tianhao afraid? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. His current attributes didn't actually allow him to solo a hell level dungeon. However, Lin Tianhao also had his top-tier skills from his previous life. Immediately upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao saw a large number of twisted tree ants appearing in front of him. Twisted Trent, Elite, Level 10. Health, 8,500. Attack, 129. Skills, Revival, Vine Spin, Thorn Entanglement. These were also elite Twisted Tree Ants, but their attributes were significantly higher than the elite tree ants Lin Tianhao had previously farmed. Whoosh! Critical hit, minus 1,812. At the same time, Thunderbolt Jump activated, dealing damage to the surrounding Twisted Tree Ants. Minus 362. Minus 362. The damage numbers were very high, with every one of Lin Tianhao's arrows being a critical hit. Only 5 arrows were needed to defeat a Trent. Moreover, because Thunderbolt Jump had been upgraded to 2 stars, the damage, range, and number of targets from the jumping lightning were also greater. Ding, you have killed an elite Twisted Trent. experience plus 351, killing monsters above his level, plus being dungeon monsters. The experience was quite generous. Lin Tianhao used the range of normal attack amplification to consistently maintain a safe distance from these twisted tree ants, preventing them from attacking him. Especially the thorn entanglement skill. Once hit, the control effect it brought would affect him the most. Ding, you have leveled up to level 8. Free attribute points plus 5. He leveled up, and he still put all points into attack speed. At the same time, the first stage of the dungeon was cleared. Passing through the light door ahead, Lin Tianhao arrived at the second stage of the dungeon. As soon as he entered, dozens of twisted tree ants walked towards him. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also saw 10 Trent leaders here. Trent leader, elite, level 10. Health, 35,280. Attack, 412. Skills, Thorn Entanglement, Revival, Vine Spin, Frenzied Strike. It had one more skill, but its attributes were much higher than those of the elite twisted tree ants. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao's attacks were still simple and unadorned. He continuously kited these tree ants. He tried his best to stay outside the attack range of their thorn entanglement. For this, he really had to be grateful for the normal attack amplification skill. It was precisely because of this skill that his normal attack range was longer, giving him sufficient conditions to kite these tree ants. However, movement speed was ultimately a weakness. 3 Trent leaders simultaneously cast Thorn Entanglement on Lin Tianhao. -823, -821, -823. Large damage numbers appeared one after another, and Lin Tianhao was simultaneously immobilized. Lin Tianhao secretly thought, not good, and sure enough, the subsequent attacks were endless. -123, -421, -423. Damage numbers appeared one after another. Lin Tianhao hadn't even escaped the control when a new thorn entanglement came. In just 2 seconds, Lin Tianhao lost a full 13,000 plus health. The only fortunate thing was that the twisted tree ants' intelligence wasn't high. They would use whatever skills they had. Furthermore, the twisted tree ants behind them were not close enough to attack Lin Tianhao. Otherwise, with that last attack, Lin Tianhao would have been controlled to death by their consecutive crowd control. No crowd control removal skill, that's too bad. Movement speed is also too low, Lin Tianhao thought to himself, and the moment the control ended, he immediately repositioned to create distance. At the same time, a feather arrow interrupted a Trent leader that was casting a spell. Phew, he let out a breath of turbid air. That was truly a close call. Even a slight misstep, and he might have perished there. Losing a level would be a minor issue, but if someone else snatched the first clear of the dungeon, he would truly regret it to his core. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's concentration was extremely high. Before, he focused more on dealing damage, but now, he had to dodge skills with his movement. He also had to interrupt the Trent leader's skills. He had to be extremely vigilant. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Chapter 11 Hell Difficulty. Hydra Cypress. Thorn Entanglement is not a hard control skill, it's a directional cast. In other words, it can be dodged by moving. Lin Tianhao was hit before largely because he was careless, and also because the 3 twisted Trent leaders simultaneously cast Thorn Entanglement, blocking his escape route. Now, Lin Tianhao is highly focused. As soon as he sees the casting animation for Thorn Entanglement, he will move to pull away in advance. Coupled with his high output and Thunderbolt jumps damage, the number of twisted tree ants is constantly decreasing. As the number of twisted tree ants dwindled, Lin Tianhao found it even easier to clear monsters. Finally, all the twisted tree ants in this stage were killed. Ding! You have leveled up to level 9, free attribute points plus 5. Gaining a level per stage, this leveling speed is truly terrifying. Moreover, with the blessing of the revival skill, Lin Tianhao's current health has returned to full. At this moment, Floating Tower Club, offline meeting room, a video is currently playing on the large screen. It is a video of Lin Tianhao soloing the Twisted Trent King. A young man stood at the head of the conference room. You've all seen this video. Floating Pagoda Wolf God, you're also an archer. Tell me your thoughts. Floating Pagoda Wolf God immediately stood up. His damage numbers are very high, but his technique is truly terrifying. Even if his damage numbers were lower, with his technique, he could still solo this Black Iron boss. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain also said from the side, Young Master, what do you mean by showing us this video? I want you to help me analyze how much it would be appropriate to pay if I were to poach him. I offered him an annual salary of 10 million before, and he refused without hesitation. Floating Pagoda Wolf God frowned. Such a technique definitely doesn't belong to an unknown person. He might have already been earning 10 million a year, or even more, back in the PC game era. After all, there was once a legendary archer in PC games who earned over 80 million a year. Given the current popularity of Twilight of the Gods, his technique, plus his attributes, an annual salary of 100 million is not excessive. If we also consider his overall influence on our floating turret guild and his ability to drive the game in the early stages, his annual salary could even be between 150 million and 200 million. Floating Pagoda Wolf God spoke very fairly. His own salary as the floating turret guild leader is only a little over 20 million a year. But Lin Tianhao's technique truly impressed him. Okay, I understand. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain nodded. Guild leader Floating Pagoda Wolf God, please organize for members who are still in Newbie Village to clear the Twisted Trent dungeon. Additionally, if possible, players in every Newbie Village can try to clear the level 10 Twisted Trent dungeon. Floating Pagoda Wolf God nodded. Okay. After saying that, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain coughed. Also, let me show you my current attributes. He proudly displayed the attributes of his Shuren set. Floating Pagoda Wolf God was greatly surprised after seeing the set attributes. Total health increased by 5008, armor and magic resistance are also very high, and there are the special properties that come with this set. Floating Pagoda Wolf God couldn't help but gasp, young master, how much did this set of equipment cost you? 400,000, plus bringing me to level 10. It was originally 300,000, but I added these two black iron grade pieces of equipment. Floating Pagoda Wolf God was stunned. That cheap? Yes, it was cheap. A level 10 elite grade piece of equipment alone is worth around 20,000. These 13 pieces, sold individually, could be worth 400,000. The key is that it's a set, and it also includes being brought to level 10. Snow Emperor sold it to you? It seems he's not short on money, otherwise he could definitely have sold it for a better price. Floating Pagoda Wolf God subconsciously thought that Lin Tianhao was wealthy and didn't care about money, but he didn't know that Lin Tianhao didn't haggle because he was in urgent need of money. Moreover, 5 years later, when the Great Cataclysm began, real-world currency became worthless. Twisted Jungle. Lin Tianhao entered the third stage. Here, there were a full 4 Twisted Trent Kings. Twisted Trent King, Black Iron Boss, level 10. Health, 186,800. Attack, 598. Skills, Summon Trent, Revival, Vine Bind, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. The skills didn't increase, but the attributes increased quite a bit. And there were 4 of them. After glancing at his current health, Lin Tianhao directly made his move. Whoosh! Critical hit, minus 1,685. As expected of a Black Iron boss in a Hell-level difficulty dungeon, its defense is very high, so even with the 300 attack power added by Lin Tianhao's Thunderbolt bow, the damage dealt under critical hit conditions was not high. Most of the current damage still comes from Lin Tianhao's Hand of Heavenly Punishment. Moreover, it's worth noting that the Twisted Trent King's Vine Bind and the ordinary Twisted Treant's Thorn Entanglement skill are different. This is a skill that is infinitely close to hard control, because the binding vines appear directly from under the player's feet, making it difficult to react. Lin Tianhao's current attack speed can at most interrupt the attacks of 2 Twisted Trent Kings simultaneously, but now he is facing 4 Twisted Trent Kings. The battle was about to begin. The 4 Twisted Trent Kings had already gained some intelligence and were surrounding Lin Tianhao. At the same time, the Vine Cage skill had already appeared. However, the casting of Vine Cage is the slowest and the easiest to interrupt. Lin Tianhao easily interrupted the Twisted Trent King's skill. However, they were 4 Twisted Trent Kings simultaneously casting skills, blocking Lin Tianhao's retreat. Lin Tianhao advanced instead of retreating, which was exactly what they wanted. Minus 598, minus 597, minus 598. As Lin Tianhao moved forward, he entered the Twisted Trent King's basic attack range. The 4 Twisted Trent Kings simultaneously basic attacked, dealing over 2,000 damage to Lin Tianhao. After the Twisted Trent King's skill effect dissipated, he retreated again, increasing the distance. At the same time, he continued to kite. As long as they couldn't chain Vine Bind, with Lin Tianhao's current health and the revival skill, the probability of him being instantly killed was minuscule. Kiting all the way, finally, the first Twisted Trent King fell. The remaining battle would be much easier. Before long, the 3 Twisted Trent Kings all fell. In Twilight of the Gods, dungeon rewards are settled after completion. Before completion, killing monsters only grants experience points and no item drops. This saved Lin Tianhao the trouble of looting bodies. He stepped into the 4th stage, which was the final stage of the Twisted Jungle dungeon. Just as he entered, Lin Tianhao saw a 100-meter-tall tree with countless vines swaying in the wind. It looked like a big tree, not a black iron boss. 9-headed Hydra, Bronze, level 10. Health, 1,528,000 1,528,000. Attack, 1358. Skill, Withering Wood in Spring. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. This black iron boss only had one skill. 12. Hash 12 Chapter 12. First pass of the dungeon, the dead tree comes back to life. Chapter 12 First clear of the dungeon, like a dead tree bringing spring back to life. Lin Tianhao would not underestimate the boss just because it only had one skill. The more such a boss, the harder it was to deal with. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao took the first shot, -785. There was no critical hit, but the damage was still decent. However, in the next instant, Lin Tianhao knew the horror of the 9-headed Hydra. -1,355, -1,355. 2 consecutive vines struck him, draining over 2,000 of his HP. This was truly outrageous. Moreover, Lin Tianhao discovered a problem. The 9-headed Hydra's vines seemed to encompass the entire level. In other words, he couldn't dodge normal attacks by repositioning. This was frustrating. The 9-headed Hydra would attack with 2 vines each time. His current HP, just over 30,000, could only withstand a dozen or so attacks. He was thinking, but Lin Tianhao's hands did not stop. He continuously attacked the 9-headed Hydra. The 9-headed Hydra's vine struck again, and Lin Tianhao immediately rolled to dodge. Dodged it. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Just as he expected, the vine attacks could be dodged. Since they could be dodged, killing this 9-headed Hydra was only a matter of time. However, to be safe, Lin Tianhao switched to the jungle longbow. The jungle longbow increased HP and provided lifesteal. He found it difficult to fully restore his HP relying solely on the revival skill effect. Therefore, lifesteal became particularly crucial. After all, the 9-headed Hydra had too many vines, and different ones launched normal attacks each time. While he could dodge based on his reactions, achieving a 100% dodge rate was still somewhat unrealistic. After all, he hadn't allocated any points to movement speed. +50, +16, +16. Lin Tianhao's HP slowly began to recover, and at the same time, he was searching for the 9-headed Hydra's weakness. Every monster had a weakness. Attacking the weak point would increase the critical hit chance. Even after changing weapons, his critical hit rate was only 1% from the brutal boots. But as long as the weak point strikes were precise enough, he could still land consecutive critical hits. Found it. Lin Tianhao actually didn't know about the 9-headed Hydra in his previous life. Because at that time, he diligently leveled up and farmed gold, heading to the main city on the second day. Later, when this dungeon opened, some people tried the hell level difficulty, but no player in Newbie Village was able to clear it at the time. Coupled with the continuous emergence of level 15 and 20 dungeons as the game progressed, players were no longer as enthusiastic about this Newbie Village dungeon. Therefore, this was the first time Lin Tianhao had heard of the 9-headed Hydra. Whoosh! Another arrow. Lin Tianhao was still kiting. He was truly moving to the extreme, even dodging normal attacks. Found it. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Behind this 9-headed Hydra, he actually saw 9 blood-red vines. On each of those 9 blood-red vines, there was a dark red head. At this moment, one head was facing Lin Tianhao, revealing an evil and charming smile. Whoosh! Critical hit, -1,574. A bright red critical hit damage appeared, which made Lin Tianhao a little excited. He had found the weakness, so his subsequent attacks would be much easier. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of feather arrows piercing the air was incessant. The blood-colored vines controlled their heads to dodge, but Lin Tianhao's experience was incredibly rich. This swaying dodge method, in his opinion, was merely a display. Critical hit, another critical hit. This was the outrageous part of weak point attacks. Even with a 1% critical hit rate, he could deal high critical damage. Lin Tianhao's lips curved upward. Critical hits not only dealt high damage, but his lifesteal also increased. After finding the solution, Lin Tianhao consumed the 9-headed Hydra's HP at a rate of 2 arrows per second. Finally, the 9-headed Hydra's HP was reduced to 10%. It was about to enter the execute range, but in the next instant, green light emanated from the 9-headed Hydra, and its HP instantly recovered from 10% to full. Lin Tianhao. He was a little depressed. He really couldn't be blamed for this. What kind of divine skill was this? How could it be so outrageous? This was Newbie Village. He wasn't farming some level 200 world boss. This was just a level 10 bronze boss. Why? Although a million alpacas stampeded through his mind, Lin Tianhao still didn't intend to give up just like that and chose to continue attacking. With previous experience, Lin Tianhao was now familiar with the process. 15 minutes later. Ding! You have killed the bronze tier 9-headed Hydra. Experience plus 31280. Ding! You have completed the first clear of the Twisted Jungle dungeon. A server-wide announcement will now be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the first clear of the Twisted Jungle dungeon. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the first clear of the Twisted Jungle dungeon. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue their efforts. This sudden server-wide announcement left many players still fighting in dungeons dumbfounded. Damn, it's Snow Emperor again. He cleared the dungeon solo? How is that possible? Soloing bosses, soloing dungeons. Did this person awaken a talent in Newbie Village? I think it might be some hidden profession. Even if it's a talent, whose 1-star talent is this amazing? Many players were discussing, and many guild players were beating their chests in frustration. The first clear of a dungeon, the rewards were undoubtedly good. Ding! You have completed the first clear of Hell level Twisted Jungle. Rewards are being settled. Ding! You have obtained Black Iron Tier Shuren Set +1. Ding! You have obtained Skillbook +1-3. Ding! You have obtained Heart of the Shuren +4. Ding! You have obtained Elite Tier Equipment +3-5. Ding! You have obtained Gold Coins +350. Ding! You have obtained Free Attribute Points +50. Ding! You have obtained Quest Scroll +1. A series of system prompts dazzled Lin Tianhao. These rewards were awesome. The Black Iron Tier Shuren set, except for the main weapon, Lin Tianhao could use all of it, especially since he was the first clear. He was not subject to level restrictions and could use it directly. However, this set of equipment was best suited for a shield warrior. It felt somewhat out of place for him. 32 pieces of elite tier equipment and 3 pieces of bronze tier equipment. Lin Tianhao glanced at them. They were mostly tank equipment, which would be better than nothing if he wore them. When his gaze fell on the skill books, Lin Tianhao suddenly became interested, because he saw that skill. Withering Wood in Spring. Withering Wood in Spring. Passive skill, 1 star. Effect. When your HP drops to 10%, you will immediately restore 10% of your HP. Cooldown, 24 hours. Cost, none. Proficiency, 0/10. This proficiency is calculated by sacrificing skill books. For every skill book sacrificed, 1 point of proficiency can be obtained. Certain special skills may grant multiple points of proficiency. 13. Number 13 Chapter 13 Level and Equipment. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. No wonder the 9-headed Hydra only had this one skill. It turned out its other skills had been sacrificed. After clearing this dungeon, even after keeping Withering Wood in Spring, Lin Tianhao still had 12 skill books in his hands. All of them were drops from the Twisted Trent, and they were of little help to Lin Tianhao. Learn Withering Wood in Spring. Sacrifice skill books. Lin Tianhao sacrificed 10 of the Treant's skill books, and Withering Wood in Spring was successfully upgraded to 2-star. Withering Wood in Spring. Passive skill, 2-star. Effect. When your HP drops to 10%, you will immediately restore 20% of your HP. Cooldown, 12 hours. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0/100. This proficiency is calculated by sacrificing skills. Each skill book sacrificed grants 1 point of proficiency, while some special skills can grant multiple points of proficiency. Just as Lin Tianhao expected, upgrading 1 star increased the amount of HP restored by 10%, and the cooldown was also significantly reduced. This improvement was undeniably significant. Moreover, with this skill, his survival capability received another huge boost. Not only that, Withering Wood in Spring restores HP by percentage, so even in the late game, it would definitely be considered a formidable skill. Currently, Lin Tianhao's total HP is over 30,000, so 20% is over 6,000. But what if Lin Tianhao's total HP was 3 million, 30 million, or even higher? He would still be able to recover by percentage. He pulled back his thoughts. Lin Tianhao looked at his experience bar. He was still halfway from level 10. With this experience bar for leveling up, if he wanted to, he could reach level 10 in at most half an hour. However, what Lin Tianhao wanted was not just a level up. He opened the ranking board. Lin Tianhao was ready to check the current level rankings. First, Asura Emperor, level 11, 25%. Second, Zumeng Yenshui, level 10, 95%. Third, I Don't Love Money, level 10, 91%. Fourth, Floating Pagoda Wolf God, level 10, 90%. Fifth, I Really Have 20 centimeters, level 10, 88%. The gaps on the ranking board were not obvious, and Lin Tianhao knew most of these people. 3 of the top 5 were high-ranking guild members, and the other 2. One was a top second-generation rich kid from Dragon Country, whose level was stacked up with money. The key was, this guy not only had money, but also luck, and a certain amount of strength. He was simply inhuman. As for the 5th one, he was somewhat similar to Zhou Xiaopeng. He had some opportunities in the early game that allowed him to rise to prominence. However, in the mid to late game, his early advantages gradually diminished. Finally, he disappeared from public view. Besides the level ranking, there was also an equipment ranking in Twilight of the Gods. Lin Tianhao opened the equipment ranking. First place, Golden Scepter, Gold Tier. Second place, Thunderbolt Bow, Silver Tier. Third place, Nine-Headed Shield, Bronze Tier. Fourth place, Nine-Headed Spalders, Bronze Tier. Fifth place, Nine-Headed Cloak, Bronze Tier. Among the top 5, except for the first place Golden Scepter, all the others belong to Lin Tianhao. Indeed, it's still the same as in my previous life. Lin Tianhao secretly thought, this Golden Scepter belonged to Zumeng Yenshui. It was a summoning scepter, with only one attached effect, summoning 6 level 10 Black Iron bosses. This was definitely a bug-like existence in the early game. A single level 10 Black Iron boss could already walk sideways at the moment, let alone 6 of them. Speaking of which, this Zumeng Yenshui was also the boss of the Zumeng club he was in before. She looked pretty good, but unfortunately, she practiced nepotism, and many high-ranking officials in the club were her relatives, which made the club a mess. However, none of this mattered anymore. With his god-tier talent, Lin Tianhao was fully confident he would surpass Zumeng Yenshui. Lin Tianhao put all 50 free attribute points rewarded for the first dungeon clear into attack speed. Attack speed increased from 2.63 to 3.63. Actually, when allocating points, Lin Tianhao also considered whether to put some into movement speed, but in the end, he gave up, because what best suited his Hand of Heavenly Punishment was attack speed. As long as his attack speed was fast enough, he could stack up HP even faster. Finally, there was that quest scroll. Such quest scrolls were exceptionally precious, because the quests within them were not given by ordinary NPCs, but by the gods. If the quest was completed, there was a chance to receive the blessing of the gods. The blessing of the gods, at worst, was an attribute increase, and it was said that good ones could grant permanent traits. Unfurling the quest scroll, Lin Tianhao saw the quest that appeared inside and couldn't help but be greatly astonished. A drought demon is sealed beneath the newbie village. If it emerges, it will surely devastate all living beings. Quest requirements: kill all NPCs in the newbie village and destroy the altar, so that all adventurers from other worlds can only be born in the main city and never enter the newbie village again. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: unknown. Upon seeing this quest, Lin Tianhao's expression turned extremely grim. This quest, it was simply absurd to the core. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had also encountered various strange and bizarre quests. But this quest today? Destroy the newbie village? Is this a quest? Is he sure this isn't asking him to seek death? In his previous life, there were players who tried to provoke NPCs, but even a small waiter in a tavern could deal thousands of damage with a flick of their hand. As for the newbie village chief, the blacksmith, and others, their attributes were probably even more outrageous. He put away the quest scroll. Lin Tianhao did not immediately accept this quest. Although there was no penalty, he still wanted to deliberate further. He exited the dungeon. At this time, many players had gathered at the dungeon entrance. Missing a strong cleric, whoever has sufficient healing, come quickly. The team has strong dual DPS, output is definitely enough. Dual DPS, meaning archer and mage. One for sustained damage, one for high burst. It's been so long, besides Snow Emperor, has no other player cleared the dungeon? I want to buy equipment, I'm foolish with money. Lin Tianhao glanced at these people and didn't pay much attention. This was newbie village 10,086, and there weren't many truly high-level players. Most of them were probably gathered in the earlier newbie villages. Departing from the dungeon, Lin Tianhao walked towards another direction. According to Lin Tianhao's estimation, the quest from the village chief to hunt 10 bosses should yield richer rewards the higher the boss's level. In the newbie village, there was also a rather special boss. That was the bard that Zhou Xiaopong encountered. It was said that his true form was a yellow weasel, and he was lucky enough to take human form after seeking a title. But his demonic nature had not changed, and he seemed to be plotting something in the newbie village. The guides in his previous life didn't explain it in too much detail. Lin Tianhao only knew this much roughly. Just then, Lin Tianhao's eyes changed slightly, and the longbow in his hand instantly slashed behind him. That's right, it wasn't drawing the bow to shoot an arrow, but using the thunderbolt bow as a blade to slash out. Such an attack did not have much killing power, but it could break through sudden crises. Screech. 14. Number 14 Chapter 14 The Angry Yellow-Skinned Man. Chapter 14 The Angry Yellow-Skin. Rip. A dagger struck Lin Tianhao's thunderbolt bow, sending sparks flying. It's you again. Lin Tianhao frowned. This was the assassin who had tried to snatch his boss earlier. His nickname was hidden, but his appearance wasn't that easy to disguise. The assassin player didn't speak. After rotating the dagger 180 degrees in his hand, he lunged at Lin Tianhao again. Lin Tianhao leaned back, simultaneously equipping himself with the black iron Shuren set. As soon as the Shuren set was equipped, Lin Tianhao's double resistance increased, and his health also saw a significant boost. At the same time, Lin Tianhao rolled sideways, avoiding the assassin player's attack. However, just as he avoided the assassin player's attack, Lin Tianhao was slightly startled. Because the assassin player was gone, not stealth, Lin Tianhao could feel that the assassin player was behind him. He turned around without hesitation. However, he still saw nothing. If there were an observer, they would notice that the assassin had always been behind Lin Tianhao, or more precisely, in his blind spot, making it impossible for Lin Tianhao to see him no matter what. Veiled Shadow Step? Lin Tianhao's expression darkened slightly. Veiled Shadow Step was not a skill, but a technique. The method of execution was to use movement to block the opponent's vision, as if hiding in the enemy's shadow. Hence the name Veiled Shadow Step. Hearing Lin Tianhao utter the technique he was using, the assassin player was slightly surprised. But in that instant, Lin Tianhao had already made his move. Whoosh! A feather arrow shot through the air. This time, Lin Tianhao didn't turn around, but used his leg to draw his longbow and shot an arrow backward. This assassin player had combat techniques, and Lin Tianhao, as a reborn person, also had some unique combat techniques. Lin Tianhao's maneuver was outrageous, and coupled with the assassin player's momentary surprise, he was caught off guard and hit by Lin Tianhao's arrow. -1352. This assassin player was instantly killed by one arrow. Unfortunately, he didn't drop any equipment this time. This assassin player is really fixated on me, Lin Tianhao muttered to himself. He originally thought that he and the assassin player had only had a minor conflict. But he didn't expect the assassin player to ambush him today without a word. In Newbie Village, within the Resurrection Altar, Shadow Kill's expression was somewhat solemn, fast reaction speed, high damage, excellent combat techniques, and he even knows Veiled Shadow Step. Snow Emperor, no matter who you are, you killed me twice. One day I will kill you back. If Lin Tianhao heard these words, he would definitely curse back. Damn it, the first time was because he wanted to steal the boss, which was why Lin Tianhao killed him, and this time, he was the one who made the first move. However, Lin Tianhao didn't know about any of this. He had now found the bard in Newbie Village. He was dressed neatly, but had a handlebar mustache, looking quite comical. Bard, level 15. Health, attack, skills. Note: this is a bard wandering near Newbie Village. Perhaps you can gain unexpected benefits from him. This note made many players think that the bard had a quest or was selling something good. But neither was true. This was just an intelligent humanoid boss, not of high grade, only black iron grade. But all of his skills were very strange. Back then, he was conquered by thousands of players in Newbie Village working together. This time, Lin Tianhao came here wanting to use him to relive some of his operations from his previous life. Just as Lin Tianhao answered floating turret Dunshan earlier, walking and attacking was just the most basic technique for an archer. Lin Tianhao using the thunderbolt bow for close quarters blocking against the assassin players. Sneak attack was also a technique. Lin Tianhao hid behind a large tree and drew his bow. After the energy feather arrow formed, the hand gripping the bowstring began to rotate the bowstring, twisting it into a slender braid. And the direction Lin Tianhao's feather arrow was aimed was not towards the bard, but to the left. Whoosh! The feather arrow broke through the air. Not far away, Shadow Kill, who was in stealth, frowned. He guessed that Lin Tianhao might be hunting this bard, but the direction of the feather arrow was wrong. But what happened next left Shadow Kill dumbfounded. Lin Tianhao's shot feather arrow actually curved in midair, finally accurately hitting the bard standing in the distance. -925. A huge damage number appeared. The bard was also a bit confused by the sudden attack because Lin Tianhao was behind the big tree and hadn't exposed himself at all. This was one of the archer's shooting techniques, the string twisting arrow technique. By rotating the bowstring, the feather arrow spun out. By controlling the strength and angle, the feather arrow could curve. Not only that, but the feather arrow would spin at high speed in the air, so when it hit an enemy, the feather arrow would have a high penetration effect, dealing higher damage. Whoosh! Another arrow. I found you. The bard saw Lin Tianhao strike again. Although he didn't see Lin Tianhao's position, he saw the direction from which Lin Tianhao's feather arrow flew. He leapt up, about to charge towards Lin Tianhao. Whoosh! However, while still in midair, the feather arrow had already hit him. The tremendous impact force from the string-twisting arrow technique caused the bard's body to be knocked back over a meter in the air, immediately followed by the second feather arrow, the third feather arrow. The successive feather arrows all carried extremely strong impact force. Next, Shadow Kill witnessed a scene that left him dumbfounded. The bard was struck by Lin Tianhao in the air and couldn't fall down. As soon as the bard showed a tendency to fall, Lin Tianhao shattered his illusion with an arrow, knocking him back again. And the feather arrow's position was tricky. While knocking back the bard, it also carried him slightly upwards into the air. This Shadow Kill was an extremely calm killer, but now seeing Lin Tianhao's maneuver, he was so shocked he didn't know what to say. However, strong combat experience made Shadow Kill realize that achieving what Lin Tianhao did was very, very difficult, because when the first arrow hit the bard, one had to consider the landing point of the third arrow. Otherwise, such continuous knockbacks would be impossible to achieve. Moreover, in Twilight of the Gods, after an opponent is knocked airborne, they will take combo damage. However, generally, only warrior-type professions have skills that knock enemies airborne, and then they chain other skills to deal combo damage. But Lin Tianhao, an archer, actually dealt such an outrageous combo damage. Roar! The bard roared, his body rapidly expanding, transforming from his original bard form into a yellow weasel over 3 meters tall with brown fur all over. At the same time, the bard's attribute panel also changed. Enraged yellow weasel, black iron, level 15. Health, 1,012,500, 1,253,000. Attack, 813. Skills, Yellow Mountain Illusion, Shape Shift, Overlord Body, Berserk, Soul Absorption, Soul Control, 15. #15 Chapter 15 Sir, come and play with me. Lin Tianhao had not fought this yellow weasel before, but he still knew some of its skills. No need to elaborate on body domination and berserk. They are standard boss skills, and almost every boss in the main city has these two skills. Body domination grants immunity to all crowd control effects, excluding curses and suppression-type special skills. Berserk sacrifices a certain amount of dual resistance to greatly increase output. Some powerful bosses can even increase their output tenfold in Berserk state. Yellow Mountain Illusion is an illusion-type skill, related to one's mental fortitude. The stronger the fortitude, the less affected one will be by the skill. Soul Extraction and Soul Control are the truly abnormal skills of this yellow weasel. Soul Extraction can forcibly strip a certain amount of soul from an opponent, causing the affected enemy unit to enter a weakened state and continuously lose health. The most outrageous part is that this continuous health loss lasts for 24 hours. As long as this yellow weasel is not killed, the health loss will continue for 24 hours. To avoid death, one can only stay in the Resurrection Altar, using the Resurrection Altar's attribute recovery ability to preserve one's life. As for soul control, that's even more abnormal. It has a chance to control the soul of an enemy unit, thereby manipulating it in combat. The duration of this soul control is also 24 hours. It's incredibly outrageous. However, since Lin Tianhao made his move, he was aiming to kill the yellow weasel. The yellow weasel was in midair and without activating body domination, it was impossible for it to come down. Normal bosses usually activate both body domination and berserk simultaneously when their health is relatively low, then launch a desperate counterattack. But this yellow weasel is different. It's a humanoid monster, usually much smarter than regular wild bosses. Its intelligence is comparable to that of an ordinary adult. In the early stages of the game, players used to treat NPCs as simple AI programs, and they suffered many losses because of this. Twilight of the Gods is not just a simple game. Body domination. As Lin Tianhao expected, when the yellow weasel's health dropped to 1 million, it activated body domination without hesitation. In body domination state, the feather arrow's knockback effect no longer existed, and it broke free and landed. As soon as it landed, it raised its hand to cast a skill towards Lin Tianhao. However, the hand it raised was put down again, for no other reason than insufficient casting range. Most monsters, even bosses, have a skill casting range similar to an archer's normal attack range, and because of his normal attack amplification skill, Lin Tianhao's normal attack range is 10% further than a normal archer's. It was precisely because of this range that Lin Tianhao precisely controlled the casting distance, limiting the yellow weasel's attack range, causing it to raise its hand and then put it down. In fact, Lin Tianhao's kind of operation existed in PC games. Some master players in PC games could also deal more damage by manipulating the attack range. However, Lin Tianhao's movement speed was a weakness after all. His movement speed differed greatly from the yellow weasel's. Therefore, in just 2 seconds, the yellow weasel had already approached Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, because the yellow weasel had already raised its hand, about to cast a skill. In body domination state, Lin Tianhao had no way of interrupting the yellow weasel's skill casting. The most crucial point was that soul extraction was a lock-on skill, impossible to dodge by movement. Not far away, Shadow Kill already showed a smile. Is he finally going to suffer a setback? But the next instant, Shadow Kill's smile froze on his face. Because Lin Tianhao instantly switched his main weapon, changing it to a shield, completing the entire Black Iron Shuren set. After changing weapons, Lin Tianhao's resistance and health both increased. Furthermore, the set attributes provided by the Black Iron Shuren set were even more outrageous than the Elite Shuren set. It could restore 200 health points per second, and not only that, the reflected damage was 20%. Besides that, there was a third set effect, which was a 10% increase in tenacity. The yellow weasel's soul extraction skill had a weakening effect, and stronger tenacity could provide a certain reduction to this weakening effect. -2254. A crimson number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. -102. -102. Followed by forced health loss. Lin Tianhao switched back his main weapon and continued attacking. Without the Black Iron set's main weapon, the health recovery per second was reduced from 200 to 100. Coupled with Lin Tianhao's revival skill, he could recover a total of 150 health points per second. Additionally, the Black Iron Shuren set itself had equipment-attached health recovery effects. Therefore, the actual health recovery per second was 180 points. It was completely enough to withstand the soul extraction skill. However, this weakening effect was also outrageous. Lin Tianhao's attack speed decreased from 3.63 to 2.41, a reduction of almost 1/3. This was also because Lin Tianhao had switched weapons. Seeing the recovery numbers popping up on Lin Tianhao's body, Shadow Kill was stunned again, recovering over 100 health points per second. Moreover, the damage from the yellow weasel's soul extraction just now didn't even take away 1/10 of Lin Tianhao's health. I'll help you. Shadow Kill didn't know what he thought of, but he didn't continue to watch, instead actively appearing behind the yellow weasel. Then he kicked the yellow weasel's back, leapt up, and instantly slit its throat. -215. Bleeding. -25. -25. Shadow Kill's sudden move surprised Lin Tianhao. However, the yellow weasel still had over 900,000 health points at this time, and making a move now didn't seem like an attempt to steal the boss. Let's talk about it later. I'll help you until it's at 10%, then I'll actively withdraw. You don't have to worry about me stealing the boss. Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. Was this assassin player scared of being instantly killed by him, and thus conceded? However, Lin Tianhao didn't think much of it. If this assassin player was willing to help him draw aggro, then it was basically a sure win. Body domination has a limited duration, although he had forgotten how long the yellow weasel's body domination lasted. But as one of the newbie village bosses, its body domination wouldn't be too abnormal. And after being ambushed by the assassin player, the yellow weasel let out an enraged roar, turned around, and swiped with a claw. The assassin player seemed to have anticipated it, leaning back and narrowly avoiding the fierce swipe. Then he even swung his dagger, making a cut on the yellow weasel's wrist. -121. This time the damage was relatively low, and no bleeding effect appeared. Lin Tianhao seized this opportunity, and feather arrows poured out. 3 arrows per second. Each arrow carried high damage, because Lin Tianhao's attacks were all weak point attacks, directly to the back of the head. Damn it! The yellow weasel roared, and the next instant, a faint light burst forth from its body. Immediately after, the yellow weasel in front of Lin Tianhao disappeared. In its place was a long-legged beauty dressed in a sheer long dress, with a curvaceous figure and snow-white skin. Every gesture and smile of hers carried a captivating charm. She beckoned to Lin Tianhao with her finger. "My lord, come play with me." 16. Number 16 Chapter 16 Breaking the Illusion. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. He knew without a doubt that this was an illusion. Of course, if one's mind wasn't firm enough, they might sink into this illusion. One must adhere to their true self to break the illusion. Actually, there's a very simple method. That is imagination. Imagine the graceful, long-legged beauty in front of him as the yellow weasel, over 3 meters tall, covered in fur, and with a ferocious face. This way, the current situation could be perfectly explained. Lin Tianhao looked at the graceful beauty again, and involuntarily imagined the yellow weasel posing seductively in front of him. Ugh! Lin Tianhao almost couldn't help but vomit. Just thinking about it made his stomach churn. It was too disgusting. The graceful beauty was stunned when she saw this. Does this guy like men? Immediately, the illusion shifted. A young, handsome man leaned in front of Lin Tianhao, playing basketball. His movements skillful and fluid, constantly rising and falling. Ugh! Lin Tianhao felt as if the yellow weasel was humiliating him. Whoosh! A feather arrow pierced the air, striking true. -1028. A huge damage number appeared, and the illusion was broken. However, to Lin Tianhao's surprise, Shadow Kill had already broken the illusion before him. Shadow Kill slid, almost skimming the ground, between the yellow weasel's legs, then stabbed out with a knife. Ow! The yellow weasel's legs instantly clamped together, letting out a pained shriek. This was an attack with little damage but great insult. Lin Tianhao knew that Shadow Kill was helping him draw aggro, trying to help him stall through the yellow weasel's super armor duration. Sure enough, after a shriek, the yellow weasel turned and chased after Shadow Kill. Whoosh! As he chased Shadow Kill, Lin Tianhao immediately went all out with his attack speed, attacking without restraint. Every arrow struck the back of the head, dealing high critical damage. Roar! 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 The yellow weasel roared in anger. He also knew he had been played. Seeing his remaining super armor duration, he unhesitatingly activated his berserk skill. His speed dramatically increased. Shadow Kill's reaction was already very fast, but the yellow weasel raised a hand and cast soul absorption, instantly killing Shadow Kill. Lin Tianhao rubbed his forehead. This was Shadow Kill's third death today. 2 times he was killed by him, and this third time, he was killed trying to save him. After killing Shadow Kill, the yellow weasel turned to look at Lin Tianhao, raised his hand, and threw a soul control technique towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao felt his soul stiffen, and a chilling aura began to invade his soul. The next instant, he began to gradually lose control of his body. In this critical moment, Lin Tianhao switched equipment. He swapped his Thunderbolt bow for a shield. If he couldn't withstand the upcoming attacks, he might be instantly killed. Moreover, he was also worried that the yellow weasel would use soul control technique to make himself harm, so a shield was clearly the optimal choice. After controlling Lin Tianhao, the yellow weasel immediately dashed towards him. Then he struck out with a palm, heavily hitting Lin Tianhao's helmet. Critical hit -1512. A huge damage number appeared, followed by a storm of attacks raining down on Lin Tianhao. Swish! The yellow weasel clawed, tearing Lin Tianhao's throat, and another huge damage number appeared. -1626. Bleeding -300. -300. This attack caused bleeding damage to Lin Tianhao. At this moment, Lin Tianhao was resisting with all his might, just to break free as quickly as possible. But even so, Lin Tianhao lost a full 20,000 health before narrowly escaping the soul control technique. After breaking free from the soul control technique, Lin Tianhao kicked the yellow weasel's knee, using the momentum to do a backflip and evade the yellow weasel's attack. String twisting arrow technique. Whoosh! At this time, the yellow weasel's super armor finally ended, and Lin Tianhao's powerful string twisting arrow technique flew towards the yellow weasel's throat. However, the yellow weasel, in his berserk state, had significantly increased speed and actually caught Lin Tianhao's feather arrow with his palm. Lin Tianhao was surprised, but he didn't panic. Feather arrows flew out one after another. Without super armor, the difficulty of dealing with the yellow weasel dropped sharply. Lin Tianhao continuously shot feather arrows with the string twisting arrow technique. At first, the yellow weasel could still block some, but Lin Tianhao's attack angles became increasingly tricky, and with just a slight mistake, he was sent reeling back by the immense impact force of the string twisting arrow technique. Now's the time. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He shot another arrow, hitting the yellow weasel's left leg, causing the yellow weasel to lose balance and fall forward. Immediately after, Lin Tianhao's second arrow hit the yellow weasel's brow, and under the effect of dual forces, the yellow weasel was briefly suspended in the air. This is the effect I wanted. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Since the yellow weasel was already airborne, the subsequent matters would be much easier. No super armor. The yellow weasel simply couldn't get down under Lin Tianhao's aerial combo technique. Not far away, a player was walking towards this area. He was currently live streaming, saying with a smile, "Brothers, you've probably all gone to farm in the twisted jungle. But you don't know there's a bard here, right? I'm guessing this bard definitely has some incredible quest, and if I can complete it, maybe I can become as powerful as Snow Emperor." While speaking, Hu Zhe Zhongcheng Feng walked towards Lin Tianhao. However, as soon as he arrived, he froze. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. Because the live stream was focused on himself, the viewers in the live stream were confused by Hu Zhe Zhongcheng Feng's reaction. What did the streamer see? Could it be that players are having a real-life battle in the wild? Hehe, a boss at our club said he wants to move his business into the game, but it seems you need your own shop or territory to do that kind of thing. Otherwise you'll be punished. Streamer, quickly show us, is it bestiality? Who's so beastly? Hu Zhe Zhongcheng Feng swallowed a few times, then finally pointed the live stream camera towards Lin Tianhao's side. Then, the live stream fell into a brief silence. A moment later, holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. Hu Zhe Zhongcheng Feng's live stream was instantly filled with a screen full of holy cow. What did I see? That's a boss, right? It's being juggled in midair by that archer and can't get down. I remember archers have hit detection. I play an archer, and sometimes my feather arrows miss and don't hit the monsters. But him. Mom asked me why I was watching the live stream on my knees, and when she came to watch, she knelt with me. The live stream instantly erupted. No other reason. They all saw Lin Tianhao infinitely juggling the yellow weasel with the string twisting arrow technique. Just as Hu Zhe Zhongcheng Feng's live stream was getting exciting, the next instant, the screen went black, and he died on the spot. And behind him, an assassin appeared. 17. Number 17 Chapter 17. Major clubs are vying to win over. Lin Tianhao had actually noticed what was happening beside him. However, he didn't say anything and continued to attack the yellow weasel. After Shadow Kill dealt with the streamer, he didn't stealth again, but stood not far away, watching, seemingly to back up Lin Tianhao. 8 minutes later. Ding! You have killed the newbie village hidden boss, enraged yellow weasel. Experience plus 15495. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the enraged yellow weasel. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the enraged yellow weasel. This is to commend and encourage all players to strive for more. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the enraged yellow weasel. This is to commend and encourage all players to strive for more. Holy crap, another first kill? What kind of boss is this enraged yellow weasel? From the main city? I don't know, there doesn't seem to be this boss in Newbie Village. Snow Emperor isn't on the level leaderboard yet. I checked the level 10 players on the leaderboard and Snow Emperor isn't there. He's still in Newbie Village. Countless players began to discuss. At this moment, Hu Zhe Zhongcheng Feng, who had just walked out of the resurrection altar, also heard the system prompt. He pulled up his live stream replay and was immediately stunned. Is that Snow Emperor? Awesome, I'm going to get rich. I actually have a video of Snow Emperor soloing a boss. Thinking of this, Hu Zhe Zhongcheng Feng had already forgotten about being killed. He quickly edited the video and uploaded it online. Title: Snow Emperor solos Newbie Village hidden boss, super explosive. As this video was posted on the Twilight of the Gods forum, it immediately soared to the top of the hot searches. Most ordinary players were just watching the excitement. After all, they couldn't see any issues with Lin Tianhao's infinite aerial combo technique. It was like ordinary people watching a nuclear bomb explode. They would probably just see the mushroom cloud and not be truly awed by the technical complexity within. But in just 5 short minutes, this video was already displayed on the big screens in the analysis rooms of various clubs, and major guilds and clubs began to hold emergency meetings. Zumeng Club. Zumeng Yenshui went offline to hold an emergency meeting. In the meeting room, 3 analysts, Li Heitao, the general manager, and several high-level archer players were present. Cousin, I think Snow Emperor must have used some skill that allows him to continuously knock back enemy units. Li Heitao spoke first. He was completely clueless about games, so he naturally couldn't see the true value of Lin Tianhao's technique. What the hell do you know? Quote, Zhu Meng Yenshui roared, and, at the company, call me boss. The three analysts trembled. Twilight of the Gods had been open for too short a time, and they didn't have much data control. Boss, his way of drawing the bow is wrong. Look closely, his feather arrow is spinning at high speed in the air. He must be using some kind of combat technique. What about you guys? Zhu Meng Yenshui looked at the high-level archer players. One of them said solemnly, Boss, this is indeed a game technique. I've seen a hunter before who also used this technique. He could keep a dummy suspended in the air continuously. According to his explanation, this requires precise prediction. When the first arrow is fired, you have to consider the position of the third, and even the fourth arrow. Otherwise, if one arrow goes wrong, the aerial combo cannot be continued. At this point, the high-level archer player sighed again. After Twilight of the Gods opened, I thought this technique could be used in the game, but I didn't expect someone to be using it so skillfully already. Hearing the explanation from the high-level archer player, Zhu Meng Yenshui nodded. It's as I expected. This game is fully immersive virtual reality, and many real-world combat techniques can potentially be realized here. Even some combat techniques that cannot be completed in reality may be completed in the game, due to attribute bonuses. Li Heitao wasn't very concerned. Boss, no matter how powerful he is, he's only level 9, isn't he? Compared to you, boss, he's still far behind. Zhu Meng Yenshui coldly glanced at Li Heitao, then looked at the archers again. If I let you practice this technique, how long would it take? The few of them fell silent. After a long while, the high-level gamer who had analyzed it earlier said, with deliberate practice, about 5 years. What? Quote, Zhu Meng Yenshui was stunned. 5 years? Boss, archery practice depends heavily on talent. If someone is exceptionally gifted, they might master it in 3 months. But such people are rare, 1 in 10,000. Moreover, to achieve the kind of skillful continuous aerial combo on a boss like Snow Emperor, we might not be able to do it in 10 years. Zhu Meng Yenshui's face darkened. Alright, I understand. After saying this, Zhu Meng Yenshui re-entered the game. In fact, it wasn't just the Zhu Meng Club. In Dragon Country, all major clubs were intensely analyzing this video. Finally, they all came to a terrifying conclusion. That is, Lin Tianhao's operation was outrageous, extremely outrageous. It was simply impossible for a normal person to perform such an operation. Server-wide loudspeaker. Zhu Meng Club sincerely invites Snow Emperor to join. Annual salary of 100 million, other benefits negotiable. Server-wide loudspeaker. Zhu Meng Club sincerely invites Snow Emperor to join. Annual salary of 100 million, other benefits negotiable. The sound of the server-wide loudspeaker was similar to a server-wide announcement. Everyone could hear it, because Lin Tianhao had disabled friend requests and private messages from non-friends. It seemed the only way to contact him was through the server-wide loudspeaker. However, a server-wide loudspeaker currently costs 10 gold coins. Don't look at Lin Tianhao having a lot of gold coins in his hand, but how many people could replicate Lin Tianhao's model? However, just as the Zhu Meng Club's server-wide loudspeaker fell silent, another server-wide loudspeaker rang out. Server-wide loudspeaker. Shira Guild sincerely invites Snow Emperor to join. Annual salary of 110 million. Become Vice Guild Leader upon joining. Other benefits negotiable. Server-wide loudspeaker. Shira Guild sincerely invites Snow Emperor to join. Annual salary of 110 million. Become Vice Guild Leader upon joining. Other benefits negotiable. Server-wide loudspeaker. Berserk Guild sincerely invites Snow Emperor to join. Annual salary of 110 million. Become Vice Guild Leader upon joining. Receive a luxury villa. Other benefits negotiable. The successive server-wide loudspeakers directly caused the entire network to erupt. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Starting at an annual salary of 100 million, is that even money? Isn't that spirit money? Quote, I'm kneeling. A level 9 player. How on earth can he make major clubs fight over him like this? Aren't they afraid it's just a flash in the pan, throwing good money after bad? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Even if you give some people 10 more years, they might not be able to pull off Snow Emperor's infinite aerial combo. Clubs aren't fools. They're willing to pay this price because Snow Emperor is definitely worth it. Countless people were shocked, but Lin Tianhao was currently looting the corpse to check the rewards. 18. Number 18 Chapter 18 Special Operations Group. Shadow Kill. Ding, you have received 45 skill books. Ding, you have received 65 pieces of equipment. Ding, you have received plus 500 gold coins. Ding, you have completed the hidden boss first kill. Free attribute points plus 10. Ding, you have received plus 1 quest scroll. Ding, you have received plus 1 mysterious key. Lin Tianhao smiled. These rewards were truly amazing. This yellow weasel, formerly a bard, had quite a few good items on him. He quickly scanned the Yellow Weasel's equipment and skill books, and it seemed there were indeed some he could learn but not many. Out of 45 skill books, Lin Tianhao picked and chose. There were 3 suitable for his current class, one to increase attack power, which was better than nothing. As for the second one, it increased movement speed. This was very useful for Lin Tianhao. His current weakness was movement speed. Sprint, 1 star. Effect. After activation, your movement speed increases by 0.5 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Cost, 10 megapixels. Proficiency, 0/100ths. For this type of proficiency, using the skill once added 1 point of proficiency. A 0.5 increase in movement speed felt a bit useless to Lin Tianhao, especially since this was a fixed increase, not a percentage increase. In other words, learning this skill wouldn't help much and would even distract him. Sometimes more skills aren't necessarily better, because too many skills can lead to hesitation or even freezing up when casting. There was a game character in a previous PC game where one person could learn hundreds of skills, and players didn't even know how to configure them or which skill was best for which situation. Therefore, Lin Tianhao kept this skill and did not learn it immediately. As for the third skill suitable for him to learn, Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Effect, you will enter an invincible state for 0.5 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Cost, 100 megapixels. Proficiency, 0/10ths. This was definitely a god-level skill. Don't let the 0.5 seconds of invincibility fool you. This state could definitely be upgraded in duration later. However, the 100 megapixels cost gave Lin Tianhao a headache. His total MP was currently only 50. In other words, even if he learned this skill, he wouldn't be able to cast it at all. He would just stare. It was that ridiculous. Should he use free attribute points to add to MP? Honestly, Lin Tianhao was reluctant. He could use them to increase movement speed, but adding to MP always felt a bit out of place. In the early stages of the game, MP was always a pain point for many players, especially mages. Because mages relied heavily on skills, they naturally had higher demands for spell power and MP. However, many mage equipment pieces could add MP and spell power, while archer equipment primarily increased attack power, movement speed, attack speed, critical strike, and lifesteal. Equipment that added MP was simply too rare. After killing the Yellow Weasel, he also gained 10 free attribute points, but Lin Tianhao did not directly add them to attack speed. His current attack speed of 3.63 was temporarily sufficient. His current weakness was movement speed, and also he needed MP. Even if he couldn't use the Invincible Golden Body skill now, he could at least start grinding its proficiency. But with insufficient MP, he couldn't even grind proficiency. Headache. But after only a brief hesitation, Lin Tianhao added the attribute points to MP. Attack speed and movement speed could be improved later. Adding MP would not only allow him to use the Invincible Golden Body skill, but he would also have other skills that required MP consumption later, so MP was indispensable. Lin Tianhao put all 10 free attribute points into MP, increasing his MP to 100. Subsequently, Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly used Invincible Golden Body, increasing its proficiency by 1 point. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on the assassin player not far away. At this moment, Shadow Kill had just stepped forward. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shadow Kill, an unofficial member of the Dragon Kingdom War Department. Lin Tianhao was astonished. Shadow Kill. This was a famous god-level assassin from his previous life. That's right, he was an assassin with god-level talent. Besides his high talent, Shadow Kill came from a special department of the Dragon Kingdom War Department. It was said that he was once a notorious mercenary who had experienced countless battles, big and small. Later, he was recruited and rose through the ranks. His combat skills were also very rich. With his god-level talent, he became one of the strongest assassins. He actually had the chance to become the strongest assassin, but unfortunately, he obtained a saint-level hidden class, which lowered his potential. If his hidden class had also been god-level, then with 2 god-level hidden classes plus his skills, he would definitely have become the strongest assassin. What is it? Lin Tianhao asked calmly. Shadow Kill asked earnestly. Snow Emperor. Our war department wants to form a special operations team in the game, and we would like to invite you to join. Lin Tianhao knew about this special operations team. In his previous life, when the Great Cataclysm arrived, this Dragon Kingdom Special Operations Team became the backbone of the resistance against the Elite star system. It was precisely because of the existence of this Special Operations Team that Lin Tianhao and most of the upper middle class powerhouses were able to live relatively peacefully. I still need to consider it. Lin Tianhao did not refuse outright. He had a very good impression of this special operations team. However, if he were to join, he would have to be part of the management of this special operations team, or even the leader. Otherwise, he had no intention of joining this special operations team. Aren't you going to ask about the benefits? Shadow Kill thought Lin Tianhao was refusing, so he couldn't help but ask again. Lin Tianhao smiled and shook his head. No need. I still have some matters to attend to next, and now is not the time for me to negotiate terms with you. He hadn't revealed much of his strength yet, so he might gain some attention. But to truly hold real power within the War Department, that was far from enough. Alright, what I can tell you is that the benefits of the Special Operations Team will be much better than those of clubs and guilds. Understood. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, indicating he understood. Shadow Kill turned to leave, but Lin Tianhao called out to him. Wait, Shadow Kill turned back in surprise. What? Changed your mind? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I understand you wanted to snatch the boss earlier. Wild bosses are meant to be contested. But then you tried to kill me, and that was wrong of you. Shadow Kill's eyes narrowed. What do you want to do? Nothing much. Just send you back to Newbie Village for free. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao shot a feather arrow. Shadow Kill instinctively raised his hand to retaliate, but seeing the incoming feather arrow, he finally put down his dagger and was taken down by Lin Tianhao's 2 arrows. Before dying, he said, "Are we even now?" Lin Tianhao was non-committal. After killing Shadow Kill, he took out the quest scroll he had obtained from the Yellow Weasel. This new quest scroll was very interesting. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor's son became a drought demon after his death. He fought for the Yellow Emperor against Chiyu but was sealed beneath the Newbie Village by Chiyu. Quest requirement: release the sealed Yellow Emperor's son. Quest penalty: all fire attribute damage you receive in the future will be doubled. Quest reward: unknown. This quest was exactly opposite to the quest scroll dropped by the 9-headed Hydra he had killed earlier. One was to destroy the Newbie Village, with the purpose of preventing the Drought Demon from coming out, and this quest scroll was to release the Drought Demon. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also discovered a loophole. The quest scroll dropped by the 9-headed Hydra did not explicitly state to seal the Drought Demon or reinforce the seal. The quest requirement was to kill Newbie Village NPCs and destroy the Resurrection Altar. And this quest was to release the Drought Demon, so the quest requirements did not conflict. In other words, Lin Tianhao could complete both of these quests simultaneously. 19. Number 19 Chapter 19 Blacksmith Wang's Mission. However, both of these, if pulled out individually, are extremely outrageous. Moreover, with Lin Tianhao's understanding of the game, there's a high possibility there's a third quest scroll, and the requirement for the third quest scroll is very likely to be to kill the Drought Demon. If that's the case, then he can undertake 3 quests simultaneously. First, destroy the Newbie Village, then release the Drought Demon, and then kill the Drought Demon. Of course, this third quest is Lin Tianhao's own guess. Currently, no matter which quest it is, Lin Tianhao cannot complete it. Therefore, he temporarily doesn't plan to accept them. He'll wait until he completes the Old Village Chief's promotion quest first. Of the 10 bosses in the Newbie Village, he has already hunted the 9-headed Hydra, Twisted Trent King, and Yellow Weasel. So, next, he's going to hunt some other bosses. Monsters from level 3 to 10 all have bosses. If Lin Tianhao hunts them this way, he can hunt 6 more. However, still aiming to hunt bosses of as high a level as possible, Lin Tianhao doesn't plan to clear out those small bosses. He wants to clear out some other hidden bosses in the Newbie Village, but with his current attributes, it's still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, he needs to first raise his level to 10. And by the way, he needs to upgrade his Hand of Heavenly Punishment talent to 3 stars. Currently, he's not far from reaching level 10 in terms of experience, but there's still a considerable distance for Hand of Heavenly Punishment to reach 3 stars. 100,000 normal attacks. That will still require normal attacking for a very long time. He was still at the respawn point of the level 10 Twisted Trent. There were no players here. The leveling spots for level 9 players weren't here, and most players who reached level 10 went to try clearing dungeons. Whoosh! A feather arrow tore through the air, dealing critical damage. -2288. A huge damage number appeared. This ordinary Twisted Trent couldn't even withstand one normal attack from Lin Tianhao before falling into his hands. Thunderbolt Jump was triggered. More than 10 Twisted Treants were pulled over. There was no suspense. 1 arrow for 1 Twisted Trent, and the pulled over Twisted Treants were quickly dealt with. This high-frequency monster clearing speed might be good for ordinary people. But for Lin Tianhao, it was a bit lacking. For no other reason, he needed to stack his maximum HP through normal attacks. He was killing them in 1 arrow, so he couldn't even perform a few more normal attacks. After clearing monsters here at the Twisted Trent for more than 10 minutes, Lin Tianhao's HP didn't increase much, but his experience had met the conditions for leveling up. Ding, you have leveled up to 10, free attribute points plus 5. Ding, you have met the level requirement to leave the newbie village. You can accept the quest to leave the newbie village from the old village chief and then depart from the newbie village. Lin Tianhao ignored this quest to leave the village. He put all 5 of these free attribute points into movement speed. With enough movement speed, he could also kite monsters more easily. If he were to do the quest to hunt newbie village NPCs later, movement speed would still be very necessary. After adding 5 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao's movement speed increased by 0.5, which was a drop in the bucket. Next, he had to consider hunting the 4th boss. Moreover, Lin Tianhao already had his own idea. The hidden bosses in newbie village are not just this one bard. This next action might allow him to hunt down the remaining 7 bosses at once and complete the old village chief's quest. That is the village chief's struggle. In the newbie village, Wang Blacksmith had coveted the position of village chief for a long time, and to overthrow the old village chief, Wang Blacksmith had been working hard. He secretly recruited adventurers in the newbie village. Lin Tianhao had Zhou Xiaopeng do quests at the blacksmith shop, which involved accepting the blacksmith shop's recruitment. The final step of the blacksmith shop's quest was to help Wang Blacksmith defeat the old village chief, supporting the birth of a new village chief in the newbie village. The reward for this quest would be very generous. It was precisely because of this quest that Lin Tianhao saw the feasibility of completing the quest to destroy the newbie village. Whether it was helping the old village chief eradicate Wang Blacksmith's faction or helping Wang Blacksmith eradicate the old village chief's faction, the newbie village would undergo a major reshuffle, reducing quite a few NPCs. Especially if they fought to a mutually destructive outcome, that would be even more interesting. He could completely reap the benefits. However, he had accepted the old village chief's follow-up quest to hunt 10 bosses here. For this quest to be completed, it seemed that only Wang Blacksmith could die for now. However, before that, he still needed to get a freebie from Wang Blacksmith. Returning to the newbie village, Lin Tianhao first went to the tavern, bought 2 bottles of the most expensive strong liquor, and then came to the blacksmith shop. Wang Blacksmith saw the strong liquor in Lin Tianhao's hand and asked with a smile, "Adventurer, what do you want to do?" Lin Tianhao placed the 2 bottles of strong liquor in front of Wang Blacksmith. "I heard that Wang Blacksmith is the strongest blacksmith in the world, and I want to ask Wang Blacksmith to forge me the strongest weapon in the world." Wang Blacksmith, flattered by Lin Tianhao's praise, immediately felt a bit smug. "Hee, keep it low-key, it's enough to know, no need to say it out loud." Saying that, Wang Blacksmith quietly put away the 2 bottles of strong liquor. Forging weapons definitely requires money. For the strongest weapon, it depends on whether the gold coins you give are enough. Lin Tianhao took out all the gold coins on him and threw them in front of Wang Blacksmith. "Is that enough?" Wang Blacksmith's eyes widened. This was the newbie village, after all. He had been smithing for so many years, and this was the first time he had seen so many gold coins. Enough. However, gold coins alone are not enough. I also need 10 bronze grade equipment, 50 black iron grade equipment, and 200 elite grade equipment as raw materials. Ding, Wang Blacksmith has issued you a quest. Quest requirements: 10 bronze grade equipment, 50 black iron grade equipment, 200 elite grade equipment. Quest penalty: your submitted gold coins and strong liquor will not be refunded. Quest reward: you will receive a gold grade longbow with no equip requirements. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. He had originally thought it was only silver grade, but he didn't expect it to be gold grade, which was amazing. Okay, I will definitely collect these items as soon as possible. If it were any other adventurer, collecting so much equipment would definitely be harder than ascending to heaven. But for Lin Tianhao, it was just a matter of clearing the hell level difficulty of the Twisted Trent dungeon a few more times. After accepting the quest, Lin Tianhao once again went to the Twisted Jungle. Without any hesitation, he directly chose hell level difficulty and began his solo journey. 2.5 hours later, Lin Tianhao looked at the equipment in his backpack, a satisfied smile on his face. Wang Blacksmith's quest was complete, a gold-grade weapon, and it was said that this weapon was custom-made. With this custom-made weapon that had no equip requirements, combined with his Hand of Heavenly Punishment talent, his subsequent growth speed could definitely be described as terrifying. Wang Blacksmith, I have collected everything you need. Lin Tianhao returned to the blacksmith shop once more. 20. Number 20 Chapter 20 Opposing Mission. Wang Blacksmith was very surprised. He gave Lin Tianhao a meaningful look, a thoughtful expression on his face. Alright, give me the items, and you can come pick up your weapon in 10 hours. Lin Tianhao handed all the required equipment to Wang Blacksmith. Ding, you have completed Wang Blacksmith's quest. Experience plus 9085. Since you have not yet left Newbie Village, you cannot gain experience points. Experience points are forfeited. Lin Tianhao didn't feel anything about it. He already knew this from his previous life. Adventurer, I see you are exceptionally talented. If you can find 3 more items, I might be able to help you upgrade your gold tier weapon to platinum tier. Lin Tianhao was very surprised. Gold tier weapons already far surpassed what players had at this stage, let alone platinum tier. However, he roughly guessed what the next quest would be. What kind of items? Lin Tianhao asked. My apprentice, Elphos, stole a valuable ore. I have already sent my other 2 apprentices to pursue him. If you can assist my 2 apprentices in recovering it, I am willing to use that ore to forge your weapon. Ding, Wang Blacksmith has issued you a quest. Recover the stolen Iceflame magic ore. Quest requirements. Retrieve the Iceflame magic ore, or deal more than 20% of Elphos's health in the battle to encircle him. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. As expected, the confrontation quest between Wang Blacksmith and the old village chief had begun. This so-called apprentice rebellion was actually someone the old village chief had placed beside Wang Blacksmith. After being discovered by Wang Blacksmith, he stole the ore and fled. On the surface, Wang Blacksmith and the old village chief had not yet fallen out, so Elphos could only flee into the wilderness. If other adventurers were lucky, they might receive a quest from the old village chief to protect Elphos. Alright, Wang Blacksmith, I will do my best. Do you know where Elphos is? My 2 apprentices pursued him into the eastern mine. That rat, Elphos, must be hiding in some corner of the mine. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. That mine to the east, that seemed to be the territory of level 8 stone armor beetles. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had never heard of any strategy for this stone armor beetle mine. Perhaps there was one, but it just hadn't been revealed. Twilight of the Gods had many hidden maps, hidden bosses, secret realms, and caves. Although Lin Tianhao knew some, it was only a very small portion. After all, most people kept their opportunities to themselves, and not many were willing to publicize their strategies. Most of the strategies Lin Tianhao knew were those released by guilds or official consortiums, after they had fully exploited the benefits. Otherwise, they were like the Yellow Weasel and Twisted Trent, which, once activated, would have a server-wide announcement, and then people would figure out the activation strategy. Alright, I'll head to the mine now to find Elphos. Leaving Newbie Village, Lin Tianhao made his way to the mine. Just then, a server-wide announcement rang out. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Zumeng Yenshui for achieving the first kill of the Blastoise King. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Zumeng Yenshui for achieving the first kill of the Blastoise King. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Zumeng Yenshui's first kill server-wide announcement had just ended when another server-wide announcement appeared. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to obtain a hidden class. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to obtain a hidden class. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Lin Tianhao sighed. It seemed that some things from his previous life hadn't changed. Berserker Blade still obtained a hidden class so quickly. What a pity. Berserker Blade's talent was quite good, and his game understanding and skills were on point. It was just a shame that he chose his class too hastily, leading him to become mediocre in the mid to late game. Newbie Village. Mine. This was an abandoned mine that had become the home of stone armor beetles due to years of neglect. As soon as Lin Tianhao arrived, he saw dozens of stone armor beetles wandering outside the mine. Stone armor beetle, normal, level 8, HP, 1200-1200s, attack, 52, skills, armor break, stone shield. These were 2 very simple skills, yet it was these 2 skills that caused many ordinary adventurers to complain bitterly. Armor break could reduce the durability of weapons, and in the early stages when weapons were extremely scarce, this skill of the stone armor beetle was very troublesome. Whoosh, minus 1200. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow, and a stone armor beetle was instantly killed by him. After he finished farming in Twisted Jungle and collecting equipment, his own HP had already exceeded 50,000. Coupled with the more than 10,000 HP bonus from the Black Iron Shuren set, his current total HP was over 60,000. Even without calculating the attack power of the Thunderbolt bow, the true damage brought by his HP alone was enough to instantly kill a stone armor beetle. Dozens of stone armor beetles were all dealt with by Lin Tianhao in less than 20 seconds. New stone armor beetles spawned, but Lin Tianhao completely ignored them and directly entered the mine. According to Lin Tianhao's calculations, there should be 3 NPCs inside this mine, or possibly more. It's you? As soon as he entered, a surprised voice rang out. Lin Tianhao also looked at the speaker with some surprise. That assassin adventurer, Shadow Kill. What? Here to farm monsters? Due to repeated level drops, Shadow Kill was currently only level 5. With his attributes and combat skills, fighting level 8 stone armor beetles above his level was easy for him. No, I took on a quest from the old village chief? Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. The old village chief sent you here to meet Elphas? Shadow Kill was a little surprised. You also took on this quest? No, I took on the opposite quest to yours, but what is your quest? Lin Tianhao asked. My quest is to get the Ice Flame magic ore from Elphas and bring it back. If possible, I need to assist Elphas in killing the 2 NPCs who are pursuing him. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face. My quest is to assist those 2 NPCs in killing Elphas and then retrieve the Ice Flame magic ore. Hearing this, Shadow Kill was a little surprised. Opposing quests? In previous games, it was actually rare to have such quests where players were pitted against each other. They are opposing quests, but we should still have a way to achieve both. Lin Tianhao already had an idea in mind. What way to achieve both? Kill all 3 NPCs. Lin Tianhao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill was startled. Won't that be too risky? As long as it's handled properly, it's entirely possible. Moreover, we're not 2 against 3. We'll first help Elphas kill the 2 NPCs, and then turn around and kill Elphas. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 Chapter 21 Elvos. Shadow Kill was a little surprised. He had to admit, Lin Tianhao's idea was a bit crazy. But having witnessed Lin Tianhao's skill, Shadow Kill knew that the method Lin Tianhao described was entirely feasible. Good, then let's find Elphas first. Lin Tianhao sent Shadow Kill a team invitation. I'll take you to level up first. For experience distribution, Lin Tianhao still took 90%. There was no other way. 90% was the limit. Afterward, Lin Tianhao began to instantly kill monsters. 1 feather arrow for 1 stone armor beetle. And because of Thunderbolt Jump, some stone armor beetles were already killed by Thunderbolt Jump before Lin Tianhao even made a move. Although Lin Tianhao received an experience penalty for high-level players bringing low-level players, it couldn't offset his fast monster killing speed. In just 10 minutes, Shadow Kill returned to level 6. Another 15 minutes, Shadow Kill reached level 7. Next, it only took 10 minutes for Shadow Kill to reach level 8. Because Lin Tianhao had already started farming elite stone armor beetles, the experience gained was naturally much more. Snow Emperor, your damage is the most outrageous I've ever seen from anyone. Did you awaken a god-level talent? Lin Tianhao nodded. Shadow Kill was tactful and didn't ask what Lin Tianhao's god-level talent was, because that would be overstepping. God-level talent is everyone's secret. Even after Lin Tianhao's rebirth, he only heard about many people's god-level talents. Or he roughly knew their level, but he had no idea about the effects of their god-level talents. For example, Shadow Kill. Lin Tianhao knew he had a god-level talent, but its attributes were unknown to him. Just then, Lin Tianhao and Shadow Kill both heard a scolding voice coming from deep within the cave. Elphas, you ungrateful bastard, Master treated you so well, and you actually stole Master's ore. Lin Tianhao and Shadow Kill cautiously moved closer. Ahead, Lin Tianhao saw these 3 NPCs. Elphas was a rather short young man, while the other 2 were burly men. Elphas, level 10, health, attack, skills. Note, he was originally an informant placed by the old village chief next to Wang Blacksmith, carrying something very valuable. Besides Elphas, the attributes of the other 2 NPCs were similar. Health, attack, and skills were all question marks. The difference was that their notes stated they were Wang Blacksmith's apprentices, and helping them would yield unexpected benefits. If it were an ordinary adventurer, they would definitely choose to help these 2 NPCs. But Lin Tianhao didn't, although he already had a plan. He still wanted to wait and see if any new plot developments would appear. Twilight of the Gods should never be treated as a simple game. It should be treated as a parallel world, and NPCs should be treated as flesh and blood people. Only by doing so could he obtain more rewards. Shadow Kill followed by Lin Tianhao's side, still watching from a distance, without speaking. Wang Blacksmith is a wolf with Taoist priest Yexin. As a newbie village villager, I will definitely inform the village chief of his Taoist priest Yexin and have the village chief kill Wang Blacksmith. Although Elphos's body was thin, his eyes were exceptionally firm. He actually wants to use the Ice Flame magic ore to release that boss which surpasses the newbie village's limit. If that happens, our newbie village will surely suffer a great catastrophe. Upon hearing this, Wang Blacksmith's 2 apprentices snorted, "Enough, it's not your place to dictate what our master does. The old village chief is incompetent. Our master is the only suitable candidate for village chief." The 2 sides were at a stalemate. Indeed, Wang Blacksmith was deceiving him. Lin Tianhao's expression became subtle. He wasn't taking the Ice Flame magic ore for his supposed purpose of improving his weapons quality. Instead, he wanted to release a certain boss. What other hidden boss was there in this newbie village? Could it be Hanba? Lin Tianhao wasn't given much time to think. Elphos and Wang Blacksmith's 2 apprentices had already started fighting. The 3 of them were evenly matched in strength, but due to the difference in numbers, Elphos quickly fell into a disadvantage. Whoosh! A feather arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao made his move. His feather arrow streaked through the sky, hitting Wang San in the head with one shot. -2512. A huge critical damage number appeared. At the same time, a huge damage number also appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. -1256. Damage reflection. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. His current lifesteal wasn't enough, and facing a monster with damage reflection like this, he definitely couldn't withstand it. The opponent was a level 10 boss after all. Even at its worst, its attributes wouldn't be worse than the Twisted Trent King, and might even be higher. Suddenly ambushed, Wang San's sinister gaze turned to him. "Adventurer? You must be the old village chief's people sent to assist Elphos, this traitor. In that case, all of you can die." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang San raised the large saber in his hand and struck down. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao was quick-witted. A feather arrow pierced the air, interrupting Wang San's attack rhythm. However, Wang San's 50% damage reflection effect made Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle. This damage reflection was extremely overpowered in the early to mid-game. Lin Tianhao's current Shuren set attributes also had a damage reflection effect, but it was only 10%. The difference between the two was obvious. Shadow Kill also knew the opponent had damage reflection, which was also a headache for him as an assassin. "How do we fight?" Shadow Kill asked in a deep voice. "Kiting." Lin Tianhao's expression was cold. Although damage reflection had a clear impact on him, it wasn't entirely without room for maneuver. After all, their main goal was to assist Elphos in battle. Wang San and Wang Si both have reflective armor. Their damage reflection attribute is very high, but their health isn't particularly high. Elphos's voice rang out, and he raised his hand. 2 clusters of ink-black light flying into Lin Tianhao's body. "Ding! You have received Elphos's blessing. Damage taken is reduced by 10%. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This blessing was like a timely help. He immediately switched to the jungle longbow. Nothing else, the jungle longbow could add 500 health points and had a 2% lifesteal effect. When facing opponents with damage reflection, lifesteal became a crucial attribute. "Your damage reflection is strong? As long as my lifesteal is stronger than yours, you can only stare helplessly." Although Lin Tianhao's main weapon didn't belong to the Shuren set, his base health regeneration per second still reached 180 points. Adding the lifesteal from the jungle longbow, and then factoring in the 10% damage reduction from Elphos's blessing, he might be able to kite Wang San and Wang Si. Whoosh! Another high critical damage appeared. Lin Tianhao's health dropped by just over 1,000. His health began to regenerate continuously. Shadow Kill stood there, still waiting, not making a rash move. As an assassin, when encountering a battle environment unfavorable to himself, he must remain calm and look for the perfect opportunity to strike. "Kill this kid first," Wang Si roared and charged towards Lin Tianhao. String Twisting Arrow Technique. Lin Tianhao used the powerful impact of the String Twisting Arrow Technique to force Wang Si back. 22. Number 22 Chapter 22 Wang San and Wang Si. Chapter 22. Wang San and Wang Si. The damage from the damage reflection continued to chip away at Lin Tianhao's health. The reason was simple. His health was dropping rapidly. With every arrow, even if it wasn't a critical hit, Lin Tianhao would lose about 600 health points. However, Lin Tianhao was no longer the main damage dealer. His primary role was crowd control. An archer can serve as the main damage core, but sometimes when the situation gets out of hand, they must switch to crowd control. Like right now, Lin Tianhao used his string-twisting arrow technique to constantly interrupt Wang San and Wang Sis attack rhythms and disrupt their skill casting. One person was kiting two opponents simultaneously. This created an excellent damage output environment for Alphas. Shadow Kill felt somewhat numb upon seeing Lin Tianhao handle the 1 vs 2 crowd control. If, at first, he thought Lin Tianhao could kill him only because of his attributes, and that he could compete using his own top-tier combat skills, the recent events had forced Shadow Kill to realize one crucial point. Lin Tianhao's combat skills surpassed his own. Shadow Kill also had some conjectures regarding Lin Tianhao's identity. Looking across Dragon Country, there was only one group whose combat skills could surpass theirs: ancient martial artists. These people were similar to the martial arts experts of the past. He even knew some had cultivated internal energy, making them terrifying. Their combat skills were extremely formidable. In their war department, there were several instructors who were ancient martial artists. They were beings capable of single-handedly suppressing and crushing an entire special forces team. In Shadow Kill's mind, Lin Tianhao was now such a powerful and peerless ancient martial artist. The battle continued. Restricted by Lin Tianhao's miraculous crowd control, Wang San and Wang Sis' health was rapidly decreasing. Not only that, but Lin Tianhao was also deliberately managing his health, keeping his HP in a relatively safe state. Because, according to Lin Tianhao's calculations, after killing Wang San and Wang Si, he still needed to kill Alphas. Finally, Wang San and Wang Sis' health dropped below 10%. Yet, they still hadn't used Body Overlord, which indicated that neither of them likely possessed Body Overlord. Therefore, the rule from his previous life was likely true. That is, the level 10 monsters and NPCs in the newbie village did not have the Body Overlord or Berserk skills. However, Alphas's health bar had only decreased by 30%, which left Lin Tianhao quite dissatisfied. He started moving his body to kite behind Alphas, anticipating that Wang San and Wang Sis' dying counterattack would surely target him. Sure enough, after their health dropped to 5%, Wang San and Wang Si began charging maniacally toward Lin Tianhao. They rushed forward with the determination that they absolutely must kill Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao performed a somersault and ducked behind Alphas. Alphas didn't think much of it, assuming Lin Tianhao was just trying to protect himself. Facing the low-health Wang San and Wang Si, Alphas showed no fear, and the three of them engaged in battle once more. Lin Tianhao disbanded the party with Shadow Kill, fearing that being grouped might lead Wang Blacksmith or the old village chief to discover something suspicious. It was better to be cautious about such matters. Just as Wang San was about to be killed, Lin Tianhao interrupted Alphas's attack with an arrow. "My apologies, I missed the shot." Lin Tianhao offered a quick explanation, and then the second arrow was already released. String twisting arrow technique. Critical hit. -2518. Ding, you have killed newbie village boss Wang San. A server-wide announcement is pending. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide it. Lin Tianhao certainly didn't want Wang Blacksmith to know he killed his apprentice, or the gold he had previously spent would be wasted. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with the hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Wang San. This is hereby announced. We hope all players continue to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with the hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Wang San. This is hereby announced. We hope all players continue to strive for excellence. As soon as this server-wide announcement came out, many people were stunned. What's going on? Wang San? That name sounded exactly like a lackey. Before their shock subsided, another system notification sound rang out. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with the hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Wang Si. This is hereby announced. We hope all players continue to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with the hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Wang Si. This is hereby announced. We hope all players continue to strive for excellence. Wang San? Wang Si? Holy crap, aren't those just the names of two lackeys? They were actually categorized as bosses and given a server-wide announcement? Wait a minute, I think I know who Wang San and Wang Si are. Wang Blacksmith's two apprentices in the newbie village. Damn, it really seems so. Wang Si was the one who repaired my weapon durability when I was fighting the stone-armored beetle. Wang San and Wang Si were not nobodies in the newbie village. Many players whose weapon durability dropped would go to the blacksmith shop for repairs. The ones primarily responsible for repairing weapon durability were Wang San and Wang Si. This is unbelievable. Wang San and Wang Si are bosses? Newbie village, blacksmith shop. Wang Blacksmith's expression was grim. Naturally, he also heard the server-wide announcement. Who exactly was it? To be able to kill Wang San and Wang Si, did the old village chief send experts over? Lin Tianhao disbanded the party precisely because of the server-wide announcement. If they were still grouped, it would be easy to expose their tracks. Shadow kill. Lin Tianhao called out to shadow kill. Lin Tianhao had deliberately shot Elphos with an arrow earlier because he wanted to know if Elphos also had the damage reflection attribute. The answer was no. Scratch. Shadow kill was prepared and immediately struck with a throat slit. -195. Bleeding -26. -26. Elphos's expression changed. What are you doing? Whoosh. The response to Elphos was a sharp arrow. Critical hit. -2526. A massive damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's attacks followed one after another. Elphos was both shocked and enraged. He never expected that the adventurer who had just been helping him fight would suddenly attack him without warning. Ding, you have been afflicted by Elphos's curse. Damage taken plus 10%. Lin Tianhao's expression remained unchanged, and his feathered arrows continued to fly, accurately interrupting Elphos's attacks. While fighting Wang San and Wang Si, Lin Tianhao had already figured out Elphos's combat rhythm. Now, Elphos's attack rhythm was forcibly broken by Lin Tianhao. The attack frequency of 3 arrows per second left Elphos completely unable to retaliate. No damage reflection, no body overlord or berserk. Elphos was nothing more than a living target in front of Lin Tianhao. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao shot another arrow. This arrow finally knocked Elphos airborne. And so, the endless aerial juggling began. Seeing Lin Tianhao use this miraculous aerial juggling technique again, Shadow Kill was dumbfounded. Lin Tianhao's combat skills were truly abnormal. Shadow Kill, you deliver the finishing blow. Remember to hide your nickname, Lin Tianhao instructed. He definitely couldn't be the one to kill Elphos, or the village chief might discover something suspicious when he submitted the quest to kill 10 newbie village bosses. Understood. 23. Number 23. Chapter 23. The operation failed. Shadow Kill's understanding of the game wasn't very high. He also wasn't quite sure of Lin Tianhao's purpose in doing this. But he still chose to trust Lin Tianhao. After Lin Tianhao used the combo damage of the floating arrow technique to cripple Elphos, Shadow Kill made his move. 5 consecutive critical strikes, each causing bleeding, took down Elphos. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Elphos. This special announcement is made to encourage all players to continue striving for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Elphos. This special announcement is made to encourage all players to continue striving for excellence. Newbie village, village chief's courtyard. After hearing this alert, the old village chief's expression suddenly changed. Earlier, when he heard that Wang San and Wang Si had been killed, he still felt a little excited. But this small excitement lasted less than 10 minutes before he heard the server-wide announcement that his subordinate, Elphos, had been killed. Loot the corpse. Lin Tianhao walked over to Elphos's side and, with his first attempt, looted an ice flame magic ore. I want this item. Shadow Kill frowned. After all, it was his quest item. You can't take this item back. I'm not taking it to submit a quest either, Lin Tianhao explained, as the upcoming action still required Shadow Kill's cooperation. You can have all the other items on Elphos. Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill's eyes lit up. He immediately came over to loot the corpse. Only after he finished looting did his expression improve slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was also looting the corpses of Wang San and Wang Si. Ding, you have obtained bronze grade and below weapon repair insights +1. Ding, you have obtained 12 pieces of equipment. Ding, you have obtained gold coins +5. Ding, you have obtained a special item, corpse chi collection bottle. Lin Tianhao first put away the items before looking at Shadow Kill. Now that all 3 NPCs are dead, go back and tell the old village chief that you encountered Wang San and Wang Si on the road and, with the help of your guild, killed Wang San and Wang Si. Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill was a bit surprised. Will the old village chief believe that? He has to believe it, because he has no evidence to prove you're lying. What about you? Lin Tianhao smiled and said, as for me, my answer will, of course, be that I only saw Wang San and Wang Si being killed by you, and I didn't see Elphos. Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill felt as if he was being put on the spot. If Wang Blacksmith and the old village chief compare notes, won't I be exposed? Also, if the old village chief asks who killed Elphos, what do I say? Just say you don't know. You hadn't even entered the mine yet when Elphos was already dead. Shadowkill remained silent, and after a moment he asked, "Can you tell me why you're doing this?" For a bigger quest. Lin Tianhao's eyes were firm. He had even considered abandoning the old village chief's quest to hunt 10 bosses, wanting to complete the quest on the quest scroll as much as possible. After discussing the alibi with Shadowkill, a smile finally appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. After Shadowkill left, Lin Tianhao took out the Corpse Chi Collection Bottle. Corpse Chi Collection Bottle. Special item. Effect. After killing humanoid monsters, adventurers, or NPCs, you can obtain Corpse Chi. If the Corpse Chi Collection Bottle is full, you may obtain an extraordinary quest. Progress. 46/100ths. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He collected the Corpse Chi from Wang San and Wang Si, and the progress increased from 46 to 49. He still needed 51 more Corpse Chi to fill this bottle. However, Lin Tianhao wasn't in a hurry at all. If he couldn't collect that much Corpse Chi later, he would just have to target those lovely players. Checking the time, Lin Tianhao first returned to Newbie Village. Entering the blacksmith shop, Wang Blacksmith, "I'm truly sorry, but I hadn't even found Elphas yet when I heard the notification that he had been killed." Lin Tianhao feigned ignorance, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Wang Blacksmith looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully. "Snow Emperor, in our Newbie Village, besides you, who else has the great capability to kill Elphas and my 2 apprentices?" This time, Wang Blacksmith did not address Lin Tianhao as adventurer but directly called him by his game nickname. Lin Tianhao knew that Wang Blacksmith suspected him. "Wang Blacksmith, I have no reason to do that. Newbie Village is full of hidden talents. I was ambushed by an assassin before, who instantly killed my companion." Upon hearing this, Wang Blacksmith frowned. He stared at Lin Tianhao, seemingly wanting to see if Lin Tianhao was lying. However, he couldn't see anything. "What a pity for my 2 apprentices. And an even greater pity for that Ice Flame magic ore. If you can find the Ice Flame magic ore for me, I can give you a platinum-grade necklace. Bing Wang Blacksmith has issued a quest to you. Quest requirement. Find 1 Ice Flame ore. Quest penalty. None. Quest reward. Platinum-grade necklace +1. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Wang Blacksmith was getting anxious. For that Ice Flame magic ore, he was actually willing to offer such generous conditions. At this stage, gold-grade weapons were already quite powerful, and platinum-grade items could potentially affect the current game balance. "Alright, I'll do my best." Lin Tianhao accepted this quest. As for whether to give it to him, he certainly wouldn't give it to him for now. "Snow Emperor, I await your good news." After finishing all this, Lin Tianhao logged off to eat. This afternoon was his sister's surgery. Although time was precious in the early stages of the game, Lin Tianhao still went to the hospital after eating. Watching his sister being pushed into the operating room, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. "Sister, you must be alright." Although Lin Tianhao had already paid the surgery fee, however, the hospital doctor had previously told Lin Tianhao that brain surgery carried extremely high risks with a certain probability of surgical failure, and even if the surgery was successful, there was still a relatively high probability of a vegetative state occurring. As long as her life could be saved, Lin Tianhao would accept it, even if she became a vegetative person, because vegetative people could also enter Twilight of the Gods. Once their strength was increased in Twilight of the Gods, when the Great Cataclysm arrived 5 years later, Twilight of the Gods would merge with reality. The strength gained in the game would also be materialized, and then his sister, even if she was in a vegetative state, would be able to recover. Anxiously waiting outside the operating room. After about 2 hours, the operating room door finally opened. A doctor in a white coat walked out with a worried expression. Lin Tianhao's heart sank, and he immediately rushed over. "Doctor, how is my sister?" The doctor sighed, which made Lin Tianhao's heart leap into his throat even more. "The surgery failed. The cerebral hemorrhage has spread to the cerebellum, and it's now beyond recovery." Lin Tianhao staggered, nearly falling to the ground. How could this happen? Quote, No, there must still be a way. 24. #24 Chapter 24 Ambitious Taoist Priest, Immaculate Eyes. Lin Tianhao was emotional. Reborn, he dreamed that he could change everything. But now, he couldn't even save his own sister. The doctor shook his head. "We've done our best. Although a large amount of clotted blood has been drained, the blood that entered the cerebellum has already eroded it. The best outcome is a vegetative state, and she could die at any time." Lin Tianhao felt a chill run through him. "Can I see my sister?" "Go in, but remember to control your emotions," the doctor sighed. Lin Tianhao entered the operating room. There were still a few medical staff doing cleanup work inside. Looking at his sister on the hospital bed, Lin Tianhao's fingers trembled slightly. In the end, can nothing be changed? Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to accept this outcome. My condolences. A medical staff member shook her head at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao suppressed his grief and walked to the bed. In his previous life, he had experienced countless life and death situations. His character had long been indomitable, but today, seeing his sister about to leave him again, this sense of despair and powerlessness made him unable to suppress the sorrow in his heart any longer, and tears streamed down his face. Why? Quote, why on earth? Quote, damn heavens, why do you treat me like this? Quote, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. He hated his own powerlessness. Perhaps she can still be saved. Just then, a tender voice rang out. Immediately after, a little Taoist, dressed in a Taoist robe and looking only 17 or 18 years old, appeared at the operating room door. Lin Tianhao was a little excited, and he turned to look. Save her, please save my sister. Lin Tianhao turned excitedly, as if grasping at his last straw. I'm not entirely confident either, little Taoist said. Then what about your master? Is there any? Lin Tianhao was emotional. He saw that little Taoist was so young and guessed that there must be a Taoist master behind him. My master is dead. Little Taoist shook his head. Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. Okay, please save my sister. If you can save her, I will definitely repay your great kindness. Little Taoist smiled. Meeting his fate, I'll give it a try. Little Taoist walked to the bed. He looked at Lin Qingqing on the bed, and a silvery white glow actually appeared on his palm. Lin Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. An expert in internal energy? Lin Tianhao knew about ancient martial artist in Longguo from his previous life. What little Taoist was displaying now was very similar to the legendary internal energy experts. Little Taoist raised his hand, and his palm, glowing with silvery white light, gently stroked Lin Qingqing's forehead. The glow gradually permeated into Lin Qingqing's head, and Lin Qingqing's complexion began to improve at this moment. Lin Tianhao was pleasantly surprised. After a moment, little Taoist withdrew his hand. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your sister is no longer in life-threatening danger, but she will still be in a vegetative state. At this point, little Taoist sighed. After all, this humble Taoist's cultivation is not enough. What is Taoist Zhang's name? Lin Tianhao was very grateful. Even if she was only a vegetative person, it was still much better than her previous condition. This humble Taoist is Zhang Yi, with the Taoist name Taoist priest Yexin. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. Taoist Zhang, thank you for saving my sister. I have 100,000 yuan in this card, it's all yours. Zhang Yi shook his head. That's too much. Give me 10,000 yuan, and I can buy a gaming pod. Gaming pod? Taoist Zhang also wants to play Twilight of the Gods? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, this humble Taoist observed the stars at night and found that Twilight of the Gods contains opportunities that may help me break through my shackles and reach that legendary realm. Lin Tianhao was surprised. Zhang Yi could even figure this out, so he could be befriended. However, his current situation in the game could not be known by too many people in reality, otherwise it would easily lead to trouble. In his previous life, there were instances of high-level players being kidnapped or even murdered offline. Since the game attributes haven't materialized yet, it's still best to be cautious. You saved my sister, such a great kindness, 100,000 is too little. Taoist Zhang, keep more money on you, it will be more convenient in the future. Lin Tianhao placed the bank card in Taoist Zhang's hand. The password is 157,988. Zhang Yi smiled dashingly. Okay, then thank you. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhang Yi, he left. Although his sister was no longer in serious danger, she still needed to recuperate in the hospital for a few days to recover as quickly as possible. After making proper arrangements for his sister, Lin Tianhao returned to his rented apartment and re-entered the game. This delay of over 3 hours had slowed down his game progress. But Lin Tianhao didn't think much of it. Next, the confrontation between Wang Blacksmith and the old village chief was about to become sharper. The NPCs in Newbie Village, unlike wild monsters, do not respawn after death. Lin Tianhao looked at the 5 bosses he had already hunted. How should he complete the old village chief's follow-up quest? If he continued to hunt NPCs, he was fully capable of doing so with his strength. But Lin Tianhao didn't plan to do that because it was very easy to play with fire and attract the old village chief's attention, preventing him from completing subsequent quests normally. However, at present, he was reluctant to give up the old village chief's quest. After much thought, Lin Tianhao finally chose to start hunting bosses from level 5 monsters. From level 5 to 9, there were 5 bosses. Hunting these 5 bosses and submitting the quest might reduce the quest reward, but this was also the safest approach. He acted on his thoughts. Lin Tianhao began to clear out the level 5 monster areas. He cleared his way up to level 9, hunting 5 newbie village bosses. Including the newbie village bosses he had hunted before, Lin Tianhao had now hunted 10 newbie village bosses and could go to the old village chief to submit the quest. Newbie village, village chief's courtyard. When Lin Tianhao arrived here, many adventurers were submitting their quests to leave the village. At this point in time, ordinary adventurers had already reached level 10 one after another. If it weren't for some people still grinding in Twisted Jungle, there would be even more people gathered here. After they left, Lin Tianhao approached the old village chief. Old village chief, I have already hunted 10 bosses. Lin Tianhao submitted the quest. The old village chief nodded, somewhat surprised. Not bad, Snow Emperor, I truly didn't misjudge you. Ding, you have completed the old village chief's quest. Quest reward, gold coins plus 20, free attribute points plus 20, luck plus 1, flawless eye plus 1. Flawless eye. Special equipment. Wearing requirements. None. Effect. Can pierce through the night, illusions, and has a large visible range in mist. Durability. 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This equipment didn't specify a level and was a special equipment. Just this effect alone made it an essential divine skill for an archer. Currently, the game's night still had a certain degree of visibility. But after the Great Cataclysm, visibility would be greatly reduced. That would be true darkness. Some powerful adventurers were killed by monsters from the Elite star system at night simply because they lacked sufficient night vision. 25. Number 25 Chapter 25 The Cunning Old Village Chief. Lin Tianhao put on the flawless eye and immediately felt the world become exceptionally clear. 500 meters away, a mosquito was flying, and Lin Tianhao could clearly see the patterns on its wings. This feeling was so cool. Archers require extremely high accuracy, and the flawless eye had a very high degree of compatibility with Lin Tianhao. Not to mention the current stage, even in the late game, or even the Great Cataclysm era, the flawless eye was an incredibly powerful piece of equipment. Adventurer, did you kill Wang San and Wang Si? The old village chief's eyes held a peculiar meaning. Lin Tianhao had guessed he would be discovered after submitting the quest, so he didn't deny it. Yes, the old village chief's gaze became increasingly subtle. Don't you know that Wang San and Wang Si were both apprentices of Wang Blacksmith? If Wang Blacksmith finds out you killed them, he will definitely seek revenge. Lin Tianhao feigned panic. Old village chief, what should I do? Why don't I just not do the quest to leave the village? Just let me leave newbie village right now. The old village chief waved his hand and smiled. You don't have to worry. Although Wang Blacksmith is formidable, in this newbie village, I'm still the one in charge. At this point, the old village chief continued. However, Wang Blacksmith is ambitious and must be guarded against. I've learned that he's been getting very close to the old drunkard at the tavern lately. That old drunkard often goes to the wilderness to help him search for ore. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It seemed a new quest had arrived. Old village chief, what do I need to do? The old village chief showed a teachable expression. It's very simple. Cut off his left and right arms. Go kill the old drunkard. Ding! The old village chief has issued a quest to you. Quest requirement. Kill the old drunkard. Quest penalty. None. Quest reward. Unknown. Lin Tianhao was a little worried. Old village chief, given my current strength, wouldn't it be too difficult to kill the old drunkard? The old village chief nodded. That old drunkard does have some tricks. However, he's often addicted to drunkenness. If you can poison his wine jar, you might achieve unexpected results. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao looked a bit troubled. To be honest, village chief, I don't have any poison. The old village chief hesitated for a moment, then took out a small bottle. This is Mandragora potion I've collected for a long time. It's colorless and odorless. As long as you put it in the old drunkard's wine, he definitely won't discover it. Once poisoned, the old drunkard's combat power will decrease by at least half. Lin Tianhao took the Mandragora potion, a smile appearing on his face. Good. I will definitely not fail you and will kill the old drunkard. With that, Lin Tianhao immediately prepared to leave. But just then, the old village chief suddenly called out to him. Snow Emperor. Again, calling him by name instead of adventurer. You killed Wang San and Wang Si, but do you know who killed Alphas? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the old village chief suspected him. I don't know. Shortly after Shadow Kill and I killed Wang San and Wang Si, I heard the sound of Alphas being killed. Oh, I see. The old village chief revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Tianhao knew that his few words would certainly not earn the old village chief's trust. But that wasn't important, because even if the old village chief had suspicions, he would only suspect that Lin Tianhao had some kind of deal with Wang Blacksmith. After all, the only one who could threaten his position as newbie village chief was Wang Blacksmith. As for Lin Tianhao, how powerful could Lin Tianhao be? He still had to go to the main city and couldn't stay in newbie village forever. But what he didn't know was that Lin Tianhao had other options. After leaving newbie village, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Shadow Kill. They had added each other as friends when they completed the previous transaction. At this moment, Lin Tianhao finally noticed. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain had actually sent him more than 10 messages. Snow Emperor, I'm willing to offer 200 million. As long as you come, you'll be the floating turret guild leader. Snow Emperor, are you there? When are you coming to the main city to guide me? The price is negotiable. Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao had been busy with his own affairs, so his messages were on Do Not Disturb mode. Regardless, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain was his first partner. Lin Tianhao replied, messages on Do Not Disturb, busy. Then he followed the location Shadow Kill had sent. At this time, Shadow Kill was fighting a level 10 Twisted Trent, over his own level. Seeing Lin Tianhao arrive, he dealt with the Trent in front of him and walked over. Shadow Kill, what was the old village chief's follow-up quest for you? Shadow Kill knew he was already in the same boat as Lin Tianhao and spoke frankly. The old village chief told me to protect the old drunkard at the tavern. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. Today, the old village chief also gave me a quest, telling me to kill the old drunkard. How could this be? Shadow Kill was a bit confused. One side was to protect, the other was to kill. This was clearly unreasonable. Lin Tianhao, however, already had a guess in his heart. The old village chief was clearly trying to frame him. As for the reason, it was probably because of this Mandragora potion. If his deduction was correct, this Mandragora potion wasn't the old village chief's own, but something he stole from Wang Blacksmith. He would have Lin Tianhao poison and kill the old drunkard, then have Shadow Kill rescue him. As long as Shadow Kill could delay Lin Tianhao for a moment, the old drunkard might escape. Your quest rewards and penalties shouldn't be light, right? Lin Tianhao asked. Shadow Kill nodded. Yes, we killed Wang San and Wang Si together before, and the old village chief knows we're together, so he gave you this quest. This is an overt scheme. Shadow Kill pondered for a moment, also thinking of some things, and couldn't help but ask. From what you're saying, the old village chief's intention for you to kill is false, and for me to save is true? Lin Tianhao nodded. Something like that. The old village chief is trying to win people over. How so? He gave me a poison and told me to poison the old drunkard. If my guess is correct, this poison should be unique to Wang Blacksmith. As long as I poison him and you save the old drunkard, a conflict will arise between the old drunkard and Wang Blacksmith. Shadow Kill was a bit surprised. Sowing discord? That should be it. My quest has no penalty, and the reward is unknown. And your quest has high rewards and high penalties. The old village chief will definitely think I'll help you. Shadow Kill took a deep breath, very surprised. I never imagined that the old village chief of Newbie Village would be so cunning. Lin Tianhao smiled. In this game, NPCs aren't just ordinary intelligent ice. So what are you going to do? Shadow Kill asked. Fulfill the old village chief's wishes, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. As I said, this is an overt scheme. If I kill the old drunkard, I'll be harming you. Moreover, it's clear that the old village chief has more power in Newbie Village. If the old drunkard dies, this plotline might disappear. 26. Number 26 Chapter 26 Old Drunkard. Shadow Kill keenly sensed something, but he didn't care. Once Lin Tianhao helped him complete this quest, he could leave Newbie Village. As for what Lin Tianhao planned to do next, that had nothing to do with him. I'll take you to level 10, then we'll find old drunkard. Lin Tianhao sent a team invitation. He was already planning to grind monsters to increase his health, and once he reached level 10, he couldn't continue to gain experience if he didn't leave Newbie Village, so he might as well help Shadow Kill. With Lin Tianhao leading, Shadow Kill leveled up incredibly fast. In less than half an hour, he had already reached level 10. Let's go, find old drunkard. Lin Tianhao walked towards the direction of the mine, searching for ore, which was most likely located in the mine. However, after circling around, he still couldn't find old drunkard. Where did this person go? Shadow Kill frowned. Lin Tianhao also frowned. He always felt a pair of eyes watching him. This feeling of being spied upon was very unpleasant. Come out, you've been following us for so long. Lin Tianhao looked around. He was very confident in his intuition. There must be someone nearby. Shadow Kill was a little surprised. There were people around them, but he hadn't noticed at all. Ha ha ha, truly, new talents emerge in every era. At such a young age, you're already this formidable. A loud laugh came, followed by the sight of a scruffy old man holding a wine gourd. Stepping over, old drunkard, level 12, health, attack, skills. Note, The tavern owner in Newbie Village seems to be searching for something near the mine. Perhaps you can help him. If it were an ordinary player, they might indeed receive a quest from Old Drunkard. Lin Tianhao looked at Old Drunkard, and Old Drunkard also looked at Lin Tianhao with his bleary eyes. Snow Emperor, you've become quite famous in our Newbie Village recently, but you're already level 10. Why haven't you gone to the main city yet? Lin Tianhao smiled. Sigh, it's not that I don't want to go, it's mainly because the old village chief gave too much. What? The old village chief sent you to kill me? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It seems you already know. Since that's the case, let me learn from your abilities, senior. As his words fell, Lin Tianhao immediately shot an arrow. Whoosh! The feather arrow cut through the air. Old Drunkard narrowed his eyes, did a backflip, and steadily dodged Lin Tianhao's feather arrow. Hey, don't be so temperamental, isn't there something we can discuss? Old Drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. What the old village chief can give you, I might not be unable to give. As he spoke, Old Drunkard placed his wine pot in front of Lin Tianhao. Drink a cup of wine, and you two leave Newbie Village. The grudges here will have nothing to do with you. Ding! Old Drunkard has issued a quest to you. Quest requirement. Drink a cup of wine, immediately leave Newbie Village. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, free attribute points plus 50. Lin Tianhao and Shadow Kill exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. The reason was simple. The reward Old Drunkard offered was simply too generous. In fact, from a certain perspective, it had exceeded their imagination. Others needed to complete the old village chief's exit quest to leave Newbie Village. They could just drink a sip of wine. Not only that, but they could also receive such a generous reward. 50 free attribute points were equivalent to leveling up 10 times. As for your quest penalty, you don't need to worry. After drinking my wine, you will be teleported out of Newbie Village on the spot. The old village chief will also be unable to impose a quest penalty on you. Lin Tianhao knew that Old Drunkard was telling the truth. This quest was simple, and the reward was generous. But he still hesitated. The reason was simple. If he completed the quests from his 2 quest scrolls, he would receive the blessing of the gods, and the worst outcome would likely be better than this. Shadow Kill hesitated only slightly before accepting the quest. He had no intention of continuing to participate. Now that there was such a good opportunity to end things, he had no reason to refuse. Shadow Kill left Newbie Village after drinking the wine. Old Drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. What about you? Lin Tianhao did not answer, but instead directly drew his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The feather arrow cut through the air. A cold glint flashed in Old Drunkard's eyes. What exactly did the old village chief give you, that you would go to such lengths for him? As his words fell, Old Drunkard spat out a mouthful of strong liquor. The strong liquor transformed into a flying sword in mid-air, flying towards Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao slammed his longbow onto the flying sword, simultaneously rolling to the side. This set of movements was fluid, showing no flaws. At the same time, he drew his bow and shot another arrow. The battle began. Lin Tianhao knew very little about Old Drunkard. His attributes, his skills, Lin Tianhao knew none of these. When he completed the previous quest, Lin Tianhao received 20 free attribute points, and he still allocated all of them to movement speed, increasing his movement speed by another 2 points. His attack speed was already sufficient at this stage. In fact, due to the high damage, an attack speed of 3x couldn't be fully utilized. Movement speed became an attribute Lin Tianhao needed to focus on developing next. As long as his movement speed was sufficient, his kiting ability would be greatly enhanced. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Tianhao's attacks were continuous. He wasn't blindly pursuing damage, but rather striving to prevent Old Drunkard from dealing damage. However, Old Drunkard's combat experience was richer than Lin Tianhao had imagined. He splashed wine from his wine gourd, then threw out a tinderbox. Flames enveloped Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had nowhere to dodge. -921, -921, -921. The burning damage was continuous, and Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingle. Because the flames burned for a full 8 seconds, over 7,000 health points disappeared just like that. Lin Tianhao pulled away, simultaneously using string-twisting arrow technique. He wanted to knock Old Drunkard back, only then could he quickly deplete Old Drunkard's health through combos. Old Drunkard discovered Lin Tianhao's intention, used his wine gourd to knock away Lin Tianhao's feather arrow, and then actually threw the wine gourd towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's heart tightened, and he immediately dodged. He had already pulled as far away as possible, but his movement speed was still not enough. The wine gourd exploded 5 meters in front of him. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. Lin Tianhao was sent flying by the huge impact of the wine gourd's explosion. -8520. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and Lin Tianhao's health bar suddenly dropped. Before Lin Tianhao could fall from the air, Old Drunkard transformed into an afterimage and appeared beneath Lin Tianhao. Bang! Old Drunkard punched Lin Tianhao in the stomach from below, sending Lin Tianhao flying into the air. -1029. Lin Tianhao was unable to attack due to being knocked airborne, but he didn't just sit there and wait to die. He instantly switched his main weapon, and the complete black iron Shuren set appeared on his body. 27. Number 27 Chapter 27. Blue and White Snake, 2 arrows fired at the same time. Old Drunkard did not stop because Lin Tianhao switched weapons. He leapt up, surprisingly reaching the same height as Lin Tianhao. Immediately following was a series of swift combination punches that landed on Lin Tianhao. -915, -899, -932. A string of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to land, Old Drunkard grabbed Lin Tianhao by the collar and slammed him to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked. -1858. Another huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's health dropped by a third under this barrage of damage. At this moment, he executed a donkey roll and scurried to the side. Having been in Newbie Village for so long, this was the first time he had been beaten so badly. Whoosh! He switched weapons while rolling, and the moment he landed, an arrow shot out. Old Drunkard's combat skills were not simple, and his skill release was also very precise. If Lin Tianhao did not take him seriously, he might genuinely fall into his hands. Thinking this, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow once again pierced the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Feather arrows flew out continuously, each one at an extremely tricky angle. Every one of his arrows was aimed at Old Drunkard's eyes. Old Drunkard naturally saw this, and a wine pot appeared in his hand at some unknown point, constantly blocking Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. Do you only know how to hide and sneak around? Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he plucked the bowstring with 2 fingers. 2 energy feather arrows appeared on the longbow. Whoosh whoosh. Dual arrow volley. This was also a combat technique. Dual arrow volley could easily lose accuracy, but this difficulty did not bother Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao relied on his exquisite archery, and his attacks became increasingly sharp. The advantage of dual arrow volley was not to increase the hit rate, but to prevent the opponent from deflecting the feather arrows with simple blocks. As long as Lin Tianhao had an opportunity, he could perform an aerial combo. Now, Old Drunkard, caught off guard, was hit by Lin Tianhao's feather arrow, causing his body to become unstable. Lin Tianhao seized this fleeting opportunity, used string-twisting arrow technique, and the immense impact briefly sent Old Drunkard airborne. Following that, he remained airborne. It was clearly impossible for Old Drunkard to come down. However, Lin Tianhao had underestimated Old Drunkard's resilience. He seized a brief gap in Lin Tianhao's attack and took a large gulp of strong liquor. Subsequently, an alcoholic mist emanated from his body. Ding! You are affected by alcohol mist. Reaction speed decreased by 20%. Attack speed decreased by 20%. Lin Tianhao frowned, but his attack continued. This slight effect was not enough to interrupt his aerial combo rhythm. My turn. Old Drunkard once again threw the wine gourd in his hand. Having learned from the previous explosion, how could Lin Tianhao fall for the same trick again this time? Whoosh! A feather arrow struck the wine gourd, knocking it away. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful impact caused Lin Tianhao to stagger. However, it did not cause much damage. Old Drunkard, however, used this opportunity to land on the ground, and he slapped the wine gourd. A large serpent actually emerged from the wine gourd. This serpent was entirely green and charged towards Lin Tianhao. Green flower serpent, black iron, level 10. Health 125,980 125,980 Attack 412. Skills: Entangle, Poison Arrow, Divine Dragontail Whip, Poison Mist, Red Eye Ray. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. Old Drunkard's wine gourd actually contained such a behemoth. Although surprised, Lin Tianhao's attack did not slacken in the slightest, and he shot towards the green flower serpent. -1321. Lin Tianhao's damage was getting higher and higher, but this green flower serpent was not to be trifled with either. It immediately unleashed Red Eye Ray. Lin Tianhao immediately rolled to dodge, but the Red Eye Ray chased right behind Lin Tianhao. Ultimately, due to insufficient movement speed, Lin Tianhao was still hit by the Red Eye Ray once. -1528. Lin Tianhao frowned and immediately counterattacked. But while his feather arrow was still in midair, the green flower serpent opened its bloody maw and roared at him. At the same time, poison mist spewed from the green flower serpent's mouth. With this area of effect poison mist attack, it was clearly impossible for Lin Tianhao to evade it by simply moving. -426. -426. -426. In the poison mist, Lin Tianhao began to continuously lose health, and the rate of health loss was simply inhumane. As long as he was in the poison mist, his health would continuously drop. Without a priest, and Lin Tianhao himself having no detoxifying skills, he could only endure it. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao began to frantically counterattack, feather arrows pouring out, strike the snake at its vital point. Every one of Lin Tianhao's feather arrows was aimed at the green flower serpent's vital point. But the next moment, Lin Tianhao felt danger, dared not stay, and dodged with a donkey roll. Just as he dodged, Old Drunkard appeared at his previous position. Discovering that Lin Tianhao had actually avoided his attack, Old Drunkard was not too surprised. The wine gourd in his hand smashed down towards Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao had no chance to counterattack and could only stumble to avoid their attacks. Boom! A loud bang. The wine gourd actually smashed a large pit in the ground. After Lin Tianhao narrowly avoided Old Drunkard's attack, the green flower serpent's divine dragontail whip had already arrived. Bang! -1352. Lin Tianhao was sent flying by the huge serpent tail, losing over 1,000 health points again. As soon as he landed, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow had already flown out. It was still dual arrow volley, but this time the difficulty was even greater. Because Lin Tianhao had to simultaneously attack the fast-moving green flower serpent and Old Drunkard. Both were bosses and their damage values were extremely impressive. Watching his health continuously drop, Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Flawless Eye was fully activated. Everything around him was meticulously observed. Whoosh! Feather arrows pierced the air. Lin Tianhao's accuracy with dual arrow volley was equally astonishing. Every feather arrow carried an unmatched momentum. Although the impact force was not as strong as string twisting arrow technique, the attack frequency was faster. The advantage of string twisting arrow technique was high damage, stronger impact, and penetration. Dual arrow volley, and even more feather arrows at once, had the advantage of being able to hit multiple targets. The disadvantage was reduced damage. But if dual arrow volley was combined with rapid fire arrow technique, the effect would be completely different. Rapid fire arrow technique refers to continuously attacking the same target, which is the simplest among archery techniques. But if rapid fire arrow technique was combined with dual arrow volley, the effect it could bring would be completely different. One person, relying on feather arrows, simultaneously suppressed two bosses. If this were seen by others, they would surely be dumbfounded. But Lin Tianhao was doing it with ease at this moment. Before, he had suffered a bit because he didn't understand Old Drunkard's skills. But now, Old Drunkard's little tricks were completely useless in front of Lin Tianhao. As long as he made a move to cast those skills, Lin Tianhao's feather arrows would precisely interrupt him. Next was a gamble, gambling that Old Drunkard did not have the invincibility and berserk skills. As long as he did not have these two skills, Lin Tianhao would be able to use this absolute suppression to wear down Old Drunkard and the green flower serpent to death. 28. #28 Chapter 28 Pig Farming Strategy. Old Drunkard also saw Lin Tianhao's intention and pulled behind the green flower serpent, trying to use the green flower serpent to interrupt Lin Tianhao's attack rhythm. As long as he had a chance to cast his skills, he was confident he could kill Lin Tianhao with the next attack. But how could Lin Tianhao give him a chance? String twisting arrow technique was used in conjunction with rapid fire arrow technique. Besides high attack and strong penetration, string twisting arrow technique had another very important advantage. That was, it could curve. Whoosh! Old Drunkard, hiding behind the green flower serpent, was hit by an arrow from Lin Tianhao. His face was full of disbelief. Lin Tianhao's attack method had exceeded his imagination. The green flower serpent swayed its body and charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao knew it wanted to activate its entanglement skill. As long as he was controlled by the green flower serpent's entanglement, the subsequent battle would lose its suspense. Therefore, Lin Tianhao would not give the green flower serpent a chance. It was still rapid fire arrow technique, but this time Lin Tianhao's targets were the eyes of the green flower serpent and Old Drunkard. This kind of weak point attack required very high precision from an archer. And Lin Tianhao was using both dual arrow volley and rapid fire arrow technique, which made the requirements even higher. Without the flawless eye, this would still be somewhat difficult for Lin Tianhao. But now, with the flawless eye, it was much easier for Lin Tianhao to achieve this. Dual arrow volley, targeting both eyes of the green flower serpent, followed by string twisting arrow technique, brought his attack to an unbelievable level. Old Drunkard's idea of attacking by hiding behind the green flower serpent fell through, and he was completely suppressed by Lin Tianhao's continuous attacks. Is this even human? Old Drunkard's expression was grim. He slapped his waist and a talisman appeared in his hand. Lin Tianhao was startled. At this stage, an NPC actually possessed such an item. Almost instantly, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow shot towards the talisman in Old Drunkard's hand. But Old Drunkard had already sacrificed the talisman, and a golden light spread out. A golden radiance appeared on both Old Drunkard and the green flower serpent. Lin Tianhao's feather arrow landed on Old Drunkard, minus 1420. When this damage number appeared, Old Drunkard was dumbfounded. How can this be? Your attack is true damage. The talisman he had just used could greatly increase defense. But Lin Tianhao's damage was still so outrageous, which meant his attack was true damage. Lin Tianhao was originally worried that the talisman was an offensive or restraining type. He didn't expect it to be a defensive one. Then its impact on him was minimal. Under Lin Tianhao's complete suppression, Old Drunkard and the green flower serpent's health quickly dropped to 10%. Old Drunkard's eyes were bloodshot. From his appearance, he seemed ready for a desperate counterattack. But at this moment, Lin Tianhao stopped. Senior, I don't want to kill you. How about we make a deal? Lin Tianhao smiled. Old Drunkard's eyes narrowed slightly. What deal? I won't kill you, and you give me 50 free attribute points. Hearing this, Old Drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with some suspicion. Just for 50 free attribute points? You're not even doing the old village chief's quest. Lin Tianhao smiled and nodded. To be honest, I also feel that the old village chief is undeserving of his position. The newbie village chief's position should be Wang Blacksmith's. But I am an adventurer, and I have to consider myself, so I only need 50 free attribute points, and I will let you go. Old Drunkard was silent for a moment, then said, okay, deal. Ding! Old Drunkard has issued a quest to you. Quest requirement. Let him leave. Quest penalty. None. Quest reward. 50 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao's mouth curved upwards, and he directly accepted the quest. He wasn't killing Old Drunkard, just not for now. He could still consider the old village chief's quest, but perhaps it would be better later. Besides that, Lin Tianhao had another consideration. What he wanted was for the old village chief and Wang Blacksmith to suffer mutual losses. Old Drunkard was clearly Wang Blacksmith's capable subordinate. If he were killed, the already weaker Wang Blacksmith would become even more passive. The situation of mutual losses he desired would also be difficult to achieve. Thus, taking 50 free attribute points without breaking the balance between Wang Blacksmith and the old village chief would allow them to continue fighting. After sending Old Drunkard away, Lin Tianhao gained another 50 free attribute points. He opened his attribute page. Nickname: Snow Emperor. Level: 10, 133,100. Profession: Archer. HP: 71,450 71,450. MP: 100 Attack: 309. Magic Power: 58. Armor: 368. Magic Resistance: 295. Attack Speed: 3.63. Movement Speed: 5.7. Physical Penetration: 0%. Magic Penetration: 0%. Special Attributes: Critical Strike 15%, Damage Reflection 10%. Free Attributes: 50. Luck, Hidden, Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, God Tier. Skills: Rapid Fire, 2 stars, Normal Attack Amplification, 3 stars, Leaping Lightning, 2 stars, Withering Wood and Spring, 2 stars, Revival, 3 stars, Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Equipment: Thunderbolt Bow, Silver, Shuren Set, Black Iron, Flawless Eye, Special. As a level 10 player, Lin Tianhao's attributes could definitely be described as abnormal. Especially his skills. Apart from the basic rapid fire skill, all his other skills at this stage could be considered very powerful. And because Lin Tianhao had always chosen the best, the skills he possessed now were all very helpful to him. Not only that, he still had 50 free attribute points in his hand. Currently, he could choose to add to attack speed or movement speed. Traveling in the newbie village didn't take much time, but once in the main city, traveling could sometimes waste a lot of time, especially during periods without mounts to help with travel. Moreover, faster movement speed would also make kiting attacks more powerful. After a slight thought, Lin Tianhao was not in a hurry to use them, but kept these free attribute points, waiting to add them based on the battles he might encounter later. For the time being, he would let the storyline progress, and he needed to increase his health as much as possible before Wang Blacksmith forged the gold tier longbow. He needed to get himself into the best possible state. Not only that, there was also the Withering Wood and Spring skill. Lin Tianhao could also obtain more skill books through the upcoming battles. Players were leaving one after another, and newbie village 10,086 was already a bit deserted. Subsequent players would fill the vacancies in the newbie village, but newbie village 10,086 was in an awkward position. Most of the new players filling in went to the earlier newbie villages. Therefore, even at the level 10 Twisted Jungle Dungeon, Lin Tianhao only saw a scattered 2 or 3 teams. Brother, want to team up? We have a super strong shield warrior with elite tier Shuren set. We can definitely clear the dungeon. 29. Number 29 Chapter 29. 9-in-1 longbow. It's terrifying when you think about it. Lin Tianhao smiled. No. With that, he walked straight into the dungeon. Dungeon difficulty, Hell level. Having already cleared this dungeon several times before, Lin Tianhao was now in his element. The main purpose of clearing this dungeon was to increase his health points and to farm skill books. This was because the Withering Wood and Spring skill required sacrificing skill books to level up. Although the rewards for clearing the dungeon now were far less than for the first clear, it was still a dungeon with 4 bosses. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. Lin Tianhao's health points had increased from just over 70,000 to just over 100,000. In 5 hours, his health points increased by 30,000. This increase was quite terrifying. In addition to the increase in health points, Lin Tianhao's Withering Wood and Spring also leveled up from 2 stars to 3 stars. However, to upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars, he needed to sacrifice 1,000 skill books, which would be difficult even with Lin Tianhao's monster farming speed. Not only that, but with his health points surpassing 100,000, the revival skill also leveled up to 4 stars. Originally, it recovered 50 health points per second, but now it directly increased to 500 health points per second. With this recovery speed, ordinary players probably wouldn't be able to deplete Lin Tianhao's health even if he stood still. Returning to newbie village, Wang Blacksmith had not yet finished forging the gold grade longbow. Lin Tianhao chose to log off to eat. It seems I'll have to buy a nutrient pod once my sister recovers a bit more. Lin Tianhao thought to himself. Although the time spent offline for eating wasn't long, it was still an interruption. Brother Hao, following your guide, I got a silver grade broadsword with extremely powerful attributes. Lin Tianhao smiled. It was completely within Lin Tianhao's expectations that Zhou Xiaopeng would achieve a silver grade weapon with his 3 passive skills. Now you can head to the main city. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, the most suitable main city for a warrior's development should be Blackwind City. But Fatty, remember, after you go to the main city, don't easily change professions. Even if it's a hidden profession, it's best to ask me first. Okay. After a brief exchange with Zhou Xiaopeng, Lin Tianhao quickly began to eat. After the meal, he re-entered the game pod. Upon returning to newbie village, Lin Tianhao went straight to the blacksmith shop. Wang Blacksmith saw Lin Tianhao arrive and showed a meaningful smile on his face. Old drunkard told me about your matter. Wang Blacksmith's first sentence startled Lin Tianhao. Since you already know, then I won't hide it from you. I want to kill the old village chief. Are you willing to help me? I am, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. Wang Blacksmith nodded. Since that's the case, you can go to the cliff to the south. Old drunkard will take you to the old village chief's secret base. You and old drunkard will kill the guards there together. Ding, Wang Blacksmith has issued a quest to you. Quest requirement. Kill the old village chief's guards in the secret base. Quest penalty. Unknown. Quest reward. Unknown. Lin Tianhao frowned. The quest penalty was actually unknown. This was a bit of a headache. Would Wang Blacksmith retaliate if the quest failed? It was entirely possible. Accept quest. After only a brief hesitation, Lin Tianhao accepted the quest. This plot quest had progressed to this point. He had no reason to stop now. Wang Blacksmith smiled contentedly and took out a golden longbow from his shop. Your gold grade longbow, I have already forged it for you. 9 Union longbow, gold grade. Equip requirement. None. Effect 1. Attack plus 500. Effect 2. Attack speed plus 1. Effect 3. Critical hit plus 20%. Effect 4. Lifesteal plus 5%. Effect 5. Health plus 200. Effect 6. Recovers 100 health points per second. Durability. 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. As expected of a custom-grade longbow, its attributes were perfectly suited for him. The increase in attack power and health was a bit redundant, but the other 4 attributes were perfect. Thanks. Lin Tianhao took the 9 Union longbow. Old drunkard is waiting for you at the cliff to the south. Go quickly. Lin Tianhao nodded. With this gold-grade longbow, his combat power had undoubtedly risen another level. South of Newbie Village, cliff. The cliff here was bottomless. In his previous life, some players also believed that there might be opportunities below the cliff. They wanted to jump off the cliff to gain opportunities. But the result was that after jumping, they died on the spot. After some attempts, they eventually gave up on this thankless approach. When Lin Tianhao arrived at the cliff, he saw a familiar figure. It wasn't Old Drunkard, it was the old village chief. The moment he saw the old village chief, Lin Tianhao felt a jolt in his heart. Snow Emperor? The old village chief was slightly surprised to see Lin Tianhao appear here. Clearly, he had not expected Lin Tianhao to be here. Lin Tianhao feigned calmness. Old village chief, I heard you fought with Old Drunkard and he escaped. Lin Tianhao nodded. It's shameful to say. The green flower serpent released by Old Drunkard disrupted my attack rhythm. The old village chief nodded. That was my oversight. I originally thought you would succeed in poisoning him, so the green flower serpent wouldn't be released. So that's how it is. Lin Tianhao nodded and proactively asked, Old village chief, why are you here? Is there anything I can help you with? The old village chief actually wanted to ask Lin Tianhao why he was here, but being asked first by Lin Tianhao caught him a bit off guard. Below our newbie village, a very powerful monster is sealed, and I am the one responsible for guarding this monster. Recently, I've noticed a certain force stirring, wanting to break the seal of that monster, so I specifically came to check. Lin Tianhao feigned surprise. There's such a thing. Alas, the more I say, the more sorrowful it becomes. In the past, to seal this monster, countless sages sacrificed their lives, but now someone actually wants to release him. Lin Tianhao nodded. I see. Those who want to release this monster are truly ambitious and deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. The old village chief nodded and said, Yes. Snow Emperor, I actually think very highly of you. If my deduction is correct, those rogues should all be looking for ice flame magic ore. The old village chief's expression was very solemn. Once they find the ice flame magic ore, the consequences will be unimaginable. If you are willing to help me, please go to the mine and you must stop Old Drunkard from searching for ice flame magic ore. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll do my best. With that, he turned and walked towards the mine. Old Drunkard wasn't here. Why? Because the old village chief was here, so he was hiding. Or, from the beginning, this was a scheme. Wong Blacksmith didn't fully trust him. Sending him here was a feint, to create an opportunity for Old Drunkard to search for ice flame magic ore. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed chilling. 30. Number 30 Chapter 30 Hidden Copy. The Lost Princess. Lin Tianhao could only hope he was overthinking, otherwise his current situation would not be very optimistic. The old village chief suspected him, and he had originally thought that by letting Old Drunkard go, he would gain Wong Blacksmith's trust. Including his subsequent interactions with Wong Blacksmith, Lin Tianhao felt that Wong Blacksmith should have trusted him somewhat. But if his encounter with the old village chief here today was truly Wong Blacksmith's scheme, then that would be truly terrifying. Before reaching the mine, Old Drunkard suddenly appeared. Snow Emperor. Old Drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao. I was waiting for you at the cliff, but the old village chief suddenly arrived, and I had no choice but to hide. Lin Tianhao breathed a slight sigh of relief. So what do we do next? For ice flame magic ore, Old Drunkard said seriously. There are a total of 3 ice flame magic ore in Newbie Village. The first one went missing earlier. There are 2 more, which should be in this vicinity. Lin Tianhao nodded. This ice flame magic ore would reward a platinum-grade necklace. It was impossible for Lin Tianhao not to be tempted. However, giving up something he had planned for so long just for a platinum-grade necklace was not what Lin Tianhao wanted to see. For the next period of time, Lin Tianhao and Old Drunkard began searching here. Looking at the current situation, there was a high probability that a hidden dungeon existed here at the mine. It was just that Lin Tianhao did not know how to activate this hidden dungeon in his memories. However, there must be a way. For example, he could try to find clues from the stone armor beetle king. After all, the monsters in the mine were stone armor beetles. With that thought, Lin Tianhao began to farm stone armor beetles. He could still only increase his health, not gain experience points. Lin Tianhao had grown accustomed to this. Leveling up was an easy matter for him. What he wanted was to squeeze out as much value as possible from Newbie Village while also increasing his health. Ding! Because you have killed a large number of stone armor beetles. You have alarmed the stone armor beetle king hidden deep within the mine. It will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Lin Tianhao felt a little anticipation. This ice flame magic ore was probably related to the stone armor beetle king. 5 minutes later, a colossal stone armor beetle king with a dark red shell walked towards him. Stone Armor Beetle King, Black Iron, Level 8, Health, 81,520 81,520. Attack, 215. Skills, Rock Fall, Stone Shield, Terrifying Roar, Stone Ball Cannon, Petrified Skin. Lin Tianhao merely glanced at the Stone Armor Beetle King's attributes, then began a storm of attacks. Critical hit, -4,918. Lin Tianhao's first feather arrow dealt critical damage. This damage value was ridiculously high. Moreover, with the 9 Union Longbow's enhancement, Lin Tianhao's attack speed reached 4.63, dealing 20,000 damage per second. The Stone Armor Beetle King's health was only a little over 80,000, and it was killed in less than 5 seconds. Ding! You have killed the Stone Armor Beetle King. Experience plus 859. Since you have not left Newbie Village, you cannot gain experience. Lin Tianhao didn't care and directly looted the corpse. Ding! You have obtained 3 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have obtained 1 skill book. Ding! You have obtained Stone Armor Beetle King's eyeball plus 1. Ding! You have obtained gold coin plus 1. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He looked at the Stone Armor Beetle King's eyeball and suddenly thought of a place that seemed to perfectly match this eyeball. Deep within the mine, Lin Tianhao arrived in front of a stone wall. In a corner of this stone wall, there was an inconspicuous groove. If one observed carefully, they would find that this groove perfectly matched the Stone Armor Beetle King's eyeball. Lin Tianhao placed the Stone Armor Beetle King's eyeball into it. The stone wall immediately began to rotate, finally forming a dungeon portal. Ding! You have activated the hidden dungeon, Lost Princess. Ding! You have activated a hidden dungeon. A server-wide announcement will now be made. Do you wish to hidden nickname? Hidden. These matters in Newbie Village had not yet stabilized, and Lin Tianhao had to consider the thoughts of the old village chief and others. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for activating the hidden dungeon Lost Princess free attribute points plus 5. We hope all players will continue to strive. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for activating the hidden dungeon Lost Princess free attribute points plus 5. We hope all players will continue to strive. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and entered the portal. The dungeon options appeared before Lin Tianhao. Hell level. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tianhao still chose Hell level. This difficulty was almost impossible for most ordinary players to complete. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao was still inside the mine. The mine was dim, and Lin Tianhao saw one small zombie after another appear in front of him. Holy crap, there were undead monsters in Newbie Village. Undead monsters usually appeared more frequently in the mid-game. Occasional appearances of undead monsters in the early game were usually in relatively high-level dungeons. Small zombie, elite, level 8, health, 10,800 10,800. Attack, 95. Skills. Charge, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Bite. The attributes were not weak. Lin Tianhao attacked without hesitation. The small zombie's Copper Skin Iron Bones was merely a decoration for Lin Tianhao. After all, his damage was true damage. -2,250. A huge damage number appeared. This was damage without a critical hit. It could be described as terrifying. Coupled with Lin Tianhao's high output, the small zombies were killed by Lin Tianhao before they could even get close. More and more small zombies appeared, and Lin Tianhao continued his usual strategy of kiting them. As long as his damage was sufficient, these small zombies were just decorations. Lin Tianhao passed the first stage without any pressure. Then came the second stage. In addition to small zombies, some green-haired zombies also appeared, with a significant increase in their attributes. However, they still could not stop Lin Tianhao's advance. Third stage. Lin Tianhao had just arrived here, and just like the Twisted Jungle, there were 4 Black Iron grade bosses here. Purple-haired zombie, Black Iron, level 8, health, 158,200 158,200. Attack, 512. Skills. Charge, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Bite, Spinning Shred, Corpse Chi Diffusion. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. The purple-haired zombie's health was decent, but its other attributes and skills seemed very ordinary. Just as Lin Tianhao was thinking this, the 4 purple-haired zombies simultaneously activated Corpse Chi Diffusion. A large amount of Corpse Chi gathered towards Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have been affected by Corpse Chi. Your body is beginning to stiffen. Movement speed reduced by 50%, attack speed reduced by 50%. At the same time, damage numbers kept popping up above Lin Tianhao's head. -299, -299. These damage numbers appeared very frequently, 4 times per second. This caused Lin Tianhao's health to drop by 1200 per second. Even with healing, Lin Tianhao's health was still decreasing at a rate of several hundred per second. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao made his move. He was not one to sit idly by. Bang! An arrow hit the head. Critical hit. -4548. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Chapter 31 Ice Flame Corpse King. Just as his feather arrow was released, 4 zombies lunged forward. They charged head-on. Lin Tianhao instinctively wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, with a 50% decrease in movement speed, he was powerless to evade the zombies' head-on charges. Bang! -1280, -1283. Damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao waited for the skill to end before launching a furious counterattack. Every one of Lin Tianhao's attacks was a critical hit. The 5% lifesteal allowed Lin Tianhao to recover over 400 health per second. Coupled with the buffs from Revival, Shuren Set, and 9 Union Longbow, Lin Tianhao's health recovery per second reached over 1,100. 500 from Revival, 130 from the incomplete Shuren Set, 100 from 9 Union Longbow, and over 400 from Lifesteal. Such health regeneration was quite terrifying. Even when facing the attacks of 4 Black Iron bosses simultaneously, he could barely stabilize the situation. A smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. As long as he could stabilize the situation, the subsequent battle would be much easier. However, the next attack from the purple-haired zombie made Lin Tianhao's expression change drastically, because the purple-haired zombie initiated a bite, although he tried his best to dodge and use his feather arrow to interrupt their attacks. Under the dual impairment of movement speed and attack speed, he could at most kite 2 purple-haired zombies simultaneously. He couldn't cover all angles. The result was being bitten by the purple-haired zombie. -1958, -299, -299. Lin Tianhao felt a bit dejected. This bite also caused poisoning, and its poisoning effect could stack with the corpse chi infusion. Now with 2 layers of poisoning buffs on him, his health was dropping even faster. There was no other way. Lin Tianhao could only finish the battle quickly. Finally, the first purple-haired zombie fell. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief, because with 1 less purple-haired zombie, the layers of corpse chi infusion would decrease, and the damage he took per second would also lessen. Next were the second and third. After the last purple-haired zombie fell, Lin Tianhao slumped down. Damn it, no detoxification skill, no negative buff removal skill. This was a major weakness. At this moment, the importance of a priest became apparent. Even if Lin Tianhao had an ordinary priest by his side to help him detoxify and remove negative buffs, this battle would have been much easier. And this was only a Black Iron boss. If he faced those world bosses later, the pressure would be even greater. Once his health recovered to full, Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze forward. The layout here was very similar to Twisted Jungle, so, at the final checkpoint, there should be a bronze-grade boss. Entering the final checkpoint, Lin Tianhao immediately looked over. In front of this checkpoint, there were 2 crystal coffins. Inside the left crystal coffin lay a mummified corpse, while the right crystal coffin was empty. Lin Tianhao frowned. Whoosh! The next instant, Lin Tianhao turned around and shot an arrow through the air. A ferocious-looking zombie appeared behind him, its claws less than a centimeter away from him. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao's string-twisting arrow technique had already been unleashed, and the immense impact force carried by the feather arrow sent the zombie flying. At the same time, Lin Tianhao continuously widened the distance, and his feather arrows kept flying. He also began to check the zombie's attributes. Ice Flame Corpse King, Bronze, Level 10. Health, 1,091,321,100,000. Attack, 1560. Skills, Head-on Charge, Ice and Fire Dual Heavens, Frost Nova, Blazing Inferno, Corpse Shadow Overlap, Ice Fire Wheel. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Not hesitating, his attacks continued to fly out. The Ice Flame Corpse King was very fast. Just as Lin Tianhao's feather arrow was released, it had already moved away from its original position. Moreover, as a zombie, the Ice Flame Corpse King's reaction speed was much faster than Lin Tianhao had imagined. Its flexibility also exceeded Lin Tianhao's expectations. But these things alone were not enough to leave Lin Tianhao helpless. Now that his attack speed was unaffected, 4 arrows per second were completely enough to block all of the Ice Flame Corpse King's movement space. Moreover, Lin Tianhao's attacks were very tricky, making it impossible for the Ice Flame Corpse King to evade. The Ice Flame Corpse King also knew it couldn't evade, so it simply stopped dodging. After tanking an arrow, it charged towards Lin Tianhao at extreme speed. At the same time, it raised its hand, and a ball of flame appeared in its palm. Immediately after, something incredibly absurd happened to Lin Tianhao, because as the Ice Flame Corpse King raised its hand, flames also appeared on its body. Ding, you are affected by flame burn and will continuously lose health. -915. -915. Lin Tianhao only felt his scalp tingle. This kind of targeted skill, which directly causes continuous health loss, truly made him feel immense pressure, especially since the opponent was a bronze boss, with impressive stats in all aspects. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao had no way to remove the burning, so he could only increase his damage output, striving to kill the Ice Flame Corpse King in the shortest possible time. The Ice Flame Corpse King was too agile. Lin Tianhao's 4 arrows could only hit 2, or even just 1, and because it was difficult to hit weak points, the critical hit chance also decreased significantly. After dodging Lin Tianhao's feather arrows, the Ice Flame Corpse King raised both hands simultaneously. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Ding, you are affected by ice and fire dual heavens, and will continuously lose health. -1598. -1598. Lin Tianhao, what kind of divine monster is this? All sorts of negative effects, it's just inhumane. 2 targeted skills, both causing continuous health loss, leaving him no room for maneuver. If this continues, it will be very difficult to clear this dungeon this time. Lin Tianhao's expression was not good. His attributes were already very abnormal. If he still couldn't clear this place, Lin Tianhao couldn't accept it. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow attacks became even trickier. Predictive movement. This was a basic skill for an archer, but the gap between a top-tier player and an ordinary player was very obvious. Under Lin Tianhao's focused predictive attacks, the Ice Flame Corpse King finally began to struggle. Now's the time. Lin Tianhao seized a fleeting opportunity to send the Ice Flame Corpse King flying. Immediately after, he unleashed a continuous aerial combo, dealing high damage. You have no chance now. Lin Tianhao's eyes were incredibly serious. He would not allow himself to fail. With complete focus, the outcome was already decided. For no other reason, every detail of the Ice Flame Corpse King was captured by Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had eliminated any possibility of the Ice Flame Corpse King landing. Furthermore, while keeping the Ice Flame Corpse King airborne, Lin Tianhao was also interrupting the skills it was preparing to cast. He truly pushed attack kiting to its extreme. Ding, you have killed the Ice Flame Corpse King. Experience plus 10850. As you have not left Newbie Village, you cannot gain experience. 32. Number 32 Chapter 32 Princess Leona, Purification Jade Pendant. Ding, you have completed the first clear of Lost Princess. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Ding, congratulations to the hidden name player for completing the first clear of Lost Princess. This is a special announcement. We hope all adventurers will continue to strive for excellence. Ding, congratulations to the hidden name player for completing the first clear of Lost Princess. This is a special announcement. We hope all adventurers will continue to strive for excellence. Lost Princess. Newbie Village's hidden dungeon. Most of the first batch of players who entered the game at this stage had already gone to the main city. Therefore, this level 8 dungeon did not attract much attention. No one would think that such a small level 8 dungeon could drop anything good. Stone Peak City. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain opened his friends list. He had been following Lin Tianhao. He had been level 10 for some time. Given Lin Tianhao's ability, he shouldn't have taken this long to level up. So the greatest possibility was Lin Tianhao had not left the Newbie Village at all. He really wanted to ask Lin Tianhao what was going on, but in the end, he didn't ask. Not only that, other clubs that were following Lin Tianhao also discovered this problem. Lin Tianhao was still in Newbie Village. Could it be something offline? Did it delay his game progress? What a pity. Good talent, but after such a long delay, even if he wants to catch up later, he'll only be a mid to high tier player. Zumeng Yanshui shook her head with some disappointment as she saw the information about Lin Tianhao reported by her subordinates. Level 10. Not having left Newbie Village, it was highly likely that he was delayed by something offline. Not only Zumeng Yanshui, but most clubs following Lin Tianhao thought the same way. After all, Lin Tianhao's talent and attributes were there. If it weren't for an offline delay, the current situation simply couldn't be explained. They didn't know that Lin Tianhao wasn't delayed by offline matters. He was currently undertaking a very terrifying plot quest. If this plot quest was completed, it would change the landscape of Newbie Village. Ding, first clear dungeon reward settlement in progress. Ding, you have obtained 31 skill books. Ding, you have obtained 42 pieces of equipment. Ding, you have obtained plus 120 gold coins. Ding, you have obtained plus 20 free attribute points. Ding, you have obtained plus 1 ice flame magic ore. As expected, Lin Tianhao's face broke into a smile. This second ice flame magic ore was finally in his hands. Just as Lin Tianhao was checking his rewards, ahead, within the ice flame corpse king's body, the ice attributed power began to peel away. Finally, this ice-attributed power descended onto the dried corpse in the crystal coffin. When the dried corpse in the crystal coffin received the ice-attributed power, its body began to recover rapidly. Lin Tianhao frowned. Could it be that there was a hidden boss in this hidden dungeon? A hidden boss refers to a new boss that appears after a dungeon is cleared due to some special reason. In this situation, he could choose to leave the dungeon directly, as the dungeon clear rewards were already in his hands. But Lin Tianhao was also bold and skilled. He wanted to see what this hidden boss was. Bang! With a loud bang, the crystal coffin shattered, and a woman with fair skin, delicate features, and long silver-white hair appeared before him. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the woman. Princess Leona. Health, attack, skills. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. This guy's stats were all question marks. Moreover, in Twilight of the Gods, characters with titles like princess, prince, or general were generally not to be trifled with. Adventurer, did you save me? Lin Tianhao subconsciously nodded. I suppose so. Upon hearing this, Princess Leona's expression was incredibly calm. She looked at Lin Tianhao for a moment and said, "You saved me. I can give you 2 things, but you can only choose to take one of them." Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Had he triggered a hidden reward? This is the first item. You can become a Viscount of our Star Kingdom and obtain a territory of your own. Lin Tianhao gasped. Lord's Heart? In the early stages of the game, it was almost impossible for something like a Lord's Heart to appear. Furthermore, Princess Leona said there was also the title of Viscount, which meant nobility. Having a noble title within the kingdom would bring him many benefits. But Lin Tianhao still suppressed his excitement and asked, what about the second item? Leona took out a light blue jade pendant. This is an equipment passed down from the Divine Fall era. It can grant the wearer 80% immunity to control effects. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. 80% immunity to control effects was already extremely overpowered. What is your choice? Lin Tianhao hesitated for a moment, then chose the jade pendant. I want the jade pendant. Based on his experience from his previous life, obtaining a lord's heart and establishing a territory was not a difficult task for him. Viscount was also only the second lowest rank among nobles. Not only that, while Star Kingdom was fine in the early game, it would be somewhat lacking in the mid to late game. But this jade pendant was awesome. 80% immunity to control effects, no matter what stage of the game. This effect was incredibly powerful. Princess Leona looked at Lin Tianhao with some surprise, seemingly not expecting Lin Tianhao to choose a piece of equipment. Are our kingdom's Viscount title and territory not as good as a piece of equipment? Lin Tianhao shook his head. It's not that the Viscount title isn't good, nor that the territory isn't good, nor that your Star Kingdom isn't good. It's just that everyone has their own preferences. Princess Leona smiled helplessly and gave the jade pendant to Lin Tianhao. Purification Jade Pendant. Special equipment. Wearing requirements. Can be worn by the active transferor. Cannot be dropped. Cannot be absorbed. Cannot be worn by outsiders unless actively gifted. Effect. Grants 80% immunity to control, knockback, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, paralysis, and other negative buffs. Durability. 100. Lin Tianhao's face showed a satisfied smile. This effect could be described as quite overpowered. Even during the Great Cataclysm, this attribute could be described as explosive. Wearing the Purification Jade Pendant, Lin Tianhao felt much better. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Next was to check the equipment and skills. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single piece of equipment or skill he could wear. The only 2 useful things were the free attribute points and the Ice Flame magic ore. However, according to Old Drunkard, there should have been 2 Ice Flame magic ores here, but only one had appeared so far. That meant there was still one more. Leaving the dungeon, Lin Tianhao entered it again. But this time, something unexpected happened to Lin Tianhao. The hell level difficulty was gone from this dungeon. Because I rescued Princess Leona, the hell level difficulty is gone? 33. Number 33 Chapter 33 Blackmailing the Old Village Chief. Without overthinking it, Lin Tianhao chose the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Tianhao cleared the Nightmare difficulty Lost Princess. However, the Ice Flame magic ore did not appear. Did I think wrong from the start? There's only one Ice Flame magic ore here. Lin Tianhao pondered inwardly. No, that's not right. Old Drunkard had no reason to lie to him about this. Could it be that there are 2 hidden dungeons in this mine? That probability is very, very low. Since it's not 2 hidden dungeons, then there's another possibility. Drop rate. The Ice Flame magic ore might be here, but due to the drop rate, he didn't get it when he first cleared the hard difficulty dungeon. With that thought, Lin Tianhao entered the Lost Princess dungeon again. The upcoming battles he needed to participate in were already quite stressful. Even if he didn't get the last Ice Flame magic ore here, he could still treat it as farming for health points. He continued to farm 5 times in a row. It has to be said that Lin Tianhao's judgment was correct. On his 5th run, he finally saw it in the clear reward. Ding! You have obtained Ice Flame magic ore +1. Lin Tianhao had a satisfied smile on his face. Now that all 3 Ice Flame magic ores in Newbie Village were in his hands, whether the seal could be opened next would depend on him. Moreover, because of continuously farming Lost Princess, Lin Tianhao's health points had now exceeded 120,000. Coupled with the 9 Union longbow, his combat power had received a significant boost. After coming out of the mine, Lin Tianhao did not go to find Old Drunkard or Wang Blacksmith. He went directly to the cliff. As Lin Tianhao expected, the old village chief was still there. It seemed he knew that the upcoming battlefield would be here, so he personally guarded this place. Snow Emperor, why are you here again? Lin Tianhao did not answer the question but directly took out an Ice Flame magic ore. Seeing the Ice Flame magic ore in Lin Tianhao's hand, the old village chief, who was usually unperturbed, suddenly changed his expression. He smiled at Lin Tianhao and said, Snow Emperor, you found the Ice Flame magic ore. That's truly excellent. Old village chief, what exactly is this Ice Flame magic ore? Both you and Wang Blacksmith are looking for it. Hearing this, the old village chief smiled. This is a very important ore, very useful to all of us. Snow Emperor, give it to me, and I will give you unexpected benefits. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. These unexpected benefits from the old village chief made him a bit hesitant. Specifically? Lin Tianhao looked at the old village chief. The old village chief's expression darkened. He realized that Lin Tianhao was trying to bargain with him. 1 gold grade ring. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I heard Wang Blacksmith offered a platinum grade necklace. The old village chief's face darkened. He is a blacksmith, and I am indeed not as good as him in terms of equipment. However, if you are willing to give me this Ice Flame ore, I can give you a Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stone. Almost all talents can be awakened through a Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stone. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment. He didn't need a Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stone, but Zhou Xiaopeng and the monkey both had Saint Grade talents. Giving them this Awakening Stone would allow them to awaken their talents as quickly as possible and become stronger using their talents sooner. Not enough, too. Lin Tianhao held the initiative now, so he naturally wouldn't give up just like that. Snow Emperor, I only have 1, and besides, this is the best thing you can get in Newbie Village. Lin Tianhao remained non-committal, then 2 gold grade rings. The old village chief's face darkened. Lin Tianhao's price had already made him somewhat angry. Snow Emperor, if the Ice Flame magic ore falls into Wang Blacksmith's hands, Newbie Village will be devastated, and it will also be a catastrophe for you adventurers. I am willing to pay the price to prevent this catastrophe. Lin Tianhao sighed. Old village chief, I really want to help you, but I am an adventurer, and all I want is profit. I'm sorry. After saying that, Lin Tianhao turned and prepared to leave. Stop. The old village chief's expression was sinister, and a surge of killing intent erupted from him. What? Does the old village chief want to kill me? Go ahead and kill me. I don't mind dropping 1 level. Upon hearing this, the old village chief's aura receded. That's right, Lin Tianhao was an adventurer. Even if he could kill Lin Tianhao here, the outcome would only be Lin Tianhao dropping 1 level. Once he returned to Newbie Village, Lin Tianhao could still give the Ice Flame magic ore to Wang Blacksmith. Alright, I agree to your terms. Lin Tianhao smiled with satisfaction and completed the transaction with the old village chief. Heavy Thunder Ring, Gold Grade. Wearing requirements. Level 10, Archer. Effect 1. Attack plus 350. Effect 2. Critical hit plus 30%. Effect 3. Armor penetration plus 15%. Effect 4 to 5% chance to paralyze the opponent. Effect 5 to 5% chance to deal double critical hit damage. Effect 6 to 5% chance to trigger area of effect lightning bombardment. Durability. 100. The 2 rings had identical attributes. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. These attributes included 3 special effects. However, the probabilities for these were relatively low. Fortunately, the attributes of the 2 rings were identical, which allowed Lin Tianhao to effectively deal significant damage. Swapping out 2 rings from the Shuren set resulted in Lin Tianhao's recovery decreasing by 20 points. His health points also dropped by over 1,000. However, fortunately, the Shuren set had a set effect when all 10 pieces were equipped, so for now, it was still manageable. Old village chief, it was a pleasure doing business, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. The old village chief's expression, however, was not very good. After all, anyone who was extorted like that probably wouldn't be too happy. 2 gold-grade rings, and only for level 10. They were useful to Lin Tianhao at this stage, but only useful as transitional equipment. If it weren't for the potential confrontation with Wang Blacksmith and the old village chief, he wouldn't have asked for equipment. Free attribute points might have been more appealing. Though he thought this, Lin Tianhao strode back to Newbie Village. At the blacksmith shop, Wang Blacksmith's expression was somewhat sinister when he saw Lin Tianhao arrive. Snow Emperor, what are you doing here again? Upon hearing Wang Blacksmith's hostile tone, Lin Tianhao knew that Wang Blacksmith must have found out something. Wang Blacksmith, didn't you ask me to find the Ice Flame magic ore? Now that I'm here to submit the quest, is this how you treat me? Wang Blacksmith sneered. Snow Emperor, still pretending in front of me? Old drunkard saw you trade the Ice Flame magic ore to the old village chief. What do you have to give me now? Lin Tianhao sighed. Wang Blacksmith, there isn't just one Ice Flame magic ore. At this point, Lin Tianhao feigned disappointment and shook his head. Since Wang Blacksmith no longer wants the Ice Flame magic ore, then I shall leave. With that, Lin Tianhao turned to leave. Wang Blacksmith's expression changed, and he moved swiftly to block Lin Tianhao's path. He completely changed his previous attitude and spoke to Lin Tianhao with a pleasant demeanor. Snow Emperor, I was just joking with you. From what you just said, do you still have Ice Flame magic ore in your possession? Lin Tianhao nodded. Indeed, I still have 1 Ice Flame magic ore, but now I think it might be better to give it all to the old village chief. At least, the old village chief wouldn't treat me with such an attitude as yours. 34. Number 34 Chapter 34 Game with Blacksmith Wang. Upon hearing this, Wang Blacksmith grew anxious. Snow Emperor, let's talk this over. We've cooperated so happily before. There's no reason to be unpleasant over such a small matter. Lin Tianhao paused his steps. Wang Blacksmith, to be honest with you, the old village chief offered quite generous terms. Wang Blacksmith knew immediately that Lin Tianhao might be asking for a lot. Snow Emperor, my platinum grade necklace isn't bad either. It's not bad, no. Lin Tianhao hesitated, but it's still just transitional equipment. The old village chief even offered a Saint-grade awakening stone. How about you give me a Saint-grade awakening stone too? Wang Blacksmith's expression changed. Where would he get a Saint-grade awakening stone? Snow Emperor, I really don't have a Saint-grade awakening stone. However, I can help you upgrade the 9 Union longbow to platinum grade and add another platinum grade necklace. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. A platinum grade main weapon plus a platinum grade necklace. His combat power would undoubtedly receive a massive boost, but there would still be a problem. If he changed his necklace, then the Shuren set would only have 9 pieces left. The set effect would no longer exist. It's a bit of a waste to use platinum grade equipment as transitional gear. How about this? Give me a set of Archer's gold grade equipment. A set? Wang Blacksmith's face instantly changed. Snow Emperor, a set isn't like cabbage. In the entire newbie village, the best is the bronze grade set, and that's the limit of what I can do. Lin Tianhao was slightly disappointed, but it was also within his expectations. Bronze grade? Huh? Not even silver. Show me the set attributes. Wang Blacksmith took a deep breath. When had a player ever haggled with him like this? But he had no choice. Because the Ice Flame magic ore was something he absolutely needed. Alright, Wang Blacksmith led Lin Tianhao into the inner room. There, Lin Tianhao saw 3 bronze grade sets. This set is the bronze grade set suitable for archers, the Qingfeng suit. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell on the Qingfeng suit, and the set's attributes appeared before him. Qingfeng suit. Effect 1. Attack speed plus 3.2. Effect 2. Movement speed plus 5.9. Effect 3. Critical hit plus 35%. Effect 4. Attack plus 1800. Set special effect 1. Your basic attacks can stack attack speed, gaining 0.5 attack speed per basic attack, stacking up to 6 layers. Set special effect 2. Your basic attacks can stack movement speed, gaining 0.5 movement speed per basic attack, stacking up to 6 layers. Lin Tianhao frowned. This equipment was not what he wanted. Although attack speed and movement speed seemed very important, but he looked at another set of equipment, which was a set with high reflection damage. What he needed was lifesteal. Otherwise, if Wong Blacksmith used that reflection damage equipment, he would be very passive. Snow Emperor, how is it? Wong Blacksmith asked. It's terrible. Lin Tianhao uttered 2 words. How can that be? Wong Blacksmith feigned surprise. Archers need attack speed, movement speed, critical hit, and attack power the most, and this set has all of them. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. Indeed, it had them all, but it didn't have lifesteal. That was the most troubling part. At this stage, with reflection damage, if Lin Tianhao didn't have lifesteal, the faster his attack speed, the faster he would die. Wong Blacksmith's reflection damage set completely countered this Qingfeng's suit. This was premeditated. I don't lack attack speed and critical hit right now. I lack lifesteal. Lifesteal, as a special attribute, couldn't even be added through free attribute points. It could only be obtained through equipment or skills. Wong Blacksmith's eyes narrowed slightly. An archer wanting lifesteal seemed to be for increasing fault tolerance. But to be honest, lifesteal was definitely not as good as attack speed and movement speed for fault tolerance. As long as those 2 attributes went up, there was no fear at all. However, there was a prerequisite. That was, the opponent had no reflection damage. Lin Tianhao immediately asked for lifesteal equipment. The answer was already obvious. Looking at the entire newbie village, aside from the Twisted Trent having a bit of cheap reflection damage, it was only here with Wong Blacksmith. Snow Emperor, lifesteal is a special attribute. I do have it here, but it's not in a set, and there are only 3 bronze grade pieces with lifesteal. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. It seemed Wong Blacksmith had guessed some of his intentions. Sigh. Lin Tianhao sighed. Since that's the case, I'll go find the old village chief then. Wong Blacksmith's eyes narrowed, and an invisible aura was released. Lin Tianhao only felt the surrounding temperature continuously rising. Ding, you are affected by high temperature. -18. -18. The damage wasn't much, but Wong Blacksmith's attitude made Lin Tianhao very displeased. Wong Blacksmith, are you going to attack? At this point, Lin Tianhao spread his hands. Alright, I certainly can't beat you anyway. Just kill me. Wong Blacksmith's expression was grim. He naturally knew that Lin Tianhao would only lose levels if he was killed. And this was the newbie village. If he killed Lin Tianhao here in the newbie village, it would definitely give the old village chief an excuse to cause him trouble. Snow Emperor, I do have another special piece of equipment that can provide lifesteal. I'm sure you won't refuse. Oh, Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. What kind of equipment could make Wong Blacksmith so confident? Wong Blacksmith took out a necklace from his embrace. Bloodthirsty necklace. Special. Wearing requirements. None. Effect. Restores 1% of your health with each basic attack. Durability. 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He had to admit, Wong Blacksmith was right. This was a piece of equipment he couldn't refuse. 1% health recovery. This seemed low, but Lin Tianhao's own health was high enough to compensate. Alright, this ice flame magic ore is yours. Lin Tianhao said. No. Wong Blacksmith shook his head. To get this equipment, besides the ice flame magic ore, I also need 1,000 other pieces of equipment. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. This was a bit of an outrageous demand. Wong Blacksmith. Lin Tianhao's voice deepened a few shades. Isn't your request a bit excessive? Not excessive. I believe you'll agree. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. Wong Blacksmith had made the right gamble. Alright, as you wish, but I don't have them right now. I'll need some time. No problem, I'll wait for you. The reason Lin Tianhao agreed was because it was something he could do conveniently anyway. He had already accumulated a lot of equipment from farming dungeons. His original plan was to maximize his health by farming dungeons. The ideal state was to upgrade the Hand of Heavenly Punishment to 3 stars, which would give his damage a huge boost. After leaving the newbie village, Lin Tianhao began to work overtime farming the Twisted Jungle. Emerald City. Zumeng Yenshui saw the message from her subordinate, and her expression couldn't help but become a little strange. It's been so long, and he's still level 10. It seems there's no hope. Zumeng Yenshui replied with a message. No need to pay attention to Snow Emperor anymore. Even if he comes online now, it's impossible for him to catch up to me. Then do we still need to recruit him? Zumeng Yenshui hesitated for a moment. Recruitment is fine, but lower the annual salary to 1 million. If he agrees, fine. If not, then forget it. In the game, 1 step slow means every step slow. No need to worry about him anymore. 35. Number 35 Chapter 35 I accept this task. It wasn't just Zumeng Yenshui. Other clubs that were paying attention to Lin Tianhao had also decreased their focus on him. After all, the early stage of Twilight of the Gods was very important, and Lin Tianhao being stuck at level 10 for so long made them wonder if his value was still high. However, Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain was different. He had been following Lin Tianhao all along, even sending him a few messages of concern during that time. Unfortunately, he didn't receive any replies. Online, a blogger also posted an article claiming that Lin Tianhao had become just another ordinary player. Snow Emperor, I believe everyone still remembers him. Consecutive server-wide announcements and invitations from major clubs with annual salaries of over 100 million yuan made his popularity soar. But now, a day has passed, and other players are making rapid progress, while only Snow Emperor remains at level 10 without advancing. According to my deduction, he is just a flash in the pan genius. After entering the main city, his infinite hovering technique will be useless against bosses that have domination, overlord body, and violent, berserk, skills. As for some people saying that Snow Emperor has something going on offline and hasn't been online, I think that's nonsense. Who would give up an annual salary of over 100 million yuan to mess around offline? After this blogger's analysis came out, many people agreed with his viewpoint. In fact, from the perspective of professional players, this blogger's words were full of loopholes. But most ordinary players didn't understand the game well enough, so they thought what this blogger said was correct. However, professional players wouldn't go out of their way to defend someone they weren't familiar with. But while others didn't step in, Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain couldn't stand it when he saw this post. He immediately opened a new post to retort. First of all, regarding the blogger named Game Dong, please think before you speak. Even if Snow Emperor can't fight bosses with his hovering technique, can't he fight ordinary monsters? Also, have you seen Hu Zhe Zhongsheng Fenge's live broadcast recording? What kind of damage does Snow Emperor deal? How could he be stuck at level 10 and unable to level up? Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain's intervention immediately caused quite a stir. After all, Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain was the young master of Floating Turret Guild, and he had already made a name for himself in the main city with his elite Shuren set. Therefore, there were quite a few players who knew Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain. Just 15 minutes after his post came out, Game Dong had already published a new post. What I didn't expect was that a professional player would actually be a Snow Emperor fan. I don't deny that Snow Emperor's hovering technique is very powerful, but so what? His damage numbers in Newbie Village were already very outrageous, and it's almost impossible to have such abnormal damage relying on free attributes or equipment. So, I speculate that Snow Emperor most likely possesses a special item that amplifies damage, which is not unheard of in the early stages of the game. But special items often have time limits. I think the time limit for Snow Emperor's special item has expired, and his damage has returned to normal, which is why he has become just another ordinary player. Game Dong and Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain began to argue with each other, both having a certain fanbase. Their mutual arguments caused a huge uproar online. It even made it into the top 10 trending topics. At this very moment, as the key figure in this incident, Lin Tianhao was happily grinding in Twisted Jungle, completing it once, twice, 3 times. Here, one must thank one of the benefits of Newbie Village, the infinite backpack slots. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao's backpack would have been full long ago. Lin Tianhao didn't even calculate how many times he had cleared the hell level difficulty of Twisted Jungle. He only knew that he had been grinding continuously. Finally, ding! Your Hand of Heavenly Punishment has been upgraded to 3 stars. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, God Tier, 3 stars. Effect 1. Each normal attack deals 3% of your health as true damage. Effect 2. Each normal attack permanently increases health by 3 points. Proficiency, 0.10 millionths. Lin Tianhao's face showed a satisfied smile. The Hand of Heavenly Punishment had finally leveled up. At the same time, his health also exceeded 220,000. Now, according to the effect of the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, one normal attack could deal 6,600 true damage, and each normal attack could also permanently increase health by 3 points. After the Hand of Heavenly Punishment was upgraded, Lin Tianhao did not stop. He cleared the dungeon and once again obtained a large number of rewards. Lin Tianhao checked his equipment. He already had over 1,100 pieces, which met the requirements for Wang Blacksmith's quest. Returning to Newbie Village, Lin Tianhao found Wang Blacksmith. Wang Blacksmith, I've brought what you asked for. Wang Blacksmith was slightly surprised, evidently not expecting Lin Tianhao to arrive so quickly. Lin Tianhao took out the equipment and the Ice Flame magic ore. Seeing these items, Wang Blacksmith also took out the Bloodthirsty necklace. They exchanged items. Lin Tianhao's face showed a satisfied smile. With this bloodthirsty necklace, plus the purification jade pendant's crowd control immunity, Lin Tianhao's pressure was significantly reduced. Crowd control immunity, lifesteal, combined with his current attributes and skill. He felt that even if he fought the old village chief, he would have a chance. Snow Emperor, you have now obtained what you wanted, shouldn't you leave? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. To be honest, I've offended several guilds in the main city. If I go there, I'll probably be killed before I can even leave the main city. Hearing this, Wang Blacksmith's face darkened. Old drunkard, on the other hand, scolded, Snow Emperor, don't push your luck. The matters of Newbie Village are not something you can interfere with. Lin Tianhao grinned, I'm a person who values profit. As long as the benefits are in place, I can even take down the old village chief. Wang Blacksmith stared at Lin Tianhao. He was optimistic about Lin Tianhao's strength. It was just that Lin Tianhao had been somewhat unpredictable lately, making it difficult for him to trust him. Moreover, he always felt that Lin Tianhao was the variable. To ensure everything was foolproof, he hoped Lin Tianhao would leave Newbie Village. But if Lin Tianhao was willing to sincerely help him, then the benefits he could gain would also be immense. Good. Wang Blacksmith nodded. Snow Emperor, if you truly want to help me, then go and destroy the resurrection altar now. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Destroying the resurrection altar now would destroy his retreat. In other words, if he were killed in Newbie Village without a resurrection altar, he would be forced to revive in the main city. The risk was too great. Even though Lin Tianhao's withering wood and spring had already been upgraded to 3 stars, his invincible golden body was not yet off cooldown. This was not something he could do. Wang Blacksmith, the resurrection altar cannot be destroyed yet. That would be cutting off my own path. How about we destroy the resurrection altar after the old village chief dies? Wang Blacksmith sneered. Clearly, his doubts about Lin Tianhao grew stronger. Snow Emperor, you make it very difficult for me to trust you. How about this? You go to the cliff and fight the old village chief. With the resurrection altar, you can revive even if you die. As for leveling up, I believe that's an easy task for you. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Blacksmith was forcing him to take a side. Ding, Wang Blacksmith has issued a quest to you. Quest requirement. Go to the cliff and fight the old village chief. Quest penalty. Unknown. Quest reward. Unknown. If he accepted this quest to attack the old village chief, he would completely break ties with the old village chief. From Wang Blacksmith's perspective, Lin Tianhao could only choose to side with him. Wang Blacksmith wore a playful expression. In his opinion, Lin Tianhao couldn't possibly accept this quest. However, Lin Tianhao's next answer left him dumbfounded. Okay, I accept this quest. 36. Number 36 Chapter 36 The old village chief is actually a fighter. Wang Blacksmith was stunned for a moment. Oh, in that case, I hope you can successfully kill the old village chief. If you kill the old village chief alone, I will give you a growth-type weapon for an archer. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. These growth-type weapons were the most abnormal. Because only growth-type weapons had no upper limit, they could surpass artifacts and become the legendary super artifacts. Alright, I'll go now. Lin Tianhao also wanted to test what the old village chief of the Newbie Village was like. They all said the old village chief of the Newbie Village was the biggest boss in the Newbie Village, and this time he could finally investigate. Cliff. When Lin Tianhao arrived here, he didn't know when, but a lean-to had already been set up here, and the old village chief was sitting inside, drinking tea. Seeing Lin Tianhao arrive, he took out a cup and poured Lin Tianhao a cup of tea. Snow Emperor, come have a drink? Whoosh. The old village chief's response was a feather arrow. The feather arrow accurately hit the teacup in the old village chief's hand. The old village chief sighed. Snow Emperor, you disappoint me too much. I didn't expect you to end up siding with Wang Blacksmith. Lin Tianhao's expression was indifferent. Old village chief, no need for more nonsense. Let's fight. As his words fell, Lin Tianhao made the first move. A feather arrow tore through the air, flying towards the old village chief's glabella. The old village chief smiled and made no move. Lin Tianhao's feather arrow actually hovered in front of him, turning into an ice sculpture, and then shattered with a bang. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically, but the attack didn't stop. String twisting arrow technique. The rapidly spinning feather arrow finally wasn't frozen by the old village chief. However, such a powerful penetrating feather arrow was continuously batted away by the old village chief's fingers. Then, the old village chief casually tossed it. The feather arrow actually flew towards Lin Tianhao, and its flight speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, the feather arrow was already in front of Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao did a donkey roll, narrowly avoiding these feather arrows. The old village chief's methods were too terrifying. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Fighter? The methods the old village chief was displaying now corresponded to a relatively special profession. Do you know now? The old village chief grinned. The next moment, he actually disappeared from his original spot. Lin Tianhao immediately dodged sideways. But the old village chief's speed was simply too fast. His dodge was unsuccessful, and he was caught by the old village chief by the arm and thrown over the shoulder. Bang! Lin Tianhao slammed into the ground, causing the ground to crack. -5128. A huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao only felt his scalp tingle. He wanted to run, but the old village chief had already grabbed his legs, hanging him upside down. Bang! The moment Lin Tianhao was hung upside down, the old village chief's knee violently struck Lin Tianhao's spine. Crack crack. -10,256. Lin Tianhao only felt like his bones were about to fall apart. It was just that this was a game, and everything was digitized. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would probably be paralyzed by now. But then, the old village chief showed Lin Tianhao what it meant to achieve a goal by any means necessary. The old village chief delivered a hand chop, striking down between Lin Tianhao's legs as he hung upside down. Lin Tianhao subconsciously clamped his legs together, then used the old village chief's hand chop to flip over, leaping up and sitting on the old village chief's shoulder. His experience from long-term life and death battles in his previous life allowed Lin Tianhao to immediately reverse his grip on the bow, wrapping the bowstring around the old village chief's neck, spinning it once, and pulling back. The old village chief immediately couldn't breathe, his face turning red. But his reaction speed was also incredibly fast. He performed a monkey steals peaches move, reaching back to grab between Lin Tianhao's legs. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. This old village chief was truly inhuman. Lin Tianhao even wondered if the old village chief had been attacked like this before, which was why he wanted to use such a method against him. But it had to be said, the old village chief's method was very effective. Lin Tianhao had no choice but to dodge away. The old village chief quickly rushed forward after getting up. String twisting arrow technique. Lin Tianhao fired an arrow at extreme close range. -6612. Lin Tianhao thought, holy cow, because it was true damage. This was simply outrageous. In other words, his close-range string twisting arrow didn't even break through his defense, which was terrifying. The old village chief was also a bit surprised. It seemed he hadn't expected Lin Tianhao's attack to deal such high damage to him. Even with some surprise, the old village chief's movements were not slow at all. He took Lin Tianhao's arrow head-on, then sent Lin Tianhao flying into the air with an uppercut. Then he jumped up and performed a combo. Wait a minute, this combo, why was it so similar to Old Drunkard's combo? Could it be that Old Drunkard was the old village chief's man? This possibility couldn't be ruled out. After all, the old village chief had previously planted someone near Wang Blacksmith, and now planting another subordinate could also explain it. But Lin Tianhao was no longer in the mood to think that much. Because before he even landed, he was grabbed by the head by the old village chief and violently slammed into his knee. Was this a fighter's fighting style? The old village chief's combat skills completely overturned his imagination. Now, Lin Tianhao was like a toy, completely defenseless in the old village chief's hands. He was almost infinitely controlled and knocked airborne. Bang! Slammed hard onto the ground once again. Lin Tianhao's health bar plummeted. Of his 220,000 health, less than a third remained. But the old village chief still didn't give Lin Tianhao a chance to react. The old village chief raised his hand. Lin Tianhao was frozen. Then, the old village chief violently struck Lin Tianhao's frozen body. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge damage number floated above Lin Tianhao's head. -59,280. Nearly 60,000 damage instantly killed Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was instantly killed before Withering Wood and Spring could even activate, because his health was above 10% when he was instantly killed. Withering Wood and Spring was not triggered. Newbie Village. At the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao appeared. His level dropped from 10 to 9. This result stunned the few players who were still following him, especially Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. He was arguing fiercely with Game Dong Online, fully supporting Lin Tianhao. But now, instead of news of Lin Tianhao's resurgence, he had actually dropped a level. Lin Tianhao dropped a level. Who was the happiest about this? Undoubtedly, Game Dong. Previously, he and Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain had been tearing into each other, both with valid points, which meant he hadn't gained the upper hand. But now it was different. Lin Tianhao had dropped a level. This provided material for him to work with. In just 10 minutes, Game Dong posted, "At Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, heh. What more is there to say now? Your Snow Emperor, whom you praised to the heavens, has dropped a level. not having leveled up for so long, and now even dropping a level. This corroborates what I said before. Snow Emperor was just lucky and got some special item in the newbie village. Even his infinite mid-air suspension wasn't a skill, but a result of a special items buff. This level drop fully proves that Snow Emperor has become just like everyone else, even worse than the vast majority of ordinary players. 37. Number 37 Chapter 37, the Novice Village version of Infernal Affairs. What Game Dong said immediately resonated with many ordinary players, and even some high-level players thought Game Donga's words made sense. Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain gritted his teeth in anger when he saw Game Donga's post. To be honest, he still believed Lin Tianhao was awesome, because Lin Tianhao had helped him level up before. Those moves were not something ordinary players could pull off. However, he truly didn't know how to refute it now. He hadn't leveled up for a long time, and now he had even dropped a level. Even if he wanted to defend Lin Tianhao, he wouldn't know where to start. But he still didn't give in. He simply posted, "Everyone makes mistakes." Snow Emperor probably had something urgent offline that delayed him for quite a while. After coming online, in order to catch up, he forcibly fought high-level monsters beyond his level, which is why he accidentally dropped a level. Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain's obvious sophistry only drew ridicule from many people. Floating Tower Club. No sooner had Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain posted his message than he received a private message. "Don't bother with Snow Emperor's matters anymore, and don't post all that nonsense online. That will only make others think our people have intelligence issues." Upon seeing this message, Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain immediately became displeased. "Sister, even you think Snow Emperor is no good? Whether he's good or not, isn't the fact right there?" Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain was momentarily speechless, but he still insisted, "I believe Snow Emperor's setback is only temporary. He will definitely rise again." Lin Tianhao didn't know that his one-level drop had caused such a stir. Coming out of the resurrection altar, Old Drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao and smiled. "Not bad. You actually dealt over 6,000 damage to the old village chief." Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. "I never dreamed that the old village chief was a fighter." "Yes, he's a fighter, and he's also an ice and fire dual-element fighter." Lin Tianhao waved his hand. "Alright, I'm going to level up." After saying that, he left Newbie Village and headed to Twisted Jungle. Entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao's eyes sharpened. This time, when he fought the old village chief, he hadn't worn the Purification Jade pendant. He hadn't intended to truly inflict much damage on the old village chief during this confrontation. It was more to test the old village chief's skills and, at the same time, gain Wong Blacksmith's trust. Now that Hand of Heavenly Punishment had reached 3 stars, a single normal attack could stack 3 health points. But the same problem arose. The monsters in Twisted Jungle couldn't withstand his attacks at all. They were killed in just a couple of hits, and the stacked health points were also very limited. After soloing Twisted Jungle twice, Lin Tianhao successfully reached level 10. Reaching level 10 again did not grant free attribute points. But it didn't matter. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Newbie Village. Instead, he stayed here until his health reached 250,000 before going back. With higher health, he would have more confidence. Newbie Village, Blacksmith Shop. Lin Tianhao submitted the quest of confronting the old village chief. "Ding, you have completed Wong Blacksmith's quest, rewarding you with +5 free attribute points." Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. This reward was a bit low, but Lin Tianhao still said nothing. "Wong Blacksmith, the old village chief's strength is beyond my imagination. It's difficult for me to contend with him alone." Wong Blacksmith nodded. "The old village chief has dominated Newbie Village for so long. He naturally has his unique qualities. Then how should we fight the old village chief?" Lin Tianhao asked subconsciously. "I will confront the old village chief head-on. You can provide support from the side." Having said that, Wong Blacksmith continued. "But before that, I need you and Old Drunkard to go to the mine." "Ding, Wong Blacksmith has issued you a hidden quest. Quest requirement: kill Old Drunkard. Quest penalty: unknown. Quest reward: unknown." Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Earlier, when the old village chief attacked him with a combo, he felt it was very similar to Old Drunkard's combo. Therefore, he had some suspicions. Now it seems Wong Blacksmith also suspected Old Drunkard. "Okay." Lin Tianhao nodded. Old Drunkard didn't seem to notice Wong Blacksmith's intentions and went to the mine with Lin Tianhao. At the entrance of the mine, Old Drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. "Snow Emperor, Wong Blacksmith wants you to kill me?" Lin Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. Old Drunkard already knew. No need to be so surprised. Wong Blacksmith is naturally suspicious. He must have discovered something, which is why he asked you to come with me. Lin Tianhao smiled. "Since you know, then why did you still come?" Old Drunkard smiled. Of course I had to come. Because I must die. Only then can you fully gain his trust. Oh? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. I've already gained Wang Blacksmith's trust by attacking the old village chief. No, you haven't gained his trust. Just at this moment, a figure walked out from the direction of the mine. Seeing that person, Lin Tianhao was startled, because the person who came was none other than the old village chief. Lin Tianhao felt that this small newbie village was almost turning into a infernal affairs game because of him. It seems Old Drunkard truly is your subordinate. Lin Tianhao said with a bitter smile. The old village chief nodded. That's right, including the weakness. We deliberately left it for Wang Blacksmith to discover. The purpose is for you to kill Old Drunkard, thereby completely gaining his trust. And then, to pull the rug out from under him? To ambush him during the real decisive battle? Lin Tianhao asked. Something like that. Do you remember the mandrake potion I gave you? Put it in Wang Blacksmith's wine jar and have him drink it. That way, you'll be the biggest contributor to this battle. Lin Tianhao fell silent. The old village chief seemed to have noticed Lin Tianhao's hesitation, and he continued. Snow Emperor, you've been delayed in Newbie Village for so long. If you help me with this, I will definitely give you rewards beyond your current stage. Lin Tianhao remained silent, appearing to be deep in thought, but in reality, he already had an answer. Don't look at how he had no power to parry during his last fight with the old village chief. That was because he wasn't wearing the Purification Jade Pendant. If he wore the Purification Jade Pendant, the old village chief wouldn't be able to continuously control him. Moreover, he had now accumulated 80 free attribute points. If all of them were added to movement speed, his movement speed would reach a terrifying level. Alright, old village chief, I trust you. After hesitating and struggling for a while, Lin Tianhao said earnestly. The good things in Wang Blacksmith's hands are very limited in their help to me. I hope the things in your hands, old village chief, can be more useful to me. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow had already landed on Old Drunkard. Old Drunkard did not resist, quietly embracing death. Not only him, but even his green flower serpent was the same. Ding, you have completed the first kill of the green flower serpent. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the first kill of the green flower serpent. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to work hard. 38. Number 38 Chapter 38 The War Begins. Ding, you have completed the first kill of Old Drunkard. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the first kill of Old Drunkard. This is a special announcement, and we hope all players will continue to strive for more. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the first kill of Old Drunkard. This is a special announcement, and we hope all players will continue to strive for more. 2 consecutive server-wide announcements rang out. The previously dejected floating turret suddenly became excited. Killing 2 bosses in a row, how could he not boast? How could he not refute Game Dong properly? At Game Dong, what do you say now? Snow Emperor has completed 2 boss first kills in a short time. I just have one question. Is there anyone else? To use your words, from this point, it can corroborate what I said before. Snow Emperor's level drop was just a mistake. Game Dong did not soften his stance because of Lin Tianhao's sudden double boss kill. He responded shortly after Floating Turret's post came out. 2 bosses with no real value don't prove anything. Moreover, all signs indicate that Snow Emperor is still in Newbie Village. Is it really worth bragging about killing 2 bosses in Newbie Village at this stage? A new round of clashes began online, but Lin Tianhao, the instigator, was completely unaware. After killing the green flower serpent and Old Drunkard, he chose to loot the bodies. Ding, you have obtained skill book +2. Ding, you have obtained equipment +3. Ding, you have obtained special item, golden light talisman. Ding, you have obtained special item, wine gourd. Ding, you have obtained gold coins +10. The rewards were not particularly generous. Lin Tianhao looked at the skills and equipment. They were not as good as his own, so nothing was usable. Then, Lin Tianhao looked at the golden light talisman and the wine gourd. Golden light talisman, special item, effect. When activated, it grants golden light protection, magic resistance +100, armor +300, lasting for 5 minutes. Note, single-use consumable, wine gourd, special item, effect, collect rare treasures and put them inside to automatically brew special wines, including but not limited to providing free attribute points, temporary buffs, etc. Note, the more precious the rare treasures, the better the wine that can be brewed. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The golden light talisman was quite ordinary for him. However, this wine gourd seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. It was just that Lin Tianhao couldn't yet figure out exactly which rare treasures produced what kind of items. Moreover, in the early stages of the game, rare treasures were not easy to obtain. Putting away the items, Lin Tianhao smiled at the old village chief, then returned to Newbie Village. Blacksmith shop. Wang blacksmith was forging iron. Seeing Lin Tianhao return, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Snow Emperor, you truly did not disappoint me. Ding, you have completed Wang blacksmith's quest. Quest reward, Qingfeng suit +1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The Qingfeng suit was quite effective for him. Most importantly, both attack speed and movement speed were increased. However, Lin Tianhao already possessed the bloodthirsty necklace, 2 gold-grade rings, and the 9 union longbow. He had to make a choice. The 9 union longbow definitely had to be kept, as it came with lifesteal and many powerful attributes. The heavy thunder ring was ordinary, though. For attack speed and movement speed, he could temporarily not wear the heavy thunder ring. After a brief consideration, Lin Tianhao swapped out 1 heavy thunder ring, forming a 10-piece Qingfeng suit plus 1 heavy thunder ring, 1 bloodthirsty necklace, and his main weapon, the 9 union longbow. After equipping this set of gear, Lin Tianhao's attributes underwent a drastic change. Wang blacksmith, when are we taking action? Lin Tianhao asked directly. He had spent too much time in Newbie Village and naturally wanted to leave Newbie Village as soon as possible. Wang blacksmith smiled mysteriously. Right now. Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, how do we fight? Wang blacksmith chuckled. The old village chief and I have secretly clashed many times before. This time, you are the variable. Oh, Lin Tianhao was a bit surprised. How so? If we fight head-on, neither the old village chief nor I are confident in defeating the other. But if you help, that might change. I see. Lin Tianhao smiled. So, we're going directly to the cliff to find the old village chief. That's right. Before that, go to the tavern and buy 2 jars of wine for me. Alright. Lin Tianhao was a bit surprised that Wang blacksmith actually needed to drink wine. Tavern. After Lin Tianhao bought the wine, he did not follow his agreement with the old village chief to poison the wine. In this battle, no matter who won in the end, Lin Tianhao hoped it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Because only then could he reap the benefits of their struggle. After Wang blacksmith received the wine Lin Tianhao brought back, he first tested it with a silver needle. Old drunkard is the old village chief's man after all. Even if he's dead, we still need to be careful. Lin Tianhao was a bit stunned. Was this what the old village chief meant by absolute trust? This silver needle test. He claimed not to trust old drunkard, but in reality, he didn't trust Lin Tianhao. Let's go. After seeing that the silver needle did not change color, a satisfied smile appeared on Wang blacksmith's face. Let's go. Lin Tianhao followed Wang blacksmith all the way to the cliff. The old village chief was still drinking tea in the pavilion. Seeing Lin Tianhao and Wang blacksmith arrive, a smile appeared on his face. Old Wang, we've known each other for so many years. Do we really have to go this far? Wang blacksmith snorted. Old village chief, I don't want to go this far either. But I advised you, and you wouldn't listen, so I have no choice. Could I listen? You wanted to destroy our newbie village. You're the one who wants to destroy our newbie village. Wang blacksmith roared, his emotions somewhat agitated. I want to solve it once and for all. But your method is like boiling a frog slowly. Our newbie village will definitely be finished. The old village chief sighed. Even now, you are still so stubborn. You're the stubborn one, Wang blacksmith shouted. The old village chief shook his head. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. As his voice fell, a set of silver white armor appeared on the old village chief. Silver suit. This could already be considered very powerful in newbie village. However, Wang blacksmith was even more formidable. Because what was on Wang blacksmith was actually a gold suit. It seems you've already forged this mysterious tortoise suit. The old village chief's expression was somewhat solemn. Wang blacksmith smiled and nodded. That's right, and I have to thank Snow Emperor for this. He helped me collect a large amount of equipment, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to forge the mysterious tortoise suit today. It's a pity, there are only 10 pieces. If there were 13, I might not be your opponent. The old village chief was confident. Wang blacksmith, however, angrily retorted, Old village chief, you're on the verge of death, and you're still talking big? As his voice fell, Wang blacksmith was the first to attack. His spiky shield charged towards the old village chief. 39. Number 39 Chapter 39 Blacksmith Wang vs the old village chief. The old village chief, seeing this, leapt up and actually jumped towards the cliff behind him. Above the cliff was a thin steel wire, and he landed steadily on the steel wire. Wang blacksmith, seeing this, let his shield fly out of his hand. Bang! The sharp-edged shield instantly cut the steel wire. The old village chief leapt up, taking advantage of Wong Blacksmith's unarmed state, and charged towards Wong Blacksmith. Wong Blacksmith's expression changed slightly. Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao immediately attacked without hesitation. String twisting arrow technique instantly tore through the air, flying towards the old village chief with a powerful impact. The old village chief slapped away the feather arrow, and at the same time, grabbed Wong Blacksmith by the collar and slammed him hard onto the ground. -3958. The old village chief's damage was as high as ever. Even Wong Blacksmith, with his golden armor set, still seemed insufficient in front of the old village chief. However, what surprised Lin Tianhao was this. A huge damage number also appeared above the old village chief's head. -2775. Reflect damage. This reflect damage effect was truly terrifying. The old village chief was not surprised. Green light had been continuously emanating from his body. +1000, +1000. Similar to Lin Tianhao's revival skill, it could restore health. This was getting interesting. The old village chief's automatic health regeneration could restore 1000 health per second, and Wong Blacksmith was equipped with a full set of tank gear. Next, they would have a long fight ahead of them, but Wong Blacksmith did not seem to intend to fight a prolonged battle. His shield flew back and charged towards the old village chief again. The old village chief wanted to create distance, but Wong Blacksmith had already used his taunt skill. After being taunted, the old village chief involuntarily began to auto-attack Wong Blacksmith. -1598. The old village chief's auto-attack damage was still very high. Although there was reflect damage, with the old village chief's health regeneration effect, he could still manage with ease. Wong Blacksmith obviously couldn't be that weak. His shield struck the old village chief's body. -5285. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. Wong Blacksmith's damage was quite impressive, even among combat professions. After the taunt ended, the old village chief's expression was extremely grim. But he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, propped his foot against the shield. Then he leapt up and landed on Wong Blacksmith's head. The next moment, frost condensed on the old village chief's palm. Bang! A palm strike, wrapped in frost, slammed heavily onto Wong Blacksmith's head. -8299. A huge damage number appeared. Snow Emperor, stop watching the show. Wong Blacksmith rotated his shield upwards, forcing the old village chief to dodge. Whoosh! A feather arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao's target was not the old village chief. It was Wong Blacksmith. Wong Blacksmith was hit by Lin Tianhao's arrow and angrily rebuked, Snow Emperor. What are you doing? Lin Tianhao spread his hands. Wong Blacksmith, you can't blame me. Blame the old village chief for offering too much. This was merely a pretense. The reason Lin Tianhao attacked Wong Blacksmith was because he knew that if the old village chief died, even with his lifesteal, it would still be difficult to contend with Wong Blacksmith's level of reflect damage. The reflect damage attribute was already around 70%, and it was not ruled out that Wong Blacksmith had hidden techniques. Therefore, Lin Tianhao wanted to help the old village chief kill Wong Blacksmith. Snow Emperor, with my reflect damage ability, even if you help the old village chief, it won't make much difference. Wong Blacksmith was still trying to win over Lin Tianhao, but Lin Tianhao's expression was indifferent, and he showed no intention of wasting words. Feather arrows continuously pierced the air. Wong Blacksmith's health bar began to drop rapidly. Even with a gold grade set, he still couldn't be immune to Lin Tianhao's true damage. At the same time, Lin Tianhao was also losing health rapidly. Each of his auto attacks caused him to lose over 4000 health due to reflect damage. But Lin Tianhao's Heart of Bloodlust could only restore over 2000. Even with the revival skill and the 9 Union Longbow's attributes, the recovery barely exceeded 3000. Under these circumstances, this more than 4000 reflect damage would cause Lin Tianhao to continuously lose health. The more auto attacks he performed, the more damage he would take. Therefore, Lin Tianhao was not acting as the main damage dealer. He was slacking off. That's right, he was slacking off. He didn't even deliberately interrupt Wong Blacksmith's attacks. Because his goal was not to kill Wong Blacksmith, he wanted Wong Blacksmith to die, and he also wanted the old village chief to die. If they both died, then no one in Newbie Village would be able to stop his progress. Currently, the battle between Wong Blacksmith and the old village chief was extremely intense. Both of them were top-tier figures in Newbie Village. However, Lin Tianhao could still tell. In terms of combat skill, Wong Blacksmith was far inferior to the old village chief. The old village chief slid and tripped Wong Blacksmith, then grabbed Wong Blacksmith's arm and performed an over-the-shoulder throw. After the over-the-shoulder throw, he immediately followed with a reverse elbow strike. The series of movements flowed smoothly, not even giving Wong Blacksmith much time to react. Both Wong Blacksmith's and the old village chief's health were dropping, but Wong Blacksmith's was clearly dropping faster. After all, the old village chief was the one actively dealing damage, while Wong Blacksmith was primarily relying on reflect damage at this moment. Lin Tianhao continued to slack off from the side, and at the same time, he also wanted to observe the old village chief's combat skills, to learn from him, which would make it easier for him to deal with the old village chief after Wong Blacksmith was defeated. However, just at this moment, Wong Blacksmith's counterattack began. Lightning actually appeared on his armor, paralyzing the old village chief who was in close proximity. During this brief paralysis, Wong Blacksmith directly struck the old village chief's throat with the edge of his shield. Whirlwind 9 consecutive slashes. Wong Blacksmith's shield slashed down, and 9 rapidly spinning shield phantoms passed through the old village chief's body. -2958, -2958, -2958. A series of damage numbers appeared. The old village chief wanted to counterattack, but how could Wong Blacksmith let go of this golden opportunity? He slammed his shield onto the ground. A light shield immediately appeared above the old village chief's head. Gravity light shield. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Under this gravity light shield, the old village chief's body sank slightly. It was this fleeting opportunity that Wong Blacksmith attacked again. He slapped his palm onto the shield. Ambush from 10 sides. Falling behind, 10 spiked shields appeared around the old village chief. These shields continuously bombarded the old village chief's body, depleting his health. The old village chief's expression was a little grim. The frost on his fists disappeared, replaced by scorching flames. Bang! The old village chief punched one of the shields, and the enormous impact shattered the shield, while the explosion of flames splattered over 10 meters, sending Wong Blacksmith stumbling. Whoosh! The old village chief's body turned into an afterimage, instantly appearing behind Wong Blacksmith. Mountain-splitting fist. With a single punch, Wong Blacksmith was sent flying. Before he could land, the old village chief grabbed his hind leg. 18 falls of sticky clothes. Bang bang bang. The scene was too gruesome to behold. Wong Blacksmith, after being grabbed by the hind leg by the old village chief, endured a round of extremely brutal 18 throws. And Wong Blacksmith landed face first every time, and the feeling was incredibly refreshing, painful. 40. #40 Chapter 40 seamlessly connects to the decisive battle with the old village chief. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. He was even wondering if he would encounter such a situation when he fought the old village chief later. Just at this moment, the old village chief used all his strength to throw Wong Blacksmith into the air. Immediately after, fists rained down on him. Fighter. This kind of close-quarters fighting style made people feel incredibly excited. But Lin Tianhao remained unmoved, thoroughly committed to slacking off. Invincibility. Wong Blacksmith roared, activating invincibility, immediately removing all control effects. The moment he activated invincibility, the shield in his hand flew out. Space barrier. Shatter. This shield actually tore open a gash in space. Snow Emperor, I'll remember you. The next time I encounter you, I will definitely become your nightmare. Stop him. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically. Wong Blacksmith forcibly tore open the space barrier, preparing to escape. The old village chief reacted quickly and immediately blocked Wong Blacksmith's path. Sacrificing equipment to break the space barrier. Old Wong, you're absolutely crazy. Wong Blacksmith snorted coldly. I lost this round today. I hope you take care of yourself. Lin Tianhao's face was grim. He couldn't yet understand how Wong Blacksmith had managed to open the space barrier. Even if he sacrificed the gold tier suit on his body, there was no reason for him to be able to do this. Stop him. Lin Tianhao couldn't possibly let Wong Blacksmith leave. He attacked again, this time with 5 arrows fired together. This was the limit Lin Tianhao could achieve at this stage. He couldn't let Wong Blacksmith leave. However, in his invincibility state, even the old village chief couldn't stop the rampaging Wong Blacksmith, let alone Lin Tianhao. Destroy the terrain. Lin Tianhao's 5 arrows fired together, while unable to repel Wong Blacksmith, could change the terrain. Feather arrows blocked Wong Blacksmith's path in the form of a fence, delaying his departure. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Ice Fire God Fist. The old village chief slammed his fist onto the ground in front of Wong Blacksmith, creating a large pit in the ground. Although invincibility was immune to knockbacks, controls, slows, and various other negative effects, it was not immune to terrain. If there was a pit in front, even with invincibility, it was impossible to fly over it. The old village chief used all his skills, solely to prevent Wong Blacksmith from leaving. Wong Blacksmith originally thought he would definitely be able to leave after activating invincibility, but the current situation made him a little flustered. Berserk, Savage Collision. Wong Blacksmith activated 2 skills simultaneously, and his speed suddenly increased. Invincibility, Berserk, Frozen Pulse Fist. The old village chief also activated both Invincibility and Berserk, giving no quarter. Lin Tianhao's 5 arrows fired together also continuously sealed off the space Wong Blacksmith could maneuver in. As soon as Wong Blacksmith's invincibility ended, he would undoubtedly die. Moreover, the spatial rift was shrinking. As long as they dragged it out, Wong Blacksmith was dead. Wong Blacksmith also knew this, and he roared, floating 9 consecutive strikes. He actually used a skill to float, trying to rush into the spatial rift. However, how could the old village chief give him this chance? He leapt up and collided with Wong Blacksmith. Both of them had invincibility active, so neither could repel the other. They remained in a stalemate for several seconds before landing again. But in that time, the spatial rift had already healed. Lin Tianhao at this point no longer bothered to think about how Wong Blacksmith had created the spatial rift. He began to output all his damage onto Wong Blacksmith. Without the gold tier suit and without damage reflection, Lin Tianhao was fearless. The old village chief was the same. In less than a minute, Wong Blacksmith fell unwillingly. The moment Wong Blacksmith fell, Lin Tianhao's feather arrows struck. This time, the target was the old village chief. The seamless attacks even surprised the old village chief. Snow Emperor, what are you doing? Quote, Lin Tianhao's expression was serious. Farewell, old village chief, to your death. The old village chief roared in exasperation. You're seeking death. He wanted to rush towards Lin Tianhao, but he found Lin Tianhao's movement speed to be unbelievably fast. Lin Tianhao had previously accumulated 80 free attribute points. At this moment, he put all of them into movement speed. This was specifically to deal with the old village chief, a fighter. The fighter class had a lot of small skills, and their combos were terrifying. Among ancient martial artists, there was a group of people who liked the fighter class. If a fighter got close, you'd truly be peeled alive even if you didn't die. Lin Tianhao's 80 free attribute points increased his movement speed by 8 points. Coupled with the passive movement speed from the Qingfeng suit stacking up, the double superposition of these effects was terrifying. Moreover, because his health had been stacked up, Lin Tianhao's single basic attack could now deal over 7,000 damage to the old village chief. 5 arrows per second meant he could deal up to 38,000 damage per second. Snow Emperor, if you kill me, you'll be destroying Newbie Village. The old village chief's expression was grim as he roared. Lin Tianhao made no response, or rather, his only response was a continuous barrage of feather arrows. Without the invincibility and berserk skills, the old village chief was like a toy in front of Lin Tianhao. But at this moment, the old village chief smiled sinisterly. Ninefold shadow step. The next instant, the old village chief transformed into an afterimage and appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. With another step, he was already behind Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had already anticipated this. The moment the old village chief's figure appeared, his feather arrows had already been unleashed. But in close quarters, the old village chief merely twisted his body to avoid Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. At the same time, blue frost condensed on his palm. Ding, you have been affected by frost. Attack speed reduced by 14%, movement speed reduced by 14%. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The old village chief's skill was a bit abnormal. Don't underestimate that 14%. Lin Tianhao was currently wearing the Purification Jade Pendant, which could reduce negative effects by 80%. In other words, the old village chief's skill reduced attack speed and movement speed by 70%. This was abnormal no matter what stage it was in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows fired together, and simultaneously widened the distance. The old village chief had originally been confident, but seeing Lin Tianhao still pulling away with swift steps, he was completely dumbfounded. However, he had only used 2 layers of his ninefold shadow step. Without any hesitation, he took a step and once again appeared behind Lin Tianhao. Although Lin Tianhao had reacted, he swept out his longbow, but the old village chief's combat experience was too rich. While leaning back to avoid, he grabbed Lin Tianhao's arm and performed an over-the-shoulder throw. Then, he channeled power into his fist and slammed it towards Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao rolled to avoid it. The old village chief's punch missed, and the shock on his face grew even more intense. Because an over-the-shoulder throw would come with a certain amount of stun, Lin Tianhao shouldn't have recovered so quickly and avoided his attack. Do you have control reduction equipment on you? The old village chief asked in a deep voice. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Chapter 41. A reborn person was actually abused in the fountain. Lin Tianhao did not answer. He did not like to talk during combat. Feather arrows tore through the air. They landed on the old village chief again. The increase in attack speed and movement speed made Lin Tianhao's kiting very smooth. The old village chief's reaction speed was also not slow. After Lin Tianhao pulled away, he used his fourth layer of shadow steps. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingle. 9-layer shadow steps. If he could really perform 9 displacements, that would be too abnormal. Especially since this skill was in the hands of a fighter. Every close-quarters engagement was a fatal threat to squishy-ranged professions like priests, mages, archers and summoners. Explosive fist. The old village chief slammed a punch into Lin Tianhao's chin, sending Lin Tianhao flying. But just as he was about to follow up with a combo after sending Lin Tianhao flying, Lin Tianhao had already landed. So fast, he can even reduce knockback? The old village chief's pupils suddenly contracted, and he had a bad premonition. He currently had no advantage in movement speed. Both his Overlord and Berserk skills had been used. If the 9-layer shadow steps couldn't kill Lin Tianhao, then the rest of the battle would be without suspense. Snow Emperor, we can discuss this further. What do you want? You can name your price. The old village chief was somewhat flustered. After all, he truly wasn't confident in using 9-layer shadow steps to kill Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's health regeneration was too outrageous. A single normal attack recovered about 3,000 health points, which was even more abnormal than him, the newbie village's big boss, who relied on a silver suit to recover 1,000 per second. Alright, Lin Tianhao's hands didn't stop, but he said, alright, with his mouth. The old village chief was stunned for a moment. What do you want? Lin Tianhao pretended to think, yet the speed of his feather arrows was still incredibly fast. Attack speed maxed out. How about this? 10 god-level talent awakening stones, Lin Tianhao said. Upon hearing this, the old village chief knew he was being played. Snow Emperor, you're forcing my hand. Since it's like this, I'll kill you even if I have to waste this talisman. As his voice fell, a light blue talisman appeared in the old village chief's hand. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically, and he turned and ran. Talismans were inherently terrifying. He might be able to handle a yellow-grade talisman, but the old village chief had pulled out a blue-grade talisman. Even if he wanted to resist, he didn't have the strength. Now you want to run? Too late. The old village chief activated the blue-grade talisman in his hand. A biting chill surged out from the talisman, freezing everything in its path into ice sculptures. Lin Tianhao went all out with his speed, but it was still somewhat insufficient. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao felt his legs stiffen, and he saw his legs beginning to freeze from the bottom up. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao was completely frozen. -9,999. -9,999. After being frozen, Lin Tianhao's health bar began to drop sharply. But the old village chief had no intention of letting Lin Tianhao off just like that. Blazing Cloud Palm. A palm strike filled with intense flame power landed on the frozen Lin Tianhao. The power of ice and fire, 2 attributes, completely exploded at this moment. -98,510. Lin Tianhao's health bar was directly emptied, and he died on the spot. Newbie Village, Resurrection Altar. After Lin Tianhao revived, all his equipment, except for a few items that didn't require a specific level to wear, had dropped. Because he had previously worn the level 10 Qingfeng suit, now that his level had dropped to 9, he naturally couldn't wear the equipment. Lin Tianhao revived from the Resurrection Altar. As soon as he revived, many NPCs had gathered outside the Resurrection Altar. There was the tavern's waiter, the potion shop's owner, the tailor shop's owner, and some other NPCs wandering around the newbie village. At a glance, there were 15 of them. When they saw Lin Tianhao revive, they attacked without hesitation. The tailor shop owner's silver needles flew out, heading towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao stepped back on his bowstring, leapt up, and at the same time, raised his hand and fired 5 arrows fired together. The 9 Union longbow had no wearing requirements, so Lin Tianhao was still using this gold-grade longbow. 5 feather arrows hit 5 different NPCs, dealing nearly 8,000 damage to each NPC. At the same time, Thunderbolt Jump was triggered. Among the 5 feather arrows, 3 triggered Thunderbolt Jump, and a series of damage numbers jumped out from above the heads of these NPCs. Blazing incineration. The tavern waiter threw a wine jar, which smashed at Lin Tianhao's feet, causing burning damage to Lin Tianhao. Ding, you have suffered burning damage and will continuously lose health. -100, -100. Damage numbers kept jumping out, but luckily there was the Purification Jade Pendant, which gave Lin Tianhao an 80% immunity to this negative buff. Otherwise, it would have been -500 per second. Before Lin Tianhao could make his second move, the potion shop owner acted. A bottle of ink black potion was splashed around him. Ding, you have been affected by the heavy injury potion. Your recovery and lifesteal are reduced by 8%. It wasn't just the two of them. The other NPCs also used their respective methods, and various types of damage rained down on Lin Tianhao. In less than a second, Lin Tianhao's health dropped by 20,000. Damn it, Lin Tianhao cursed inwardly. He was a reborn person, after all, yet he was being spawn camped here. It was simply a great humiliation. You want to spawn camp me? Then let's have some fun. Lin Tianhao's eyes were sharp. After taking a round of damage, he immediately performed a perfectly executed 5 arrows fired together. Among archer equipment, there was equipment like the split bow. That kind of split bow had relatively lower accuracy requirements. But for Lin Tianhao's 5 arrows fired together, which required all of them to hit, the pressure was unimaginable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's feather arrows flew out, attacking 5 NPCs. This time, he discovered something very interesting. 5 arrows fired together could trigger the passive effect of Hand of Heavenly Punishment 5 times. With his current 3-star Hand of Heavenly Punishment, each 5 arrows fired together could permanently increase his health by 15 points. Not only that, 5 arrows fired together also had a problem. That was insufficient damage, especially since these NPCs were all bosses with high defense. In this situation, 5 arrows fired together generally wouldn't deal high damage. However, the abnormal power of Lin Tianhao's god-tier talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, became apparent at this moment. The passive 3% true damage based on maximum health was not affected by 5 arrows fired together. Therefore, just this passive damage alone allowed him to deal massive damage. The old village chief hadn't returned yet, but he was definitely on his way. Lin Tianhao had to deal with at least 5 NPCs before the old village chief returned. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to break out of here. 5 arrows fired together. It consumed a lot of stamina. Lin Tianhao's current stats would only allow him to sustain 5 arrows fired together for no more than 15 minutes. Any longer, the accuracy of 5 arrows fired together would be affected. 15 minutes is enough. 42. Number 42 Chapter 42. It's terrifying to think about it. The Snow Queen is being tortured in the fountain. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. No matter for players at any stage, spawn camping is a great humiliation. Especially since Lin Tianhao was a reborn. Therefore, even though the pressure was immense now, he still had no intention of stopping. Frost. Freeze. The potion shop owner waved the staff in his hand, and frost appeared under Lin Tianhao's feet. Ding, you are affected by freeze. Attack speed decreased by 10%. Movement speed decreased by 10%, lasting 5 seconds. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. The Purification Jade Pendant was too crucial. Otherwise, his situation today would be even more desperate. They seemed to have some understanding of Lin Tianhao's crowd control immunity. The 5 NPCs that Lin Tianhao was primarily attacking immediately pulled away to recover health after taking a certain amount of damage. The other 10 NPCs increased their output. Wheel battle? Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. His current stats were very strong. The bloodthirsty necklace allowed him to recover over 2,000 health with each basic attack, and 5 arrows fired together could restore over 10,000 health. Coupled with being in the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao could also regenerate health. Otherwise, he would never have been able to withstand their barrage. However, 5 arrows fired together consumed a great deal of mental power, so Lin Tianhao immediately switched to a single feather arrow. This would result in faster health loss, but the consumption of mental power was significantly reduced. In fact, with Lin Tianhao's current ability, as long as he didn't intentionally move to dodge skills, he could even slowly recover his consumed mental power. Only a single feather arrow and no movement. The result was that Lin Tianhao began to lose health rapidly. He was losing almost 20,000 health per second. His over 200,000 health could only last for a little over 10 seconds. Can't hold on. Lin Tianhao once again used 5 arrows fired together. He increased his health recovery to slow down the time until his demise. However, such a method was like trying to put out a blazing cart with a cup of water. His recovery did improve significantly, but it was still insufficient to compensate for Lin Tianhao's rate of health loss. Finally, after Lin Tianhao stubbornly held on for 3 minutes, he still fell. His level dropped from 9 to 8. 30 seconds later, Lin Tianhao revived from the resurrection altar. These people didn't give him any chance to breathe, continuing to bombard him with skills. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingle. In this life and the previous one, aside from that time he was tricked and killed by Wu Xiaodao, he had truly never felt so stifled. Lin Tianhao still didn't sit idly by and continued to counterattack with all his might. He only hoped that the 9 Union longbow and bloodthirsty necklace would not drop. Currently, his 3 most core pieces of equipment were the 9 Union longbow, bloodthirsty necklace, and purification jade pendant. The purification jade pendant was undroppable. However, the bloodthirsty necklace and 9 Union longbow both had a certain chance of dropping. Therefore, this time, Lin Tianhao persisted for 3 minutes. Just as he was about to be killed, Lin Tianhao put both the 9 Union longbow and bloodthirsty necklace into his backpack. Equipment in the backpack has a lower chance of dropping. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's backpack contained many items, so even if an item dropped, the probability of it being the 9 Union longbow or bloodthirsty ring would be very low. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao didn't drop any equipment this time. However, he had already dropped to level 7. Moreover, he had already seen the old village chief return. The battle he was about to face would be even more severe. 30 seconds later, he revived. The old village chief looked coldly at Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor, do you know the consequences of offending me now? I can spawn camp you until you can't leave the newbie village. The old village chief's voice was full of killing intent. Lin Tianhao snorted. If you think you can do that, you're welcome to try. As his voice fell, Lin Tianhao took the initiative to attack. Don't look at how he only lasted 3 minutes in the last round. But with the help of 5 arrows fired together, his maximum health had increased by over 8,000. Although these NPCs were troublesome, there were also benefits. They wouldn't be like other monsters that die in a few hits, making it impossible to stack much health. Fighting again, Lin Tianhao's true damage increased by 150 points. However, this increase was insignificant when compared to the 1,000+ damage these NPCs were dealing. This time, with the old village chief's participation, Lin Tianhao only lasted for 1 minute before falling. The reason was simple. The old village chief used his ultimate skill to instantly kill Lin Tianhao when his health was above 10%. This prevented Lin Tianhao from triggering the passive effect of withering wood in spring. However, even in that 1 minute, Lin Tianhao still stacked 2,000 health for himself. Currently, he could still maintain 5 arrows fired together, gaining 15 health with each basic attack. Besides that, with Lin Tianhao's current attack speed of over 4, he could stack 60 health per second. Excluding factors like being controlled, Lin Tianhao still gained 2,000 health in that minute. The benefit was that the bloodthirsty necklace's healing increased, and the true damage from basic attacks increased by 60 points. As of now, it was somewhat better than nothing. But Lin Tianhao wouldn't give up. He wanted to accumulate little by little. He could revive infinitely, but the old village chief and his group could not. As for the old village chief destroying the resurrection altar, that was even more impossible. If the old village chief destroyed the resurrection altar, then the newbie village would be ruined. His existence as the newbie village chief would also become meaningless. This was the main reason, and there was another reason. That was, if the resurrection altar was destroyed, Lin Tianhao would respawn directly in the main city if he was killed. Looking at the old village chief's current formation, it was clear he wanted to kill him until he couldn't leave the newbie village. If this were any other player, this account would probably be finished. But Lin Tianhao had the god-tier talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment. He wouldn't back down, nor would he admit defeat. He would go head-to-head. Floating Tower Club, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain stared at Snow Emperor in his friends list, completely stunned. Because he found that Snow Emperor had dropped levels. And after dropping to level 9 in less than 15 minutes, he continuously dropped to level 6. This was clearly unscientific. He didn't know what Lin Tianhao had encountered, but instinctively, he still sent Lin Tianhao a voice call. However, Lin Tianhao was still in high-intensity combat at this time, so he naturally wasn't in the mood to deal with voice calls. This time, Lin Tianhao persisted for 1.5 minutes. He stacked over 3,000 health. Because the old village chief's ultimate skill was on cooldown, Lin Tianhao triggered the skill Withering Wood in Spring. With the help of Withering Wood in Spring, Lin Tianhao had a chance to breathe again. If he were to clear a dungeon, he would probably only stack a few thousand health after completing one. Now, in just 1 or 2 minutes, a few thousand health came. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain became even more worried when he saw Lin Tianhao drop another level, now only level 5. What on earth happened? Shouldn't players revive in the resurrection altar after death? Unless Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain thought of a very terrifying possibility. Spawn camping. Snow Emperor was being spawn camped. 43. Number 43 Chapter 43. Counterattack, kill pharmacist Amy, but in an instant, he felt it was unlikely. With Snow Emperor's strength, who could abuse his resurrection altar? Even if there was, who would dare? Whether it was Newbie Village or the main city, those NPCs would not allow such a thing to happen. Killing people in Newbie Village or the main city would instantly flag you as a red name. To be precise, killing people in the wild would also flag you as a red name, let alone in the main city. But given Lin Tianhao's current situation, besides being abused at the resurrection altar, he really couldn't think of a second possibility. Thinking of this, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain immediately contacted Floating Pagoda Wolf God, Guild Leader. Do you think it's possible for a player to be abused at the resurrection altar? At this stage, Floating Pagoda Wolf God was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? Quote, even if a player's damage is enough to abuse the resurrection altar, it's simply impossible to do so. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain hesitated, but Guild Leader Snow Emperor has dropped 4 levels in less than 10 minutes. You're not joking, are you? Floating Pagoda Wolf God could hardly believe his ears. Who could drop 4 levels in 10 minutes? Even if he deliberately sought death, it would be difficult to achieve. I'm not joking, and that's why I think he's being abused at the resurrection altar. Floating Pagoda Wolf God pondered for a moment and said, it shouldn't be resurrection altar abuse. At this stage, no one can do something as terrifying as abusing the resurrection altar. Then what's going on? Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain asked. Floating Pagoda Wolf God was silent for a while before saying, I estimate there's only one possibility. That is a hidden map or a special secret realm. In these places, it's possible that you cannot revive in the main city after death, which is why Snow Emperor keeps losing levels rapidly. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain understood. Is there any way to help Snow Emperor? No help. Floating Pagoda Wolf God answered decisively. We don't even know where these special secret realms are, so we can't help. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain sighed. Alright, I'll try to contact Snow Emperor first. Floating Pagoda Wolf God hesitated to speak. Finally, he said, Young Master, I don't think you need to focus on Snow Emperor anymore. He's fallen too far behind us, and now with continuous level drops, the gap between him and us will only grow wider. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain frowned. I know. He hung up the voice call. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain then called Lin Tianhao again. However, it still didn't connect. Lin Tianhao was currently in high-intensity combat, so he naturally wasn't in the mood to deal with other matters. And his level was constantly decreasing under this kind of resurrection altar abuse. Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Tianhao dropped from Level 5 to Level 1. This was the limit. Lin Tianhao would not continue to drop levels even if he was killed again. Snow Emperor, do you submit? The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao with a playful expression. He killed Lin Tianhao from level 10 to level 1, just to tell Lin Tianhao who was in charge in this newbie village. Lin Tianhao sneered, submit? Submit your grandpa. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow pierced through the air. He was now unable to maintain 5 arrows fired together, but even if it was just one feather arrow, he would resist. He and the old village chief were completely at odds. The old village chief abused the resurrection altar, and he used the old village chief and his people to stack health. It remained to be seen who would have the last laugh. Good, bold enough. Seeing that Lin Tianhao still dared to resist, the old village chief grinned sinisterly and engaged Lin Tianhao again. With one feather arrow, Lin Tianhao's survival time had increased from the initial 1 minute and 30 seconds to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Because in the recent battle, his health had increased by over 10,000. The increase in health meant that both damage and healing were increasing, allowing him to last longer. The old village chief also noticed something was not quite right, because Lin Tianhao's damage seemed to be increasing. Although the current increase was not enough to threaten them, it was not a good sign. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Lin Tianhao's health increased by another 50,000. His total health had reached 320,000. At this health, one normal attack could cause 9,600 true damage, and Lin Tianhao could last longer and longer. The old village chief was somewhat alarmed. Lin Tianhao was already level 1, so his level couldn't drop further. However, Lin Tianhao's attributes were increasing, which was a very terrifying thing. Snow Emperor, do you still want to continue fighting? The old village chief asked in a deep voice. Lin Tianhao looked at the old village chief coldly. What? Are you scared? The old village chief's face was extremely grim, and he gritted his teeth. Snow Emperor, you are an adventurer, and you always need a reason to do things. What exactly do you want? Lin Tianhao couldn't tell the old village chief his true thoughts now. Therefore, the only response to the old village chief was cold feather arrows. You're courting death. The battle began again. 1 hour later, Lin Tianhao's health increased by 120,000. His total health broke through to 440,000. Now, one normal attack could deal over 13,000 damage, and he could recover over 4,000 health. The old village chief was somewhat terrified. Finally, Lin Tianhao was killed again. A golden longbow dropped out. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, Snow Emperor, your proud weapon has dropped. What are you going to do next? Lin Tianhao's expression was indifferent. This time, he directly took out the newbie longbow. The newbie longbow cannot be dropped. Although its attribute bonuses were negligible, for Lin Tianhao, it was enough. His own attack speed was 3.63. Without the 9 Union longbow, his attack speed decreased a bit, and he lost 5% lifesteal. It was a bit uncomfortable, but Lin Tianhao was still not flustered. As long as his health stacked up, the victory in today's battle would ultimately be his. I've rested enough. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. 5 arrows fired together. Lin Tianhao once again used his strongest current skill. With 5 arrows fired together, each lifesteal exceeded 20,000. Not only that, 5 arrows fired together could deal over 10,000 damage to 5 NPCs. With a fast enough healing rate, Lin Tianhao was somewhat in an invincible position. After all, he recovered 22,000 health per second, plus the resurrection altar's healing, while these NPCs could only deal just over 20,000 damage to him per second. Therefore, he would not be killed in a short time. In less than a minute, the 5 NPCs at the front couldn't hold on anymore. They retreated to heal, and 5 new NPCs stepped forward. Lin Tianhao did not chase those 5 NPCs but directly attacked the newly appeared NPCs. Still, in less than a minute, these 5 NPCs were severely injured. The last 5 NPCs came up, and facing Lin Tianhao's terrifying damage, they were helpless and unable to resist. The old village chief's expression was extremely grim, because Lin Tianhao was fully focusing his output on him. With the Purification Jade Pendant, Lin Tianhao was not afraid of him, the fighter. To avoid dying himself, the old village chief began to have other NPCs step forward to tank damage, but those NPCs' health hadn't recovered yet. Facing Lin Tianhao's furious output, they simply couldn't withstand it. Ding! You killed Pharmacist Amy. Experience plus 12652. 44. Hash. Number 44 Chapter 44. Destroy the Novice Village. 1 million red name points. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of Pharmacist Amy. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Pharmacist Amy. This is a special announcement to encourage all players to continue striving for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Pharmacist Amy. This is a special announcement to encourage all players to continue striving for excellence. The server-wide announcements no longer caused much of a stir. This was because any first kill of a level 10 or higher boss would trigger a first kill announcement, and many guilds had already achieved boss first kills recently. However, when Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain saw this server-wide announcement, his eyes lit up. Because this server-wide announcement only displayed one name, meaning the boss was killed by a single player. Recently, there had been players who solo hunted bosses, but most of them did not use a hidden nickname. Of course, if it were just that, he wouldn't have thought much of it. What truly surprised him was this. In his friends list, Snow Emperor's level had instantly risen from level 1 to level 5. There was only one possibility. It was Lin Tianhao who killed Pharmacist Amy and gained a large amount of experience points, which allowed him to receive so many rewards in one go. As for why Lin Tianhao used a hidden nickname, it was because he didn't know what the consequences of destroying the newbie village would be. Therefore, he needed to hide his nickname. He wasn't afraid of other players. Rather, he was afraid of some NPCs in Twilight of the Gods knowing. The NPCs in Twilight of the Gods could not be judged by common sense. They might do something outrageous if they knew he destroyed the newbie village. Ding! You have killed the tavern waiter. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Ding! You have killed the newbie village hunter. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Ding! You have killed Granny Lou the tailor. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the tavern waiter. This is a special announcement to encourage all players to continue striving for excellence. Throughout the Dragon Country zone of Twilight of the Gods, server-wide announcements began to ring out one after another. If, at first, not many people paid attention to Lin Tianhao's kill of pharmacist Amy. But now, these continuous server-wide announcements caused the entire Twilight of the Gods to erupt. Holy crap, what happened? Who is this godlike figure? Is he massacring the newbie village? If you didn't say anything, I almost wouldn't have noticed that all the people in these announcements are NPCs from the newbie village. Which great god is so awesome as to actually butcher the newbie village? This is something we never even dared to imagine before. Floating Tower Club. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's hands trembled with excitement. Other people didn't know who this fierce individual massacring the newbie village was. But he knew. Snow Emperor. It was definitely Snow Emperor. Because Snow Emperor had already returned to level 10. There couldn't be such a coincidence. Moreover, he could now understand why Snow Emperor was spawn camped. Because it wasn't players who were spawn camping him, but these NPCs from the newbie village. Although Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain didn't know how Lin Tianhao managed to massacre these newbie village NPCs, it didn't diminish his excitement. Newbie village. The old village chief watched his subordinates fall one by one, and he roared furiously. Snow Emperor, you're crazy, what exactly do you want to do? Quote, Lin Tianhao's expression was cold. Didn't I say before? Farewell, old village chief, to your demise. The old village chief's face turned green then purple with rage. Snow Emperor, you are going too far. Even if it means mutual destruction today, I will not let you succeed. As his voice fell, the aura around the old village chief became unusually violent. He didn't attack Lin Tianhao immediately. His attack was aimed at the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Not good. If the old village chief destroyed the resurrection altar and then used another blue-grade talisman, all his efforts might be completely ruined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao no longer dared to be negligent in the slightest. Feather arrows continuously flew from his hand, all aimed at the old village chief's weak points. Overlord body. Berserk. The old village chief roared, pushing his power to the limit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao attacked again. He stood within the resurrection altar, destroying the altar first. The moment he destroyed the altar, the entire Twilight of the Gods emitted an alarm sound. Alert, alert, someone has maliciously destroyed the newbie village resurrection altar. The resurrection altar has been destroyed. All adventurers will no longer be able to enter the newbie village and will directly spawn in the main city. Adventurers already in the newbie village will also directly revive in the main city after death. The alarm sounded continuously, leaving the players of Twilight of the Gods dumbfounded. It was the battle just now, that person who hunted the newbie village NPCs. He destroyed the resurrection altar. What exactly does he want to do? Destroying the resurrection altar means level 1 players will spawn in the main city. Holy crap, then those who join the game later are going to suffer level 1 in the main city? But the weakest monsters in the main city seem to be level 10, right? How are they going to grind? The entire player base of Twilight of the Gods erupted. Many people began to curse the person who destroyed the newbie village resurrection altars. Ancestors for 18 generations. After destroying the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao began to furiously attack the old village chief. The old village chief was furious and wished he could tear Lin Tianhao apart. Lin Tianhao, however, remained very calm. He had experienced too many major events in his previous life. This small scene couldn't intimidate him. The old village chief's storm-like attacks landed on Lin Tianhao, dealing a considerable amount of damage to his health. But similarly, his own health was also rapidly decreasing. Because of the Purification Jade Pendant, he couldn't control Lin Tianhao to death, and the result was being killed by Lin Tianhao's powerful output. Ding! You have killed the newbie village old village chief. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the newbie village old village chief. This is a special announcement to encourage all players to continue striving for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of the newbie village old village chief. This is a special announcement to encourage all players to continue striving for excellence. Another server-wide announcement. Those people had already started to furiously curse Lin Tianhao, especially the players in the newbie village. They had to commit suicide to leave the newbie village, because only after dying could they leave the newbie village and spawn in the main city. Ding! You have destroyed the newbie village. Red name value plus 1 million. Ding! You have completed the quest, destroy the newbie village. Quest reward. Free attribute points plus 50, blessing of the gods plus 1. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded when he saw his red name value. Killing one player was 1 point of red name value. His 1 million red name value. The higher the red name value, the greater the penalty upon death. Generally speaking, 1 point of red name value would result in an additional 1 level drop upon death and an increased 1% item drop rate after death. Not only that, if the red name value exceeded 10 points, one would be unable to enter the main city. Even if one revived in the main city, they would be immediately expelled. In other words, it would also be impossible to change professions or accept quests in the main city. This is messed up. How long will it take me to clear this red name value? 45. Number 45 Chapter 45 Blessing of the Gods, Reincarnation of Death. Chapter 45 Blessing of the Gods, Death Reincarnation. Red-named players can clear their red name value by grinding monsters. Generally speaking, killing 100 ordinary wild monsters can clear 1 point of red name value, and 100 elite wild monsters can clear 10 points of red name value. As for bosses, a bronze boss can also clear 10 points, but it requires soloing. Moreover, they cannot be lower level than oneself, because in Twilight of the Gods, grinding wild monsters below one's own level yields no rewards, and naturally cannot clear a red name. 1 million. Even with his strength, clearing that would be a long and arduous task. Furthermore, he couldn't die, otherwise it would be this red name value. Once he dies, everything on him except for undroppable equipment will be lost, and it's the kind where everything drops clean after one death. The problem arises, how is he going to leave the newbie village? Actually, other equipment was fine. Even if the gold grade 9 Union longbow dropped, Lin Tianhao wouldn't care. But the bloodthirsty necklace. To Lin Tianhao, this was practically a divine artifact. If the bloodthirsty necklace dropped, he didn't know when he would be able to get another piece of equipment similar to it. Should he clear his red name in the newbie village before leaving? It's just that with his 1 million red name points, even if he grinded dungeons until he puked, he wouldn't be able to clear it. Finally, Lin Tianhao set his sights on the blessing of the gods. Whether he could defy fate depended on the blessing of the gods. In Twilight of the Gods, the Blessing of the Gods was definitely a heaven-defying item. Use Blessing of the Gods. Lin Tianhao eagerly activated the Blessing of the Gods. Ding! You have received the Blessing of the Gods. Due to your excessively high red name value, the blessing has changed. Ding! You have received the Blessing of Hu Tu Nianganang. A dark red pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have obtained Death Reincarnation. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the description of Death Reincarnation. Death Reincarnation. 1 star. Effect. Your normal attacks have a 0.5% chance to instantly kill an enemy unit. Cooldown. None. Cost. None. Proficiency. 0.001. Note. This proficiency is gained by killing wild monsters, NPCs, or adventurers not lower than your own level. 1 proficiency point is gained for each unit killed. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. This truly was a blessing bestowed by Hu Tu Nianganang. It was only a 1-star death reincarnation, and it only had one seemingly simple effect. But this one effect was simply outrageous. A 0.5% chance wasn't high, but what if the star rating increased? The effect it could produce would then be extraordinary. Especially when facing those world bosses later on. Could he even instantly kill world bosses? Just thinking about it made Lin Tianhao a little excited. After adjusting his emotions, Lin Tianhao began to loot the corpses. There were 16 bosses here waiting for him to loot, especially the old village chief. This was the super boss of the newbie village, and he wondered what good things it could drop. Equipment, skills, gold coins, various materials. Lin Tianhao frowned as he looked. Except for skills which he could use to increase the proficiency of withering wood in spring, everything else was useless to him. For no other reason, with his current red name value, as soon as he left the newbie village, everything would definitely drop. Finally, Lin Tianhao saw something useful to him. Guild creation token. Amazing. In the early stages of the game, a guild creation token was even more useful than a lord's heart. Use guild creation token. Lin Tianhao used it without hesitation, because if he didn't use it, once he died, it would just drop. The key was that after his death, he would respawn in the main city and wouldn't be able to come back to pick it up. Please name your guild. Lonely Snow Guild. Lin Tianhao directly named it after the guild he established in his previous life. Ding! You are the first player to establish a guild. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for being the first to establish a guild reward. Guild special item +1. This announcement is made to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for being the first to establish a guild reward. Guild special item +1. This announcement is made to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Establishing a guild. This was much more significant than getting a first kill on a boss. Many people who were discussing the destruction of the newbie village immediately had their attention drawn when they heard that Lin Tianhao had established a guild. Holy crap, Snow Emperor? Has the long silent Snow Emperor finally made a sound again? What are the benefits of establishing a guild? Can some big shot come out and explain? It's in the Twilight of the Gods game description. It seems there can be special bonuses, such as guild members gaining 1% more experience, 1% more damage, 1% more movement speed, and so on. Only 1%, that's not much, is it? This is a 1-star guild. The higher the guild level, the greater the boost. There were discussions everywhere in Twilight of the Gods. In a level 15 dungeon, Zumeng Yenshui frowned when she heard the server-wide announcement. You haven't leveled up all this time, was it for this guild creation token? She had actually been wondering why Lin Tianhao's level hadn't increased, and now it seemed to make sense. To obtain the guild creation token, he was doing story quests and gave up on leveling up. But, you don't have a big guild backing you, so what can establishing a game guild do? It wasn't just Zumeng Yenshui. Other guilds were also discussing it. They all operated under the name of a guild, but without a guild creation token. They weren't true in-game guilds. They were just spontaneous guilds while the outside world was discussing. Lin Tianhao began to check his guild status. Name, Lonely Snow Guild. Level, 1 star. Guild Leader, Snow Emperor. Vice Leader, none. Temporary. Administrator, none. Temporary. Regular members, none. Temporary. Wealth, 0. Warehouse, none. Temporary. Achievements, 0 1/1000ths. Bonus, damage +1%. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately deposited all his gold coins, equipment, and various materials and items into the guild. This way, they wouldn't drop if he died. It's truly a pillow when you're sleepy. Before, Lin Tianhao was worried that his equipment would drop if he left the newbie village. But now that he had a guild, all his items could be stored in the guild warehouse. This way, he could take everything with him. After establishing the guild, he also received a special guild item. Guild special item, Bronze. Effect. After use, guild members will receive a 10% critical hit bonus. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This buff was good. In the early game, guild bonuses were usually 1%, but this one was 10% right away. Use. Ding, you used a special item. Guild members critical hit +10%, guild achievement +200. 46. Hash. Number 46 Chapter 46. People who shouldn't be under the cliff. Guild upgrades are all about achievement points. Once achievement points reach their maximum, the guild automatically upgrades. However, guild achievement points are very hard to come by. Only when a guild makes an outstanding contribution can it earn achievement points. For example, if a guild member awakens a talent or obtains a hidden profession, or if they are the first to clear a dungeon, or the first to kill a boss, they can all earn achievement points. Powerful guilds in the later stages can receive many rewards. Just at this moment, Lin Tianhao finally noticed the message from Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. From initial concern and worry, to later asking if he needed help. In his previous life, Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain died too early, so Lin Tianhao didn't know enough about him. However, the fact that he could still care about Lin Tianhao even when he was continuously losing levels showed that this person was quite loyal. Suddenly, a voice call came in. It wasn't Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, but another one of Lin Tianhao's friends. Snow Emperor, our captain wants to ask if your guild can be transferred. We are willing to offer 100 million. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was truly generous. 100 million? And it was Shadow Kill. Under normal circumstances, he might have agreed. But now, he wouldn't agree. He wanted to be in power. Being strong alone was absolutely not enough. He needed a group of sufficiently powerful and capable generals, and also conditions to attract other experts. Guilds. They are a very crucial thing. What if Lin Tianhao could make it so that guild bonuses for damage, critical hit, experience, movement speed, attack speed, etc., were all increased by 100%? At that time, who knows how many experts would flock to him. Sorry, I don't plan to transfer the guild. The price can be negotiated, Shadow Kill said hurriedly. It's not about the price. At this point, Lin Tianhao paused again. I don't need money. If you have special equipment, I can consider it. Shadow Kill fell silent. Wait for me, I'll check. Special equipment, very important. The Purification Jade Pendant is special equipment. Lin Tianhao was able to defeat the old village chief and others in Newbie Village. The purification jade pendant was indispensable. Snow Emperor, we don't have special equipment right now. Can we discuss the price again? No. Lin Tianhao refused decisively. The sooner the guild is established, the faster its level can be raised. His own level could lag behind. As long as his attributes went up, it would be fine. But the guild level would not lag behind, which was especially important. Hanging up the voice call. Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain's voice call connected. Snow Emperor, are you okay? Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain first expressed concern. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Lin Tianhao replied. Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain hesitated, but finally said, Snow Emperor, my father just contacted me. He wants to ask you if the guild can be transferred. The price is negotiable. No. Lin Tianhao still refused directly. Floating Pagoda's Shield Mountain didn't say much. Alright, Snow Emperor, when you come to the main city, remember to bring me along. The price is negotiable. Okay. Hanging up the voice call, Lin Tianhao began to ponder the second quest. In ancient times, after the Yellow Emperor's son died, he became a drought demon. He fought for the Yellow Emperor against Chiyu, but was sealed by Chiyu beneath Newbie Village. Quest requirement. Release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. Quest penalty. All fire attribute attacks you receive in the future will have their damage doubled. Quest reward. Unknown. Judging from the first quest scroll, his deduction was correct. Upon completion, there would be the blessing of the gods. It was just a pity. The third quest scroll he predicted, killing the drought demon, did not appear. However, this quest, it seemed that completing it would not be difficult for him, because with his ice flame magic ore in hand, he could open the seal beneath the cliff. He made his way to the cliff. Lin Tianhao had a bit of a headache, because he didn't know how to get down. The players who had jumped off the cliff before had all died. Now that the resurrection altar in Newbie Village had been destroyed, if he died, the result would be leaving Newbie Village and being reborn in the main city. Lin Tianhao circled the edge of the cliff twice but still found nothing. An arrow piercing the clouds, 1,000 armies come to meet. Lin Tianhao shot a feather arrow down towards the cliff. As a result, there was no reaction whatsoever. Immediately after, he made a Molotov cocktail and threw it down. After the Molotov cocktail was thrown down, the fire light grew smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing completely. Lin Tianhao had a bit of a headache. At this height, if he jumped down, there was a high probability he wouldn't survive. There must be some hidden mechanism that I haven't discovered. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment, then continued to wander around. If he had known this, he should have properly asked old drunkard for the way down back then. Lin Tianhao began to try with feather arrows. There must be something he hadn't discovered. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao saw steel wires in the mist of the cliff. If it weren't for the flawless eye, Lin Tianhao still wouldn't have seen clearly. So that's how it is. Lin Tianhao understood in his heart, leapt up, and landed on a steel wire. Immediately after, it was the second, then the third. It was only Lin Tianhao. If it were any other player, even if they came here, they probably wouldn't be able to stand steadily on the steel wires. Half an hour later, Lin Tianhao finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Here, Lin Tianhao saw a huge yin-yang twin fish array. Lin Tianhao came before the yin-yang twin fish array. On the two black and white millstones, there were two holes. The shape of one of them was similar to the ice flame magic ore. As for the other hole, he also had the item corresponding to this hole. That was the mysterious key that dropped from the enraged yellow weasel. At the time, Lin Tianhao was still wondering what this mysterious key was for. Who's there? Just as Lin Tianhao was about to open the seal, his gaze instantly shot towards the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, a figure walked unhurriedly. His steps were steady, and his physique was robust. Because the mist beneath the cliff was dense, and the distance was relatively far, Lin Tianhao didn't clearly see the person approaching from afar. As the person got closer, Lin Tianhao finally saw his face clearly. However, after seeing his face clearly, Lin Tianhao's face showed an expression of disbelief. He even staggered back 2 steps due to shock. How is this possible? Quote, how could it be you? Quote, Lin Tianhao simply couldn't believe his eyes. Once an NPC in Newbie Village died, they were supposed to be permanently gone, with no reason to revive. You already die? The newcomer's face showed a playful smile, and he spoke unhurriedly. Who told you I died? The one you killed was just my younger brother. For this plan, we have schemed for so long, and my brother had to be sacrificed for it to work. At this point, he looked up at the sky with some regret. Brother, your death was worth it. Our plan is about to succeed. Wang Blacksmith is your younger brother? Who exactly are you? There's no one like you in Newbie Village. 47. Number 47 Chapter 47. Village Chief Wang, the secret of the novice village. Lin Tianhao believed he had a good understanding of the newbie village. The newbie village's NPC was already dead. He had also never heard that Wang Blacksmith had a brother. Moreover, they were too similar. This person in front of him was almost identical to Wang Blacksmith. Lin Tianhao was even more willing to believe that this was Wang Blacksmith returned from the dead. Who told you Wang Blacksmith doesn't have a brother? He does. His brother was originally the village chief of the newbie village, but unfortunately, on the first day he became the village chief of the newbie village. The previous old village chief didn't want to give up power. A conflict arose between them, and his brother was exiled to the wilderness to fend for himself. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly constricted. This person continued, otherwise, why do you think the old village chief of the newbie village has the old in his title? Because he was the previous village chief of the newbie village, I should be the current village chief of the newbie village. Lin Tianhao finally checked his attributes at this moment. Village Chief Wang, Silver, level 20. Health, 5,255,500, 5,255,500. Attack, 3,999. Skills. Note: Newbie Village Chief, Wang Blacksmith's brother, was exiled from the newbie village after a conflict with the old village chief, falling into depravity and becoming a newbie village wilderness boss. He has been planning an extremely terrifying event. You must not let him succeed, otherwise you will suffer the punishment of the gods. Lin Tianhao's expression suddenly changed, because this guy was actually classified as a wilderness boss. Not only that, he was also a silver-grade wilderness boss. 5 million health points plus 4,000 attack power. At this stage, he was absolutely a game-breaking existence. So it's Village Chief Wang, but I'm very curious, what exactly are you planning? Destroying the newbie village doesn't seem to benefit you. Under normal circumstances, Village Chief Wang should want to regain power. But now that the newbie village has been destroyed, his existence as the newbie village chief no longer has meaning. Who told you I want to be the newbie village chief? What I want is to become the imperial son-in-law of the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of Princess Leona. She was the princess of the Star Kingdom, and she happened to be in the newbie village. Princess Leona is in the newbie village. You can directly pursue her. There's no need to destroy the newbie village. Of course there is a need. Village Chief Wang's expression was sinister. How could Princess Leona look at a lowly commoner like me? To make her yield, I must make her indebted to me. Oh, Lin Tianhao became interested, knowing that he might have just triggered a new plot quest. After I was exiled from the newbie village, I took 2 blessings of the gods from the newbie village. After leaving, I discovered the existence of Princess Leona and began to plan. Lin Tianhao nodded. The Star Kingdom doesn't seem to have a prince. So if you become the imperial son-in-law, you might compete for the throne in the future. Exactly. Village Chief Wang grinned. I didn't expect you to know about the Star Kingdom. If Princess Leona is released, she will leave from the resurrection altar. So the resurrection altar must be destroyed and rendered unrepairable. Therefore, the old village chief and the others must also die. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he had a crazy guess in his heart. You want to use this as a condition to force Princess Leona to comply. That's right. Village Chief Wang nodded. The 9-headed Hydra and the yellow weasel are both my subordinates. And the 2 quest scrolls were also pre-arranged by me, just waiting for someone fated to help me kill the old village chief. Lin Tianhao smiled. It turned out he had done so much, only to become someone else's pawn. So, what is your purpose here? Shouldn't you be looking for Princess Leona? Of course, it's to get back the quest scrolls. Village Chief Wang grinned. I also want the blessing of the gods. You should be content with having received 1 blessing of the gods. Hand over the quest scrolls, and I'll let you leave. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised, deliberately designing opposing quests to make your plan flawless. Exactly. Village Chief Wang nodded. Now that you know everything, hand over the items. Why should I hand them over? Lin Tianhao grinned. Anyway, I'm leaving the newbie village. It's a death either way. At most I'll just be killed. Hearing this, Village Chief Wang's expression darkened. Suit yourself, anyway. With your current red name value, as long as I kill you, everything that should drop from you will drop. As his voice fell, Village Chief Wang's figure blurred into an afterimage, charging towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao also made his move. Whoosh! A feather arrow pierced the air. At the same time, Lin Tianhao took out 3 potions and drank them. Movement speed, attack speed, and lifesteal. All 3 attributes received a temporary boost. Minus 13,358. A huge damage number appeared above Village Chief Wang's head. Immediately after, a huge damage number also appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, -10,000. Lin Tianhao's eyelids twitched slightly. Rounded damage reflection? Rounded damage reflection reflects the integer of the maximum damage taken. This thing's reflection was at least 50%. If he encountered damage that was exactly 100, then it would be 100% reflection. With his 5 million plus health, with this rounded damage reflection mechanism, Lin Tianhao had no chance of countering it. He leapt up. Lin Tianhao had already landed on the steel wire. Do you not think it's too late to try and run now? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao secretly thought, not good, his intuition telling him something was about to happen. Sure enough, above the cliff, the rock wall broke open, and a vine lashed out towards Lin Tianhao. Nine-headed Hydra? Quote, Lin Tianhao performed a spectacular backflip to avoid the attack, but the steel wire was broken by the nine-headed Hydra's vine. Before Lin Tianhao could land, he heard a whooshing sound from behind him. Swish! Claws scraped against Lin Tianhao's armor, creating a series of sparks. At the same time, a damage number appeared above his head. -1580. This damage wasn't too outrageous. Lin Tianhao could still accept it, but the current situation made his scalp tingle. The nine-headed Hydra and the yellow weasel were both extremely abnormal existences at this stage. Fighting alone, Lin Tianhao was not afraid. Even if they teamed up, Lin Tianhao could still handle it. But with a silver-grade village chief Wang also present, he found it somewhat difficult to cope. Lin Tianhao's expression was solemn. With the steel wire broken, it was no longer realistic for him to leave. Snow Emperor, there's no need to waste time. Hand over the items, and we can still be friends. In the future, if I become the king of the Star Kingdom, I can grant you a count title and the corresponding lord's heart. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He indeed had no reason to refuse. Although the blessing of the gods was good, in the current situation, he had no chance of succeeding, unless Lin Tianhao looked towards the cliff. Above the cliff, snowflakes drifted down. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Ding! You are affected by cold. Movement speed reduced by 12%, attack speed reduced by 12%. You have taken freezing damage and will continue to lose health. -240, -240, 48. Number 48 Chapter 48 Leona's Choice. Village Chief Wang's expression changed drastically. He, the nine-headed Hydra, and the yellow weasel all entered a continuous bleeding state. Above the cliff, a lavishly dressed woman stepped forward. With each step, she seemed to tread on air, but as her foot landed, ice flowers condensed from beneath her feet, steadily supporting her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step blossomed. Though still some distance away, Lin Tianhao had already identified her. Princess Leona. In the current newbie village, only this princess from the Star Kingdom could achieve such a feat. Respected Princess Leona, you've arrived? Village Chief Wang instantly changed his previous demeanor, showing a benevolent smile to Princess Leona. Princess Leona coldly glanced at Village Chief Wang. I know very well what you intend to do. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Wang paused, then chuckled. Princess Leona, since you already know, then you must also know of my admiration for you, right? Why speak so hypocritically? Princess Leona sneered. You think everything is under your control, but have you considered that I could kill you? Village Chief Wang's eyes narrowed, and he spread his hands, saying, Great Princess Leona, you can certainly kill me, but after killing me, have you considered how you will leave this place? Your ambition will not allow you to be willingly trapped in the newbie village. Princess Leona scoffed. That is not for you to worry about. I know what I'm doing regarding my own affairs. As her voice fell, cold air spread out, centered around Princess Leona. Village Chief Wang's expression changed drastically. Frenzy, indomitable, broken wings dance. In an instant, Village Chief Wang simultaneously unleashed 3 skills, and a pair of broken wings appeared behind him. The wings flapped. Village Chief Wang flew towards the cliff. Princess Leona raised her hand, and a massive ice magic circle appeared above Village Chief Wang's head. Immediately after, countless ice cones fell from the ice array. -15,928, -15,929. A series of damage numbers appeared. Just one magic circle had drained millions of Village Chief Wang's health. Terrifying. Lin Tianhao had thought Princess Leona might be formidable. However, her level of power still exceeded Lin Tianhao's imagination. No wonder Village Chief Wang immediately started to flee when he realized she was about to act. At this moment, Village Chief Wang in the sky changed direction and continued to flee. The nine-headed Hydra and the yellow weasel attacked simultaneously, attempting to delay Princess Leona. In just a breath, these two powerful bosses were frozen. Princess Leona raised her hand. An ice shield appeared behind Village Chief Wang, forcefully pressing him down. After escaping the ice shield, village chief Wang stopped running and simply looked at Princess Leona coldly. Kill me, if you can kill me, I'll accept it. Princess Leona did not attack again, and Lin Tianhao instantly understood the problem. Village chief Wang was no longer an NPC, he was a wild boss. Wild bosses have a characteristic. They respawn after being killed, in other words, they revive. Lin Tianhao had killed the 9-headed Hydra and the yellow weasel before, but they had reappeared here. It was revival. What? Not going to kill me? Since you're not, why not hear me out? Village chief Wang gradually calmed down. I want to marry you, and I want to become the future king of the Star Kingdom. Princess Leona's aura instantly became volatile, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Don't get angry so quickly, we are merely mutually beneficial. You've been away from the Star Kingdom for so long. If you return rashly, no one can help you. But if you marry me, I can help you. I am a monster, and also an NPC, but crucially, I have received a blessing of the gods, which allows me to level up and grow like an adventurer. Upon hearing the words level up and grow, Princess Leona, who had always been unperturbed, showed some emotion. Whether NPCs or monsters, they generally have a limitation. They cannot break through their current shackles and continue to grow stronger. Lin Tianhao saw Princess Leona's emotion and inwardly thought, this is not good. If Princess Leona agreed to his terms, he would not be able to obtain his second blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao had put in so much effort precisely for the blessing of the gods. A helper who can grow and revive infinitely. You must know how much help that will be in your future struggle for the throne in the Star Kingdom. Don't worry, we can have a fake marriage. It won't affect you, as long as, in the end, we can become the king of the Star Kingdom, that will suffice. Lin Tianhao had to admit that, from a purely self-interested perspective, the terms village chief Wang offered were incredibly tempting. Alas, it seems there's no chance, Lin Tianhao sighed to himself. However, Princess Leona's next words made Lin Tianhao see hope again. I think I have many potential partners, for example, the Snow Emperor. Village Chief Wang's pupils contracted, and he said in a deep voice, he is an adventurer after all. It's hard to say if he will be wholeheartedly loyal later on. No, Princess Leona shook her head, I am not going to marry him, but to issue him a quest. Snow Emperor, are you willing to support me in becoming the king of the Star Kingdom? If you can make me the king of the Star Kingdom, I will establish 3,000 ancestral halls for you, making you the god of war of my Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao's face showed an expression of disbelief. In the late stages of the Twilight of the Gods, ordinary attack power and magic power were already insufficient. The top tier of players were all pursuing godhood, and the first step to becoming a god was to possess enough power of faith, commonly known as believers. Princess Leona's words were very clear. She intended to establish ancestral halls to worship Lin Tianhao, allowing him to receive the power of faith from their Star Kingdom. Ding, Princess Leona has issued you a quest. Quest requirement. Help her become the next king of the Star Kingdom. Quest penalty. Unknown. Quest reward. She will bestow upon you the title of God of War and construct 3,000 ancestral halls of faith for you. Except, Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse. In his previous life, countless powerhouses had tried to become gods, one after another, but ultimately failed due to the lack of power of faith. Obtaining power of faith was too difficult. Princess Leona, even so, how do you plan to leave the newbie village? Hearing this, Leona's gaze fell upon the yin-yang fish array. It's simple, release the drought demon, and he will naturally break the spatial barrier. We can then seize the opportunity to leave with him. Village Chief Wang shouted in exasperation, Leona, you're simply insane. Do you know how much impact releasing the drought demon will have? Quote 49. Hash 49 Chapter 49 Release the drought demon and shake the 10 directions. Princess Leona smiled non-committally. I know, but, so what? As her voice fell, Princess Leona attacked without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she froze everything within a 100-mile radius. Village Chief Wang's eyes widened, frozen in place, unable to move. Snow Emperor, open the seal. Lin Tianhao nodded, stored all his equipment in the guild warehouse, and then individually placed the ice flame magic ore and the mysterious key inside. The next moment, the earth trembled. Cracks began to appear in the yin-yang twin fish pattern, and scorching heat seeped out from below. I cannot die, I'm leaving first. Leona took a step and vanished. Lin Tianhao's scalp tingled. If you're running away through a spatial rift, take me with you. What kind of situation is this? Leaving him alone here? Just then, a server-wide announcement rang out. Warning, warning, someone has released the sealed drought demon. The world boss drought demon is about to appear. All adventurers, please be careful. Warning, warning, someone has released the sealed drought demon. The world boss drought demon is about to appear. All adventurers, please be careful. The warning sound echoed throughout the server, leaving many players dumbfounded. What is it? Am I hallucinating? You're not hallucinating. A world boss? Are you sure the system isn't glitching? At this stage, we struggle even against a black iron boss. How are we supposed to fight a world boss? Hehe, although I don't know how to fight it, one thing is for sure, if we take it down, the rewards will be extremely generous. Twilight of the Gods erupted. All major clubs, financial groups, and government agencies held emergency meetings. A sudden world boss. No matter who it was, the benefits of taking down this world boss were immeasurable. Government, War Department, an old man with graying temples appeared in the conference room. You are all the most brilliant analysts in our Dragon Kingdom. Our special forces have already encountered black iron, bronze, and even silver bosses. We must take down this world boss. Hearing this, the lead analyst shook his head. Sir, according to our estimation, the world boss's health should not be less than 100 million, and all its attributes will be extremely terrifying. Even if all our special forces members attack together, it will be like trying to put out a forest fire with a cup of water. Is there no way? The old man frowned. It's not that there's no way, but it would require a human wave tactic. In the core main cities right now, players number in the tens of millions. If tens of millions of players besiege it, there might be a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing this world boss. 1 in 10,000? The old man almost thought he misheard. Tens of millions of players attacking together, and only a 1 in 10,000 chance? That's right, the analyst nodded, and that's considering the combined efforts of hidden professions and high-level talent holders. Otherwise, there's not even a tiny chance. Alright, I understand. The old man's expression was not good. The world boss was a glimmer of hope, but they were helpless. Even the War Department was helpless. The results of discussions from other clubs and guilds were similar. At the current stage, players simply did not have the power to contend with a world boss. The appearance of the Drought Demon, it didn't just alarm players, but also certain existences within Twilight of the Gods. Star Kingdom, Royal Palace. After Queen Feo Dingyu heard the server-wide announcement, she immediately looked towards Newbie Village. After so many years, has it finally emerged? Beside the queen was a hunched old woman. She held a skeletal staff, and a somewhat sharp, hoarse voice spoke. Queen, this might be an opportunity for us. Feo Dingyu's eyes gleamed with cold light upon hearing this. The Star Kingdom has been peaceful for too long. Indeed, some changes should occur. Make arrangements, the plan can begin. Not just the royal palace, but some other individuals in the Star Kingdom also began to act. The appearance of a world boss could entirely change the current power dynamic. Lin Tianhao was unaware of any of this. He was currently standing beside the yin-yang twin fish formation. The scorching temperature was burning his skin. Ding, you have suffered burning damage and will continuously lose health. -4,000. -4,000. Lin Tianhao was numb. It hadn't even fully broken the seal yet, and it was already this abnormal? One must know that Lin Tianhao's Purification Jade Pendant could grant 80% immunity to negative effects. Burning was also a negative effect, which meant that without the Purification Jade Pendant's immunity, he would lose 20,000 health per second. In his previous life, he had never fought the Drought Demon, so he didn't know much about its strength. But now, he had a clearer understanding. Boom! A loud sound. Heaven and earth crumbled. Lin Tianhao was directly sent flying. -99,999. Just a brush with the damage, and his health bar plummeted. But Lin Tianhao no longer cared. He was seeking death. As long as he died, he could revive in the main city. Immediately after, a figure engulfed in flames shot into the sky. Wherever its gaze fell, raging flames ignited. However, when its gaze landed on Lin Tianhao, the flames vanished, and it slowly walked towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao also began to check its status. Health, attack, skills. Lin Tianhao. How high was its level that even its name was question marks? Did you release me? A magnetic voice rang out, with a mix of softness and firmness, making it impossible to discern its gender. Moreover, its face was grotesque, making it impossible to distinguish male or female features. According to the previous quest prompt, this individual should be the Yellow Emperor's son. But Lin Tianhao remembered that in myths and legends, the one who became the Drought Demon was clearly the Yellow Emperor's daughter. The quest prompts in Twilight of the Gods were not necessarily entirely accurate, so Lin Tianhao reserved his judgment. Yes, the Drought Demon glanced at Lin Tianhao and sneered. Didn't you consider that releasing me would cause widespread devastation? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao replied, I don't think so. You were a good person back then, and now, I still believe in you. A good person? The Drought Demon smiled noncommittally. Quote, I was indeed a good person once. I helped many people, and even after becoming a Drought Demon, I continued to help people. But just because I was a Drought Demon, everyone spoke ill of me and wanted to destroy me. If my origin wasn't indestructible, it probably wouldn't have been a seal, but complete annihilation. At this point, the drought demon instantly grabbed Lin Tianhao's neck. I don't want to be a good person anymore, I want to be a great demon. The greatest demon in this world. 50. Number 50 Chapter 50. Oh my god, I was abused twice in one day. Lin Tianhao stared at the drought demon, gritting his teeth. No, you still have a conscience. If you were truly demonized, you wouldn't be talking to me, you would have directly killed me. Hearing this, the drought demon's eyes flickered with a cold glint. Not killing you immediately is only because I haven't spoken to anyone in too long. As soon as she finished speaking, the drought demon slammed her palm onto Lin Tianhao's chest. Lin Tianhao's health bar instantly emptied. Subsequently, he automatically respawned in Blackwind City, Star Kingdom. There is a revival time after death. Lin Tianhao was now waiting to revive. City-wide announcement. A heinous individual has entered Blackwind City. The Blackwind City Lord has issued an urgent quest. Hunt the evil one. City-wide announcement. A heinous individual has entered Blackwind City. The Blackwind City Lord has issued an urgent quest. Hunt the evil one. All adventurers in Blackwind City now had an additional quest. Hunt the evil one. Requirement. Kill the evil one. Red name player with a red name value greater than 10,000 who entered Blackwind City 100 times. Current progress. 0/100ths. Penalty. None. Reward. Each successful hunt will grant 1 bronze equipment and 10 free attribute points. Holy cow? Quote, when the adventurers in Blackwind City accepted this quest, their faces all showed expressions of disbelief. Holy cow, what did I see? A welfare quest? Quick, find out who that adventurer with a red name value over 10,000 is, come out and let me kill him 100 times. 10 free attribute points per kill, 1,000 free attribute points for 100 kills, plus 100 bronze equipment. If I kill him 100 times myself, I'll take off instantly. Please calm down. I don't know what this guy did to get a red name value of over 10,000. Blackwind City was abuzz with discussion. Lin Tianhao, however, had a face full of black lines. What did he do to deserve this? To be offered as a bounty like this? Looking at the revival countdown, Lin Tianhao was already thinking about how he was going to escape. Fight his way out? There probably wasn't any other better way. After all, the red name value couldn't be hidden. It was displayed prominently above his head, a large, bright red number. In this situation, trying to sneak out quietly was unrealistic. Therefore, he could only fight his way out, equipping the 9 Union longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace, and preparing acceleration and shield potions. Lin Tianhao was ready to charge. Here, he had to thank the good people in the newbie village who dropped a lot of items after dying. But just as Lin Tianhao was in this brief revival period, a national announcement came again. National announcement. A heinous individual has entered Star Kingdom. The King of Star Kingdom has issued an urgent quest. Hunt the evil one. National announcement. A heinous individual has entered Star Kingdom. The King of Star Kingdom has issued an urgent quest. Hunt the evil one. Lin Tianhao. He was dumbfounded. Who did he provoke to be targeted like this? Now, not only were the adventurers in Blackwind City excited, but all adventurers in Star Kingdom were thrilled. In other words, all adventurers in the Dragon Country Zone were excited. Because all Dragon Country adventurers could only be in Star Kingdom before their second-class advancement. Holy cow, the rewards from the King of Star Kingdom are so generous. Double the rewards from Blackwind City. I love it, I love it. Ha ha ha, that red name adventurer, come out and accept your death. There's no escaping. It's your honor to become our equipment and free attribute points. Before, everyone was looking for wild bosses. Now, we're looking for red name players. But I really want to know how this red name player accumulated such a high red name value. All adventurers in the Dragon Country Zone were in an uproar. And at this moment, Lin Tianhao finally revived. Level 1. That's right, he was now level 1. His red name value was too high. Dying once cleared all his levels and experience points. The moment he emerged from the resurrection altar in Blackwind City, Lin Tianhao went full speed, running towards the city gate. However, his red name value of 1 million above his head was so conspicuous. He's over there. Who is that red name player? Damn it, his red name value, 1 million. Kill him quickly. Red name players were not protected in the main city, so these adventurers could attack him in the main city. Lin Tianhao couldn't care about anything else now. He couldn't fight back either. If he retaliated, it wouldn't be just adventurers chasing him. The city guards of Blackwind City would also come. Killing adventurers within the main city would lead to arrest and imprisonment by the city guards, with sentencing based on the red name value. The higher the red name value, the longer the sentence. With his red name value, if he were arrested, he might as well stop playing the game. As for directly confronting the city guards, that was out of the question. If the main city's city guards attacked him without any resistance, he would be instantly killed and wouldn't last a second. Therefore, Lin Tianhao could only run until he left Blackwind City. He was currently level 1, so he could equip very few weapons. The Purification Jade Pendant, the 9-union longbow which had no level requirement, and the Bloodthirsty Necklace. However, these two pieces of equipment did not add any resistance. These few pieces of equipment shared a characteristic: they didn't add any resistance. Now, when these adventurers' attacks landed on Lin Tianhao, it was almost like true damage. -512, -198, -299. A series of damage numbers floated above Lin Tianhao's head. Behind Lin Tianhao, there were hundreds of thousands of adventurers chasing him. Although Lin Tianhao's movement speed was fast, people were everywhere, and he was quickly cornered in Blackwind City. Damn it, they're not giving me any chance at all. Lin Tianhao leapt up, running by stepping on their shoulders. But wherever he went, countless skills rained down on him. Even if the damage from a single skill wasn't very high, only dealing a few hundred, or even just over 100 damage, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of people. Hundreds of thousands of people. It was only because of the crowd that if hundreds of thousands of people truly hit him at once, he would have no chance and would be instantly killed. But even in the current situation, his health dropped by over 100,000 per second. Nima, this is the first time I've felt that the Blackwind City Resurrection Altar is so far from the city gate. Lin Tianhao's face was extremely grim. The moment he was killed, he put all his equipment into the guild warehouse. He was defeated. With his utmost effort to kite them, his over 440,000 health lasted for a full 9 seconds. He managed to last 9 seconds because he appeared so suddenly that many adventurers didn't react in time. Looking at the revival countdown, and then at the large group of adventurers standing outside the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao was stunned. There was no chance at all. Absolutely no chance at all. I'll go to your uncle's. A dignified reincarnator, was spawn camped twice in one day. Where is the justice? Quote, Lin Tianhao grumbled inwardly, but looking at the hundreds of thousands of adventurers blocking the resurrection altar, and the adventurers continuously arriving from outside Blackwind City, he gave up struggling. His over 400,000 health, to be honest, was just a matter of one round of attacks. As expected, Lin Tianhao had just revived when a round of attacks landed, and he was defeated again. Lin Tianhao, meaningless, truly meaningless. Lin Tianhao chose to log off on the spot. You can abuse me all you want, as long as I'm not online. Killing me 1,000 times won't affect my mood. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Chapter 51. My good brother was also abused once. In Twilight of the Gods, after players go offline, they remain in the game. This is also why Lin Tianhao chose to return to Newbie Village to go offline after killing Shadow Kill earlier. He was afraid of being found and killed without being able to control his character. As long as he wasn't online, he wouldn't be afraid of being spawn camped. Lin Tianhao's lips curved upwards. A faint smile appeared on his face. After going offline, it was just dawn. It was a bit too early for breakfast. He clicked into the Twilight of the Gods forum. It wasn't an official forum. It was set up by a group of expert players and covered various servers global. He first entered the Dragon Country Zone. The Dragon Country Zone was very lively, with most discussions revolving around various game guides. The newbie village in the Dragon Country Zone was already ruined. Most new players were discussing how level 1 players could level up by grinding monsters in the main city. At the same time, there were naturally many greetings directed at the player who destroyed the newbie village. There was a very popular post that detailed a strategy for leveling up in Blackwind City without fighting monsters. In Twilight of the Gods, leveling up wasn't only achieved by fighting monsters. For example, tasks like running errands and delivering letters, or becoming an apprentice alchemist or blacksmith, could all grant experience points. Even working in a tavern would give experience point rewards. Lin Tianhao quickly scanned the post, perhaps out of a sense of guilt, and replied below it. Blackwind City's East City is repairing its city walls. Applying there can earn you 300 experience points per hour, and if you know a bit about masonry or carpentry, you can even get 500 plus experience points per hour. This should be a high demand, highly rewarding task suitable for most new players. No monster grinding required. Just moving bricks for a day could yield a significant amount of experience points. Holy crap, is that for real? I'm tempted. I'm going to try it. Lin Tianhao had just replied when someone with keen eyes noticed it. Exiting that post, Lin Tianhao saw a post whose popularity was soaring. A peerless good person has appeared in our Dragon Country zone. Killing him once rewards 20 free attribute points and 2 bronze equipment. This flashy title immediately caught the attention of many people. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He instinctively clicked on it. It was as he expected. He was that peerless good person. This person had posted both the Blackwind City and Star Kingdom bounty quests. It also included a video of him standing in the resurrection altar, being spawn camped by hundreds of thousands of people. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. This was simply inhumane. Using himself to farm equipment and free attribute points, and even posting about it. How detestable. What kind of reborn person suffers such grievances? Lin Tianhao exited the post, preparing to go out and eat something. He also planned to visit the hospital to check on his sister's condition. Although he had hired someone to look after his sister, it was sometimes more reassuring to check on her himself. At the hospital, Lin Qingqing was still lying in the hospital bed, but her complexion had improved significantly. Doctor, how is my sister doing now? Lin Tianhao found the on-duty doctor. The on-duty doctor picked up the latest examination report and said, "Your sister's condition is improving, but as of now, there is no life-threatening danger, though she is highly likely to be in a vegetative state." Lin Tianhao nodded. As long as she could maintain a vegetative state, that was good. Because vegetative people could also enter the game. As for other matters, that would have to wait for the future. Then, doctor, approximately when can my sister be discharged? She underwent brain surgery, so it will probably be about half a month. Lin Tianhao sighed. Half a month would put Lin Qingqing very far behind. However, it wasn't a big problem. As long as she entered the game, he could help Lin Qingqing. Wait a minute. Lin Tianhao suddenly thought of a very terrifying thing. That was, he seemed to be unable to help Lin Qingqing level up. Lin Qingqing was in a vegetative state. They couldn't communicate offline. So, even if Lin Qingqing entered the game through a game device, her game class, nickname, city of birth, Lin Tianhao knew nothing about these. How could he contact Lin Qingqing? This was simply a century-old problem. And another thing, the global loudspeaker. This might be a way for him to find Lin Qingqing. Lin Tianhao couldn't worry about so much now. He would figure out how to contact her after Lin Qingqing entered the game. There was still half a month. He had to establish as much advantage as possible within this half month. After returning from the hospital, Lin Tianhao brought Zhou Xiaopong breakfast. "Fatty, get offline and eat." Zhou Xiaopong didn't go offline. He seemed to be busy. Lin Tianhao wasn't in a hurry. The 2 bounties meant he needed to be killed 200 times. It would probably be a while before he finished, so he opened the forum again during this time. The post about the peerless good person appearing in the Dragon Country Zone was already the top trending topic, because besides players from the Dragon Country Zone itself, players from other countries had also noticed this post. Aish, this is unfair. Why don't we have such a person in our Great Stick Empire? Nani? I seriously suspect players from the Dragon Country Zone are cheating. How can there be a player with a million red name player value at this stage? Oh God, please bless us and send a player with a 10 million red name player value to our Great Rice Empire. Players from various servers were all envious. At this stage, black iron weapons were already impressive, and this rewarded bronze equipment, 2 pieces at that. Not only that, but there were also 20 free attribute points. Even killing him just once could create a gap with ordinary players. Lin Tianhao browsed the forum for a while, then Zhou Xiaopong excitedly rushed over. "Brother Hao, it's a welfare quest. Are you in Blackwind City? It's super cool. Killing that red name player rewards 2 bronze items and 20 free attribute points. I managed to kill him once relying on double slash, and with your strength, killing him multiple times definitely won't be a problem." Seeing Zhou Xiaopong so excited, Lin Tianhao coughed. "Are those 2 bounty quests over yet?" "Not yet, but soon. He's already been killed over 100 times. Lin Tianhao sighed. "Are these people really that slow?" "They're not slow, it's just that the big guilds came later, and they're all very cunning, saving their skills to try and get the last hit for the kill. Everyone wants to snatch the kill and saves their skills, which ironically slowed things down a bit." Lin Tianhao rubbed his forehead. These people really treated him as an experienced baby. But it's strange. I wonder what monstrous thing that player did to accumulate a million red name player value. Maybe he destroyed the newbie village. Lin Tianhao sighed. Holy crap, now that you say it, it really makes sense. Only by destroying the newbie village could he have such a high red name player value. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Alright, I'm going into the game first. After a slight hesitation, Lin Tianhao took out his phone again and silently posted a new thread. The red name player is a good person, let him go after completing the quest. With the title ready, Lin Tianhao began writing furiously. 52. Number 52 Chapter 52 Dimensional Reduction Version of the Book of Life and Death. The appearance of this red name player has put our Dragon Country zone ahead of the global, giving us 300 more bronze equipment and 3,000 free attribute points. His greatness is beyond words. I strongly suggest that once the task is completed, we release him from the city. Perhaps he can continue to benefit us in the future. With this, we salute our great red name player. After editing the content, Lin Tianhao sent it out. There was no other way. He was truly worried that some overzealous players might catch him and relentlessly slaughter him, which would be a headache. However, Lin Tianhao didn't know that all major clubs, syndicates, and government offices had convened emergency meetings. I believe you've all noticed that this red name player has over 400,000 hydrogen phosphide. At this stage, even our Special Forces Shield Warrior with bronze equipment only has a little over 50,000 HP. Moreover, his million red name points must be due to something that angered both gods and men, such as destroying a newbie village or killing the NPCs in the newbie village. This is highly probable. His resistance is almost zero, so to be able to kill newbie village NPCs, he likely has extremely high output, high HP, high damage. His potential is enormous. After this mission ends, we must bring him into our team. The conclusions reached by all major forces were the same. Lin Tianhao's potential was immense, and he had the potential to be recruited. However, it wasn't absolute. Some forces also believed that Lin Tianhao's current red name points would be very difficult to clear even before 9 revolutions, or even 3 revolutions. If he died even once in the future, his level would reset to 1, his equipment would drop, and all his efforts would be in vain. The further one progressed, the harder it became to level up. Dying with even 1 red name point would result in losing an additional level. 1 million red name points was simply unimaginable. Inside the rental house, Lin Tianhao still chose to go online after posting. After logging in, Lin Tianhao ignored the players surrounding him. Let them kill him. It didn't really have any substantial impact on him anyway. Moreover, killing him could help these players gain rewards, which was a way to strengthen the Dragon Country zone's power. For him, it was not unacceptable. He logged on this time to submit a quest. Ding! You have completed the quest, release the Drought Demon. Quest rewards. Free attribute points +50. Blessing of the Gods +1. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath, use the Blessing of the Gods. The previous death reincarnation was definitely a heaven-defying blessing. Ding! You have received the Blessing of the Gods. Due to your excessively high red name points, the blessing has changed. Ding! You have received the Blessing of Hu Tu Nianganang. Just like last time, a dark red pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have obtained the Book of Life and Death. Lin Tianhao. Book of Life and Death? This must be a super invincible divine artifact. Every Dragon Country person knows the power of the Book of Life and Death. He just didn't know how much difference there was between this Book of Life and Death and the one in Myths and Legends. Book of Life and Death. God-given equipment. Wearing requirements. Snow Emperor only, cannot be dropped, cannot be gifted, transferred, or traded. Effect. You can write the name of any existing being, limited to one person, on the Book of Life and Death. The person whose name is written on the Book of Life and Death, no matter where they are, will take 10,000 plus 1% of your maximum HP in true damage per second, lasting until the target dies. Durability. Indestructible. Indeed, this was just a weakened version of the Book of Life and Death. However, even so, it was still quite abnormal. As long as he knew the name, he could attack remotely. The base damage dealt per second was 10,000, and there was even a 1% HP bonus. This bonus might not be significant for other players, but for Lin Tianhao, it was completely different. He currently had over 400,000 HP, so 1% was over 4,000. And in the future, he could continue to increase his maximum HP. Moreover, for other players, this equipment was only of average use. Because this equipment had a restriction. That was, it required writing a name. As a reborn person, Lin Tianhao knew the names of most bosses from his previous life. This meant that he could hunt these bosses remotely. Especially, Lin Tianhao thought of some interesting operations, and a playful smile appeared on his face. While Lin Tianhao was checking these, the bounty quest finally ended. The players left one after another. However, a few did not leave. One of them stepped forward and said indifferently, "Hello, I am Shira Yi's of the Shira Guild. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Shira Guild? The benefits are negotiable." As his voice fell, another voice sounded, "Little brother, come to our Jinghong Guild. We have many beautiful young ladies in our guild. Get lost, little brother, our Berserk Guild is your best choice. Join us, and we'll help you clear your red name points. A few people started to quarrel. Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes. When you were killing me just now, you showed no mercy at all. The few of them smiled awkwardly. Little brother, we can't be blamed for this. If you log off to eat, we can get so much equipment and free attribute points. You didn't lose out, did you? Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Alright, I actually have things to do offline. Being killed is just supporting the Dragon Country Zone players. But I don't want to join a guild. I'm leaving. He didn't want to waste time here with these people. He had very important things to do next. Support Princess Leona to become the king of the Star Kingdom. This was extremely important. Whether he could become a god later was greatly related to this. The sooner he helped Princess Leona become the king of the Star Kingdom, the sooner he could obtain Power of Faith. If he obtained Power of Faith early in the game, when the Great Cataclysm arrived and the Elite star system came to attack, he would have stronger power. Power of Faith was different from Attribute Power. Its level was much higher than Attribute Power. During the Great Cataclysm, Lin Tianhao had seen a strong person from the Elite star system who possessed Power of Faith, using it to kill 3-9 Revolutions powerhouses with one sword. That kind of strength was horrifying. Leaving Blackwind City, Lin Tianhao walked towards a less crowded area. With his red name points, no matter where he went, he was always so conspicuous. It wasn't until he reached the territory of the level 20 monster, Green Poison Spider, that Lin Tianhao stopped. As soon as he stopped, the temperature around him suddenly dropped. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a low voice, Princess Leona, you've finally arrived. Watching me get spawn killed, was it fun? Princess Leona smiled non-committally. Otherwise? Could I help you? If I helped you, the kingdom's ministers would accuse me of helping a criminal. At that time, how would I compete for the throne? Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Tell me, what do you want from me? 53. Number 53 Chapter 53. A decision that will cost you your life. Do you still remember our agreement? I've just returned and have no achievements. To gain the support of the ministers and nobles, I must have achievements. Speak plainly, Lin Tianhao said. Princess Leona said solemnly, there's a Black Wind Mountain in our Star Kingdom, and on it is a group of heinous bandits. I hope you can help me eliminate them. Ding, Princess Leona has issued you a quest. Quest requirement. Eliminate the Black Wind Stronghold. Quest penalty. Unknown. Quest reward. Unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The Black Wind Stronghold is a level 30 area. With your strength, you should have a chance, right? Lin Tianhao shook his head. Leona's expression changed. Is there a problem? Yes. Hunting down a level 30 Black Wind Stronghold is just a small skirmish. How can that count as a great achievement? Others will even see you as nothing more than a clown, trying to gain attention. Lin Tianhao's blunt words made Leona's expression somewhat displeased. I naturally know that, but given your current situation, eliminating the Black Wind Stronghold should be your limit. Lin Tianhao shook his head again. Who told you that eliminating the Black Wind Stronghold is the limit? What if I told you that I could kill the sealed Demon King's son Greylarenson? That's impossible, Leona said subconsciously. Greylarenson is still in a sealed state. How do you plan to kill him? Break the seal? No one will allow you to do that. Lin Tianhao still smiled. He is indeed in a sealed state, but I know that his seal has already developed cracks, and that group of Nightwalkers from the Demon Cave are also lurking, waiting for an opportunity to rescue Greylarenson. Hearing what Lin Tianhao said, Leona's expression became increasingly serious. Snow Emperor, how do you know these things? Lin Tianhao smiled. Does it matter? Leona took a deep breath, not pressing the matter further, but said solemnly, are you truly able to kill Greylarenson without breaking the seal? Truly. You can go back now and tell the king and those ministers that you can kill Greylarenson without breaking the seal. Don't harm me. Leona was still a bit worried, mainly because what Lin Tianhao said was too unbelievable. If it were possible to kill Greylarenson without breaking the seal, the Star Kingdom would have acted long ago. They wouldn't have waited until today. I am an adventurer. What good would harming you do me? Of course, if you don't believe me, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Tianhao was indifferent. If Leona doubted him like this, he could simply support other princesses to ascend to the throne. I believe you. After only a brief hesitation, Leona's gaze became firm. Snow Emperor, you are different from other adventurers. I believe in your ability. I will go back now and tell my father, mother, and also those ministers and nobles. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. You made the right decision. Leona's breathing hitched. For some reason, she had a very strong feeling that if she had doubted Lin Tianhao again just now, she would have missed out on the throne. After bidding farewell to Leona, Lin Tianhao decided to level up first. Lowering his red name value a bit was better than nothing. Green Poison Spider, Normal, 20. Health, 2450 2450ths. Attack, 108. Skills, Webbind, Poison Arrow. The normal monsters in Twilight of the Gods were still relatively friendly. Their attributes were generally not high. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and shot an arrow. Minus 2450. Ding, you killed a green poison spider, experience plus 400. Ding, you leveled up to level 2. Killing monsters above his level indeed yielded impressive experience rewards. Even a normal monster could provide 400 experience points. Next, Lin Tianhao shot another arrow. Due to the Thunderbolt jump penalty, all 18 green poison spiders in the vicinity were affected by Thunderbolt jump. With over 2000 health, they couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks and were all instantly killed. Ding, you leveled up to level 3. Ding, you leveled up to level 4. When lost levels are regained, free attribute points cannot be obtained. It is purely a level increase. Lin Tianhao was leveling up here. At this time, Star Kingdom, Royal Palace Hall. Princess Leona expressed her idea. Immediately, it drew a burst of laughter. Leona, my dear sister, did the drought demon burn your brain in Newbie Village? What nonsense are you talking about? Qing Fuyun's face was full of mockery. As the second princess of the Star Kingdom, she had been building her influence within the kingdom and was a strong contender for the throne. Princess Leona, shouldn't you think carefully before speaking? Is it possible to kill Greylarenson without breaking the seal? Chancellor Curson Luo's face was full of sneers, showing no regard for Leona, the princess who had just returned from outside. On the throne, the aging King Abella raised his hand, and those in the hall who were still preparing to mock Leona immediately fell silent. Leona, as royalty, we must weigh our words and actions carefully. When you say such things, have you considered the consequences if you fail to deliver? Quote, Leona took a deep breath. She had already anticipated such a situation when she arrived. Since she chose to come here, it meant absolute trust in Lin Tianhao. Father, mother, since your daughter has spoken thus, I naturally have the confidence to achieve it. No sooner had Leona finished speaking than Qing Fuyun questioned, third sister, what if you fail? What then? King Abella also looked at Leona. Indeed, there should be a punishment. Otherwise, everyone will come to the hall and spout nonsense. And where will our royal prestige be? Quote, Leona gritted her teeth. The arrow was already on the string. It had to be fired. If I fail, I will voluntarily withdraw from the succession to the throne. She finally said those words. If she didn't give an explanation, these people wouldn't let it go. Upon hearing this, Qing Fuyun couldn't help but smile. With one less competitor, she was naturally happy to see it happen. As for Leona truly being able to kill Greylarenson without destroying the seal, was that possible? Absolutely impossible. If such a method truly existed, Greylarenson would have been dead long ago. Everyone in the court had their own thoughts, but most of them felt delighted. With one less person causing trouble, their positions would be easier to secure. However, Abella on the throne was somewhat surprised. His thoughts were actually similar to Qing Fuyun's, but he considered more deeply. If Leona truly had no confidence at all, would she say such a thing? And even use her status as a candidate for the throne as a guarantee? Therefore, Abella felt that Leona must have her own trump card. Good, Leona, I look forward to you killing Greylarenson. If you can kill him, our Star Commerce Association of the Star Kingdom will be under your command. 54. Number 54 Chapter 54, Palace Coup, Night Walker takes action. Upon hearing this, everyone in the main hall looked astonished. Especially second Princess Qing Fuyun, her face immediately darkened. Star Commerce Association. The Star Commerce Association was the economic backbone of the Star Kingdom, with over 1/3 of the Star Kingdom's financial revenue coming from it, which showed its significance. In just a moment, Qing Fuyun calmed down again. The promise Leona made was simply impossible to fulfill. What if her King Abella made such a promise? Could Leona even get it? She couldn't. On the contrary, Leona would lose her status as a candidate for the throne because of this. Yes, King Abella, your daughter will not fail you. Leona bowed respectfully. Qing Fuyun sneered, third sister. Then I'll congratulate you in advance on becoming the president of the Star Commerce Association. Although she said that, the mockery in Qing Fuyun's words was more than obvious. Thanks. Leona didn't even look at Qing Fuyun, bowing again to King Abella on the throne. King Abella, your daughter will go prepare now. Go. Leona took her leave and headed straight for the green poison spider's respawn location. As soon as she arrived, she saw Lin Tianhao casually using movement to evade the green poison spider king's venomous attacks. Then an arrow shot into the green poison spider king's mouth, piercing through its body. Ding, you have killed the green poison spider king beyond your level. experience plus 17658, Lonely Snow Guild achievement plus 200. Ding, you have leveled up to LV12. Free attribute points plus 5. Ding, you have completed the Green Poison Spider King first kill. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the Green Poison Spider King first kill. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the Green Poison Spider King first kill. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to work hard. The server-wide announcement rang out, and Lin Tianhao was already used to it. While looting the corpse, he asked, "How was it?" I told him. Leona's answer was concise, and I guaranteed that if I can't do it, I'll give up competing for the throne. One day. What one day? Leona didn't quite react. Within one day, Demon King's son Greylarenson will die. The sound of him being killed will echo throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao's tone was calm. Leona's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Within one day? Kill the sealed Greylarenson. She even increasingly felt that Lin Tianhao was deliberately playing a trick on her. But she couldn't think of a reason why Lin Tianhao would trick her. Good, if you can do it, I will receive a huge reward, and likewise, you will also receive a huge reward. Go back, and wait for the sound of Greylarenson being killed to echo throughout the Star Kingdom. Leona nodded. When she was in Newbie Village, she chose Lin Tianhao instead of Village Chief Wang. This time, for such an absurd matter, she also chose to trust Lin Tianhao, which meant she was betting everything on Lin Tianhao. Now, she had no way out, or rather, she had stayed in Newbie Village for so long. To compete for the throne, she had to go all out. After Leona left, Lin Tianhao silently took out the Book of Life and Death. He wrote Greylarenson's name in the Book of Life and Death. Star Kingdom, Shattered Star Well. Below the Shattered Star Well, Demon King's son Greylarenson was sealed. Now the seal had already developed cracks. Two white-robed elders guarded this place. They were the Star Kingdom's top formation masters. They continuously reinforced the seal here, but it was all in vain. The primordial demonic energy from the Demon King's bloodline had been eroding the seal, and their ability to hold out until today was already commendable. Leona came here after parting ways with Lin Tianhao. She wanted to see how Lin Tianhao would manage to kill Greylarenson in his sealed state. She had just arrived when Qing Fuyun was also nearby. Seeing Leona arrive, Qing Fuyun walked over with a smile. "Third sister, you're here? I really want to see how you'll kill Greylarenson." "Then you just open your eyes wide and watch carefully." Leona sat down nearby and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, Qing Fuyun snorted coldly and also sat cross-legged not far away. In the shadows, there were also pairs of eyes watching the scene. Greylarenson. He was a sharp sword hanging over the Star Kingdom's head. What's more, this matter concerning Greylarenson was now linked to the succession of the throne. Anyone with a bit of sense would know. Leona wouldn't foolishly seek her own death and voluntarily give up her candidacy for the throne. Therefore, she must have some confidence. However, even King Abella couldn't imagine what method Leona could use to kill the sealed Greylarenson. Therefore, they were all waiting and watching to see what method Leona would employ. Suddenly, the expressions of the two white-robed elders changed abruptly. The ceiling formation actually began to tremble slightly. An angry voice came from beneath the Shattered Star Well. Damn it, what have you done to me? Why is this happening?" Quote, Greylarenson, who was in the seal, was already in a weakened state, with his health bar less than 1/3 of its peak, and in his sealed state, he couldn't use skills, nor could his passive health regeneration trigger. He had originally thought that as long as he waited for his primordial demonic energy to erode the sealing array and break through the seal, he could then go on a rampage. But now, he was actually starting to lose health. -14,654. -14,654. The health loss was very stable, over 14,000 damage per second, which was over 800,000 per minute and 50 million per hour. With his current health bar, he wouldn't last half an hour before dying. "Ah, who is it? Come out, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces." Greylarenson roared repeatedly, but in his sealed state, he had no way to resist and could only watch helplessly as his health continuously dropped. Greylarenson's roars. Many people around heard them. Numerous gazes converged on Leona. Shock, disbelief, and also, furious anger. As for those who were furiously angry, they were naturally the ones who had a conflict of interest with Leona, such as Qing Fuyun. Not only that, but also the Nightwalkers lurking in the royal palace. Upon hearing their Demon King's son's roars, they were all shocked and enraged. However, Leona, who was the center of attention, feigned composure, appearing as if everything was under her control. But in reality, Leona's heart was already churning with tumultuous waves. She truly couldn't imagine how Lin Tianhao had managed to do it, and after Greylarensen's roars, he began to panic. He was furious, yet powerless. His health bar continued to drop. Damn it, what are you doing? Do something. If you wait any longer, I'm going to die. Greylarensen couldn't hold back any longer and began to roar in terror. There were night walkers lurking in the royal palace. Upon hearing Greylarensen's voice, they completely shed their disguise and began to act. Not far away, a soldier suddenly stabbed a sword into his comrade's kidney from behind. White blade in, red blade out. The stabbed soldier's eyes widened, his injury and the sudden turn of events shocking him immensely. But in that moment of shock, the soldier chopped off his head with a sword. 55. Number 55 Chapter 55. Everyone has their own ulterior motives, and one sword kills. This was just one scene unfolding here. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of night walkers simultaneously revealed themselves, charging towards the shattered star well. They were almost frenzied, fearless of death, and their movements were swift, their strength considerable. In an instant, they had already approached the shattered star well. Seeing this, Leona's eyes flashed with a cold light. Impudent, how dare you attack in the royal palace? As her voice fell, she took a step forward, and frost instantly spread out. The first few night walkers who charged forward were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Then the ice sculptures shattered with a crash, and several night walkers died on the spot. Qing Fuyun was not to be outdone. A scepter appeared in her hand. She waved the staff in her hand, murmuring obscure and difficult to understand incantations. Immediately after, the bodies of the charging night walkers began to explode continuously. The moment they exploded, they did not bleed profusely but turned into ice. The Imperial Guards also reacted at this moment, quickly assembling to form a resistance. Just then, a nimble woman among the night walkers transformed into an afterimage and darted out from the crowd. Whoosh! A flying dagger with a green glow, obviously poisoned, flew from her hand. The flying dagger split into 9 in the air, and then each of those 9 split into 81. The Imperial Guards who were hit did not die immediately but turned into stone statues. Medusa's poison. Qing Fuyun's expression changed dramatically, and she waved her staff again. 18 ice crystal chains extended from all directions, intending to bind this female assassin. However, this female assassin's speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch. In the blink of an eye, she had already appeared behind Qing Fuyun. Qing Fuyun was greatly alarmed. Her body instantly exploded, turning into snowflakes that drifted into the distance. A moment later, her form recondensed. However, cold sweat had already appeared on her forehead. If her movements had been a little slower just now, she might have been petrified. The female assassin's attack missed, but Leona's attack had already arrived. A huge ice magic circle appeared above the female assassin's head, and countless ice cones descended. The female assassin wanted to run, but her legs had already begun to freeze. Bang! The female assassin slapped the ground, shattering the ice, and at the same time, she transformed into an afterimage, rushing towards Leona. Leona's expression changed slightly. Mages like them feared high-output assassins the most, especially now that no one was in front of her to protect her. Just like the situation before, the female assassin instantly appeared behind her, her poison dagger stabbing towards her. Clink! A crisp sound. The dagger struck the ice shield. The massive ice shield instantly developed cracks, then shattered with a crash. By the time the ice shield shattered, Leona was nowhere to be seen. After forcing Leona back, the female assassin did not pursue her further. Instead, she turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the shattered star well. Her goal was not to kill but to break the seal of the shattered star well. Stop her! Leona shouted loudly. Qing Fuyun in the distance raised her staff, preparing to act. But as if she thought of something, her raised hand paused. Greylarensen's previous reaction proved that Leona must have used some method to cause him harm. If these night walkers were blocked and Leona truly killed Greylarensen, it would be a good thing for the Star Kingdom. But for her, Qing Fuyun, it would not be a good thing. After a brief hesitation, Qing Fuyun deliberately slowed her pace, putting on a show as if she was chanting a powerful spell. Leona, at this moment, could not worry about anything else. She was very clear about the pros and cons here. Therefore, she must stop this female assassin. A pair of ice wings appeared behind her, and she transformed into an afterimage, rushing towards the female assassin. However, she had only rushed out a few steps when a pitch-black tentacle instantly entangled her. Dark magic. Leona was furious, and the ice elements around her instantly exploded, breaking free from the dark tentacle's restraint. But the female assassin had already reached the 2 white-robed elders. The dagger cut through the air. The 2 white-robed elders maintained calm expressions. When the dagger was less than a foot away from them, it suddenly stopped. Immediately after, the female assassin's body suddenly knelt down. A formation appeared above her head, and she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. Unable to move, she had just been suppressed. Another person rushed out from among the night walkers. He was enveloped in a black mist, his figure flickering erratically as he charged towards the shattered star well. Leona roared, "Frost, call of the Ice Maiden." She raised both hands above her head simultaneously, and between heaven and earth, ice and snow instantly began to fall. Wherever the ice and snow passed, all night walkers were frozen. Even the flickering black figure was frozen. "Second sister, act," Leona urged. She had frozen the black figure, creating an opportunity for Qing Fuyun to unleash her powerful spell. Qing Fuyun's expression became somewhat unpleasant. She hadn't expected Leona to be so reckless as to consume her source power. But if she didn't act now, it would seem too fake. Boom! An ice and snow vortex appeared at the female assassin's feet, engulfing her. Leona's expression darkened. The female assassin had already been suppressed by the two formation masters. Attacking the black figure now was the most correct choice. But she no longer had time to think, because the black figure had already broken through the ice and rushed towards the shattered star well. Leona was unable to continue her attack at this point. The two formation masters also hadn't expected Qing Fuyun to attack the female assassin. At this distance, there was simply no time to form a powerful array to suppress the black figure. Leona clenched her fists. She knew there were still powerful individuals from the Star Kingdom hidden in the shadows nearby, but since they hadn't stepped out, they naturally wouldn't act. At that time, they could simply claim they weren't present. After all, there were quite a few people with the same thoughts as Qing Fuyun. Before Leona returned, the factions within the Star Kingdom had already become quite distinct. If Leona rose to power, then these people would have to consider which side to align with again. Therefore, the best way was not to let Leona rise, so that the situation in the Star Kingdom would not undergo major changes. Leona's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. She had already guessed. Is it time to use my trump card? A powerful force began its revival within Leona's dantian. If no one acted at the last moment, then even if she had to expose her trump card, she must stop the black figure. Impudent! Just then, an angry shout came, followed by the sight of a general wielding an ice sword and clad in ice armor descending from the sky. The moment she landed, a chilling aura spread in all directions. Ordinary night walkers, affected by the cold, were directly frozen, then shattered, turning into ice. When the black figure saw the newcomer, he scurried away frantically, like a mouse seeing a cat. However, the general swung the ice sword in her hand, and a cold ice sword chi split the black figure in two, turning him into two ice sculptures. Then, the general pointed her sword, and the two ice sculptures shattered simultaneously. After doing all this, the general's gaze swept over Leona and Qing Fuyun. All you know is vying for power and profit. Look at the state of your strength. 56. Number 56 Chapter 56 The King Tests the Black Wind Village. Qing Fuyun and Leona were both reprimanded by the general and lowered their heads involuntarily. "Big sister, I will work even harder," Qing Fuyun said. Tiso Creek snorted. "Qing Fuyun, what was with your ultimate skill attack on that female assassin just now? You're playing such obvious games, vying for power, scheming against others. Is this how you play? I will definitely report this matter to Father King. You'd better watch yourself." With that, Tiso Creek turned and left. Seeing this, Qing Fuyun anxiously said, "Big sister, I know I was wrong." However, Tiso Creek didn't give her a chance to explain and left directly. After Tiso Creek left, Qing Fuyun gritted her teeth and muttered, "What's with the act? Wanting to use this opportunity to eliminate me, a competitor, and saying it so righteously. I really don't understand. She could have kicked out third sister without even acting, so why did she act?" Her voice was very low, but the resentment in her eyes was hard to diminish. But just as her voice fell, a faint voice sounded behind her. "Yuner, you're confused." Hearing this, Qing Fuyun immediately turned around. "Mother Queen." Queen Feo Dingyu sighed. "Yuner, this is the royal palace. Even if none of you acted, what kind of trouble could these night walkers cause?" Qing Fuyun's expression changed drastically because she had already understood the problem. The royal palace was filled with experts. But just now, when the night walkers attacked, why didn't those experts in the royal palace act? Was it because they were unwilling to act, or was someone instructing them? Obviously, it must be the latter. Even if some people were unwilling to act, her father King's confidants would definitely act. But none of them did. The reason was already clear. This was a test from her father King to gauge people's hearts. Greylarensen's roar made Qing Fuyun worry that Leona would really kill Greylarensen. She didn't want Leona to kill Greylarensen, and for a moment, she was so flustered that she overlooked this most crucial issue. Her ultimate skill attacking the female assassin instead of the shadowy figure, her intention was too obvious. Mother Queen, what do we do now? Qing Fuyun was a little flustered. Big sister Tiso Creek was already in the ascendant in the kingdom. If Leona rose up again, coupled with her performance today, she would basically have no chance with the throne. Let's go. There's one thing your big sister said that's right. You're too weak, truly too weak. As she said this, Feo Dingyu's gaze fell on Leona. Her eyes were profound, as if she had already seen through Leona. Mother Queen. Leona forced a smile. The other party was not her birth mother, and her mother's departure was even related to Feo Dingyu. If they weren't currently in the royal palace, they could directly tear each other apart. Naur, my good daughter, you've suffered these past years outside. When you're free, come sit in my listening rain hall. Leona bowed respectfully. Once your daughter finishes her current tasks, I will definitely come. Their conversation ended, and Feo Dingyu left with Qing Fuyun. Leona breathed a slight sigh of relief. Facing this queen, she felt immense pressure, even greater than when facing her own father King. Outside Black Wind Stronghold, Lin Tianhao finally arrived. He had accepted the quest given by Leona. The reason he came was also for another purpose. There was a hidden quest in Black Wind Stronghold, a hidden quest that could reward the luck attribute. The luck attribute was hidden, so in the early and mid-game, no players paid much attention to it, but Lin Tianhao knew very well that the luck attribute was crucial. Critical hits, critical rates, and probabilistic skills like Thunderbolt Jump and Death Reincarnation would all improve after the luck attribute increased, though it wouldn't directly show on the attribute panel. This was also why many players in the early and mid-game didn't value the luck attribute. Not only that, some special quests also required a certain amount of luck attribute to trigger, otherwise they couldn't be triggered even with a guide. Black Wind Bandit, Normal, Level 28, Health, 3680 3680. Attack, 251. Skills, Chain Slash, Uppercut. Lin Tianhao sighed. These attributes were so weak. He shot an arrow. Ding, you have killed a Black Wind Bandit beyond your level. Experience plus 476. Ding, you have killed a Black Wind Bandit beyond your level. Experience plus 476. One arrow. Triggering Thunderbolt Jump. The 6 Black Wind Bandits standing in front of Black Wind Stronghold were all killed. Killing 6 Black Wind Bandits, he gained 3 health points. The monster killing efficiency was fast enough, but the health stacking efficiency was a bit low. However, this didn't matter. The second in command of Black Wind Stronghold was a tank boss with high health, which could be used to farm health. After killing these 6 bandits, the main gate of Black Wind Stronghold quickly closed, and no more bandits appeared. As humanoid monsters, these bandits of Black Wind Stronghold were very intelligent. From the damage Lin Tianhao had just displayed, they already knew that they could not engage in battle. Who goes there? State your name. A head peeked out from above the gate of Black Wind Stronghold and asked loudly. I am your ancestor, Lin Tianhao replied. Then an arrow pierced the air. Bang! The powerful lethality shot a hole directly through the main gate of Black Wind Stronghold. Seeing this, the bandit on the gate said somewhat timidly, Little brother, we have no recent grudges or past enmities. Is there a need to be so aggressive? Whoosh! His reply was still a cold feather arrow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Holes continuously appeared on the gate of the stronghold. You're going too far. Brat, do you really think there's no one in our Black Wind Stronghold? As his voice fell, bandits appeared one by one on the gate of Black Wind Stronghold. They held bows and arrows and attacked Lin Tianhao. An arrow duel? Lin Tianhao smiled playfully. With his current health of over 400,000, the last thing he feared was an arrow duel. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 4 arrows. In just 4 arrows, a second of time, all the Black Wind Stronghold bandits on the gate were killed by Lin Tianhao. The reason was simple. Lin Tianhao triggered Thunderbolt Jump twice. After dealing with the bandits above, Lin Tianhao continued to attack the gate. Before the gate could be broken by Lin Tianhao, it was kicked open from the inside. Brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no gate to hell, but you barge in today. We'll show you the might of our Black Wind Stronghold. As the voice fell, a bald strong man led over 100 Black Wind bandits charging out. Black Wind Stronghold third in command. Black Iron, level 30. Health, 375,375 Attack, 1998. Skills, Whirlwind Slash, 5 Stage Slash, Mad Demon Dual Blades, Overlord Body, Berserk, Instant Slash. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Following behind the Black Wind Stronghold third in command were over 10 elite bandits and nearly 100 normal bandits. But Lin Tianhao was not afraid at all. These attributes were too weak. Whoosh! A feather arrow flew out, and a huge damage number appeared above the Black Wind stronghold. Third in command's head. Critical hit. Minus 28,384. 57. Hash. Number 57 Chapter 57. Kill Grey Luolinson and get huge experience points. Lin Tianhao was now level 12, so he re-equipped the Qingfeng suit. With the 9 Union Longbows bonus, Lin Tianhao could now fire 7 arrows per second, and under Lin Tianhao's precise strikes, almost every arrow was a critical hit. A dignified level 30 Black Iron boss lasted less than 3 seconds against Lin Tianhao before falling. It didn't even get to use any skills, not even a single basic attack. Moreover, because of Thunderbolt Jump, many of the bandits who came out with this third boss had already fallen. Ding! You have killed the Black Wind Stronghold's third boss, gaining 56,580 experience points and 300 guild achievement points. Killing a level 30 boss as a level 12 player, the experience reward was truly unbelievably high. Having only recently reached level 12, after killing the Black Wind Stronghold's third boss, his experience bar shot up by 1/3. Ding! You have killed the Black Wind Stronghold's third boss. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the Black Wind Stronghold's third boss. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to strive for more. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the Black Wind Stronghold's third boss. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to strive for more. The sound of this server-wide announcement echoed throughout the Star Kingdom. It surprised many people. Holy cow, Snow Emperor is rising again with the force of thunder. He actually got the first kill on a level 30 Black Iron boss. Is the Black Wind Stronghold's third boss a level 30 Black Iron boss? How come I didn't know? Isn't the highest level on the ranking list only level 19? Who's going to farm a level 30 map? Hehe, those big guilds have already sent assassins to scout out the maps and check the guides. You can buy these guides for a bit of money, but shouldn't Game Dong come out and explain? Snow Emperor is slapping him in the face online. The discussions were endless. At this stage, achieving the first kill on a level 30 Black Iron boss still carried a lot of weight. Blackwind City. Game Dong, who was currently farming level 15 goblins, also heard the server-wide announcement. His expression changed slightly. He knew without thinking that there must already be words criticizing him online. But he didn't care, because he had completed a hidden quest and obtained a talent Awakening Stone. Awakening a fixed star Earth grade talent, 5 times free attribute points. Others gained 5 free attribute points when they leveled up, but he gained 25 free attribute points per level, which was equivalent to others leveling up 5 times. Snow Emperor, once my level goes up, I'll definitely surpass you by creating powerful attributes with my free attribute points. Game Dong was very confident. After all, this was an Earth grade talent, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Lin Tianhao didn't know any of this. At this moment, in the Black Wind stronghold, the bandits ran away. Lin Tianhao, he knew that the humanoid monsters in Twilight of the Gods weren't unintelligent. But what was this? They didn't even want their stronghold anymore? Lin Tianhao chased them all the way into the stronghold and found that the first boss, second boss, and even the bandit minions had all fled. They fled in disarray, abandoning their armor, because Lin Tianhao had picked up over 20 pieces of equipment while chasing them. Are these really bandits? Is this all there is to them? Lin Tianhao was a bit disappointed. They were too cowardly. Behind the Black Wind stronghold was an endless mountain range. It wouldn't be easy to find them if he chased them in, and it would waste time. However, since they fled in a hurry, there must be many good things inside the Black Wind stronghold. Looking around, Lin Tianhao found the location of the warehouse. Opening the warehouse, he found thousands of standard weapons here. What were standard weapons? They were weapons uniformly crafted with uniform attributes. Such weapons had low basic attributes and were generally equipped for ordinary armies. Why is the Black Wind stronghold forging so many standard weapons? Lin Tianhao was puzzled, but he still put all these standard weapons into the guild warehouse. Could it be the Black Wind stronghold is in cahoots with a certain powerful figure in the Star Kingdom, and this place is outwardly a bandit stronghold, but in reality, it's a certain powerful figure's private army? This was entirely possible. Lin Tianhao then went to other rooms, but there was nothing valuable in them. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao picked up a letter at the entrance of the first boss's room. It seemed like something the first boss was preparing to take with him. He just left in too much of a hurry, and it fell out while he was fleeing. Picking up the letter, Lin Tianhao unconsciously opened it. Today, the king tested the three princesses. Qing Fuyun was pure-hearted and did not see through the essence, which has already displeased the king. You must speed up and forge 3,000 long spears for unforeseen needs. There was no sender's name written, and at the end of the letter was a dark red rose seal. Presumably, this was the item that represented identity. Before Lin Tianhao could ponder further, the system notification sound rang out. Ding, you have killed the Demon King's son Greylarenson, gaining 20.3 million experience points and 2.18 million guild achievement points. Ding, you have leveled up to level 13, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding, you have leveled up to level 14, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding, you have leveled up to level 19, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding, you have leveled up to level 20, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding, you have met the job change requirements. You cannot continue to gain experience points before completing your job change. Please proceed with your job change as soon as possible. Lin Tianhao frowned. Although he knew that he couldn't continue to gain experience points before changing jobs, he still felt a sense of heavy loss. No sooner had the level up notification ended than the guild upgrade notification arrived. Ding, your guild has been upgraded to 2-star. All members attack power plus 20. Ding, your guild has been upgraded to 3-star. All guild members movement speed plus 3. Ding, your guild has been upgraded to 4-star. All guild members attack speed plus 1. Ding, your guild has been upgraded to 5-star. All guild members health plus 10,000. The higher the guild level, the higher the bonus received. However, seeing his guild's bonus attributes, Lin Tianhao was still quite satisfied. Movement speed, attack speed, and health were all useful attribute bonuses for him. The guild upgraded to 5 stars in one go. This speed was truly fast. Killing such high-quality bosses at a higher level truly yielded generous rewards. It was a pity that he couldn't loot the corpse himself, otherwise, the benefits would be even greater. Ding, you have achieved the first kill of the Demon King's son Greylarenson. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. He wasn't afraid of other players knowing about killing Greylarenson, but NPCs were different. Whether they were from the Star Kingdom or the Demon King's side, Lin Tianhao didn't want them to know. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player, name hidden, for achieving the first kill of the Demon King's son Greylarenson. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to strive for more. 58. Number 58 Chapter 58 The Bounty of the Demon Lord Greyfriend. Chapter 58 The Demon Lord Greyfriend's Bounty. Royal Palace, Shattered Star Well. Leona's face lit up with an excited smile as she heard the server-wide announcement, reverberating throughout the Star Kingdom. It's done. Hall of Mental Cultivation. King Abella looked towards the Shattered Star Well, a faint smile gracing his lips. Leona, you've been away for so long, and you come back to give me such a big surprise. Listening Rainhall. Qing Fuyun's face grew increasingly grim. Mother, Greylarenson is dead. I heard. Feo Dingyu took a deep breath. From now on, you will stay here in my listening Rainhall and not run around. But what about the competition for the throne? No competition? No, the throne can only be yours. Feo Dingyu glared at Qing Fuyun, somewhat exasperated. Think more before you act. Tiso Creek is already at her peak, and now that Leona has killed Greylarenson, she will also be heavily favored. What you should do now is lower your presence and let them fight to the death. Qing Fuyun's eyes lit up. Mother is wise. Deep within the icy forest, inside a magnificent palace, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the sky. Who is it? Who dares to kill my son? I will tear you to pieces. A demonic aura shot into the sky, forming a massive imprint above the firmament. The imprint continuously solidified and shrunk, forming a black runic mark. Bloodline Resonance, 10,000-mile pursuit. The demonic rune instantly shot out. After killing the Demon King's son Greylarenson, Lin Tianhao silently opened his attribute page to check his current attributes. Nickname, Snow Emperor. Level, 20. Pending class change. Class, Archer. HP, 462,589 462,589. MP, 100 Attack, 2,129. Spell power, 5. Armor, 3. Magic resist, 1. Attack speed, 8.12. Movement speed, 14.25. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Special attributes, lifesteal plus 5%, critical hit plus 55%. Free attributes, 100. Luck, hidden. Guild, Lonely Snow Guild, 5 stars. Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, God tier. Skills, Rapid Fire, 4 stars. Normal Attack Amplification, 4 stars. Leaping Lightning, 4 stars. Withering Wood and Spring, 4 stars. Revival, 4 stars. Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Death Reincarnation, 1 star. Equipment, 9 Union Longbow, Gold, Qingfeng Suit, Bronze Bloodthirsty Necklace, Special. Purification Jade Pendant, Special. Flawless Eye, Special. Book of Life and Death, God bestowed. His overall attributes had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to before. Just then, Lin Tianhao sensed something and looked up at the sky. He saw a demonic imprint flying rapidly from a distance in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Tianhao felt a strong sense of foreboding. Without hesitation, he put all the equipment he was wearing into his guild warehouse. If he were to be instantly killed by this sudden imprint, he wouldn't drop his equipment. Whoosh! A sound of air braking came, and the rune rushed into Lin Tianhao's body in the blink of an eye. Ding! You have been marked by Demon King Grevelot. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it! As expected, a grand voice resounded throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Nationwide announcement: Demon King Grevelot has put a bounty on the marked adventurer. All players, bravely kill the marked adventurer. Nationwide announcement: Demon King Grevelot has put a bounty on the marked adventurer. All players, bravely kill the marked adventurer. Lin Tianhao's expression was a bit grim. It was another nationwide bounty quest. However, at this instant, a cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He was submissive within the main city. But outside the main city, if these people still dared to cause him trouble, then sorry. He would only send them back to the spring to respawn with his current attributes, unless all those with god-level talent awakened their talents. Otherwise, in the wild, who could do anything to him? Demon King Grevelot? Huh? After I leave the Star Kingdom, I'll definitely come to play with you. I was just wondering who to farm HP from, and you came at just the right time. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. He collected his thoughts and took out a jade bottle. This was the Corpse Chi collection bottle he obtained in Newbie Village. The description at the time said that as long as he collected enough Corpse Chi, he could trigger a special quest. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully collected enough Corpse Chi and triggered the special quest, Snow Corpse's Footprints. Quest requirements. Before the second class change, find the hidden dungeon, Snow Corpse's Footprints, and clear this dungeon. The higher the difficulty of the first clear, the richer the rewards. If you clear Hell level difficulty, there is a chance to trigger subsequent quests. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, because he had never even heard of this dungeon. No impression whatsoever. There was only one answer. That is, this dungeon was not discovered in his previous life. This was not surprising. The hidden dungeons and hidden quests in Twilight of the Gods all had specific trigger conditions. It was entirely possible that they were never triggered. Putting aside the quest for now, Lin Tianhao's most pressing task was to change classes. If he couldn't change classes, he wouldn't be able to continue leveling up. Lin Tianhao knew of 4 god-level hidden classes for archers, but he only knew the strategies for 2 of them. After all, not everyone would publish the strategy for obtaining their hidden class. However, one of the god-level hidden classes for archers that Lin Tianhao knew of was in Tianxing City, the capital of the Star Kingdom. With Lin Tianhao's current red name value, the city guards would not let him enter the city, so he couldn't trigger that god-level hidden classes class change quest. As for the other one, it wasn't in the Star Kingdom, and he couldn't go there for now. Killing the Demon King's son Greylarenson reduced Lin Tianhao's red name value by 20,000, but he still had over 900,000 red name value. Since there's no immediate solution, I'll just stack HP first. Lin Tianhao had a good mindset. His talent was the key. As long as he stacked up his HP, even if he was only level 20, he could still sweep everything. In the Star Kingdom, most ordinary wild monsters couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks. However, there was one place with excellent wild monsters. The level 45 Bloodback Zon Turtle. They had thick health bars and came with a self-healing passive, perfect for stacking HP. Moreover, Lin Tianhao also knew how to open the Bloodback Zon Turtle's dungeon. As long as he opened the dungeon and farmed Hell level difficulty Bloodback Zon Turtle, stacking HP would be even easier. With a plan in mind, Lin Tianhao headed towards the Bloodback Zon Turtle's spawn point. Tianxing City. In an inconspicuous small courtyard, Black Whirlwind, the leader of Black Wind Stronghold, stood submissively in the courtyard, cautiously speaking towards the room. My lord, that adventurer is truly too powerful. I slap. The door opened, and the person inside the room slapped Black Whirlwind across the face from a distance. Stop making excuses for yourself. If the matter of you forging standard weapons reaches the king's ears, no one can protect you. 59. Number 59. Chapter 59. Too much damage is also a kind of sadness. Black Whirlwind trembled upon hearing this and immediately knelt down with a thud. My lord, you must protect me. Please, everything I did was to help you. The person in the room waved a hand. What's the situation with that adventurer? How could he force you to abandon your armor and weapons? My lord, it's that red name player. His attack speed and damage are terrifying, and his attacks even splash lightning. One arrow kills a large group. Hearing this, the person in the room's eyes grew even colder. It's him carrying such a thick red name value, yet still daring to ruin our good deeds. Black Whirlwind quickly said, exactly, that kid is too arrogant. He needs to be taught a lesson. I will ask the queen to issue an imperial decree, ordering the guard captain to arrest him and imprison him for half a month. After the succession struggle concludes, he will be dealt with further. My lord is wise. I shall take my leave. Lin Tianhao was unaware of these developments. He had already found the spawning location of the level 45 bloodback Zon turtle. This was beside a lake, a small lake with dark, almost black water, giving off a feeling of leading straight to the netherworld. Lin Tianhao glanced over, seeing blood-colored stones scattered artfully along the lake's edge. These were not stones at all, but bloodback Zon turtles that were currently sleeping. Bloodback Zon turtle, normal, 45, health, 6,850 6,850ths. Attack, 518. Skills, Bloodthirsty Zon armor, waterball technique. The normal monsters in Twilight of the Gods were as weak as ever. Even a level 45 tank-type monster didn't have very strong attributes. These normal bloodback Zon turtles, in front of Lin Tianhao, were still one-shot kills with one arrow, and because of Thunderbolt Jump, he could kill over a dozen with a single arrow. The reason Lin Tianhao chose this location was naturally to target the elite and black iron bloodback Zon turtles. At Lin Tianhao's hunting speed, in less than 15 minutes, he had already spawned an elite bloodback Zon turtle. Bloodback Zon turtle, elite, 45, health, 51,375 51,375ths. Attack, 928. Skills, Bloodthirsty Zon armor, waterball technique, water arrow technique, magic water shield. Over 50,000 health points meant it could withstand more of Lin Tianhao's normal attacks. With Lin Tianhao's current damage, while deliberately avoiding vital points, this bloodback Zon turtle could endure 5 hits. The reason it was 5 hits was due to the bloodback Zon turtle's strong self-healing passive and the Bloodthirsty Zon armor passive skill. Bloodthirsty Zon armor, after taking damage, it can absorb a portion of the damage to heal itself. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao's attack speed had already surpassed 8.0, and with the Qingfeng suit's bonus, normal attacks could increase attack speed and movement speed. Once stacked, his attack speed could easily break 10.0. Even an elite bloodback Zon turtle, in front of Lin Tianhao, couldn't last a second before falling. This was also why Lin Tianhao wasn't bothered by the current inability to level up. As long as his attributes increased, leveling up was truly an easy matter for him. Ding, because you killed a large number of bloodback Zon turtles, you have incurred the displeasure of the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle. It has dispatched a large number of Blood-Eye Zon turtles to hunt you. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Finally, Blood-Eye Zon turtle, Black Iron level boss. However, in a level 45 monster zone, Black Iron level bosses were merely pawns, unlike in the newbie village where they were directly the kings of certain wild monsters. One after another, Blood-Eye Zon turtles with blood-red eyes crawled out of the lake. Blood-Eye Zon turtle, Black Iron, 45, health, 1,284,375 1,284,375ths. Attack, 5,680. Skills, Bloodthirsty Zon armor, consecutive water balls, consecutive water arrows, blood poison technique, water dragon technique, water pillar impact, berserk, super armor. Black Iron level bosses below level 50 rarely exceeded 1,000,000 health points, except in dungeons and secret realms. Lin Tianhao raised his hand. A feather arrow pierced the air. Minus 14,298. The damage was very high. However, due to Bloodthirsty Zon armor, numbers indicating health recovery appeared above the Blood-Eye Zon turtle's head. Plus 2859. Plus 500. One was the healing from Bloodthirsty Zon armor, the other was from a basic passive. Lin Tianhao didn't care. The longer this Blood Eyes on turtle lasted, the more benefits he would gain. 10 arrows per second, over 100,000 damage per second. The Blood Eyes on turtle was defeated in just under 12 seconds. Ding, you have achieved the first kill of the Blood Eyes on turtle. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the Blood Eyes on turtle. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the Blood Eyes on turtle. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive. The server-wide announcements echoed throughout the Star Kingdom, making some perceptive players realize the underlying issue. Send someone to Blackwater Lake to investigate. I suspect Snow Emperor is the one who killed Greylarenson. Zumeng Yenshui's eyes were sharp. After Demon King Grevelot issued the bounty, she had dispatched over a dozen assassins to find the bountied player. Because of the Demon King's mark, one could confirm the player's identity by getting close to him. Not just Zumeng Yenshui, but other clubs also suspected Lin Tianhao. After all, at this stage, besides Snow Emperor, they couldn't think of anyone else capable of killing the Demon King's son. Of course, there was also that red name player. However, some had already been speculating that the red name player was Snow Emperor. After killing the first Blood Eyes on turtle, Lin Tianhao began attacking the second Blood Eyes on turtle. As pawns, Blood Eyes on turtles always spawned 5 at a time here at Blackwater Lake. The 5 Blood Eyes on turtles were defeated in just 1 minute. Boring. Lin Tianhao sighed. The 5 Blood Eyes on turtles had only added less than 2,000 health points to him. It seems I'll only be able to stack health by spawning this dragon turtle. Lin Tianhao sat to the side, clearing his spoils of war, and also contemplating if there were any other places worth stacking health. The answer was no. Before changing professions, he couldn't go to monster zones above level 50. Within level 50, this was the best spot. Currently, the best course of action for him was to first unlock the Blackwater Lake Bloodback Zon Turtle Dungeon. Once the dungeon was available, the Hell level difficulty dungeon monsters would have much higher health than their outdoor counterparts, all of them being enhanced versions. Not only that, Lin Tianhao was also waiting for Leona's arrival. He had killed Greylarenson, so shouldn't Leona be sending him his reward now? Just then, Lin Tianhao noticed a group of people approaching him. Palace guard. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. From their footsteps, they were clearly coming for him. As they drew closer, a smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Tianhao's lips. The palace guard consisted of 21 people in total. 20 level 50 bronze guardians, and their commander, a level 50 silver guardian. 60. Number 60 Chapter 60. Someone from the palace, the silver commander. Generally speaking, these court guards would not easily leave the palace. As the saying goes, unusual events indicate something strange is happening. Lin Tianhao walked straight up to them. He thought to himself, you guys aren't here to cause me trouble, are you? If so, that would be truly excellent. He was just worried about not having strong monsters to stack his health. The reason for this guess was that the letter Lin Tianhao found in Black Wind Stronghold previously informed Lin Tianhao that Black Wind Stronghold was working for a certain important figure in Star Kingdom. Now that the court guards had arrived, it was probably because of the Black Wind Stronghold incident. Evil One, you have committed many atrocities and harmed the common people. I have been ordered to apprehend you. Surrender now to avoid suffering fleshly pain. Indeed, the guard commander's words confirmed Lin Tianhao's guess. Ordered to apprehend me? By whose order? Lin Tianhao retorted. You don't need to know that. The guard commander snorted coldly. Surrendering now is your best option. Surrender? Lin Tianhao smiled playfully. You can try to make a move. As long as you dare to act, I will dare to kill all of you. The guard commander's brows furrowed, and his long spear instantly thrust out, aiming straight for Lin Tianhao's throat. Lin Tianhao sidestepped, letting the long spear stab into his shoulder. Minus 54,982. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. As a level 50 silver commander, and a core guard commander at that, his output could be considered high among silver tier bosses. Ding, you have suffered a malicious attack, you may counterattack normally. Lin Tianhao's lips curved upward. This was exactly what he wanted. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao quickly retreated, simultaneously releasing a feather arrow from his hand. Attacked together. The guard commander did not act overconfidently. Before they came out, the queen had given instructions. This mission must succeed, no failures allowed. Moreover, as court guards, their strength lay not in solo combat but in coordinated operations. 20 bronze guardians surrounded Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately used 5 arrows fired together, while fully pulling them. His movement speed, exceeding 14, was not much inferior to these bronze guardians. Dragon trapping spear. At the Silver Commander's command, the guards immediately threw their long spears. Lin Tianhao immediately adjusted his position, but he found that these long spears were not aimed at attacking him, but at blocking his retreat path, and the angle of each long spear was tricky. If Lin Tianhao reacted even slightly slower, his two legs might be locked by the long spears. Wanting to trap me with such methods is a fool's dream. Lin Tianhao kicked off a long spear, leaping into the air. At the same time, he turned and used 5 arrows fired together. You dare to leap into the air in front of me? You don't know death. A cold glint flashed in the Silver Commander's eyes. His figure flickered, and he actually appeared beneath Lin Tianhao, thrusting his long spear towards Lin Tianhao. The long spear, flashing with cold light, struck. Lin Tianhao performed a 360-degree rotation in mid-air, and the long spear grazed past his armor. After Lin Tianhao landed, his feather arrow struck again. The Silver Commander knocked Lin Tianhao's feather arrow away with a spear, then thrust his long spear again. A phantom of a fierce tiger roared on the long spear. Lin Tianhao thought to himself that this was bad. While using 5 arrows fired together, he added all 100 free attribute points he had accumulated to his movement speed. After movement speed surpassed 10 points, 1 free attribute point could only increase movement speed by 0.05, but 100 free attribute points still provided Lin Tianhao with 5 points of movement speed. With movement speed surpassing 19, Lin Tianhao dodged, but he still couldn't completely escape the attack range of the fierce tiger phantom. -87,958. Another huge damage number appeared. It was truly a case where even a slight graze would cause a significant drop in health. But at this moment, Lin Tianhao's Qingfeng suit's set effect had already stacked up, with movement speed exceeding 20 and attack speed exceeding 10. He could use attack to absorb health. 5 arrows fired together. The feather arrows aimed at the guard commander could be deflected by his long spear, but the other bronze guardians were not so powerful. Especially since Lin Tianhao's attack speed was incredibly fast, their reaction speed couldn't keep up either. 4 feather arrows could deal over 50,000 damage, while simultaneously restoring nearly 20,000 health to Lin Tianhao. The bloodthirsty necklace's 1% maximum health and the 9 union longbow's 5% lifesteal effect all provided significant boosts to Lin Tianhao. After Lin Tianhao's movement speed exceeded 20, he was finally able to kite these bronze guardians. It was just that the Silver Commander charged up again. He turned into an afterimage and passed through Lin Tianhao's body. -125,820. A massive damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao gasped, but his hand movements didn't stop. 10 5 arrows fired together per second. Each 5 arrows fired together restored over 20,000 health, so he could restore over 200,000 health per second. Therefore, even though the Silver Commander's damage was very high, Lin Tianhao was still able to absorb it back. Dragon Locking Claw. At the Silver Commander's command, the Bronze Guardians immediately changed their weapons to flying claws with chains. They swung their flying claws, poised to strike. The Silver Commander's long spear hummed, and he charged forward again. As he approached Lin Tianhao, he executed an extremely fast dodge, appearing behind Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately rolled sideways like a donkey. Although his reaction speed was very fast, the level 50 Silver Commander's reaction speed was even faster. Even though Lin Tianhao had already started his roll, he was still sent flying by the Silver Commander's long spear. The moment the Silver Commander sent Lin Tianhao flying, the flying claws quickly flew towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly. He used the opportunity of being sent flying to attack. Under normal circumstances, he would have almost no way to dodge. But he had the Purification Jade Pendant. It also had an 80% immunity to knock up attacks. Therefore, he only paused slightly in the air before falling down. Those flying claws naturally missed. After Lin Tianhao landed, the Silver Commander was visibly stunned for a moment. Lin Tianhao also used this fleeting opportunity to widen the distance as much as possible. After the Silver Commander reacted, he leapt into the air and pointed his long spear. In an instant, a spear light arrived instantly. Lin Tianhao dodged the moment the Silver Commander made his move, but the spear light was too fast, and he was still hit by it. Bang! A soft sound. The shoulder guard on Lin Tianhao's left shoulder instantly shattered. Its durability had reached its limit. It was scrapped. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. This Qingfeng suit had a high degree of compatibility with him, but now a piece of it was scrapped just like that. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feather arrows continuously broke through the air. Lin Tianhao thought about using the Book of Life and Death at that moment. but he gave up on the idea. He wanted to use them to farm health. If he used the Book of Life and Death, he would waste this excellent opportunity. Moreover, such high-intensity combat could also hone Lin Tianhao's combat skills. If he made a mistake now, at worst he would just return to the resurrection altar. But if the great cataclysm arrived, one mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Dragon binding rope. The Silver Commander shouted again, and the Bronze Guardians once again switched their weapons. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Chapter 61 A difficult battle triggers the cycle of death. The dragon binding ropes were chains, one after another, wrapped with sharp barbs. They pulled the chains open, preparing to surround Lin Tianhao. Once the barbed chains coiled around Lin Tianhao, he would have no way to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao was still pulling back, his feather arrows flying out frantically. He couldn't enter the encirclement, otherwise, the situation today would truly be difficult to predict. Under Lin Tianhao's continuous output, 4 Bronze Guardians were already in a critically low health state. They immediately changed positions, engaging in a war of attrition. Lin Tianhao didn't care. The longer they resisted, the more health he could stack. It was just that the Silver Commander still posed a great threat to him. The Silver Commander charged over again, and after he approached Lin Tianhao, his figure split into 3, attacking Lin Tianhao from 3 different directions. Clone technique. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, immediately pulling back sideways. But the Silver Commander possessed movement skills, and after he approached Lin Tianhao, the long spear in his hand also locked onto Lin Tianhao, and the 3 clones instantly stabbed into Lin Tianhao's chest. -57,681, -57,002, -57,568. 3 huge damage numbers appeared. Immediately following was a bang sound, and the armor on his chest exploded. The Qingfeng suit, the second piece, was destroyed. Lin Tianhao's expression grew even more somber. The Silver Commander's damage was indeed astonishing. As feather arrows flew from his hand, Lin Tianhao stepped on the long spear, pulling away with a backflip. At the same time, while in the air, he fired 5 arrows fired together again. His feather arrows couldn't hit the Silver Commander, so Lin Tianhao simply gave up on attacking the Silver Commander. All 5 feather arrows were aimed at the Bronze Guardians. The Silver Commander, realizing he was being ignored, became even more enraged. He pointed his long spear, and the 3 clones once again rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao took out 2 potions and drank them, increasing his movement speed and lifesteal. As for potions that increase resistance, he had them too, but facing a level 50 Silver Commander, they were better than nothing. Relying on the lifesteal potion's boost, Lin Tianhao's health bar quickly recovered. But the Silver Commander was not in a hurry. Although Lin Tianhao's damage was high, as palace guards, they still had good items at their disposal. Silver Moon Sweep. The Silver Commander's 3 clones rushed up, immediately unleashing a sweeping attack, and the powerful impact sent Lin Tianhao flying. While dealing over 100,000 damage to Lin Tianhao's health bar again, he also destroyed another piece of Lin Tianhao's equipment. Level 10 bronze tier equipment was simply too poor in the Silver Commander's hands. With the Qingfeng suit below 10 pieces, the set effect no longer existed. Not only that, each piece of the Qingfeng suit increased attack speed. Now with 3 pieces lost, Lin Tianhao's attack speed also decreased by 1.2. This loss of attack speed had a very significant impact on Lin Tianhao. The passive attack speed stacked from the set effect was reduced by 3.0, and equipment bonuses were reduced by 1.2, causing Lin Tianhao's attack speed to plummet by 4.2. Indeed, a playful smile appeared on the Silver Commander's face. "I'd like to see how you'll fight next." Lin Tianhao's expression darkened slightly. He originally didn't intend to use the Book of Life and Death. But in the current situation, if he didn't use it, he would truly be at risk of falling. Lin Tianhao flashed away to create distance, and at the same time, wrote the Silver Commander's name in the Book of Life and Death. -14,666. -14,666. Damage numbers appeared one after another above the Silver Commander's head, startling him. "How did you do that?" Quote, the Silver Commander was both shocked and angry. His health was very high, but this constant loss of over 10,000 health per second still made his scalp tingle. Lin Tianhao did not explain, but continued to output damage frantically. The Silver Commander roared, and he leapt up, Silver Moon, scorched earth. As his voice fell, the Silver Commander was engulfed in flames. Then, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing directly towards Lin Tianhao. Invincible Golden Body. This was definitely the Silver Commander's ultimate move, and Lin Tianhao was not sure if he could withstand the Silver Commander's ultimate move. Using Invincible Golden Body was the safest approach. 0.5 seconds of invincibility. As long as he timed the attack's landing point precisely, he could completely avoid the Silver Commander's ultimate move damage. Boom! Lin Tianhao was unharmed. The Silver Commander had originally thought Lin Tianhao would at least be critically wounded if he didn't die, but seeing that Lin Tianhao hadn't lost any health, he was completely stunned. How is that possible? Quote, Lin Tianhao also didn't speak. Talking during combat was very foolish. So, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Tianhao didn't like to speak. Feather arrows pierced the air. Whoosh! A bronze guardian fell. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. It wasn't his damage that had cleared the opponent's health bar. Instead, death reincarnation was triggered. The 0.5% instant kill chance, at this moment, was actually triggered. Ding! You have killed a bronze guardian, completing the first kill of a bronze guardian. A server-wide announcement will now be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for completing the first kill of a bronze guardian. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for completing the first kill of a bronze guardian. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to work hard. The server-wide announcement sounded, but Lin Tianhao did not stop attacking. Instead, he quickly adjusted his attack target. The Silver Commander was startled to see his subordinate instantly killed. Abandon capture everyone. Follow me and focus fire. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression suddenly changed. Level 50 Bronze Guardians definitely had lock-on skills. Lin Tianhao dared not delay and immediately switched his equipment to the Nine-Headed Serpent suit. This was a set he had repeatedly farmed from the Nine-Headed Hydra, a tank-oriented equipment set. It could increase Lin Tianhao's health and resistance. It was possible that all of it would be destroyed, but Lin Tianhao couldn't care less now. After switching equipment, he immediately retreated while attacking. 5 arrows fired together consumed a huge amount of mental energy, but Lin Tianhao dared not stop. Spear charge. At the Silver Commander's command, all Bronze Guardians' movement speed noticeably increased. If he were under the Qingfeng suit's buff, he would still be able to kite them. But now that he had switched to the Nine-Headed Serpent suit, kiting them was somewhat wishful thinking. However, Lin Tianhao couldn't care less. He continuously drank 3 potions, preparing for a desperate fight. Charge. 19 Bronze Guardians instantly charged towards Lin Tianhao. Golden Light Talisman. Lin Tianhao used the Golden Light Talisman at this critical moment. This was also something he had obtained in Newbie Village. Moreover, to be safe, at this last moment, he put away equipment like the Bloodthirsty Necklace and the 9 Union longbow, leaving only the complete Nine-Headed Serpent suit. No other reason. He was worried that if he was instantly killed, it wouldn't matter if the Nine-Headed Serpent suit was destroyed. But if equipment like the 9 Union longbow and Bloodthirsty Necklace were destroyed, he would truly be filled with regret. -5128, -5329, -5222. Damage numbers appeared one after another. The protection of the Golden Light Talisman, combined with potions and the Nine-Headed Serpent suit, greatly reduced the damage Lin Tianhao took. 19 Bronze Guardians only managed to deplete a little over 100,000 of Lin Tianhao's health bar, but before Lin Tianhao could retaliate, these guards continuously chained their knock-up skills. That's right, they weren't simultaneously releasing knock-ups, but rather chaining them to achieve the ultimate control chain. 62. Number 62 Chapter 62 A peak collision across 30 levels. Even though Lin Tianhao had the Purification Jade Pendant, facing the continuous knockups from 19 Bronze Guardians, he still remained suspended in midair. Silver Moon. Exploding dragon-piercing heart. The Silver Commander's body sank, and he began to gather power. A glow also converged on his long spear. Whoosh! The Silver Commander transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing before Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao, in mid-air, used all his strength to rotate his body once, avoiding his weak point. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive explosions, 3 pieces of Lin Tianhao's Nine-Headed Serpent suit were shattered by that single spear strike. Level 10 bronze equipment was still no match for a level 50 Silver Commander's ultimate skill. -156,695. A massive damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, adding the health lost from the 19 Bronze Guardians. Lin Tianhao's current health was already less than half. Fire Gun 9 Strike Combo. The Silver Commander's long spear furiously jabbed at Lin Tianhao, wanting to use this continuous knock-up control to kill Lin Tianhao in one go. Lin Tianhao saw through the Silver Commander's intention, and how could he let the Silver Commander have his way? When the 11th Bronze Guardian tried to knock him up, he smashed his 9-headed shield upwards, using the force of the rebound to exert strength from his waist and complete a backflip. He quickly switched his main weapon to the 9-union longbow and fired 5 arrows fired together. After landing, Lin Tianhao immediately widened the distance, but the Silver Commander's Fire Gun 9 Strike combo was already close. He switched his main weapon again to block in front. -51,982, -52,350, -51,956. Bang! Before Lin Tianhao could block all of the Fire Gun 9 Strike combo, the shield in his hand shattered with a crash. At the same time, his health also dropped below 10%. Withering Wood and Spring was triggered. Lin Tianhao's health quickly recovered by 40%, bringing it back to half. At the same time, Lin Tianhao once again took out his 9-union longbow, wildly firing 5 arrows fired together. In less than a second, his health was once again restored to full. The Silver Commander was somewhat annoyed. Lin Tianhao's damage to health conversion was too terrifying. But how could he know? Lin Tianhao also breathed a sigh of relief. If not for Withering Wood and Spring, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to withstand the later attacks of the Fire Gun 9 Strike combo. Moreover, it was also fortunate that his reaction speed was fast enough to immediately attack and leech health, otherwise he would have already fallen to the Fire Gun 9 Strike combo. You all retreat, don't give him a chance to leech health. The Silver Commander saw the problem. His subordinates were truly more of a hindrance than a help in front of Lin Tianhao, completely becoming tools for Lin Tianhao to leech health from. The 19 Bronze Guardians immediately retreated, clearing the field for Lin Tianhao and the Silver Commander to engage in a 1v1 battle. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. With those Bronze Guardians gone for leeching, and both Withering Wood and Spring and Invincible Golden Body still on cooldown, he would be very passive if he faced the Silver Commander directly. Your subordinates can run, but these Bloodback Zon turtles won't. Lin Tianhao moved sideways to create distance. He knew that the Silver Commander could knock away his feather arrows, rendering even attacks ineffective. It was better to pull distance and attack these Bloodback Zon turtles, letting the Book of Life and Death's effect deplete the Silver Commander's health bar. The Silver Commander saw through Lin Tianhao's idea, and his eyes grew even colder. I'd like to see how much these Bloodback Zon turtles can help you recover. As his voice fell, a cold glint flashed in the Silver Commander's eyes, and he charged at Lin Tianhao again. Lin Tianhao fought as he retreated. Each of the Silver Commander's attacks could deal tens of thousands of damage to his health. His ultimate skill could even deal over 100,000 damage. But Lin Tianhao used 5 arrows fired together to attack these Bloodback Zon turtles, restoring his health to full. After dealing with the ordinary Bloodback Zon turtles, he targeted the elite ones. And after the elite ones, he targeted the Black Iron Blood Eye Zon turtles. He could leech health and continuously stack his health, but as long as Lin Tianhao dragged it out, the Silver Commander would continuously lose health, losing over 10,000 health per second. Even if the Silver Commander had some passive health regeneration, it was still a drop in the bucket at this moment. Shameless brat, have the guts to fight me head-on. After Lin Tianhao dealt with the last Blood Eye Zon turtle, the corner of his mouth curved upwards slightly. Alright, you wanna fight head-on, then I shall grant your wish. As his voice fell, Lin Tianhao unleashed the string twisting arrow technique. Besides its powerful impact, the string twisting arrow technique had a crucial ability. It could curve, attacking opponents in an arc. Even the Silver Commander couldn't claim to block all arrows that could curve. But if it was just like this, it wouldn't be enough to alleviate Lin Tianhao's urgent situation. After the string twisting arrow technique was unleashed, Lin Tianhao immediately followed up with 5 arrows fired together. All 5 arrows were aimed solely at the Silver Commander, and their targets were the Silver Commander's limbs and head. The scattered attacks combined with the continuous string twisting arrow technique made even the level 50 Silver Commander somewhat overwhelmed. Blazing Fire Spear Art. The Silver Commander charged again, his long spear crashing into Lin Tianhao. Berserk. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. He wanted to finish this quickly. -85,925, -85,699. High damage numbers appeared, making Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle. In berserk state, 2 hits dealt him 170,000 health. Lin Tianhao used the string-twisting arrow technique, its powerful impact pushing back the Silver Commander, while he again widened the distance, fighting as he retreated. To win, he had to drag it out. Overlord Body. The Silver Commander roared again, directly activating Overlord Body, which nullified the knockback effect of Lin Tianhao's string-twisting arrow technique. Lin Tianhao immediately consumed 8 potions of various colors, boosting all his attributes by a notch. For the shattered 9-headed serpent equipment, Lin Tianhao replaced them with equipment dropped by the level 20 green poison Spider King. Every bit of attribute improvement helped. He continuously moved and attacked. The Silver Commander's attacks fell again. Lin Tianhao still used 5 arrows fired together. The damage to his Qingfeng suit affected his attack speed. Now, Lin Tianhao's attack speed had dropped to 5.63. With such attack speed, even with 5 arrows fired together, plus the health leech from the 9 Union Longbow and Bloodthirsty Necklace, and the health leech bonus from potions, the health he could recover per second could still be maintained at just over 200,000. But facing the Berserk Silver Commander, Lin Tianhao could only barely hold his ground. However, Lin Tianhao was not flustered at all. The Silver Commander had already gotten carried away, his thinking ability diminished. While he was focused on killing Lin Tianhao, he overlooked a very serious problem. That was the terrifying speed at which his health bar was dropping. He attacked with all his might, without defending. Lin Tianhao could deal up to 120,000 damage per second. Adding the damage from the Book of Life and Death, Lin Tianhao could deal over 130,000 damage to the Silver Commander per second. Through this back and forth, the Silver Commander had now lost over 1 million health. As a level 50 Silver Commander, although his health bar was as high as over 8 million, he still couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's terrifying output. If he couldn't kill Lin Tianhao in his berserk state, then what awaited him would inevitably be destruction. Silver Moon. Blazing flame-piercing cloud strike. The Silver Commander leapt up, flames burning around him. He was going all out. If Lin Tianhao withstood this attack, his berserk state would end, and similarly, it would mean the end of today's battle. But an ultimate skill in berserk state, plus a 30-level difference, it would definitely be no problem to instantly kill Lin Tianhao's over 400,000 health, unless Lin Tianhao could weaken this attack of his, or trigger a death reincarnation to instantly kill him. 63. Number 63 Chapter 63 Kill the Silver Commander Valexin. However, these two choices, the latter was obviously unreliable. At such a critical juncture, to gamble on that 0.5% instant kill probability, he checked the proficiency of Death Reincarnation. It was only 7 proficiency points away from leveling up, and there were Bloodback Zon turtles revived nearby. Should he use his 5.63 attack speed to kill 7 Bloodback Zon turtles, then level up Death Reincarnation, and then attack the Silver Commander? It seemed feasible, but Lin Tianhao knew very well that it was too much of a gamble. Therefore, he chose the third method. Run. Simply running away would definitely not work. Lin Tianhao leapt into the Blackwater Lake. The Blackwater Lake was bottomless, and Lin Tianhao put away his equipment and dived with all his might. At this moment, the Silver Commander had finished charging his ultimate move, and his attack surged towards Lin Tianhao. Bang! The spear touched the water surface, immediately raising dozens of meters high spray, and the spear was still charging towards Lin Tianhao at an astonishing speed. Lin Tianhao switched to a shield equipment and blocked the Silver Commander's attack. Minus 349,580. A terrifying damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. If he wasn't instantly killed, then he still had a chance. He frantically swam towards the shore. His first reaction upon landing was to attack the Bloodback Zon turtle. While recovering health, he also raised Death Reincarnation to 2 stars. Death Reincarnation, 2 stars. Effect: your attacks have a 1% chance to instantly kill enemy units. Cooldown: none. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 3/10,000ths. Note: this proficiency is obtained by killing monsters, NPCs, and adventurers whose level is not lower than your own. 1 proficiency point is gained for each unit killed. Lin Tianhao had just killed 10 Bloodback Zon turtles in one go, so there was still an overflow of proficiency. However, he didn't have time to think so much right now, because the Silver Commander rushed up right behind him. He broke out of the water, his spear ablaze with fire, stabbing directly at Lin Tianhao's face. Lin Tianhao turned around and immediately unleashed 5 arrows fired together, continuing to kite. Without his berserk state, the Silver Commander's threat to Lin Tianhao was negligible. The damage he dealt, Lin Tianhao could completely recover with lifesteal. But as a silver-grade boss and the Imperial Guard commander of the Star Kingdom, how could he not see this? Especially after a trip into the Blackwater Lake, which calmed him down a lot. Come, activate Berserk Body, attack with full force. The 19 Bronze Guardians all rushed forward. With Berserk Body fully activated, they charged frantically towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingle, immediately retreated, and simultaneously unleashed 5 arrows fired together. Bang! Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Because the Silver Commander was dead. Ding! You have killed Silver Commander Valexin. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Silver Commander Valexin. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Silver Commander Valexin. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. After death reincarnation leveled up, the instant kill probability was triggered so quickly. With the Silver Commander dead, the remaining Bronze Guardians were somewhat insufficient. Even if they activated both Berserk and Body simultaneously, Lin Tianhao was not afraid in the slightest. Because of the Silver Commander's death, they were somewhat disorganized, and their attacks were no longer as orderly as before. Their control chaining was also somewhat out of place, and the only result of this was that Lin Tianhao would defeat them one by one. When the last Bronze Guardian fell, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Finally, he could loot the corpse. While Lin Tianhao was looting the corpse, Star Kingdom, Royal Palace, Listening Rain Hall, Queen Feo Dingyu's expression darkened. How could Valexin die? At this stage there shouldn't be any adventurers who can kill him. When she heard the server-wide announcement of the Bronze Guardians being killed earlier, she felt something was amiss. Now that even Silver Commander Valexin was dead, it made her realize the seriousness of the problem. Could it be that red name player adventurer? Behind Feo Dingyu, an old crone holding a skeleton staff said sinisterly. Feo Dingyu shook her head. With Valexin's strength, that adventurer could never be his opponent. But ever since the power of the gods descended, only adventurer kills trigger server-wide announcements. If it's not him, then who could it be? Don't forget, among adventurers, divine envoys have already appeared. Those slumbering gods might want to regain control of our Star Kingdom. Hearing this, the hunchbacked old crone's expression turned somewhat ugly. Currently, only traces of divine envoy activity have been found, and their identity cannot be confirmed. However, this red name player adventurer can almost certainly be confirmed as the Snow Emperor. He is not a divine envoy, and he is so powerful. Is there a possibility of recruiting him to our side? It's not impossible, it's just that I don't know if he knows that I was the one who sent people to capture him this time. If he knows, it might be a bit difficult. You can rest assured on that point, Your Majesty. I did not give your imperial decree to Valexin, precisely because I was afraid of complications. The Snow Emperor will not know anything. The hunchbacked old crone smiled sinisterly. As for recruiting him, I can go and make contact. Go ahead. You can offer slightly higher benefits. The struggle for the throne is imminent, and we desperately need an expert like him. Wilderness. Lin Tianhao was currently counting his rewards. Level 50 equipment, level 50 skill books, and some potions and materials. To him, they were negligible. He had no use for spearman weapons and skills. The only good thing was that by killing them, Lin Tianhao gained another 45,000 guild achievement points. However, a 5-star guild needs 10 million guild achievement points to upgrade to a 6-star guild, so these achievement points were still a drop in the bucket. After putting away all the items they dropped, Lin Tianhao prepared to continue grinding monsters. But suddenly, he looked behind him. About 50 meters away from him, there was an assassin. He was in stealth mode, but Lin Tianhao had the flawless eye, so he could clearly see his position. Guild leader, confirmed. The person wanted by Demon King Grevelot is the same red name player. He's probably the Snow Emperor. He's still grinding bloodback Zon turtles, and his damage is very high, so he's difficult to deal with. Understood. Zumeng Yenshui responded calmly. Wait for me. I'll bring people over immediately. I'm determined to get Demon King Greylarensen's bounty. Lin Tianhao noticed the assassin, but he didn't care. Many guilds have specialized assassin scouts who spend all day exploring monster distributions in various areas, checking for special mechanics, and so on. As for leveling up, they just need high-level players to power level them for 2 hours every now and then, using a 9-to-1 experience distribution. Their levels are usually lower than average players, but for exploring maps, it's generally sufficient. As Lin Tianhao ground monsters, the assassin player watched from afar, neither approaching nor leaving. After Lin Tianhao had cleared 2 rounds of Blood Eye Zon turtles, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and his gaze fell on the assassin player. What? Are you waiting for your guild members to come over? 64. Number 64 Chapter 64, The Dream Chasing Guild is wiped out. The assassin was startled. Did he see me? Impossible. They were 50 meters apart, and he was in stealth mode, so how could he have been discovered? Lin Tianhao found it amusing to see the other party standing still, pretending to be dead. If not for his slight movements, he would have thought this guy had logged off in the wild. Whoosh! A feather arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow at the assassin player's feet, still playing dead? The dream-chasing guild assassin player's expression suddenly changed. How did you see me? Lin Tianhao did not explain, but instead said, I don't know which guild you belong to, but tell your guild leader not to provoke me, otherwise I don't mind getting more red name value. This assassin player, like him, had hidden his nickname, so it was impossible to determine which guild he was from. Snow Emperor, you truly have a big mouth. Just then, a cold voice came, and then Zumeng Yenshui was seen leading over 100 members of her elite group. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He felt a bit offended. Yes, he was offended. It wasn't about a guild coming to trouble him, nor was it about Zumeng Yenshui being the one causing trouble. It was Nima. She only brought a little over 100 people. What does that mean? Are you looking down on me so much? The elite group members behind Zumeng Yenshui were all quite good, mostly level 14 or 15, and fully equipped. Several of them even had complete sets of equipment. You're here for the bounty on Demon King Grevelot, aren't you? But I suggest you don't do anything foolish, otherwise it will only cause your dream-chasing guild to drop in level. Upon hearing this, a mage beside Zumeng Yenshui was very displeased. HMPH, on the verge of death, yet still boasting. As his words fell, he waved his staff, and a fireball slammed into Lin Tianhao. -98. Lin Tianhao now had Hydra equipment and had also gathered some equipment dropped by the Green Poison Spider King, so his resistance was not comparable to when he was level 1. Ding, you have been subjected to a malicious attack, you can counterattack normally. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and fired an arrow. Whoosh! A shield warrior behind the mage immediately stepped forward, blocking Lin Tianhao's feather arrow with his shield. -15,429. A huge damage number appeared, and to Lin Tianhao's surprise, his arrow actually failed to kill this level 15 shield warrior. A shield warrior, before job advancement, even if all points were allocated to health, would only reach 1005 health at level 15. In other words, this shield warrior relied on other external factors to provide himself with over 14,000 health. The shield warrior was also startled. He had completed a hidden quest in Newbie Village and obtained a special skill, Savage Growth. His health would receive an additional 10% bonus, and each time he leveled up, his health would increase by 100 points. Coupled with his full set of level 15 tank equipment, this allowed him to have nearly 16,000 health. Yet, Lin Tianhao's arrow nearly instantly killed him. Zumeng Yenshui's expression darkened, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. Go all out, chain your crowd control, and control him to death. They had over 100 players. If one player controlled Lin Tianhao for 0.5 seconds, that would still be over 50 seconds of control time. With such a long control time, even if Lin Tianhao had high health, they could still control him to death. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The first to act were not combat professions but priests. The priest player waved his staff, and a pillar of silence descended. If hit, one would be briefly silenced, making it impossible to cast skills. As for the duration of silence, it depended on the skill's star rating, the target's tenacity, and special equipment for dispelling or enhancing. However, such an attack was simply too slow for Lin Tianhao. He only needed to slightly adjust his position to avoid the pillar of silence. While Lin Tianhao was repositioning, a warrior had already used Savage Collision towards him. A warrior's common combo, Savage Collision plus Taunt plus Fragile Strike. But, whoosh, one arrow. The warrior, mid-charge, fell. Ranged support. Zumeng Yenshui gave the order, and at the same time, she also waved her golden staff, and 6 goblins wielding spiked clubs emerged. 6 level 10 black iron bosses, all with over 100,000 health. At this stage, using them to fight monsters would definitely be very strong. But using them against Lin Tianhao was like playing a game. Ranged profession control skills began to fly towards Lin Tianhao. At the same time, the 6 black iron bosses charged into the formation, with warrior players following behind them. This method of handling was not problematic. Ranged professions provided cover, and black iron bosses absorbed damage to protect warrior professions. But the premise was, their skills could hit Lin Tianhao, and the black iron bosses could withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks. Next up, Lin Tianhao demonstrated to Zumeng Yenshui what it meant to dance on the tip of a blade. None of the numerous ranged skills from their elite group hit Lin Tianhao. They were all dodged by Lin Tianhao's positioning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 arrows fired together. Lin Tianhao's feather arrows continuously broke through the air, and in less than 2 seconds, all 6 black iron bosses fell. Thunderbolt jump combined with staggered attacks allowed Lin Tianhao's attacks to be maximized for effectiveness. Attack effectiveness. Most players at this stage hadn't realized this, making it easy to produce ineffective attacks. For example, if Lin Tianhao hadn't used staggered attacks, it would have taken him at least 2 seconds to kill these 6 black iron bosses. But now, it was shortened by nearly 0.5 seconds. Don't underestimate this 0.5 seconds. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he could unleash 2 more basic attacks. If it was 5 arrows fired together, he could deal over 100,000 more damage. And it was precisely this 0.5 seconds that allowed Lin Tianhao to deal with all the warrior players behind the 6 black iron bosses. The high damage output combined with the damage from Thunderbolt jump was terrifying. Retreat. Zumeng Yanshui was stunned. She had thought Lin Tianhao might be very strong, but she never dreamed that Lin Tianhao would be this strong. Thinking of running now, isn't it a bit too late? At this stage, Lin Tianhao's movement speed was absolutely unparalleled among players. Therefore, Lin Tianhao only needed to continuously kite, and the dream-chasing guild members began to fall rapidly. The ranged professions in the back row, let alone withstanding one of Lin Tianhao's arrows, couldn't even withstand the damage from Lin Tianhao's thunderbolt jump. In just a few seconds, all of the dream-chasing guild members fell. Blackwind City, Resurrection Altar. Holy crap, what did I just see? The dream-chasing guild members are reviving in bulk. Look at their levels, they're all members of the dream-chasing guild's elite group. What heinous deeds did they commit to get their elite group wiped out? Look quickly, it's Zumeng Yanshui. She actually revived too. Did they go to raid a level 25 boss? Many players noticed the large number of dream-chasing guild members reviving. In the distance, scouts from other guilds immediately reported information. Guild leader, it's pretty much as we predicted. Snow Emperor is very strong. Zumeng Yanshui and her group were all sent back to the Resurrection Altar. 65. Number 65 Chapter 65. The Hunchbacked Old Woman, Clinface Bird. This was just one scene. Other guilds also reported the situation here. Snow Emperor can solo kill a level 45 Blood Eyes on Turtle. At this stage, our probability of killing him is very low, and even if successful, the cost may not be better than the reward. Floating Tower Club. Floating Pagoda Wolf God stated his judgment. However, this time, the one sitting in the main seat was not Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain, but a woman who was both cold and charming. The reward for Demon King's son Greylarenson will definitely not be bad. At this stage, to widen the gap with other guilds, this reward is very important to us. She was none other than Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's older sister, possessing extremely high authority within the Floating Turret Guild. One could even say, the actual controller of the Floating Tower Club was her, not Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Manager Wen, this matter is indeed difficult to handle. Zumeng Yanshui has the Golden Scepter, and all of the more than 100 people who took action were elite group members. But the result was total annihilation, and everyone lost a level. Floating Tower Red Wen's gaze fell on Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain. Little brother, I remember you have a good relationship with Snow Emperor. Go talk to him and make a deal. We can pay a certain price to have him stand still and let us kill him once. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's expression changed. Sister, please don't joke. Snow Emperor and I are just passing acquaintances. Besides, he is level 20 now. With his red name value, if he dies, he will drop directly back to level 1. It's easy for him to return to level 20 with his abilities. You can just go find him. 5 million for one death, I believe he won't refuse. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain sighed, I'm not going. Little brother, don't be so rebellious. Twilight of the Gods is not like other games. Whether Snow Emperor agrees or not, you must go and ask him. I said I'm not going, and I'm not going. Do whatever you want, don't involve me. Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain grew a little angry, slammed the table, and turned to walk out of the conference room. Floating Tower Red Wen's expression was slightly gloomy. Shenlang, send someone to negotiate with Snow Emperor. I believe as long as the price is right, for just one death, he won't refuse, and he has no reason to refuse. Yes, Floating Pagoda Wolf God sighed inwardly. His inner thought was that Floating Tower Red Wen was too opinionated. For no other reason. Would Lin Tianhao lack money? Impossible. With Lin Tianhao's current combat power, selling a few skill books and equipment could earn him a lot of money. However, Floating Tower Red Wen was clearly in a fit of pique now, and saying those things would only invite scolding. From some perspectives, he very much agreed with Floating Pagoda Shield Mountain's approach. In the current situation, Snow Emperor could only be courted, not provoked. It was just a pity. Floating Tower Red Wen was accustomed to throwing money at people, thinking that having money allowed her to do whatever she wanted, but she overlooked an important issue. Some people, even if they lack money, will only accept your offer if they feel like it. What's more, Snow Emperor doesn't lack money. At the Bloodback Zon Turtles location, Lin Tianhao was still tirelessly grinding monsters. Finally, someone arrived, but it wasn't Leona, whom Lin Tianhao had been thinking about. Instead, it was a hunchbacked old woman. Lin Tianhao looked over. Clinforth Bird, health, attack, skills. Note, her background is not small. If you can accept a quest from her, you might gain unexpected benefits. But remember, never anger her. What she likes most is tasting fresh blood. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. He couldn't see anything about this guy except for her name. All those question marks made Lin Tianhao realize that he was probably not her match. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Tianhao showed a faint smile, using the customary language adventurers use when facing an NPC. Clinforth Bird smiled, revealing uneven, yellowed to black teeth. Snow Emperor. She called out Lin Tianhao's name. You are the most powerful adventurer I have ever seen. You should not be mediocre. You should become a noble, an earl, a marquis, or even a duke. It's not impossible. This immediate flattery would have made other players flattered. But Lin Tianhao was very clear. Unusual things always have a reason. Such a profound powerhouse coming to find him and complimenting him like this. Was this normal? Not normal. Senior, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Lin Tianhao said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Clinforth Bird nodded. Someone killed Demon King's son Greylarenson, and the king is very pleased, wanting to reward Princess Leona. Oh, do you need me to hunt some wild game for drinks? Lin Tianhao deliberately changed the subject. Clinforth Bird shook her head. No, I hope you go to the palace and voluntarily admit that you were the one who killed Greylarenson. Lin Tianhao's heart skipped a beat. How did the other party know that he was the one who killed Greylarenson? Wait, she didn't know that he killed Greylarenson, but rather, she hoped it was him. Greylarenson was killed, and Leona undoubtedly took the primary credit. She would definitely be valued by the king. But what if the one who helped Leona kill Greylarenson was a wicked person with over 900,000 red name value? Then the situation would be different. You want me to frame Princess Leona? Lin Tianhao exclaimed. Clinforth Bird nodded. That's right, you're very smart. I can help you, but what if the king doesn't believe it? Lin Tianhao asked. How could I kill Greylarenson in a sealed state? Don't worry, I've already thought of this problem for you. As she spoke, a bronze mirror appeared in Clinforth Bird's hand. An ancient incomplete magical artifact that can open a spatial gate, directly traversing space to enter other places. Oh, Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This was a good item. Second question, with my red name value, if I get caught, won't I be stuck in jail forever? Clinforth Bird shook her head. That won't happen. You didn't kill anyone in the main city, at most you'll be expelled, not arrested. Then you might not know, a team of people came before wanting to arrest me. Such a thing happened? Clinforth Bird feigned surprise. She naturally knew that the Silver Commander and his group were sent by the Queen, but she couldn't show it. You don't need to worry. The person behind me is Queen Feo Dingyu. As long as you give false testimony, you will definitely not be arrested. In the end, because you killed Greylarenson, you will be granted an exception and allowed to walk in the main city. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. A big reason he couldn't change professions now was his red name value. Going to the main city would result in expulsion, making it impossible to enter. If he could gain the qualification to walk in the main city, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. What's the benefit? I'm taking such a big risk to help you. What can you give me? Lin Tianhao asked. Clinforth Bird pondered for a moment before slowly saying, after success, I can turn Princess Leona into your servant. Not only can you command her in battle, but you can also fulfill any of your requests. Remember, any request. 66. Number 66 Chapter 66 Princess Leona's Reward. Lin Tianhao feigned interest. That sounds pretty good. Wait, Lin Tianhao looked at Clinforth Bird. When will you be able to fulfill this promise? When Princess Qing Fuyun ascends to become the new king. Lin Tianhao shook his head without hesitation. According to you, how long will I have to wait? Upon hearing this, Clinforth Bird pondered for a moment. Princess Leona is the ultimate reward. As long as you act this time, I can reward you with a set of bronze tier equipment suitable for an archer. That's it? Don't I know how to get them myself? Clinforth Bird was stunned for a moment. What he said seemed to be true. With Lin Tianhao's current ability, getting a set of level 20 bronze equipment was indeed not a difficult thing. Then what do you want? Free attribute points? Lin Tianhao grinned. I want movement skills, special equipment, and special skills. Movement skills. Clinforth Bird pondered for a moment before saying, alright, as long as you help, I'll give you a skill, Space Blink. It has no cast time and is instant. At 1 star, the maximum movement distance is 5 meters. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This skill sounded pretty good. Plus 200 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao added. Clinforth Bird frowned. This is just a quest. It only benefits you and has no downsides. Space Blink is already very valuable. Then forget it, I'll just continue grinding monsters. Lin Tianhao didn't even continue listening, directly refusing. Don't. Clinforth Bird pondered for a moment. 100 free attribute points plus Space Blink. 200, 120, 200, 150. Then there's nothing to discuss, Lin Tianhao said. Clinforth Bird's expression darkened. Alright, then let's not discuss it. I'll send you back to the resurrection altar to take a bath. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Clinforth Bird. Lin Tianhao's first reaction was to put away his equipment, then he grinned at Clinforth Bird. Let's talk things over. Don't always resort to fighting and killing. So you agree? Clinforth Bird asked. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, I mean 300 free attribute points, not one less. You're courting death. Clinforth Bird's gaze was like a knife, staring at Lin Tianhao like a demon about to devour someone. Lin Tianhao showed no fear, meeting Clinforth Bird's gaze coldly. You can kill me, but if I die here, I guarantee that the Queen's dealings with the Netherworld clan will echo throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Clinforth Bird's expression suddenly changed, and the aura on him did not recede but became even colder. HMPH, who would believe the words of a sinner like you? Lin Tianhao spread his hands, saying indifferently, I don't know, but I don't lack gold coins, and I can make it ring 3 times every day. Aren't you afraid of being permanently imprisoned? Quote. Clinforth Bird roared angrily. Do you dare? Lin Tianhao pushed Clinforth Bird away with a disdainful look. I haven't killed anyone in the main city. Such slander would at most lead to 3 to 5 days of detention. But if the king takes it to heart, I wonder what will happen to your queen. And, if I'm not mistaken, it was your queen who sent Silver Commander Val to kill me, right? At this point, Lin Tianhao changed the subject. If it weren't for the Silver Commander incident, let alone 150, I would have agreed to 100 free attribute points. But precisely because of the Silver Commander incident, it has to be 300 free attribute points, not one less. Lin Tianhao was using both carrot and stick. What he wanted was not to scare Clinforth Bird away, but to get enough benefits from Clinforth Bird. What do you say, Senior Clinforth Bird? Clinforth Bird took a deep breath, then nodded heavily. Alright, it'll be as you say. Ding! Clinforth Bird has issued you a quest. Frame Princess Leona. Do you accept? Quest requirement. Tell the king that you helped Leona kill Demon King's son Greylarenson. Quest penalty. None. Quest reward. Space Blink, 300 free attribute points. Accept. Lin Tianhao accepted the quest and asked, when do we go? Tonight, I will come and inform you then. Alright. After sending Clinforth Bird away, Lin Tianhao finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Negotiating with such a powerful being was still somewhat risky, but the outcome was good. He succeeded. Using the Queen's dealings with the Netherworld clan, he successfully made Clinforth Bird compromise. Not long after Clinforth Bird left, a graceful figure slowly approached. Princess Leona, you're finally here. I've been here for a while. It seems you and Clinforth Bird reached some agreement. Leona's tone was somewhat solemn. Lin Tianhao made no attempt to hide it. What about my reward for helping you kill Demon King's son Greylarenson? First, tell me what Clinforth Bird wanted from you just now. Not giving it to me? Then I'll go tell the king right now that you cooperated with me, a heinous sinner, to kill Greylarenson. Leona's expression darkened. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Lin Tianhao grinned. Give it to me. Leona took out a scroll, a skill book, and a talisman. That's it. These are all carefully selected by me, and they're very suitable for you, Leona said unhappily. Eternal Scroll. Special, one-time item. Effect. Can enchant an item of equipment, making it permanently bound to you, unable to be destroyed, stolen, or dropped. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This Eternal Scroll could definitely be considered an auxiliary divine artifact. In the game stage, some valuable equipment could easily be dropped if one was killed. This Eternal Scroll could effectively prevent that. Not only that, the Eternal Scroll could also make equipment indestructible. Lin Tianhao immediately thought of the Bloodthirsty Necklace. For no other reason, the Bloodthirsty Necklace was simply too compatible with him. As for getting a higher tier necklace later, based on Lin Tianhao's 10 years of experience in his previous life, it was almost impossible. because this type of equipment that restored a percentage of maximum health was quite overpowered regardless of the stage. However, Lin Tianhao was not too anxious. He checked the second item. Mystic Ice Wings, 1 star. Effect, can condense a pair of Mystic Ice Wings, allowing you to fly for 5 minutes. Cost, 300. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Proficiency, 0/100. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. A flying skill was indeed quite monstrous. Within level 50, flying monsters were rarely encountered, and even in the mid to late stages of the game, flying monsters were few. And with a flying skill, if he was outmatched, he could quickly disengage from battle. It was indeed a very good skill. Finally, there was that talisman. 67. Number 67 Chapter 67 The fight for the throne is all about scheming. Spatial Teleportation Talisman. Special, one-time use item. Effect. After use, it will randomly teleport you to another place. The teleportation may be interrupted by spatial attacks. To put it bluntly, it's just a random teleportation talisman. This reward, how should I put it? If you say it's bad, it doesn't seem that bad. But to say it's linked to killing Demon King's son Grey Lawrenson, honestly, Lin Tianhao felt it wasn't enough. Is that all? Lin Tianhao asked. I help you kill Grey Lawrenson this time. Isn't this reward a bit unreasonable? Leona rolled her eyes. You still haven't told me what the Clinforth bird wanted with you. Didn't I tell you? Give me the reward and I'll tell you. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Leona took out a light blue crystal from her embrace. This is the ultimate reward this time. Lin Tianhao took the crystal and his eyes lit up. Tears of the Goddess of Life. Special. Wearing requirements. None. Effect 1. Your maximum health is increased by 20%. Effect 2. You recover 10,000 health per second. Durability. 100. Note. Cannot be stolen or dropped. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. He had previously planned to give the Eternal Scroll to the Bloodthirsty Necklace. But now he hesitated. These Tears of the Goddess of Life also seemed very good. Although the Tears of the Goddess of Life had the characteristics of not being able to be stolen or dropped, it lacked a very important characteristic. That is, it cannot be destroyed. Which is stronger or weaker? A 20% increase in maximum health or a 1% lifesteal effect? Lin Tianhao obviously valued the former more. As for lifesteal, if it really didn't work out, he could consider getting a full set of lifesteal equipment later, and that would naturally not be a problem. But a 20% increase in maximum health, combined with his god-tier talent, would definitely complement each other perfectly. What's more, there was also a 10,000 health recovery per second. Now can you tell me what the Clinforth bird wanted with you? Leona asked. Lin Tianhao grinned. Didn't I say? What did you say? Leona was a little slow to react, but the next moment, she widened her beautiful eyes. She asked in disbelief, You mean the Clinforth bird knows you helped me kill Grey Lawrenson? Lin Tianhao grinned and said, No, she just hoped I was the one who helped you. She came to me because she wanted me to frame you in front of the king. Upon hearing this, Leona said somewhat uncertainly, You promised to support me, so you didn't agree to her? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I agreed. Leona's expression changed drastically, and a chilling aura instantly spread from her, freezing the surrounding plants. You forgot what you promised me? You're going to help the Clinforth bird and trick rewards from me. Hold on, am I tricking you? Lin Tianhao said righteously. I helped you kill Grey Lawrenson, that's a fact. Isn't it right for me to take the reward? You. Leona gritted her teeth in anger. I'm going to kill you wherever you go, I'll kill you. Ahem. Lin Tianhao lightly coughed twice. Don't be so agitated. My agreement with the Clinforth bird is actually helping you. Helping me? Leona sneered. If father and those nobles knew that you, a heinous person, helped me, how would they view me? The good hand of killing Grey Lawrenson would be ruined. No, it is precisely by having me frame you that you can be saved. Lin Tianhao's expression became serious. You, Qing Fuyun, Tiso Creek, among you three, who do you think has the highest probability of becoming the new king? I don't know. Leona said coldly, but after killing Grey Lawrenson this time, my probability of becoming the new king will definitely increase significantly. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, you're wrong. Not only have you not improved, but you have already become a target of public criticism. In the Star Kingdom, you have no foundation. Killing Grey Lawrenson will only push you to the forefront. Next, Qing Fuyun and Tiso Creek will definitely plot against you. Do you think anyone can handle it? Leona angrily said, but that's not a reason for you to frame me. Tiso Creek has deep roots, and Qing Fuyun has Queen Feo Dingyu behind her. What about you? Just killing a Grey Lawrenson, what ability do you have to contend with them? Leona gritted her teeth. Since you know all this, why did you still help me kill Grey Lawrenson? To let the nobles see your ability and give you a chance to develop in secret. Lin Tianhao had experienced too much in his previous life. He knew very well that in the struggle for the throne, a slight mistake could lead to eternal damnation. How do you mean? By killing Greylarenson, you demonstrate your ability. When I frame you, at most, your merits and demerits will cancel each other out publicly, but the nobles will see your ability to kill Greylarenson. Having just returned, what you need is not great achievements, but to demonstrate your ability, and to do so without threatening the other two princesses. With ability, you can secretly win over the nobles. Leona's emotions gradually calmed down as she listened to Lin Tianhao, because she suddenly realized that what Lin Tianhao said seemed to make a lot of sense. And then? What's your plan? Leona asked. Assist Qing Fuyun and defeat Tiso Creek. Lin Tianhao's eyes were sharp. If the queen's matter were exposed, Qing Fuyun would not be able to become the new king. As long as Tiso Creek falls, Leona will have a very high chance of becoming the new king. And then? How do we deal with Qing Fuyun, who is supported by the queen? As long as Tiso Creek falls, I can bring down the queen, Lin Tianhao said. Leona was a little surprised. She didn't know why Lin Tianhao had such great confidence, but she still chose to trust Lin Tianhao. Okay, this time you frame me. Do I need to cooperate? Pretend to be unaware and strongly refute. At this point, as for the rest, leave it to me. But what if they ask me how I killed Greylarenson? Leona suddenly realized a crucial question. At that point, you only need to say, no comment. Leona took a deep breath. She was somewhat unwilling. After all, killing Greylarenson was a great achievement, but in the end, she still compromised. I'll play my part well. After saying this, Leona bid farewell and left. Royal Palace, listening rain hall. After the Clinforth bird returned, she immediately found Queen Feo Dingyu. Queen, Snow Emperor has agreed to help us frame Leona. Feo Dingyu nodded with satisfaction. He is quite sensible. It's just that. Just what? Feo Dingyu asked. The Clinforth bird said seriously. Snow Emperor knows you have dealings with the Netherworld clan. Upon hearing this, Feo Dingyu's expression changed drastically. 68. Number 68 Chapter 68 Zhou Xiaopeng's talent. Snow Emperor. How did he know? Clinforth bird shook his head. I'm not sure, but he is a menace after all. Should we? At this point, Clinforth bird made a throat-slitting gesture. Kill? Can adventurers be killed? If he dies, he can still revive. Imprison? Useless. Feo Dingyu's eyes were deep, and suddenly, as if she had thought of something, a meaningful smile appeared on her face. I know what to do. Lin Tianhao didn't know any of this. After sending Leona away, he continued to hunt bloodback Zon turtles. According to his memories from his previous life, he needed to clear out the bloodback Zon turtles 18 times consecutively before the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle would appear. Defeating the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle would unlock the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Once, twice, Lin Tianhao tirelessly grinded. His red name player value was slowly decreasing, and his health was also slowly increasing. To gain more health, Lin Tianhao didn't even equip the Tears of the Goddess of Life at this time. With a 20% health bonus, even elite bloodback Zon turtles couldn't withstand many hits. As time passed, a warrior came running over excitedly. Brother Hao, I'm here. This person was none other than Zhou Xiaopeng. He had already hidden his nickname at this time, but Lin Tianhao still knew his name. I'll invite you to the guild first. Lin Tianhao invited Zhou Xiaopeng to the Lonely Snow Guild. Zhou Xiaopeng exclaimed, Brother Hao, you're too fierce honestly. I really didn't know you were a red name player before. Zhou Xiaopeng was still explaining, but the next moment, he saw the changes in his attributes and was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, Brother Hao, this is going against the heavens. Currently, Lin Tianhao's Lonely Snow Guild is 5-star, providing the following boosts to guild members: 1% damage increase, plus 10% critical hit, plus 20 attack power, plus 3 movement speed, plus 1 attack speed, and plus 100 health. These 6 attributes, at this stage, can absolutely be said to be quite heaven-defying. Moreover, because it's a guild attribute, all guild members can receive the boost from these 6 attributes, which is the most abnormal part. If only one person gets these attribute boosts, it's just so-so. But if 1,000 people, 10,000 people, all receive such a boost, then the increase in combat power would be quite heaven-defying, especially since there will be a guild combat power ranking in national wars in the future. At that time, such boosts will become particularly important. Calm down. Take this Saint Grade Talent Awakening Stone to awaken your talent. Zhou Xiaopeng's eyes widened. Saint Grade? Brother Hao, you're just giving it to me like that? Earlier, I saw someone on the forum get a Heaven Grade Talent Awakening Stone, and the price was already hyped up to 5 million. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Just take it. Hee, it's different when you have a strong backer. Zhou Xiaopeng took the Talent Awakening Stone and began to awaken his talent. Lin Tianhao already knew about Zhou Xiaopeng's talent from his previous life. Saint grade talent, Soul Binding. Soul Binding, 1 star. Effect 1. You can use Soul Binding to bind one friendly unit and gain all of its health, armor, and magic resistance bonuses. Effect 2. Bound allies receive a 10% bonus to their health, armor, and magic resistance. Proficiency, 0/10. Note, this proficiency is the number of bosses killed by you and your bound allies that are not lower than your own level. This talent allows you to bind one additional friendly unit for every 1 star increase. When it reaches max stars, it can bind 10 friendly units simultaneously. In other words, that's 11 times the attributes. If he could find 10 powerful teammates, then Zhou Xiaopeng would directly soar. This talent. Zhou Xiaopeng looked at his talent and said with some displeasure, "Brother Hao, why do I feel like I've been ganked by the system? Is that it? A saint grade talent?" Lin Tianhao grinned. "You haven't realized the power of this talent yet. Try binding me now." Ding! Player Invincible God Fat requests to establish soul binding with you. Do you agree? Agree. This soul binding has no effect on the bound person. On the contrary, they will gain health, magic resistance, and armor bonuses. Lin Tianhao's current armor and magic resistance are negligible. A 10% increase isn't much. But Lin Tianhao's health is high, so a 10% increase would be tens of thousands. And in the later stages, it would be even more. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap. After binding Lin Tianhao, Zhou Xiaopeng was utterly stunned on the spot. He watched his health bar instantly surge from over 10,000 to 500,000. Hiss. Brother Hao, your attributes are too amazing, even higher than the health of a typical boss. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and checked the time. I'll take you to level up first. Add some attack power, and then get ready to kill me. Zhou Xiaopeng was stunned. Kill you? Yes, the bounty on Grevelot, the Demon King, might as well go to you instead of someone else. Is that appropriate? If you die with this red name player value, won't you drop directly to level 1? Let it drop. Leveling up is easy anyway. Lin Tianhao didn't care. It wasn't him being humble. Mainly, for him, leveling up was indeed very simple. He sent Zhou Xiaopeng a team invitation, with experience split 9-1, Zhou Xiaopeng getting 9. After all, Lin Tianhao couldn't level up anymore, so taking it would be a waste. 1 round could kill 5 Blood Eye Zon turtles, and after 2 rounds, Zhou Xiaopeng's talent would level up. After reaching 2 stars, he could bind 2 friendly units. Brother Hao, you are truly too fierce. Lin Tianhao still maintained an indifferent attitude. Calm down. Also, don't consider any class promotions below Saint grade. If it's a God-level hidden class, just promote directly. Okay. Zhou Xiaopeng nodded. Lin Tianhao knew some strategies for warrior hidden classes. There were high-level ones, but only one God-level one, and it wasn't in the Star Kingdom. If it really doesn't work, just promote to a normal class and give up on a hidden class. Because if you promote to a normal class, you can promote to a hidden class later. But even if you promote to a yellow grade hidden class, without special items, it's almost impossible to change to another hidden class. I see. Zhou Xiaopeng nodded. He could feel that Lin Tianhao was very familiar with this game. But exactly how familiar, he couldn't say. Also, I'm promoting you to Vice Guild Leader. You can recruit some experts. Okay. While talking, Lin Tianhao continued to take Zhou Xiaopeng to grind monsters. Before long, Zhou Xiaopeng reached level 20. He could only continue leveling up after completing his class promotion quest. You can go to the main city first to promote to a normal class, then come back to find me. The timing should be just right. Clinforth Bird said he would come to find him tonight. Calculating the time, by the time he killed the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle and cleared the Blackwater Lake dungeon, the timing would be about right. Okay. 69. Number 69 Chapter 69 Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle. After seeing Zhou Xiaopeng off, Lin Tianhao continued to grind monsters. He had already cleared the Bloodback Zon Turtle 12 times. Only 6 more to go before the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle would appear. With Lin Tianhao's current output capability, the most time-consuming part of bringing out the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle was waiting for the Bloodback Zon Turtle to respawn. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Ding! Because you have killed a large number of Blood-Eye Zon Turtles. The Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle sleeping in Blackwater Lake has awakened. Please evacuate quickly. Evacuate? That was impossible. His goal this time was to hunt the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle. Ahead, the Blackwater Lake rippled, and a turtle shell the size of a basketball court surfaced. Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle, Bronze 45, HP, 6,850,000 6,850,000. Attack, 17,590. Skills, Consecutive Water Cannons, Healing Body, Dragon Roar Tsunami, 9-Pillar Impact, Blackwater Vortex, Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, Water Arrow Array, Blood Eye Poison Mist, Overlord Body, Berserk. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Nearly 7 million HP, over 17,000 attack power, and unrevealed magic power. The Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle was a magic monster, so its magic power would certainly be higher than its attack power. However, Lin Tianhao was not afraid. Without the tears of the goddess of life, his HP had already exceeded 530,000. There was a high probability he could kite and fight it. Whoosh! A feather arrow was shot. Minus 16,369. A huge damage number appeared above the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle's head. At the same time, two particularly conspicuous healing prompts appeared. Plus 5258 and plus 3000. The lifesteal from Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor and the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle's inherent healing ability. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingle. He knew the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle's healing ability was very strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this potent. If it were an ordinary level 45 player, they probably wouldn't even deal as much damage as it healed. Of course, this was assuming the heavy injury effect was ignored. Generally speaking, weapons or skills with heavy injury effects would start appearing around level 30, not necessarily level 45. With heavy injury suppression, the boss's healing effect would certainly be greatly affected. This made Lin Tianhao think of something interesting. Could he consider getting some heavy injury equipment so he could remotely gank those world bosses? The world boss's self-healing was terrifying. The damage from the Book of Life and Death was less than their passive healing, so its effect on them was minimal. But what if there was a relatively high heavy injury effect? Of course, this was just a thought. The heavy injury attribute was a special attribute, and it became increasingly difficult to stack later on. Before the second advancement, being able to stack heavy injury to 30 to 40% was already remarkable. However, that much heavy injury wouldn't be of much help to Lin Tianhao. He was thinking, but the battle didn't pause for a moment. Lin Tianhao's feather arrows constantly pierced the air. He didn't rashly approach Blackwater Lake. Instead, he used the attack range of normal attack amplification to kite from a distance. The Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle roared, and the Blackwater Lake churned, raising several meter-high waves that crashed towards Lin Tianhao. This was an area of effect skill. Lin Tianhao's movement speed was fast, but it was still unrealistic to completely avoid the large area of water impact. Minus 19,859. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and he was simultaneously knocked back by the waves. Such a large-scale skill with such a monstrous damage output was truly a headache. After a brief knockback, Lin Tianhao landed, but as soon as he landed, he found a circle of watermarks appearing under his feet. Not good. Lin Tianhao leapt out. Behind him, a pillar of water shot up from the ground. If he had been even slightly slower, he would have been knocked flying by the water pillar. He had just landed, and immediately, another water pillar erupted from under his feet. Lin Tianhao flipped backward, narrowly avoiding the second water pillar. With one palm on the ground, Lin Tianhao was still in an inverted state when he saw watermarks appearing below him. Bang! A huge water pillar struck him, knocking him flying and draining a large portion of his HP. Minus 18,850. Another damage value of nearly 20,000. And while Lin Tianhao was airborne, the fourth water pillar strike came. Judging by the skill name, the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle's water pillar strike should have 9 stages. Lin Tianhao rotated his body 360 degrees sideways in the air, narrowly dodging the fourth water pillar. After landing, he immediately retreated. With fast enough movement speed and timely dodging, the remaining water pillars posed no threat to him. Lin Tianhao could even use feather arrows to attack the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle in the gaps between his dodges. Whoosh! Whoosh! Feather arrows were constantly shot. Lin Tianhao dealt significant damage, but the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle's healing was equally impressive. Moreover, the area around Blackwater Lake was its territory. Its skill casting range was no less than Lin Tianhao's normal attack amplification enhanced attack range. After enduring the water pillar attacks, Lin Tianhao began to output damage furiously, trying to deal as much high damage as possible. Minus 16,398. Minus 16,407. Lin Tianhao's damage was considerable. The Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle's healing was good, but its passive healing was calculated per second, while Lin Tianhao's current attack speed was still above 5. He could deal over 80,000 damage per second, making the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle's passive healing per second insufficient. The main healing still relied on the lifesteal effect of Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor. However, even that was a drop in the bucket against Lin Tianhao's high output. The blood-eyed dragon turtle already possessed some intelligence and clearly understood that this fighting method wouldn't work. Whoosh! To Lin Tianhao's surprise, the blood-eyed dragon turtle actually retracted its four limbs and head into its shell. In the next instant, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's shell, floating on Blackwater Lake, transformed into a streak of light, rushing to Lin Tianhao's vicinity in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao only had time to roll sideways, but the blood-eyed dragon turtle's shell was the size of a basketball court. Lin Tianhao didn't completely dodge this sudden impact and was still knocked flying. Minus 19,999. Lin Tianhao's HP bar dropped by a segment. After landing, Lin Tianhao continued to attack. The blood-eyed dragon turtle's attack range was very large, but its output was not as high as Lin Tianhao had imagined. Next, Lin Tianhao understood why the blood-eyed dragon turtle had rushed over. It stopped and directly slapped Lin Tianhao on the head. Minus 34,980. Critical hit. Lin Tianhao felt his head buzzing from the blood-eyed dragon turtle's slap. But he didn't pause and immediately retreated. At the same time, feather arrows were continuously shot. He needed to create distance, otherwise, close-quarters combat would be very disadvantageous for him. However, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's movement speed looked slow, but due to its massive size, just one step from it was equivalent to Lin Tianhao running a dozen steps. The result was that Lin Tianhao couldn't create distance at all. HMPH, since you wanna fight up close, then I'll play along. Lin Tianhao snorted, gave up on creating distance, and directly rushed to the side of the blood-eyed dragon turtle, using its massive body to block vision. 70. Number 70 Chapter 70 First kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. When dealing with a boss of this massive size and relatively slow movement, relying on line-of-sight manipulation is the most correct strategy. Because of its huge size, even if its movement speed isn't fast, the distance it can cover with each step is not to be underestimated. Precisely for this reason, using the boss's own massive body to block its position became a crucial matter. In the distance, floating pagoda wolf god arrived as ordered. To be precise, he had already arrived when Lin Tianhao started fighting the blood-eyed dragon turtle. However, he did not approach because it would easily be misunderstood as trying to steal the boss. Besides the blood-eyed dragon turtle, there was another person in the distance, but he was currently in stealth. This person was none other than Shadow Kill. His objective was somewhat similar to floating pagoda wolf gods. Lin Tianhao had already noticed them, but he didn't pay them any mind. Feather arrows continuously landed on the blood-eyed dragon turtle, and its health began to drop steadily. It turned around several times but still couldn't see Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao utilized his movement to the extreme, precisely positioning himself in the blood-eyed dragon turtle's blind spot every time. Veiled Shadow Step. Shadow Kill raised his eyebrows. This was because he also knew the technique Lin Tianhao was currently using, and he could even confidently say that when it came to Veiled Shadow Step, he was stronger than Lin Tianhao, not weaker. However, his Veiled Shadow Step was honed through countless battlefield skirmishes and numerous assassination missions. While Lin Tianhao's Veiled Shadow Step might not be as strong as his, it wasn't far off. In that instant, Shadow Kill thought a lot. He didn't believe Lin Tianhao had only started practicing Veiled Shadow Step after entering the game. He must have already known such a technique beforehand. Floating pagoda wolf god felt a chill down his spine upon seeing Lin Tianhao's terrifying movement and damage. He now understood why Zumeng Yenshui's elite group was so easily wiped out by Lin Tianhao. High damage, absurd movement. That's right, in floating pagoda wolf god's eyes, Lin Tianhao's movement could no longer be described as merely strong. Only the word absurd could describe Lin Tianhao's current movement. If it were any other game, he would even want to say that he was using a cheat. Lin Tianhao didn't care what the two of them thought. Movement speed, attack speed, reaction speed, all maxed out. Some ordinary archers, even in the mid to late game, would still make feeding mistakes like movement canceling their basic attacks. In other words, a 5.0 attack speed would only result in a 3.0 attack speed effect in practice, or even lower, due to movement. Besides that, there was also accuracy. Many archers would experience a decrease in feather arrow hit rate when moving. Of course, fighting a huge monster like the blood-eyed dragon turtle didn't reveal any issues at the moment, but just this movement alone made floating pagoda wolf god realize that Lin Tianhao was absolutely not someone to provoke. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon turtle roared, and poisonous mist continuously emanated from its shell. Minus 648. Minus 648. Damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. The Purification Jade Pendant's effect was still powerful, greatly reducing the poison damage for Lin Tianhao. The impact of this poison mist skill on him could be ignored. Just then, the blood-eyed dragon turtle roared. Blood light flickered around its body, and it had clearly entered a berserk state. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. It was at this moment that he realized he had been anticipated. Because the blood-eyed dragon turtle had already predicted his movement. This time, it activated its berserk state directly, aiming to instantly kill him. Because a dark water vortex appeared beneath his feet, his body was immediately pulled into the vortex. This vortex was over 20 meters in diameter and would continuously pull Lin Tianhao towards its center, so even if Lin Tianhao wanted to move, it was too late. At the same time, a magic circle appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Water arrows flew out from the magic circle. -6,785, -6,789, -6,782. Damage numbers appeared on Lin Tianhao's body one after another. Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly equipped the Tears of the Goddess of Life and then began to output damage frantically. While his health increased by 20%, Lin Tianhao could also recover 10,000 health per second. At the same time, the benefits included increased damage and recovery for Lin Tianhao. Floating Pagoda Wolf God was very sensitive to attributes. In just an instant, he noticed the changes in Lin Tianhao's attributes. He couldn't observe his health, but he could judge his attack power and recovery based on his common sense. Skill? Quote, talent? Floating Pagoda Wolf God was a bit unsure, but it should be some kind of damage amplification skill. Because Lin Tianhao's damage was higher, the amplification was roughly 20%. He also gained a blessing of 10,000 health recovery per second. This amplification was quite impressive at the current stage. Floating Pagoda Wolf God himself had obtained such amplification skills, and he also had people under him who had obtained them. However, the maximum amplification was 10%. He had never seen anything like Lin Tianhao's 20% amplification with an additional 10,000 automatic recovery. At this time, the battle continued. Lin Tianhao endured the water arrow attacks and continued to output damage. On average, 10 feather arrows would hit him per second, dealing over 80,000 damage to him. Lin Tianhao wanted to break free from the dark water vortex, but how could the blood-eyed dragon turtle give him that chance? It opened its gaping maw, clearly releasing a barrage of water orbs. -10,890, -10,893, -10,888. Another series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and each water orb would cause a knockback effect on Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was not very flustered anymore. Nothing else. The blood-eyed dragon turtle's damage was not considered high for him. The main reason was that it had many area of effect skills but lacked burst damage. As long as the burst damage was not enough to instantly kill Lin Tianhao, and the control chain was also insufficient, then under the 4 recovery effects of the Tears of the Goddess of Life, the Bloodthirsty Necklace, the 9 Union Longbow, and the Revival skill, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's damage would not be enough to defeat Lin Tianhao. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, feather arrows pierced the air, and the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health began to drop frantically. It also tried to attack Lin Tianhao, but its output was negligible in the face of Lin Tianhao's high recovery. Now, it was only a matter of time before the blood-eyed dragon turtle was killed. The blood-eyed dragon turtle is gone. Floating Pagoda Wolf God was very sensitive to the analysis of the battle situation. The battle had not even ended, yet he already had the answer in his heart. And the result was without any suspense. Ding! You have completed the blood-eyed dragon turtle's first kill. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the blood-eyed dragon turtle's first kill. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for completing the blood-eyed dragon turtle's first kill. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to work hard. As the server-wide announcement sounded, Floating Pagoda Wolf God and Shadow Kill both walked over. Shadow Kill, with his faster movement speed, arrived in front of Lin Tianhao first. Snow Emperor, our captain wants me to discuss something with you. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71 Chapter 71 Qi Family of Tiangong Mountain. Lin Tianhao ignored Shadow Kill and began to loot the corpse. Ding! You have obtained Skill Book +3. Ding! You have obtained Equipment +4. Ding! You have obtained Gold Coins +598. Ding! You have obtained Free Attribute Points +50. Ding! You have obtained Dragon Gallbladder +1. Ding! You have obtained Blackwater Lake Dungeon Key +1. A series of system prompts came. Lin Tianhao first checked the skill books. What made Lin Tianhao's eyes light up was that a skill book for Overlord Body was dropped. Overlord Body. 1 star. Effect. You will be immune to all control effects, including knockups, for the next 5 seconds. Cost. 50 MP. Cooldown. 30 minutes. Proficiency. 0/100. Note. This skill can only be learned by melee professions such as fighters and ancient martial artists. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He wasn't surprised by this. Whether it was an archer or a mage, the only skills they could learn were those like purification. It was very, very difficult to obtain continuous crowd control immunity skills like Overlord Body. Some priests, however, might possess blessing skills with similar effects. The remaining 2 skill books were even more useless to him. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor could also only be learned by professions like fighters and ancient martial artists. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor. 1 star. Effect. 5% of the damage you take will be converted into healing effects to restore your own health. Cost. None. Cooldown. None. Proficiency. 0/1000. This skill and Overlord Body were both very suitable for Zhou Xiaopong. He was purely working for Zhou Xiaopong. As for the 3rd skill book, Dark Water Vortex, which only mages could learn, it had nothing to do with him either. Not to mention the equipment. Lin Tianhao couldn't wear the level 45 tank equipment right now. After picking up the equipment, Lin Tianhao finally glanced at Floating Pagoda Wolf God. Floating Pagoda Wolf God? You're not here to kill me, like Zumeng Yanshui, are you? Floating Pagoda Wolf God quickly waved his hand, no, and yes. I wanted to discuss with you whether we could pay some monetary price for you to be killed by us. For example, 5 million? Lin Tianhao looked at Floating Pagoda Wolf God with an idiotic expression. Do you think that if I wanted to make money right now, I'd be short on your 5 million? Floating Pagoda Wolf God was not surprised by Lin Tianhao's answer. To be precise, he had long guessed that Lin Tianhao would respond this way. Alright, sorry to bother you. Floating Pagoda Wolf God said respectfully. However, if Snow Emperor has any equipment or skill books to sell, you can consider our Floating Turret Guild. Prices are negotiable. Got it. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, his gaze falling on Shadow Kill not far away. Shadow Kill, if your purpose is the same as Floating Pagoda Wolf Gods, then you can leave too. Shadow Kill emerged from stealth. Alright, but I have to tell you, someone is targeting you. They are very strong and difficult to deal with. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally. Whatever. Was he afraid of players targeting him now? Not at all. At this stage, even for a player with a god-level talent, it was almost impossible to contend with him. Alright, be careful yourself. Shadow Kill left, and Floating Pagoda Wolf God also left with him. After they left, Lin Tianhao took out the dungeon key, preparing to open the Blackwater Lake dungeon. However, before he could open the dungeon, his body had already sidestepped and moved away. A feather arrow grazed his shoulder and flew past, nearly hitting him. At this stage, someone dared to attack him. As Lin Tianhao thought this, the feather arrows in front continued to pierce the air. That was a level 15 archer, wearing a complete set of equipment, with very fast attack speed, at least no slower than Lin Tianhao's. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he immediately counterattacked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feather arrows pierced the air. The next moment, what happened made Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contract. Because his feather arrows were intercepted by the mysterious archer's feather arrows. Both were energy feather arrows. The feather arrows flew very fast in the air, but the opponent actually precisely used his own energy feather arrows to collide with his own energy feather arrows, thereby cancelling out his feather arrows. This kind of precise strike sounds simple, but Lin Tianhao knew very well that even in the Great Cataclysm era, such a feat was extremely rare. The opponent was a master. String twisting arrow technique. Lin Tianhao used string twisting arrow technique without hesitation. Only string twisting arrow technique, which could fly in an arc, might be able to avoid the opponent's feather arrows and prevent his attacks from being nullified. However, Lin Tianhao's feather arrows had just been fired when the opponent's feather arrows also turned. It was also string twisting arrow technique. This technique was terrifyingly powerful. 5 arrows fired together. Lin Tianhao changed his attack method again. The opponent did the same. 5 arrows fired together, and all 5 feather arrows could cancel out Lin Tianhao's. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you an ancient martial artist? Someone from the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain? In his previous life, a group of people who rose rapidly in the game were ancient martial artists. During the Great Cataclysm period, ancient martial artists were also the mainstays in resisting the Elite star system. Because ancient martial artists had powerful combat skills, they could easily snowball in the game, and as long as their talent and profession weren't too weak, they could deal impressive damage. The archer looked at Lin Tianhao with some surprise. String twisting arrow technique, 5 arrows fired together, consecutive arrows. Your archery skills are very high, and you even know about our Qi family of Tiangong Mountain. Can you tell me who you are? Playing a game, why ask for real identities? Are you trying to gank me offline if you can't win in the game? The archer player shook his head. Our Qi family wouldn't do something so low class as offline ganking. But I want to discuss something with you. We want to list the people from our Qi family of Tiangong Mountain under your Lonely Snow Guild. Oh, Lin Tianhao was a bit surprised. He had actually considered bringing in a group of ancient martial artists when he formed this guild. He didn't expect someone to proactively seek him out to join his guild. And it was someone from the famous Qi family of Tiangong Mountain from his previous life. The people from your Qi family of Tiangong Mountain are all very powerful. I have no reason to refuse, but I still want to ask, what benefit do I get from letting you join the guild? The archer threw out a skill book. I've observed your combat videos. Your tenacity is very high, but you can't achieve crowd control immunity, nor do you have purification type debuff removal skills. This skill book should be like adding wings to a tiger for you. Lin Tianhao took the skill book, and his eyes lit up. Star Moon Purification, 1 star. Effect 1. Removes control, slow, and negative buff effects on the body. This purification is ineffective against knockups and curse-type effects. Effect 2. For 10 seconds after use, you gain a 5% tenacity boost. Cost, 50 MP. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Proficiency, 0.001. Note, this proficiency can only be increased when used while under control, slow, or negative buff effects. Regular use will not accumulate proficiency. 72. Number 72 Chapter 72 Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle. Purification skills are indeed like adding wings to a tiger. It's just a pity. This Star Moon Purification cannot remove knockups or curses, so for Lin Tianhao, it's usable, but not that helpful. Alright, Lin Tianhao put away the Star Moon Purification. Actually, even without Star Moon Purification, Lin Tianhao would not refuse to bring them into the guild. This was not only because the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain was an ancient martial artist family, but more importantly, after the Great Cataclysm descended in his previous life, the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain unhesitatingly made their secret archer manual, which had never been passed down outside the family, public, allowing all archers to learn from it. The analysis by the high-level players of the Zumeng Club was correct. Under normal circumstances, even if one deliberately practiced floating arrow technique, it would take at least 5 years to even get started. Lin Tianhao was exceptionally gifted, and he honed himself between life and death, but even so, these were not the fundamental reasons why he could quickly master so many arrow techniques. The most core reason was that the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain published their archer manual, which contained thousands of years of accumulated experience, allowing him to learn the techniques within. Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse such an ancient martial artist family. This archer revealed his ID. Lin Tianhao added him as a friend, and simultaneously pulled him into the Lonely Snow Guild. Shooting Through the Sky, a somewhat chunibyo yet domineering name. But Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised, because Shooting Through the Sky was a very famous existence in his previous life. His talent wasn't particularly outrageous. It didn't add damage, movement speed, or attack speed. It didn't add any attributes. Although his talent level was Saint level, many people joke that it was inferior to Heaven level, or even Earth level. But it was precisely with that Saint level talent that he pushed the kiting of archers to the extreme. Lin Tianhao still knew the description of his talent. Absolute Slow. 1 star. Effect 1. Your basic attacks can reduce the target's movement speed by 5% for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. This effect is absolute and unaffected by tenacity, super armor, purification, or any other crowd control immunity attributes. Effect 2. Your basic attacks can reduce the target's attack speed by 5%. If the target is a spellcasting life form, it will also increase their skill cooldown and casting time by 5% for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. This effect is absolute and unaffected by tenacity, super armor, purification, or any other crowd control immunity attributes. Proficiency, 0.001. This talent was saint level. When it was first exposed, countless people ridiculed this talent, but sometimes talent really depends on the person. This talent, in the hands of an ordinary player, would be useless, extremely useless. Yet, shooting through the sky, with such a seemingly inferior to heaven level talent, displayed god-tier performance during the Great Cataclysm. This was actually related to game understanding. They only saw the 5%, but overlooked that the talent could be upgraded with stars. Moreover, the effect was absolutely certain and could not be interrupted. Once this talent reached 10 stars, max level, a 50% reduction in movement speed, attack speed, and for spell casting lifeforms, an increase in casting time and cooldown time. This was terrifying. It's just a pity. A genius like shooting through the sky ultimately faced the 10 vanguard generals of the Elite star system alone in a battle to cover the retreat of the human forces. One person, after all, found it difficult to kite 10 experts. He was finally killed after killing 3 of them. That also became a huge loss for the Dragon Country war zone. Lin Tianhao thought of many things in that instant. Shooting through the sky was a person who absolutely deserved respect. I'll give you administrator status. You can pull everyone from your chi family into the guild. Shooting through the sky subconsciously nodded because he was shocked by the attributes boosted by Lin Tianhao's guild. These attributes were extremely helpful to their chi family. In the early stage, when free attribute points were completely insufficient, the health of archers was generally very low. Some extreme archers even had only the health provided by their equipment. However, Lin Tianhao's guild directly added 10,000 health. In addition, attack speed, movement speed, critical strike, and damage increase. Every attribute was so useful to them as archers. Snow Emperor, I originally only wanted to get a little attribute boost, but I never dreamed that your guild's boost would be so much. Shooting through the sky looked at Lin Tianhao with some gratitude. Although he didn't play games much, as an ancient martial artist, he clearly understood how much boosting these attributes would help in combat. It's nothing. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, then took out the Blackwater Lake dungeon key. Use. Ding, you have used the Blackwater Lake dungeon key. The Blackwater Lake dungeon has been opened. Ding, you have successfully opened the open black lens bracket Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle close black lens bracket dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for successfully opening the open black lens bracket Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle close black lens bracket dungeon. Special reward. Free attribute points plus 20, gold coins plus 50. This is an announcement to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for successfully opening the open black lens bracket Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle close black lens bracket dungeon. Special reward. Free attribute points plus 20, gold coins plus 50. This is an announcement to encourage all players to continue their efforts. See you around. I'm going to clear the dungeon now. Lin Tianhao took a step and walked into the light portal of the Blackwater Lake dungeon ahead. After entering, Lin Tianhao first allocated all 70 free attribute points to his mana. This increased his original 100 mana to 450. It was still a drop in the bucket, but it was basically enough. Hell level. After entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao, as usual, directly chose the hell level difficulty. Ding, detected that your level is too low. This dungeon's hell level difficulty cannot be entered solo. Lin Tianhao. He hadn't tried to solo a level 45 hell level dungeon at level 20 in his previous life. Therefore, he was unaware of this restriction. Nightmare level. Ding, detected that your level is too low. This dungeon's nightmare level difficulty cannot be entered solo. Lin Tianhao was a bit frustrated. Could it be that he couldn't solo dungeons that were such a huge level gap? This meant his plan to farm health from high-level hell-level dungeons might fall through. Hard level. Lin Tianhao lowered the difficulty again, but the result was the same. Easy level. However, there was still no change. Do I have to be in a team to enter this dungeon? Lin Tianhao sent a private message to Zhou Xiaopeng. Fatty, have you finished your class advancement quest? Come and run a dungeon with me. Not yet. Should I come over first? No need. Lin Tianhao replied. Then sent a message to Shooting Through the Sky. Are you gone? If not, come run a dungeon with me. I'm right at the dungeon entrance. Lin Tianhao exited the dungeon, sent a party invitation to Shooting Through the Sky, and re-entered the dungeon. After entering, Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly chose the hell level difficulty dungeon. Shooting Through the Sky raised an eyebrow, but didn't show too much surprise. Upon entering, they found themselves in a somewhat dim cave. The cave was very damp, and from time to time, they could hear the faint sound of dripping water. 73. Number 73. Chapter 73. no one can enter alone. Ahead, Lin Tianhao saw more than 10 bloodback Zon turtles. Bloodback Zon turtle, elite, 45. HP, 99,375 99,375. Attack, 1598. Skills, Bloodthirsty Zon armor, Water ball technique, water arrow technique, magic water shield. The hell level dungeon difficulty had no normal wild monsters, it started with elite level ones. Moreover, these attributes were much higher than those outside the dungeon. Previously, the HP had nearly doubled and the attack power had also increased significantly. Whoosh! A feather arrow tore through the air. Lin Tianhao began his slaughter. Shooting through the sky also followed suit and attacked. Minus 19,150. Minus 1. The first damage was dealt by Lin Tianhao. The second damage was dealt by shooting through the sky. When shooting through the sky saw his damage and then Lin Tianhao's, he felt somewhat numb. Is this even human? He could only deal 1 point of force damage to the bloodback Zon turtle. But how did Lin Tianhao manage such terrifying damage with one arrow? After the bloodback Zon turtle was attacked, a large number of bloodback Zon turtles surged out from behind, a dense swarm rushing towards Lin Tianhao and shooting through the sky. 5 arrows fired together. Lin Tianhao directly maximized his output, and with the chain damage from Thunderbolt Jump, the bloodback Zon turtles began to fall in piles. Even bloodback Zon turtles with over 90,000 HP were still instantly killed by Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have leveled up to level 16. Free attribute points plus 5. The monsters in the first checkpoint hadn't even been fully cleared, and shooting through the sky had already leveled up. Shooting through the sky was just spectating the entire time, watching Lin Tianhao furiously dealing damage in front, with bloodback Zon turtles constantly falling. In less than 2 minutes, all the bloodback Zon turtles in the first checkpoint were defeated. Next was the second checkpoint. The layout was similar to the previous hell level dungeon. Here appeared the bloodback Zon turtle leader, whose attributes were about 5 times that of a regular bloodback Zon turtle. Unfortunately, under Lin Tianhao's storm-like output, it still met its demise on the spot. Ding! You have leveled up to level 17. Free attribute points plus 5. Ding! You have leveled up to level 18. Free attribute points plus 5. Shooting through the sky did nothing but watch his level rapidly increase. On the level, shooting through the sky, who was originally relatively low, suddenly surged into the top 5 and was still climbing. The third checkpoint. The dominant monsters here were no longer elite level bloodback Zon turtles, but leader level bloodback Zon turtles, and in addition, there were black iron level blood eye Zon turtles. The overall combat power increased by 1 tier. If this were ordinary players, even a 12-person team of level 45 players would find it almost impossible to clear. It would probably take 12 high-level players with heaven tier talents or above, plus a full set of equipment and some special items, to conquer the hell level difficulty of this dungeon. But Lin Tianhao was currently slaughtering them solo. 5 arrows fired together, damage maximized. Occasionally, the effect of death reincarnation would trigger, instantly killing the wild monsters. The third checkpoint had a slight pressure, but it still didn't affect Lin Tianhao in the slightest. However, shooting through the sky died. That's right, even with Lin Tianhao at the front, he died. There was no other reason. He was just grazed by one of the Blood Eye Zon turtle's area of effect skills, and his HP bar was instantly emptied. Shooting through the sky's attribute allocation was extremely extreme, mainly focusing on attack speed and movement speed, with very low HP and resistance. If it weren't for his complete set of level 15 equipment, he probably would have been completely frozen through. However, his death at the third checkpoint had no impact on Lin Tianhao. Stepping into the fourth checkpoint, this was where the ultimate boss was located. Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle, Bronze 45, HP 16,850,000 16,850,000. Attack 27,590. Skills: Consecutive Water Cannons, Healing Body, Dragon Roar Tsunami, 9-Pillar Impact, Dark Water Vortex, Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, Water Arrow Array, Blood Eye Poison Mist, Overlord Body, Berserk. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. As he expected, in the Hell level dungeon, the Blood Eye Dragon Turtle's attributes had also received a huge boost. And, in the dungeon, the scenario was limited, so unlimited kiting was not very realistic. All Lin Tianhao could do was try his best not to be hit by crowd control skills. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao began attacking upon meeting it. Minus 19,285, plus 9849, plus 2,000. Lin Tianhao. This recovery ability was a bit abnormal. His true damage hit, and it actually recovered over 10,000 HP directly. But Lin Tianhao didn't get discouraged and began to output frantically. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feather arrows broke through the air one after another. Because of the blood-eyed dragon turtle's high recovery, Lin Tianhao could only deal over 7,000 damage per arrow. Based on the blood-eyed dragon turtle's over 16 million HP, he would need over 2,000 arrows to kill it. Currently, each arrow could stack 3 HP, so over 2,000 arrows would stack 7 to 8,000 HP. Calculated this way, only by fighting such high-intensity hell-level dungeons could he quickly stack HP. Otherwise, with ordinary wild monsters, 1 arrow each, he would need to kill 2 to 3,000 to get this much HP. But with the quantity and distribution of ordinary wild monsters, killing them would inevitably require movement and waiting for respawns, which would waste a lot of time. The blood-eyed dragon turtle immediately swiped a claw at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao narrowly dodged and continued to output. It wasn't too anxious either, its huge claws continued to strike. Its size was even larger than the blood-eyed dragon turtle Lin Tianhao had killed outside, and its claws were similarly larger. Moreover, Lin Tianhao found that its speed was more than twice as fast as the blood-eyed dragon turtle. Outside, pulling away again, Lin Tianhao was almost hit, but just as he pulled away, a watermark appeared beneath his feet. Not good. Lin Tianhao's expression changed slightly, because he knew this meant the blood-eyed dragon turtle had anticipated his movement direction, and preemptively cast the skill 9-pillar impact. And its 9-pillar impact had a larger range than the blood-eyed dragon turtle's 9-pillar impact outside. Boom! Water pillars shot into the sky. Mystic ice wings. Lin Tianhao knew his star moon purification couldn't dispel the knock-up effect, so he unhesitatingly used mystic ice wings to create distance. Flying into midair, the blood-eyed dragon turtle became Lin Tianhao's living target. Although the blood-eyed dragon turtle's 9-pillar impact still had 8 more pillars that could reach Lin Tianhao's flying height in the air. However, it was useless. Lin Tianhao's flying skills were also exceptional. These 9-pillar impacts all had a delay. First, a watermark appeared, then the impact, which gave Lin Tianhao time to react. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the air, Lin Tianhao's feather arrows constantly broke through the air, carrying devastating power, continuously depleting the blood-eyed dragon turtle's HP. Seeing that its water pillar impacts couldn't hit Lin Tianhao, the blood-eyed dragon turtle couldn't help but roar, opening its gaping maw and beginning to charge a new skill, consecutive water cannons. 74. Number 74 Chapter 74 First Clearance, Blackwater Lake, Dragon Turtle. The water cannon had a relatively short charging time and faster attack speed. However, Lin Tianhao still managed to dodge all of them while moving around. This was because the water cannon's attacks were predictable. It sprayed from the blood-eyed dragon turtle's mouth, and its trajectory was fixed, allowing Lin Tianhao to position himself as soon as the water cannon was fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While dodging attacks, Lin Tianhao continued to unleash a barrage of attacks, showing no mercy. Feather arrows continuously tore through the air, whittling down the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health bar. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon turtle roared in anger, realizing that it had no way to deal with Lin Tianhao, who was flying in mid-air. Lin Tianhao's feather arrows were fired without any pressure, allowing him to output damage freely. 5 arrows per second could deal around 40,000 damage, and in 1 minute, he could deal 2.4 million damage. In 5 minutes, Lin Tianhao could easily deplete over 10 million of the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health. Finally, when the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health bar had only over 4 million left, the duration of Lin Tianhao's mystic ice wings expired. He continued to output damage after landing. But what the blood-eyed dragon turtle did next left Lin Tianhao dumbfounded. It directly activated Berserk but didn't rush to attack. Instead, it cast the skill, Healing Body. Immediately after, Lin Tianhao saw the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health bar rapidly recovering, and in the blink of an eye, it had already recovered to over 11 million. One skill recovered over 6 million health points. That's truly insane. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but complain. It wasn't that the blood-eyed dragon turtle was so powerful, but rather that the hell-level blood-eyed dragon turtle was this powerful. After its health was raised, the blood-eyed dragon turtle transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. Such a collision from a turtle shell larger than a basketball court was simply impossible to dodge with current positioning. Bang! Minus 51,290. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingle. His health was dropping too quickly. Clap! After landing, the blood-eyed dragon turtle immediately slapped Lin Tianhao's head with a claw. Critical hit. Minus 55,895. Another huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao immediately moved sideways, using his previous combat method to kite and pull aggro by breaking line of sight. However, the blood-eye dragon turtle's movement speed and attack speed were clearly faster. It turned around and slapped him again with another claw. Lin Tianhao narrowly dodged the attack while frantically firing feather arrows. The battle between one person and one turtle began to become a stalemate. Lin Tianhao relied on his flexible positioning to avoid most of the blood-eye dragon turtle's attacks. The blood-eye dragon turtle also realized that continuing the battle this way was not a solution. Its healing ability was strong, but Lin Tianhao's healing ability was equally terrifying. Roar! The blood-eye dragon turtle let out an angry roar. The next moment, water ripples spread, and waves surged over 10 meters high, rushing towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. He had already guessed what the blood-eye dragon turtle intended to do. A large area knock up from Dragon Roar Tsunami, followed by Dark Water Vortex, maximizing the control chain, and then continue to output damage. Minus 29,850. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Before he could even land, Dark Water Vortex had already appeared at his feet. Seeing this, the blood-eye dragon turtle immediately followed up with a water arrow array above Lin Tianhao's head. Even a level 45 tank might not be able to withstand this combo. Lin Tianhao's current health was not particularly outrageous either. After landing on Dark Water Vortex, he immediately cast Star Moon Purification, quickly creating distance and escaping from Dark Water Vortex. The blood-eye dragon turtle roared in annoyance, seeing its combo miss. But Lin Tianhao completely ignored the blood-eye dragon turtle's roar. He consistently maintained his output, trying to maximize his damage. Feather arrows continuously tore through the air. Lin Tianhao's health increased, and his damage also saw a slight improvement. For every 1,000 health points increased, his normal attack's true damage would increase by 30 points. This seemingly insignificant increase was still very considerable under Lin Tianhao's speed of 5 arrows per second. The blood-eye dragon turtle's missed skill combo made its threat to Lin Tianhao even more negligible. With the attribute boost from Berserk, the blood-eye dragon turtle slapped Lin Tianhao twice more. It dealt a good amount of damage to Lin Tianhao, but that was all. Because without continuous skills hitting Lin Tianhao, it was impossible to threaten Lin Tianhao. After all, Lin Tianhao's lifesteal ability was truly terrifying. 9 Union Longbow's 5% lifesteal could absorb about 1,000 per arrow. 5 arrows per second would be around 5,000, plus 9 Union Longbow's inherent property of recovering 100 health per second. That would be 5,001 per second. Bloodthirsty Necklace's 1% maximum health lifesteal. Now, with Tears of the Goddess of Life and Zhou Xiaopeng's passive 10% talent bonus, Lin Tianhao's health had already exceeded 640,000. 1% meant 1 arrow could restore 6,400 health, and 5 arrows per second meant 32,000 health. Not only that, the revival skill, upon reaching 4 stars, could restore 500 health per second. Tears of the Goddess of Life added 10,000, so Lin Tianhao's current recovery per second was 47,600. In other words, as long as the blood-eyed dragon turtle couldn't control Lin Tianhao or deal extremely high burst damage, its threat to Lin Tianhao could be ignored. Most of the blood-eyed dragon turtle's skills were continuous or large area skills. Such skills usually had a problem: insufficient burst damage. Of course, it's not to say that the blood-eye dragon turtle didn't have means for short-term high burst damage. It did, similar to the dark water vortex just now, if he didn't have purification. Next would be the water arrow array and 9-pillar impact. Such damage, Lin Tianhao might not have been able to withstand it, and almost none of those elite players at level 45 could have withstood it. In other words, it would instantly kill all players of the same level. But there was no if. Lin Tianhao had purification and high recovery, so the blood-eyed dragon turtle could only be slowly worn down by him. There was no suspense in the outcome. Lin Tianhao successfully killed the blood-eyed dragon turtle. Ding! Your team has achieved the blood-eyed dragon turtle first kill. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you wish to use hidden nickname? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor, hidden nickname, for completing the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle first clear. Rewards for Snow Emperor. Free attribute points plus 80. Rewards for hidden nickname. Free attribute points plus 10. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to work hard. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor, hidden nickname, for completing the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle first clear. Rewards for Snow Emperor. Free attribute points plus 80. Rewards for hidden nickname. Free attribute points plus 10. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to work hard. The server announcement sounded, and Lin Tianhao was already used to it. However, shooting through the sky did not reveal his name. Moreover, because shooting through the sky's contribution to the dungeon's first clear was too low, his free attribute points were only 1/8 of Lin Tianhao's. Not only that, because he had already died and was no longer in the dungeon, he did not receive any rewards for clearing the dungeon. 75. Number 75 Chapter 75. Gank from the Ancient Warrior. Next was the inventory of the first clear rewards. Ding! You have obtained 42 skill books. Ding! You have obtained 65 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have obtained plus 2200 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained plus 1 dragon gall. Ding! You have obtained. A series of system prompts rang out. For Lin Tianhao, it was another great harvest. Lin Tianhao didn't consider the equipment as its level wasn't high enough. Lin Tianhao pondered over the skill books for a moment, feeling a bit of a headache. After reaching the main city, skills and equipment were categorized, and the requirements for equipping and learning were much stricter than in Newbie Village. However, as the first person to clear the dungeon, he still had special benefits. For example, the bloodthirsty dragon armor from before was originally only for warriors to learn, but because Lin Tianhao was the first to clear the dungeon, this condition seemed to have been relaxed, and he was actually able to learn the skill. Learn Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor. Lin Tianhao learned the Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor without hesitation. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, 1 star. Effect: 5% of the damage you receive will be converted into healing to restore your health. Cost: none. Cooldown: none. Proficiency: 0.001. Note: this proficiency is 1/10 of the amount of health you restore using this skill. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This was good news. Leveling up the stars would be very fast. After all, when Lin Tianhao fought bosses now, he often took tens of thousands of damage. Even 5% of that was 500 and 1/10 was 50. In other words, wasn't leveling up the stars as easy as pie? However, this was only true for Lin Tianhao. If it were other players, it wouldn't be so easy. Even for tank players. Currently, most tanks between level 10 and 15 only had 5,000 to 10,000 health, with very few reaching 20,000. Such players, to take damage and heal, wouldn't be able to withstand such high damage. Even if 15,000 health was depleted, the proficiency gained would be less than 100. Putting his thoughts aside, Lin Tianhao put all the items into the guild warehouse. The guild warehouse, which came with a 5-star guild, was more than enough to hold Lin Tianhao's items. Coming out of the dungeon, Lin Tianhao checked the time. Zhou Xiaopeng should be here by now. But just then, a figure appeared behind him in an instant. It was a displacement skill, lift, -295, not too high damage. The person used a skill, followed by 3 consecutive thrusts, striking Lin Tianhao's body into the air, causing a rigid state. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Who was this? Someone actually ambushed him. Before he could think further, another person appeared. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to land, he instantly grabbed Lin Tianhao's neck. Choke. Then came a punch, sending Lin Tianhao flying again. Such high tenacity. The player who used the punch was a bit surprised because the knockback effect of his punch was different from his usual knockback effect, but he didn't stop at all, attacking again in a dreamlike manner. Chain exploding fists, -315, -312, -314. Damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head one after another. Lin Tianhao was about to land, but then, a pillar of flame shot up from under his feet, sending him flying again. Earth Flame Impact. This is a skill that elemental mages can only learn after level 30 inches. Lin Tianhao was a bit surprised. What kind of prodigy was that mage in the distance, learning a level 30 skill before even completing the first class change? Crushing Stone Palm. The player in front of Lin Tianhao attacked again, pushing Lin Tianhao back in the air. A warrior next to him, wielding a long sword, cooperated with him. They actually managed to make Lin Tianhao float in the air. Ancient martial artist. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, because this mid-air knockback technique had a similar effect to his floating arrow technique. It wasn't a game skill within Twilight of the Gods, it was a relatively pure combat technique. Melee mid-air combos were easier than ranged mid-air combos, but they were still not something ordinary players could achieve. To be precise, even if the top pro players from major clubs were called, it would be highly unlikely for them to achieve this at the current stage. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. He wasn't in a hurry to use Star Moon Purification. Anyway, Zhou Xiaopeng hadn't arrived yet, so using them to train the proficiency of Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor wasn't a bad idea. Before Lin Tianhao even landed, the fourth person appeared. The four of them worked together, continuously keeping Lin Tianhao airborne, and in a short time, they landed a 100-hit combo. The more mid-air combo hits, the higher the damage, naturally. Their normal attacks on Lin Tianhao originally only dealt around 300 damage. As the number of combo hits increased, a single normal attack could now deal over 500 health to Lin Tianhao. To maintain the mid-air combo, the four of them didn't attack simultaneously, so Lin Tianhao only took over 1,000 damage per second. However, his Tears of the Goddess of Life could restore 10,000 health per second, so this little damage was truly less than Lin Tianhao's healing. The four of them also noticed this problem, but they remained unfazed. If a 100-hit combo wasn't enough, then they'd go for a 1,000-hit combo. As long as Lin Tianhao didn't have a purification skill, they were confident they could chain combo Lin Tianhao to death. Lin Tianhao was currently observing their attack patterns, trying to determine which martial arts faction they belonged to. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao thought of something. In his previous life there was a notorious guild, named Duba Guild. The people in it relied on their exquisite coordination to perform infinite combos, often ambushing high-level players to loot their equipment. Under normal circumstances, not to mention lacking purification, even with purification-type skills, it would be very difficult to interrupt their attacks when fighting alone. Damn it, this guy is too abnormal, one player complained, because at this point, the combo count had already surpassed 500. Their damage per second had also surpassed 5,000. But was it meaningful? Completely meaningless. What are you doing? Just then, Zhou Xiaopeng arrived. Seeing Lin Tianhao under attack, he immediately activated Savage Collision and charged towards one of the people in melee with Lin Tianhao. Seeing Zhou Xiaopeng charge, the mage's expression changed. Hold him off, I'll deal with this warrior. As her voice fell, she waved her staff, and a circle of flames rippled out from her body. Resist Fire Ring. This skill's level was higher than Savage Collision, so it directly interrupted Zhou Xiaopeng's charge. Zhou Xiaopeng's charge was interrupted, and he saw 3 fireballs flying towards him consecutively. He instinctively moved sideways, but his movement speed wasn't enough, coupled with the fact that the mage had already predicted his position and used the chain fireball spell the moment Resist Fire Ring was cast. It smoothly hit Zhou Xiaopeng. -288, -289, -291. 3 consecutive damage numbers appeared above Zhou Xiaopeng's head, and Zhou Xiaopeng's health bar only decreased by a barely noticeable amount. How could this be? Quote 76. Number 76 Chapter 76 The prototype of the Monopoly Guild. They only knew Lin Tianhao was strong, but they never dreamed that the warrior beside Lin Tianhao would also have such a terrifying health bar. Retreat. The other 3 were a little unwilling. Sister Qi, with 500 combos. We have a chance. I said retreat. The mage emphasized her tone, then waved her staff, and flames appeared at Lin Tianhao's feet. These flames had a certain slowing effect, the purpose of which was to slow Lin Tianhao down and provide an opportunity for their people to retreat. However, they thought too simply. Lin Tianhao landed and shot an arrow immediately. With just one arrow, all of them were wiped out, because Thunderbolt Jump was triggered. Even if it was just splash damage, these people couldn't withstand it at all. Brother Hao, who are they? Zhou Xiaopeng asked, somewhat bewildered. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I'm not sure yet. They should be here for the Demon Lord Grevelo's bounty. While speaking, Lin Tianhao had already picked up the equipment dropped by those few people. This bounty on me is a bit troublesome. Next, you try to kill me. The reason he said, try, was because Lin Tianhao wasn't too clear about the damage Zhou Xiaopeng could currently deal. Oh, these 3 skill books are all suitable for you. Lin Tianhao gave Zhou Xiaopeng 3 skill books. Overlord Body, Berserk, and Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, all of which were dropped by the Blood-Eye Dragon Turtle. Brother Hao, you're too fierce. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally and took off all the equipment on his body. No way. If he wore equipment, it would be almost impossible for Zhou Xiaopeng to kill him. Come on. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't hesitate either. He had already completed his class change. His chosen path was not Shield Warrior but Berserker, because he felt that after binding with Lin Tianhao, he already had extremely high health, and taking the Berserker class change path to compensate for his lack of damage was the wisest choice. Coupled with his 3 passive skills, it was entirely possible for him to be invincible. A sword fell. -918. The damage was still good. He had received equipment rewards from completing Wang Blacksmith's quest earlier, and then he killed Lin Tianhao once and received the Star Kingdom's bounty reward. Coupled with some equipment he had accumulated himself, his current attack power was quite impressive, but just as his damage was dealt, a healing number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. plus 4-6, plus 500. These were the effects of the Bloodthirsty Dragon armor skill and the revival skill, respectively. No way. Lin Tianhao could take off his equipment, but he couldn't unequip skills. Wait a moment, this is too slow. Lin Tianhao went to kill ordinary bloodback Zon turtles until he had spawned 5 Blood-Eye Zon turtles before he stopped. The 5 Blood-Eye Zon turtles began to frantically attack Lin Tianhao. As a level 45 Black Iron boss, they still managed to deplete 1/3 of Lin Tianhao's health in a short amount of time while he didn't retaliate. When only over 10,000 health remained, Lin Tianhao fled. After disengaging from combat, Zhou Xiaopeng was already prepared and began to unleash a flurry of attacks on Lin Tianhao. -919, Shattered Stone Slash, -1258, -1258. This skill triggered the effect of the passive skill Double Slash, so one skill dealt 2 instances of skill damage. This was also the reason Zhou Xiaopeng could establish an advantage in the early stages. Under Zhou Xiaopeng's relentless output, Lin Tianhao was killed. Due to his extremely high red name value, he undoubtedly dropped to level 1. He revived at the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's red name value immediately attracted the attention of many people, but they discovered a very serious problem. The bounty for Grevelot was gone, because Lin Tianhao had already been killed. As the saying goes, no profit, no early rising. Since Lin Tianhao no longer had a bounty, continuing to bother him would be a waste of time. However, just because players wouldn't bother him didn't mean the city guards wouldn't. Shortly after Lin Tianhao revived, a team of city guards immediately surged over. Our Blackwind City does not welcome heinous criminals. Please leave immediately. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Being expelled upon returning to the main city was entirely within Lin Tianhao's expectations. But at this moment, an old voice came. Move aside. Hearing the voice, the city guard's squad leader frowned. City guards are enforcing the law. All idlers, move aside quickly. Upon hearing this, Clinforth Bird took out a token from his arms. The moment they saw the token, the city guards immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, sir. I'm taking this person with me, Clinforth Bird said lightly, then led Lin Tianhao away. Some players around were very surprised to see this scene. For most players, the city guards held a very high position in the main city. The city guards could manage many things. But today, the city guards actually collectively knelt to someone else, and after kneeling, they even took Lin Tianhao away. What happened to Snow Emperor? Why was he taken away? Could it be because his red name value is too high, and he's going to be executed? Doesn't look like it. Based on my experience, Snow Emperor most likely triggered some hidden reward. The surrounding players discussed animatedly. Lin Tianhao, however, followed Clinforth Bird into the palace. Snow Emperor, you are a smart person. You should know what to say when you see the king later. Understood. Lin Tianhao nodded. Clinforth Bird led Lin Tianhao to outside a palace. One could hear people clinking glasses and toasting inside the palace. From time to time, voices complimenting Leona could be heard. Princess Leona truly made a name for herself. So young, yet she has noble assistants. Immediately after, someone asked, Princess Leona, may I ask who the noble person who helped you is? Could you tell us a little? The NPCs in Twilight of the Gods were very smart. When they heard the server-wide announcement, they knew that the one who killed Greylarenson was not one of their people. Because according to the rules of this world, only when an adventurer or an adventurer's team achieves the first kill of a boss will there be a server-wide announcement. Chancellor, I must keep the identity of this noble person a secret and cannot disclose it. Please forgive me. Leona politely refused. Just at this moment, Chancellor Curson Luo grinned and said, I heard that recently, our Star Kingdom has produced an adventurer named Snow Emperor, who has become quite famous, monopolizing many server-wide announcements. It's just a pity that he is a criminal with a million red name value, otherwise, he could be taken as a disciple and cultivated. At this point, Chancellor Curson Luo paused for a moment before subconsciously saying, Princess Leona, it wasn't that criminal Snow Emperor who helped you kill Greylarenson, was it? Upon hearing this, Leona's expression immediately darkened. Chancellor, you are also an old hand in officialdom. Making wild guesses about unconfirmed matters is not very good. 77. Number 77 Chapter 77 Confrontation in the Hall. Leona's words had just fallen. Queen Feo Dingyu's voice suddenly rang out. It's certainly not good for the Prime Minister to make wild guesses, but my people recently met the Snow Emperor, and he said that it seems he was the one who helped you kill Demon King's son Greylarenson. Queen Feo Dingyu's words stirred up 1,000 waves. Above the throne, King Abella looked at Leona with interest. Leona, is what the queen said true? Leona's face was grim. She knew she would be exposed next. This was also what she and Lin Tianhao had discussed. If she were to deny it outright now, wouldn't that be deceiving the monarch? Father, mother, I did promise to keep the identity of the person who helped me a secret. If mother has evidence, she can present it. Leona's words were not deceitful to the monarch. Instead, they made her appear loyal and righteous. But it was these words that made them detect something amiss. If it wasn't the Snow Emperor, a direct denial would have sufficed. There was no need to say so much. Yet, Leona said so much, which made it seem like there was an issue. Queen Feo Dingyu smiled and said, coincidentally, my people have brought the Snow Emperor. To discern right from wrong, we just need to call the Snow Emperor up and confront him face to face. How about it? Hearing this, Leona's expression darkened. Although she already knew, the act still had to be played out completely. King Abella raised an eyebrow. Since that's the case, then call the Snow Emperor up for a face-to-face confrontation. Clinforth Bird led Lin Tianhao into the Great Hall. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao's arrival, many people turned to look. After all, a million red name value. This had not appeared in the Star Kingdom for many years. Previously, those with a million red name value were all great villains. Lin Tianhao, in their eyes, naturally would be no exception. Snow Emperor, the Queen said you killed Greylarenson. Is this true? King Abella questioned. Lin Tianhao nodded. It was indeed I who killed Greylarenson. As these words came out, Leona immediately retorted, Snow Emperor, before speaking, you should think clearly. Do not talk nonsense here. King Abella raised his hand, signaling Leona to be quiet. Snow Emperor, you said you killed Greylarenson. Can you tell us exactly how you did it? Lin Tianhao took out the treasure Clinforth Bird had prepared for him in advance. It's this thing that allows me to ignore formations and enter the Shattered Star Well. Upon hearing this, King Abella's gaze fell on the magical treasure in Lin Tianhao's hand. Lin Tianhao did not hide its attributes, so everyone present could see the treasure's properties. Even so, do you have enough damage to kill Greylarenson? King Abella continued to ask. At your current level, to put it bluntly, you can't even break Greylarenson's defense. Lin Tianhao was very confident. What if my damage is true damage? King Abella's eyes narrowed slightly. Someone. As his words fell, a general in golden armor immediately stepped forward. Try to hit him with your true damage. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao raised his hand and shot an arrow. Minus 20,598. A huge damage number appeared. King Abella was slightly surprised. Seeing this, Leona still retorted, Father, this only proves that the Snow Emperor has the strength to kill Greylarenson, but it doesn't prove that he was the one who killed Greylarenson. Leona's rebuttal was well-reasoned and seemed to have no issues. However, Queen Feo Dingyu's next words made Leona's expression extremely difficult to behold. Your Majesty, if Leona's collaborator is not the Snow Emperor, then who exactly is it that she needs to go to such lengths to conceal? King Abella also looked at Leona. Leona, now, only by calling out the person who helped you kill Greylarenson can you prove your innocence. Hearing this, Leona fell silent, and after a moment, she sighed, Father, I promised that adventurer I would not reveal his identity. If that's the case, I will cancel your reward for killing Greylarenson. Do you have any complaints? Leona's heart was bleeding. The position of the Star Commerce Association's helmsman, a status that Qing Fuyun and Tiso Creek desperately wanted, was now slipping from her grasp. Father, I have no complaints. As a princess of the Star Kingdom, if I don't even have this much integrity, how can I command respect? Leona's words were powerful and resonant, causing some of the royal nobles present to look at her in a new light. To give up the Star Commerce Association to keep one's promise, such people are rare. Of course, some also felt that Princess Leona was just making excuses, and that the one who helped her kill Greylarenson was indeed the Snow Emperor. Everything she was doing now was just a way to escape responsibility. Besides that, some also realized that this was a trap set by Queen Feo Dingyu against her. No matter what, in this imperial court, a small number of people had already begun to lean towards Princess Leona in their hearts. This was the effect Lin Tianhao wanted to achieve with this plan. To use their own stratagem against them, he could gain benefits and also gain the trust of Queen Feo Dingyu, killing two birds with one stone. Princess Leona seemingly lost the Star Commerce Association, but she gained the approval of some ministers. As for the Star Commerce Association, she could find a way to contend for it later. Snow Emperor, do you have any evidence to prove that you cooperated with Princess Leona? Lin Tianhao shook his head. The current outcome was already the best. No, because Leona only gave me a verbal promise and no substantial benefits. King Abella's gaze was sharp as he stared at Lin Tianhao and said, Snow Emperor, you are a sinner. Coming here, aren't you afraid I'll arrest you? Your Majesty, I haven't killed anyone in the main city. You can expel me. King Abella sneered, I am the king of the Star Kingdom. Besides expelling you, I can also imprison you for half a month. You adventurers seem to be racing against time to increase your strength now. If I imprison you for half a month, it should significantly slow down your progress, right? Lin Tianhao did not speak. He was waiting for Queen Feo Dingyu to speak. Since he dared to come here, he wasn't afraid of being imprisoned. Because Queen Feo Dingyu had to protect him, otherwise he wouldn't mind dragging her down with him. Queen Feo Dingyu clearly knew this as well. She pondered for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, he was brought by me. Look at his red name value. It has already decreased by 100,000, which means he is actively trying to reform. How about giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf? Oh, King Abella looked at Queen Feo Dingyu and asked, What kind of opportunity does the queen intend to give him? Open the dungeon, Snow Corpse's footprints, for him. Let him enter the dungeon. If he can clear it, his red name value will certainly decrease significantly again. 78. Number 78 Chapter 78 The Remains of the Snow Corpse. Upon hearing Queen Feo Dingyu's words, the faces of the nobles in the Great Hall subtly changed. Clearly, they all knew about the Snow Corpse's footprints dungeon. Lin Tianhao was also somewhat surprised, because after he collected the corpse chi before, he received a quest to clear the Snow Corpse dungeon. However, even with his memories from his previous life, Lin Tianhao still didn't know where the Snow Corpse's footprints dungeon came from. Now, he finally understood. The Snow Corpse's footprints dungeon actually required King Abella to open it. No wonder he didn't know about it in his previous life. However, he also noticed the subtle changes in the expressions of the surrounding nobles. From their changing expressions, it could be judged that this Snow Corpse's footprints was not simple. Snow Emperor, since the queen has already spoken on your behalf, then you choose one yourself. Imprisonment for half a month, or clearing the Snow Corpse's remains. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression became somewhat solemn. Now he had no choice. He had been tricked by Queen Feo Dingyu. This Snow Corpse's footprints definitely had a problem. It might even be a dungeon with resurrection in place or fixed point dungeon revival. As rumored, in his previous life, some secret realms were very strange. That was, after death, one would not revive in the main city, but would revive in place within the dungeon, or return to the first stage of the dungeon. In other words, only by clearing the dungeon could one leave it alive. Previously, there was a team of players who encountered such a dungeon and were stuck inside, unable to get out. In the end, they thoroughly studied the dungeon and used a war of attrition to successfully clear it. Dungeons usually have a characteristic. If they are not cleared, the dungeon monsters will not continuously respawn. For example, if Lin Tianhao cleared the first stage of a dungeon and moved to the second stage, no matter how much time he spent in the second stage, the monsters in the first stage would not respawn. Therefore, this team of players adopted a war of attrition. That was, they would never be wiped out as a team. Once a player died, they would immediately rush back from the first stage of the dungeon to continue fighting. Such a dungeon was a nightmare for other players. But for Lin Tianhao, is there such a good thing? That's right, he really thought that way. Because he could stack health points without limit, the higher the difficulty of such a dungeon, the better. It was his paradise for stacking health points. What's more, he already had a quest that required him to go to the Snow Corpse's footprints dungeon. For him, this was killing two birds with one stone. Good, Your Majesty, I choose to enter the Snow Corpse's footprints dungeon. Hearing this, Queen Feo Dingyu breathed a sigh of relief. King Abella also smiled and nodded. Good, Snow Emperor, I look forward to you clearing the Snow Corpse's footprints dungeon. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the Clinforth bird. The Clinforth bird understood Lin Tianhao's meaning. Ding, you have completed the Clinforth bird's quest. Quest reward. Free attribute points plus 300, skill space blink plus 1. Space blink, 1 star. Effect. Blink 5 meters in any direction, can pass through obstacles. Cost, none. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Proficiency, 0.001. Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. This was something he hadn't expected. Because this skill could not only pass through obstacles but also consumed no mana. If the star rating increased, the benefits would definitely be top tier. Snow Emperor, I am about to open the dungeon for you, Snow Corpse's footprints. Are you ready? Lin Tianhao nodded, I am ready. King Abella waved his hands and chanted complex runes. Immediately after, a light portal appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. Indeed, this dungeon could only be opened by King Abella. Lin Tianhao took a step and entered the dungeon. This dungeon had no level prompt, but the difficulty options were all the same. Hell level. Lin Tianhao, as usual, directly chose hell level difficulty. Ding! Friendly reminder, this is a special dungeon. If you cannot clear it after entering, you will not be able to leave the dungeon. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this dungeon to have such a warning. Enter. Since he was already here, there was no turning back. He also wanted to see what was so special about this dungeon. The next moment, Lin Tianhao appeared in front of a dilapidated village. It was a world of ice and snow here. Everywhere he looked, there was vast white snow. In the mid to late stages of the game in his previous life, Lin Tianhao had also entered some small world dungeons, which were somewhat similar to this one. Upon entering, just looking at it from the outside, he couldn't see any problems. It seemed exactly like the outside, but in reality, this was an independently existing small world. Ding! You are affected by the ice and snow. Movement speed reduced by 5%. Attack speed reduced by 5%. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He didn't pay too much attention and walked into the village ahead, which was covered in vast white snow. Here, Lin Tianhao saw a scene of desolation. The monsters he expected did not appear. Suddenly, a window in one of the village houses was blown open by the wind and snow. A woman frantically closed the window, but just then, a monster emerged from the snow. This monster charged towards the middle of the snowy ground. He immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow. In his previous life, he had encountered quests to protect natives. If the natives here were killed by monsters, it would result in a failed clear or a reduced clear rating. Therefore, the moment the monster made its move, his attack was already launched. Whoosh! String twisting arrow technique. A powerful impact instantly hit the monster in mid-air. The monster was knocked down, and only then did Lin Tianhao clearly see the monster's attributes. Ice and Snow Werewolf, Black Iron, level 50. Health, 9,000,000. Attack, 3,999. Skills. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It seemed this dungeon was really interesting. His arrow just now clearly dealt over 20,000 damage to the Ice and Snow Werewolf's health, but after the Ice and Snow Werewolf landed on the snowy ground, its health instantly fully recovered. Could it be that this is a snowy ground spring, where as long as it's on the snowy ground, it can regenerate health infinitely? At this moment, Lin Tianhao realized the difficulty of this dungeon. The truly difficult part was not the monsters inside, but this special effect. However, wasn't this exactly what Lin Tianhao wanted? Before, he always felt that monsters were too weak, and he couldn't stack much health at all. But now it seemed this dungeon was tailor-made for him. Infinite health regeneration. Since Lin Tianhao couldn't kill it, he could naturally keep stacking health. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's feather arrows continuously pierced through the air. Just as he expected, this Ice and Snow Werewolf could regenerate health infinitely on the snowy ground, which made him happy. His attacks continued. Each time it was a string-twisting arrow technique with a certain knockback effect. The Ice and Snow Werewolf roared repeatedly but was always unable to get close to Lin Tianhao. Health plus 3. Health plus 3. 79. Number 79 Chapter 79 Attribute Reset. Lin Tianhao was having a blast stacking attributes. But just then, the second Ice and Snow Werewolf appeared. It charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. A one-on-one fight was enjoyable. Now, the appearance of the second Ice and Snow Werewolf caused a subtle shift in the battle. Lin Tianhao continued to use string-twisting arrow technique while also preparing to test if he could withstand the damage from the other Ice and Snow Werewolf with his lifesteal. Swish swish. The second Ice and Snow Werewolf rushed up and gave Lin Tianhao 2 slashes. Minus 3,999. Minus 3,999. True damage. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Minus 599. Minus 599. Bleeding. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. The Ice and Snow Werewolf's normal attacks actually caused a bleeding effect. This was extremely rare under normal circumstances. However, his lifesteal ability could still keep up, so he wasn't afraid. His feather arrows continued to fly out frantically, and his health was stacking up little by little. But not long after, a third Ice and Snow Werewolf appeared. Lin Tianhao knew he probably couldn't hold on any longer. The Snow Werewolf's attacks were true damage and came with a bleeding effect. He could withstand the attack of one Ice and Snow Werewolf, but more than that was a bit too much. Sure enough, Lin Tianhao's health bar began to drop continuously. He could no longer sustain himself with just lifesteal. His attack speed was fast, and the Ice and Snow Werewolf's attack speed was equally quick. Coupled with bleeding and occasional skill strikes, Lin Tianhao couldn't maintain a continuous kite, but Lin Tianhao didn't care, because his health was steadily increasing. As for his level, he was only level 1, so dying wasn't a big deal for him. After stacking over 5,000 more health, Lin Tianhao finally couldn't hold on and died under the ice and snow werewolf's sharp claws. Immediately after dying, Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly changed. Because he discovered something incredibly absurd, his attributes had reset. He was back to the attributes he had when he first entered this dungeon. The health he had painstakingly stacked was gone. This was too terrifying. Lin Tianhao gasped. His talent was god tier, although it might only be equivalent to a relatively strong god level talent because it wasn't fully awakened. It shouldn't be easily reset by a dungeon. Time reversal? Lin Tianhao shook his head. That probability was unlikely. Time reversal was too heaven-defying, something even gods might not be able to achieve. If that were the case, then there was only one answer. This dungeon was demigod level, or pseudo-god level, or even left behind by a god. It wasn't strange for a god dungeon to be able to reset his attributes. Don't think his talent was heaven-defying. No matter how heaven-defying a talent was, it was still just a talent. According to the previous life statement, god-level talent only meant having the talent to become a god, but compared to true gods, there was still a world of difference. He had thought this dungeon was too simple. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also found that his death reincarnation had not triggered even once. As for the reason, Lin Tianhao also knew that it was most likely due to the suppression of a god dungeon and level suppression. In Twilight of the Gods, level suppression didn't manifest clearly in attribute values, but Lin Tianhao knew that level suppression would manifest in probabilistic issues. For example, Lin Tianhao's death reincarnation had a 1% chance, but if he crossed 49 levels to fight a level 50 boss, the actual trigger probability might be less than 0.01%, and coupled with his somewhat low luck attribute, this probability would be even lower. In addition, the difference in quality would also create suppression, further reducing the probability. If that's the case, then there's no choice. I must kill the ice and snow werewolf. Alternatively, this dungeon has other strategy methods, such as utilizing the power of the natives here, but no matter which method, it was somewhat worrying for Lin Tianhao. Thinking of this, after resurrecting and putting his equipment into the guild warehouse, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Zhou Xiaopeng. Fatty, take some equipment from the warehouse and exchange it for money. We're upgrading to nutrient capsules. Nutrient capsules were more expensive than regular game capsules, costing over 100,000 per unit. They also required regular injections of nutrient fluid, allowing players to stay online for about 2 weeks. The nutrient fluid wasn't cheap either. Half a month's supply cost around 10,000 yuan, which ordinary families couldn't afford. But Lin Tianhao didn't care. If they didn't switch to nutrient capsules, playing these small world dungeons in the mid to late game, which often lasted half a day or even a full day, they would surely starve. As for whether Zhou Xiaopeng would sell the weapons Lin Tianhao needed himself, he wouldn't. Because only the guild leader could grant permission for others to retrieve items from the guild warehouse. Otherwise, they could only look. After assigning Zhou Xiaopeng his task, Lin Tianhao logged off to eat. He wanted to eat his fill before tackling this dungeon. If he got too hungry midway and had to log off, he'd have to start over, which would be a waste of time. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Tianhao re-entered the game. He knew the upcoming battle would be tricky. He had to concentrate fully. Only then could he maximize his gains. Upon re-entering the game, he was still in the dungeon. Just like before, he entered the village, and none of the events had changed. The window of that house was still blown open, and the woman hurried over to close it. The ice and snow werewolf appeared and attacked the woman with lightning speed. Lin Tianhao had already made his move when the ice and snow werewolf leapt into the air. Feather arrows pierced the air. It was still string-twisting arrow technique. While interrupting the ice and snow werewolf, Lin Tianhao began to use floating arrow technique. Indeed, as long as it's a dungeon, there must be a way to clear it. It couldn't be an absolutely unsolvable dungeon. In the floating state, the ice and snow werewolf did not regenerate health. It only regenerated health when it landed on the snow. If that was the case, it would be much easier. Lin Tianhao's current attack speed made it even simpler to keep the ice and snow werewolf airborne than before. The ice and snow werewolf lost over 5 million health while airborne from Lin Tianhao's attacks. A woo! The ice and snow werewolf roared, activated Overlord body, and the floating effect disappeared as it landed on the snowy ground. At this point, Lin Tianhao also noticed that the ice and snow werewolf didn't instantly regain full health. It was regenerating at a rate of 100,000 per second. In other words, Lin Tianhao's damage could suppress its health regeneration. Lin Tianhao now only needed to wait until its overlord body ended and then knock it airborne. Again, after landing, the ice and snow werewolf turned into an afterimage and charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao dodged the attack with a side roll, and at the same time, his attack speed was maxed out, and his attacks continued. Previously, Lin Tianhao could tank the damage of one ice and snow werewolf, and it was still not a problem now. When overlord body ended, Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly used floating arrow technique to knock the ice and snow werewolf into the air. This time, there was no skill to break free from the overlord body. The ice and snow werewolf could only roar in futile anger, eventually being killed by Lin Tianhao. Dang, you have killed an ice and snow werewolf. Experience +0. Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted again. Damn it, this was the first time he had encountered such an absurd dungeon. Killing monsters didn't even give experience points. In other words, it was absurd for ordinary players to come here and try to leave by enhancing their combat power through leveling up. Lin Tianhao now understood the reason for the change in expression of those nobles in Star Kingdom. He also understood why Queen Feo Dingyu recommended him to come here. As long as he was trapped and died here, no one would know about Queen Feo Dingyu's collusion with the Netherworld clan. However, did she overlook a very serious problem? Adventurers and adventurers had a way to contact each other, but that wasn't important anymore. He was now more interested in this Snow Corpse's Footprints dungeon. Without experience rewards and with such high difficulty, what could he gain after clearing it? However, Lin Tianhao didn't have much time to think now, because the second snow werewolf appeared. It was the same as before. Lin Tianhao followed suit, knocking it airborne and maintaining an infinite combo. Even after its overlord body ended and it landed, it still had to face Lin Tianhao's relentless attacks, suppressing its health. Once overlord body ended, what awaited the ice and snow werewolf was being knocked airborne. Again, currently, Lin Tianhao's true damage per arrow was a little over 20,000, and the ice and snow werewolf had 9 million health, meaning he needed over 400 arrows to kill it. Including the kiting time during overlord body, Lin Tianhao needed approximately 600 arrows to kill one ice and snow werewolf, which meant one ice and snow werewolf could stack 2,000 health for him. 80. #80 Chapter 80 The Order of Ice. Next, Lin Tianhao seemed to have started a frenzy of increasing his health. He consecutively killed 9 ice and snow werewolves, adding over 17,000 health points to Lin Tianhao. With Zhou Xiaopeng's 10% talent passive and the 20% health bonus from the Tears of the Goddess of Life, the over 17,000 health points Lin Tianhao gained actually provided him with over 22,000 health points. However, this increase in health was far from enough for Lin Tianhao. Immediately after, something unexpected happened to Lin Tianhao. Because when it came to the 10th ice and snow werewolf, it wasn't just a single ice and snow werewolf that appeared. It was two. Is this what a hell level difficulty dungeon is like? Lin Tianhao's eyes grew serious. It was still the same routine. Float and kill one, then pull the other. His health increased by over 22,000, accompanied by an increase of over 600 in his basic attack damage. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, his damage increased by over 3,000 per second. This amount of damage was still a bit strenuous against ice and snow werewolves with 9 million health, but Lin Tianhao was not afraid. His attacks were swift and fierce, maximizing his limited output. Facing 2 ice and snow werewolves, Lin Tianhao was still at ease. Because he could withstand the damage, and his lifesteal could replenish the lost health. After killing the first ice and snow werewolf, it was the second. It was still the same strategy, and no problems arose. This time, Lin Tianhao killed 18 ice and snow werewolves in one go. Next, it won't be 3 ice and snow werewolves, will it? Although killing these 18 ice and snow werewolves added another 40,000 plus health points to Lin Tianhao, simultaneously enduring the attacks of 2 ice and snow werewolves was still somewhat difficult for the current Lin Tianhao. However, to Lin Tianhao's relief, no more ice and snow werewolves appeared. It was still the same household as before. The woman inside opened the window a crack, and after confirming there were no ice and snow werewolves outside, she boldly opened the door. Brave adventurer, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, this winter would be very difficult for us. Lin Tianhao looked at the person speaking. Villager Chen Shenner, level 50. Health, 1,000,000. Attack, 985. Skill, note, she is a villager living here. Perhaps she can give you an unexpected reward. Lin Tianhao was a bit surprised. It wasn't Chen Shenner's health bar or attack, but her name. With 5 years of gaming experience from his previous life, Lin Tianhao knew very well that in the Star Kingdom, there were almost no NPCs with Chinese characteristic names. To be absolutely precise, Lin Tianhao didn't know of the existence of such NPCs. In his previous life, some people had also complained because servers in other countries basically had some settings similar to their own countries. But for China, except for the gods and some god-related existences that retained Chinese characteristics, everything else was westernized. Now, in this dungeon, Lin Tianhao actually saw an Eastern-style name, which made him a little excited, and also a bit familiar. As the saying goes, seeing injustice on the road, drawing one's sword to help. This is what I should do, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. No matter what, you've helped me greatly. To thank you, please allow me to prepare a sumptuous dinner for you, okay? Lin Tianhao wasn't entirely clear about the dungeon's mechanics yet, so he could only take it one step at a time. Okay. Lin Tianhao followed Chen Shen'er into the house. Chen Shen'er's house was a bit simple, with over 10 pieces of smoked meat hanging in the kitchen, looking very good, like authentic Sichuan-style cured bacon. She was busy in the kitchen, telling Lin Tianhao to wait a moment. But that moment turned into over half an hour. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Tianhao's patience was better than ordinary people's, and he waited quietly. He wanted to see what kind of plot would be triggered. Soon after, 3 dishes and 1 soup were served. Cured meat, hot and sour shredded potatoes, egg drop soup, and sweet and sour pork ribs. It wasn't bad. Try it? My cooking is just average, so if it's not delicious, please bear with me. Lin Tianhao smiled and waved his hand. It looks delicious. Besides, in this icy and snowy weather, being able to eat a hot meal is already very good. Lin Tianhao picked up a piece of cured meat and ate it. Ding! Attack power +5. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. Eating food adds attributes? He then took a small taste of the shredded potatoes. Ding! Attack speed +0.02. Lin Tianhao became energized. This was incredible. He was taking off right here. To confirm the attributes added by these dishes, Lin Tianhao tasted the egg drop soup and sweet and sour pork ribs. Sweet and sour pork ribs. Ding! Critical hit +1. Egg drop soup. Ding! Movement speed +0.1. Lin Tianhao was a bit excited. Critical hit and attack power were not even a consideration. Attack speed and movement speed were definitely the most suitable for him. He began to eat heartily, but soon, he regretted it. He regretted eating before tackling this dungeon. Originally, he was worried about going through the dungeon on an empty stomach, but now he had messed up. Although food in the game wouldn't actually replenish energy, the feeling of fullness was real. Lin Tianhao ate as much as he possibly could. Lin Tianhao devoured all the attack speed boosting shredded potatoes in one go. His attack speed increased by 1 point. However, when it came to the egg drop soup, Lin Tianhao tried his best but only managed to drink half of it. If he drank any more, Lin Tianhao felt like it would come back up from his stomach. The result was an increase of 3 points in movement speed. As for the remaining items, Lin Tianhao really couldn't eat any more, so he had to give up. It was a pity. Otherwise, his movement speed could have been increased even further. However, because his movement speed had already exceeded 10 points, the bonus was halved, effectively only increasing his movement speed by 1.5. Thank you for your hospitality. Lin Tianhao wiped his mouth and said very politely, "You are truly a kind adventurer, to leave so much meat for me." What can I say? Chen Shen'er seemed a bit embarrassed, and perhaps to thank Lin Tianhao, she went into the inner room to search for a while. After a good while, she came out, holding a token in her hand. "Young man, you are very powerful. This is something a powerful adventurer I once took in left for me. I hope it can be useful to you." Lin Tianhao subconsciously took the token. Ice Cold Command. Special Equipment. Equip Requirement. None. Effect. Your attacks can slow enemy units by 20% attack speed and movement speed, lasting 5 seconds. Durability. 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This was a good item. But then, Lin Tianhao realized a very serious problem. That was, in this dungeon, he seemed to have no use for it at all. The reason was simple. Here, he needed knock-up or severe injury attributes, or high health boosting attributes. Slowing down? It wouldn't be effective. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 Chapter 81 The ancient eastern country rests here forever. However, it's not very useful here, but if it were outside, it would definitely be a great tool for kiting. Reducing either attack speed or movement speed is already very strong. Reducing both at the same time is truly abnormal, especially for some warrior professions. Their attack speed and movement speed are not fast to begin with. Once reduced by 20%, they become living targets. The same principle applies to monsters. It just doesn't say whether this effect is mandatory, so it's highly likely that it can be dispelled through purification. However, it's still useless, because it can be triggered by normal attacks. Lin Tianhao only needs to keep using normal attacks, making it useless whether others use purification or not. He collected his thoughts. Chen Shenner's door was knocked, and an old voice came from outside. Chen Shenner, is that adventurer here? Yes, Chief Li. Chen Shenner opened the door, and outside stood a short old man with white hair. Chief Li. Health, attack, skills, they were all question marks. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingle when he saw them. Brave adventurer, I am truly grateful to you, but merely killing those ice and snow werewolves is far from enough. This place was once peaceful, but a deity from the west passed by here, and then heavy snow began to fall, lasting for a full 6 months. Since then, this place has been covered in ice and snow for half a year every year, and monsters appear after the ice and snow descend. Lin Tianhao knew that he had triggered a dungeon story quest. Chief Li, is there anything I can help you with? We all hope this place can return to its original state. As long as you can destroy the snow corpse's footprints and restore peace to our village will offer our most precious treasure. Ding, Chief Li has issued a quest to you. Do you accept? Quest requirement. Destroy the snow corpse's footprints and restore peace to the village. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, weapon evolution scroll +1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This is definitely a good item. A weapon evolution scroll can evolve one weapon. Just imagine, if the Book of Life and Death evolved once, what kind of changes would its attributes undergo? Just thinking about it made Lin Tianhao unable to suppress his excitement. After all, for him, these were all unexpected surprises. Please rest assured, Chief Li, I will do my best. Upon hearing this, Chief Li's face showed a satisfied smile. Brave adventurer, good luck. Lin Tianhao nodded and walked out of Chen Shenner's house. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. He was going to continue fighting. Walking through the village, many people were observing him through their windows. But not a single person appeared. They just watched from afar, seemingly worried that monsters might still appear. Walking forward, it was still a vast expanse of white snow, with no end in sight. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao kicked something under his foot. Kicking away the surrounding snowdrifts, he saw a stone tablet. Lin Tianhao swept away the thick snow on the stone tablet and saw the words on it. Eastern Ancient Kingdom, rests here. These simple 8 characters made Lin Tianhao think of many things instantly. Players from the Dragon Kingdom should have descended into this Eastern Ancient Kingdom after entering Twilight of the Gods. But for some unknown reason, this Eastern Ancient Kingdom rests here. This is why Dragon Kingdom players entered the westernized Star Kingdom. Continuing forward, Lin Tianhao inexplicably felt a slight sense of oppression, as if some force was pressing on his heart, causing his heart rate to suddenly accelerate. This is divine might. Even in his previous life, Lin Tianhao had only felt divine might a few times, but now, he actually felt divine might within this dungeon. Ding, you are affected by divine might. All attributes decreased by 10%. Crack crack. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically, because cracks actually appeared on his purification jade pendant. In just an instant, Lin Tianhao put away the purification jade pendant. Purification jade pendant. Special equipment. Wearing requirements. Can be worn by the active transferor, cannot be dropped, cannot be absorbed, cannot be worn by outsiders unless actively gifted. Effect. Immune to 80% of control, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, paralysis, and other negative buffs. Durability. 80. Lin Tianhao's reaction speed was already very fast, but the purification jade pendant's durability still decreased by 20. As a special equipment, it is very difficult to damage. But this divine might actually damage the purification jade pendant. Ding, you are affected by divine might. All attribute decrease increased by 50%. Ding, you are affected by ice and snow. Movement speed and attack speed decrease increased by 25%. Lin Tianhao gasped. Indeed, without the purification jade pendant, his attributes were greatly affected. His original attack speed of 6.73 now directly dropped to 1.68. Damn it, a 75% decrease, that's too outrageous. Lin Tianhao just felt his scalp tingle. His movement speed and health were also greatly affected. In other words, his current damage would be significantly reduced. This is very terrifying. The difficulty of this dungeon itself is already extremely formidable, and now he is also suffering such severe effects. It seems I was too confident because things went smoothly before. The hell level difficulty of this dungeon is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Tianhao endured the divine might and continued forward. Abruptly, Lin Tianhao sensed something moving beneath the snow. Before he could react, an ice and snow great serpent burst out from the snow and opened its maw, biting towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately rolled to avoid it, and at the same time, a feather arrow left his hand. Ice and Snow Great Serpent, Bronze 50. Health, 30 million 30 millionths. Attack, 10,010. Skills, a bronze boss, and it's a snake. As everyone knows, snakes have smooth bodies, making it extremely difficult to knock a snake into a floating state. If his attack speed hadn't been affected, Lin Tianhao would still be able to do it. But with an attack speed of 1.68 now, achieving this is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lin Tianhao still had 380 free attribute points at this time. If he put them all into attack speed, his attack speed could reach 12.15. However, this is the unaffected attack speed. If he were to deduct the 75% attack speed reduction, his attack speed would drop to 3.03. Very, very low. But if he controlled his attack rhythm well, it wasn't entirely impossible to achieve infinite knockups. After only a brief thought, Lin Tianhao put all 380 free attribute points into attack speed, bringing his attack speed to 12.15, and an actual 3.03. Swish swish swish. Lin Tianhao continuously kited, and his string twisting arrow technique was constantly being used. Minus 11,023. Minus 11,024. Due to the 50% decrease in all attributes, Lin Tianhao's current damage output also decreased significantly. 82. Number 82 Chapter 82. Ice and Snow Snake, Extreme Pull. However, Lin Tianhao still didn't lose heart. After realizing the difficulty of this dungeon, he didn't even consider clearing it in one go. For now, he would push as far as possible, treating it as familiarizing himself with the dungeon and understanding its mechanics. From the current situation, when he was previously farming ice and snow werewolves, he was too fast. If he slowed down, he should be able to stack an additional 50 to 100,000 HP. That way, both his basic attack damage and HP cap would increase. Perhaps the direct increase wouldn't be much, especially since it would be significantly reduced here due to the influence of divine power. But every little bit counts. Accumulate over time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feather arrows continuously broke through the air. Lin Tianhao finally knocked back the ice and snow great serpent. The difficulty was dozens of times harder than knocking back ordinary monsters. It was a huge drain on Lin Tianhao's mental energy, but there was no other way. He had to withstand the pressure, or he would face a disaster. The Ice and Snow Great Serpent had 30 million HP. Lin Tianhao dealt over 30,000 per second, meaning he could only deplete just over 1.9 million per minute. If it followed the Ice and Snow Werewolf's script, what would happen if it activated its super armor and fell down? It would rapidly regenerate HP. In other words, with his current damage, it would take him approximately 40 minutes to kill one Ice and Snow Great Serpent. This was assuming no mistakes occurred and no second Ice and Snow Great Serpent appeared. Just thinking about it made Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle. However, looking at it from another perspective, it wasn't impossible. He stacked 9 HP per second, which was 540 HP per minute, in 21,640 minutes. Killing one Ice and Snow Great Serpent would allow him to stack so much HP, and his damage would also increase accordingly. Of course, these were all just Lin Tianhao's calculations for now. Whether unexpected events would occur remained to be seen. But sometimes, unexpected events come so suddenly. Lin Tianhao had been kiting this Ice and Snow Great Serpent for half an hour, and just as he was about to succeed, a second Ice and Snow Great Serpent appeared. Damn it, this is going to be tough. Lin Tianhao's movement speed was severely affected now, so trying to kite by movement was almost impossible. Besides that, Lin Tianhao had one other technique he could use for kiting, and that was twin dragons playing with a pearl. Twin dragons playing with a pearl involved firing 2 feather arrows simultaneously. This was different from double arrows, because both feather arrows in twin dragons playing with a pearl were fired using the string twisting arrow technique, possessing a certain knockback effect. But even with Lin Tianhao's skill, he couldn't use twin dragons playing with a pearl to knock back 2 Ice and Snow Great Serpents at once. If they were 2 ordinary monsters, perhaps it would work. The knockback conditions for serpent-type monsters were too stringent. However, if he only knocked back one and kited the other, he could still manage it. It was roughly as Lin Tianhao expected. At 41 minutes, the first Ice and Snow Great Serpent died. Next was the second Ice and Snow Great Serpent. It was the same old routine. Knockback, then follow up. But this time, Lin Tianhao had only fought for 20 minutes when the third ice and snow great serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao now understood the situation. An ice and snow great serpent appeared every half hour. He could only continue to kite. The previous one stacked 22,000 HP, plus the second one that appeared 11 minutes early, totaling 28,000 HP stacked for Lin Tianhao. Coupled with the Tears of the Goddess of Life and Zhou Xiaopeng's talent bonus, the increased HP reached over 36,000. However, due to the all-attribute halving effect, the actual amount was over 18,000. In other words, only that 18,000 plus could deal damage. Each basic attack damage increased by over 500, and damage per second increased by over 1600. This improvement, in front of the 30 million HP Ice and Snow Great Serpent, was simply not enough. In the blink of an eye, by the time the second Ice and Snow Great Serpent was killed, 20 minutes had passed since the third Ice and Snow Great Serpent appeared. In other words, in another 10 minutes, the fourth Ice and Snow Great Serpent would appear. As of now, he could still handle it, but what if he had to face 3 Ice and Snow Great Serpents simultaneously next? Lin Tianhao's scalp tingled just thinking about it, because facing 3 Ice and Snow Great Serpents simultaneously meant he had to tank the damage of 1 Ice and Snow Great Serpent head-on. This would put him under immense pressure, but as things stood, Lin Tianhao could only take it one step at a time. After killing the second Ice and Snow Great Serpent, his basic attack damage per second increased by over 1900. Adding the over 1600 damage per second increase from killing the first Ice and Snow Great Serpent, Lin Tianhao's current damage had increased by a total of over 3500, an extra 3500 per second, which is 210,000 per minute. In 10 minutes, that's only an additional 2,100,000 damage. This damage increase was still too low compared to the Ice and Snow Great Serpent's HP. Lin Tianhao went all out and finally killed the third Ice and Snow Great Serpent. Next, his true nightmare began. Facing 3 Ice and Snow Great Serpents simultaneously, Lin Tianhao still used the same strategy, twin dragons playing with a pearl. In fact, with Lin Tianhao's skill, he could already fire the string-twisting arrow technique with 3 feather arrows simultaneously, but that way, he wouldn't be able to knock back the Ice and Snow Great Serpent, not even one. Now Lin Tianhao could only pray that he could withstand the damage from 1 Ice and Snow Great Serpent, minus 10,000, minus 9,998. Lin Tianhao began taking damage, and for now, he could still handle it. Because compared to the Ice and Snow Werewolf, the Great Serpent's attack power was higher, but its attack speed was slightly lower, and it didn't have a bleeding effect. He just didn't know if this Ice and Snow Great Serpent had any outrageous skills. As Lin Tianhao continuously kited, the floating Ice and Snow Great Serpent activated its super armor and fell down. At this point, Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly chose to fire 3 arrows simultaneously, kiting 3 Ice and Snow Great Serpents at once. This kind of kiting would significantly reduce the damage Lin Tianhao took. At this time, the 20% slowdown from the Ice Cold command became apparent. In this kind of protracted battle, Lin Tianhao's movement speed was impaired, and their movement speed was also severely impaired. Coupled with kiting 3 at once, Lin Tianhao didn't need to consider knocking them back, which made the fight much easier. As long as he rhythmically used the string-twisting arrow technique to repel them, he would be able to maintain an unassailable position. This rhythm, however, Lin Tianhao only pondered for a moment before giving up on this playstyle. He knocked back another Ice and Snow Great Serpent and continued to output damage, maximizing his damage. Once the Ice and Snow Great Serpent in super armor ended its super armor state, he would continue to attack it until it was killed. Then he would attack the 5th Ice and Snow Great Serpent, which he had already dealt some damage to. Due to the HP regeneration on the snowy ground, the 5th Ice and Snow Great Serpent's HP had recovered quite a bit, but it hadn't fully recovered. This feeling truly demanded maximizing damage, otherwise, a slight oversight could lead to his demise. From the current situation, he could still handle 2 or 3 Ice and Snow Great Serpents with extreme kiting. If it were 4, according to Lin Tianhao's calculations, it wasn't impossible to kite them, but the mental energy consumption would be terrifying. 83. Number 83 Chapter 83. Start over, new strategy. However, according to Lin Tianhao's output progress, he could still endure it for now. Moreover, because he was simultaneously fighting 3 Ice and Snow Great Serpents, Lin Tianhao's health stacking speed was even faster. he could stack 27 health points per second. Even with string twisting arrow technique interspersed, he still gained 15 health points per second. That was 900 points per minute. His damage was slowly increasing. Although it wasn't a lot, it was very stable. After Lin Tianhao killed the 7th Ice and Snow Great Serpent, he suddenly faced 4 Ice and Snow Great Serpents at once. The pressure began. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao could already foresee that the upcoming battle would be very unfavorable for him. There was no other reason. Now, the Ice and Snow Great Serpents had started spawning 2 at a time. Just like the Ice and Snow Werewolves, after 9 of them spawned, they started spawning 2 by 2. However, at this moment, Lin Tianhao's damage was not enough to quickly kill the Ice and Snow Great Serpents, and continuing the fight would not break the deadlock. Therefore, Lin Tianhao simply put away his weapon and waited for death, because Lin Tianhao had already thought of a way to break the situation. The Ice and Snow Werewolf was his biggest opportunity. If he utilized it well, he might be able to defy fate. He might even be able to use the characteristics of this dungeon to stack his health to an unimaginable degree. When Lin Tianhao didn't resist, even with the damage absorption and lifesteal ability of the bloodthirsty dragon armor, he was still killed in a short time. After all, they were all level 50 bronze bosses. Their damage was unquestionable. After Lin Tianhao died, he returned to the place where he first entered the dungeon. Everything was reset. The ice-cold command he had obtained was gone. His stacked health returned to its original starting point, and the attributes gained from eating food were also gone. Even the free attribute points he had added came back, becoming 380 free attribute points, displayed as before he added any points. Most notably, the damaged Purification Jade Pendant had its wear and tear reset to 100, and it was repaired. This was a time reset. At first, Lin Tianhao thought death was an attribute reset, but now it seemed it was a time reset. Since that's the case, I can try my plan now. Lin Tianhao directly put all his free attribute points into attack speed, increasing it from the original 5.73 to 11.65. The following events did not change. The first Ice and Snow Werewolf appeared. Lin Tianhao used string twisting arrow technique to knock the Ice and Snow Werewolf down from mid-air. Then, he did not use floating arrow technique as before, nor did he even wear the Tears of the Goddess of Life. He simply attacked the Ice and Snow Werewolf like that. The Ice and Snow Werewolf regenerated 100,000 health per second in the snow, and with Lin Tianhao's attack speed of over 11, even without wearing the Tears of the Goddess of Life, he could still deal 180,000 damage to the first Ice and Snow Werewolf's health bar per second. Therefore, Lin Tianhao would even deliberately slow down his attack speed a bit so that this first Ice and Snow Werewolf wouldn't be quickly crippled. Next was the second one. The third one. Lin Tianhao used 2 arrows fired together, then 3 arrows fired together, but he just wouldn't kill the Ice and Snow Werewolves. It wasn't until the 5th Ice and Snow Werewolf appeared that Lin Tianhao began to focus on killing the first Ice and Snow Werewolf, because at present, 5 arrows fired together was the limit Lin Tianhao could achieve. Lin Tianhao's lips curved upward, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Everything was developing in the direction he had envisioned. When the first Ice and Snow Werewolf was killed, the 6th Ice and Snow Werewolf happened to appear, and there were again 5 Ice and Snow Werewolves on the field. Lin Tianhao still used 5 arrows fired together, maximizing the efficiency of stacking health. He would calculate the time, and when the next Ice and Snow Werewolf was about to appear, he would selectively kill 1 Ice and Snow Werewolf. This was delightful. This method of exploiting a bug allowed Lin Tianhao's health to rapidly increase. 5 arrows fired together, 15 health points at a time. Even if he could control his output, his average normal attack per second was still more than 6 times. He could stack 90 health points per second, 5,400 per minute. He could stack 324,000 health points in an hour. Although as Lin Tianhao's health increased, his damage would also increase, which would affect his progress in stacking health to some extent. But Lin Tianhao wasn't worried about this level of impact. When they started spawning 2 by 2 later, Lin Tianhao's strategy was still the same as before, always keeping 5 Ice and Snow Werewolves on the field. And when there were only 5 left at the end, Lin Tianhao simply stopped killing them. He entered a mode of frantically stacking health. Infinite health regeneration in the snow meant infinite health stacking for Lin Tianhao. Although 5 arrows fired together consumed a lot of mental energy, and as time went on and Lin Tianhao's damage increased, the health he could stack per hour would also decrease. After all, if his damage increased, he would have to reduce his attack frequency to ensure he didn't kill these ice and snow werewolves. Just like this, Lin Tianhao still stubbornly persisted for over 7 hours, mainly because 5 arrows fired together consumed too much mental energy, and he had reached his limit. In these 7+ hours, Lin Tianhao's health stacked to over 1,500,000. If you include the Tears of the Goddess of Life and Zhou Xiaopeng's passive buff, Lin Tianhao's actual health gain had reached 2 million. With an additional 2 million health, even if affected by divine might and his attributes were reduced by 50%, he would still have a 1 million health buff. One normal attack's true damage could add 30,000. Even if his attack speed was affected and reduced to 3.0, his damage per second would still increase by 90,000. These 90,000 points directly resulted in explosive damage. Moreover, Lin Tianhao was still thinking about whether there was a way to obtain more things in the village. While Lin Tianhao was thinking about these things, Chen Shener appeared. Lin Tianhao had experienced the storyline before, so he was familiar with it. However, while eating, Lin Tianhao sighed and said, "These monsters regenerate too quickly in the snow. Otherwise, I could definitely kill them very easily." Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, Chen Shener said, "That's true, but our village has a traveling doctor who seems to have researched a method to counter these monsters' health regeneration." Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Indeed, this village had other rewards. He just hadn't discovered them yet. "Good, Chen Shener, can you introduce me to this Dr. Lu later?" Chen Shener nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. You are the hero of our village, and I believe Dr. Lu will definitely be able to help you." Lin Tianhao was a little surprised, because after he triggered Dr. Lu, Chief Li did not appear. Could it be that in Newbie Village, only 2 rewards can be triggered? However, for now, it was uncertain. The reward mechanism in this dungeon still needed to be thoroughly explored. But Lin Tianhao already had a guess. In Newbie Village, the most useful things should be those that counter divine might. Therefore, Lin Tianhao was preparing to try a new way of playing. 84. Number 84 Chapter 84. Health points exceed 1 million. That is, when he encountered the divine might, he would run back for help without hesitation. In the village, there was a high probability that someone would be able to resist the divine might. Otherwise, with the hell level difficulty of this divine might, he couldn't pass it, and it would be impossible for other adventurers to do so either. Before the second change, class advancement, even if those players with god-level talent wanted to clear this dungeon, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, the item to resist the divine might was the most important. It should also be the best hidden reward in the Newbie Village. While pondering these things, Lin Tianhao had already seen Dr. Lu. This was a half-century-old man over 1.8 meters tall with a somewhat robust build. His hair was gray, and his beard was very long, making him look less like a doctor and more like a village chief. "Dr. Lu, this adventurer helped us kill the ice and snow werewolf, and he's preparing to go deeper, but the ice and snow monster's healing ability in the snow is too strong. He wants to ask if there's any way to reduce the monster's healing." Dr. Lu looked up at Lin Tianhao, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Brave adventurer, your bravery exceeds my imagination, but I don't quite believe you can solve those hateful ice and snow monsters. Unless you can go forward and kill some ice and snow great serpents, I will give you rewards based on the number of ice and snow great serpents you kill." Ding, Dr. Lu has issued a quest to you. Do you accept? Quest requirements: kill as many ice and snow great serpents as possible. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: for every ice and snow great serpent killed, you will receive a bottle of seriously wounded potion. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have discovered something interesting. That is, he didn't need to kill all the ice and snow great serpents to retreat. In other words, when facing the ice and snow great serpent, there was absolutely no need to fight to the death. If that were the case, then the ice and snow great serpent must have a hatred range. For example, the range covered by the divine might. As long as he exited the range covered by the divine might, would the ice and snow great serpent not continue to pursue him? From the current perspective, this possibility was very high. Okay, please rest assured, Dr. Lu, I will do my best to kill as many ice and snow great serpents as possible. Lin Tianhao bid farewell and left. This time, due to the previous battle, Lin Tianhao had eaten all the dishes that increased attack speed. Therefore, this time he gained +1 attack speed and +6 movement speed. This improvement could be said to be extremely abnormal. It was still that stone tablet covered by snow. Eastern Ancient Kingdom, rest here forever. Lin Tianhao didn't pay much attention, stepped over the stone tablet, and continued forward. Divine might descends. Lin Tianhao still didn't pay attention until the first ice and snow great serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao began to fight while retreating, and when he exited the stone tablet boundary, the divine might disappeared and the ice and snow great serpent also vanished. So that's how it is. It seems my guess was correct. The ice and snow great serpents here might also have a time reset ability. As long as he exited, everything inside would reset, because Lin Tianhao discovered that the health points he had stacked by attacking the ice and snow great serpent just now also disappeared after he exited the stone tablet boundary. Another reset. It was just that this reset was a bit different from the previous ones. This time, it only reset the attributes related to attacking the ice and snow great serpent. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tianhao did not step in again but turned back to find Chen Shen'er. Chen Shen'er, the area ahead is covered by divine might. When I step in, all my attributes drop by 50%, which greatly affects my subsequent battles. Is there any way to resist the divine might? Chen Shen'er shook her head repeatedly. Divine might was left by gods. How can we mortals resist divine might? Lin Tianhao didn't give up. He went to find Dr. Lu again. Dr. Lu's answer was similar to Chen Shen'er's. They both flatly refused, saying there was no way to resist the divine might. Lin Tianhao didn't believe it, so the person who knew how to resist the divine might was probably the old village chief, or someone else. It was just that the way he was approaching it now was wrong, and he hadn't triggered this key character. At this moment, Zhou Xiaopong sent a message, saying that the nutrient capsule was ready. Lin Tianhao smiled and went offline to change the nutrient capsule. The nutrient solution in this nutrient capsule could support not eating or drinking for up to half a month. Open black lens bracket note. Can be compared to the hibernation pods in the wandering earth but not as powerful as hibernation pods. It can only last for half a month. Close black lens bracket. After logging in with the nutrient capsule, Lin Tianhao's confidence grew even stronger. He could stay online for half a month. He didn't believe he couldn't clear this dungeon. Passing through the stone tablet boundary again, affected by the divine might, and without the blessing of the purification jade pendant, Lin Tianhao's various attributes plummeted, especially attack speed and movement speed, which directly dropped by 75%. This was extremely abnormal regardless of the stage. When the first ice and snow great serpent appeared, Lin Tianhao did not attack with a feather arrow first but chose to use the Book of Life and Death. Indeed, Lin Tianhao's face showed a triumphant smile. Because, as he expected, monsters with a unified name like the Ice and Snow Great Serpent could still be locked onto by the Book of Life and Death. As long as it was within his line of sight, he could use the Book of Life and Death to lock onto it, thereby causing continuous blood loss. Here, Lin Tianhao's full attributes were halved, but even so, his damage per second reached over 23,000, because the fixed 10,000 damage was not affected by the divine might. Immediately after, Lin Tianhao continued to output damage. It was still the same, knock up, then continuous output. Because the additional health points stacked from the ice and snow werewolf made Lin Tianhao's damage even higher. Each normal attack could maintain around 40,000 damage. That's 120,000 per second, plus the 23,000 from the Book of Life and Death. Lin Tianhao's damage per second reached 143,000. 1 minute of damage output was as high as 8,580,000. In a knocked-up state, he could deal 30 million damage in 4 minutes. Even counting the health regeneration in the super armor state, he could solve an ice and snow great serpent within 5 minutes. This output capability was terrifying. Compared to the 40 minutes it took to fight an ice and snow great serpent before, the time now needed was directly reduced to 1/8 of the original. Moreover, the actual time was even faster than Lin Tianhao's estimate, because in just 4.5 minutes, the ice and snow great serpent was almost killed. However, this made Lin Tianhao have a crooked idea. He was not in a hurry to kill the ice and snow great serpent anymore. Let it land. This was interesting. After the ice and snow great serpent landed, Lin Tianhao still went all out, stacking 9 health points per second, which was 540 health points per minute. Lin Tianhao didn't know what he would encounter next. But one thing was certain. That is, the higher his health points stacked, the greater the help to him. The second ice and snow great serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but frown. The high-intensity 5 arrows fired together for more than 7 hours before had a huge impact on his mental energy consumption. Now he even felt a bit powerless with a double arrow shot. No choice. Lin Tianhao could only kill the first ice and snow great serpent first, then attack the second one. 85. Number 85 Chapter 85. serious injury potion. However, to maximize his stacked HP, Lin Tianhao only killed the Ice and Snow Great Serpent when its refresh point was exactly half an hour. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao did not use the Book of Life and Death this time to reduce damage and increase output frequency. Even so, Lin Tianhao's damage per second was still over 120,000. Even if the Ice and Snow Great Serpent recovered 100,000 HP per second in the snow, Lin Tianhao would still deplete over 20,000 hydrogen phosphide. He dealt over 1.2 million damage in a minute, amounting to over 36 million damage in half an hour. Therefore, Lin Tianhao could only remove the Tears of the Goddess of Life as well. Reducing his damage by 20% would allow him to perfectly balance it. He only needed to intersperse weak point attacks and trigger critical hits when attacking to kill these monsters right on time. With Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, he could stack 9 HP per second, 540 in a minute, and 16,200 HP in half an hour. This meant Lin Tianhao could gain 16,200 HP for each Ice and Snow Great Serpent he killed. And as Lin Tianhao's damage increased, the HP he could stack would also be affected. However, even by the 8th and 9th Ice and Snow Great Serpents, he still stacked around 15,500 HP per one. After the first 9 Ice and Snow Great Serpents were killed by Lin Tianhao, they started to respawn 2 at a time. Lin Tianhao tried a double arrow shot and barely managed it, but there was no need. He needed to recover some of his previously expended mental energy to cope with the subsequent battles. After re-equipping the Tears of the Goddess of Life, Lin Tianhao still maintained his usual full output. Even the Book of Life and Death was used. This was all to kill an Ice and Snow Great Serpent in about 15 minutes. Because floating arrow technique also consumed mental energy, Lin Tianhao was currently using a lazy approach, giving himself as much time as possible to recover his mental energy. His damage was originally just over 120,000, and he stacked over 142,000 more while killing the first 9 Ice and Snow Great Serpents, plus the buffs from the Tears of the Goddess of Life and Zhou Xiaopeng's passive talent. His actual increased HP was around 185,000. Even when suppressed by 50% due to divine power, it was still over 92,000. A single normal attack could deal over 2,700 additional true damage, and over 8,000 additional true damage per second. Coupled with the Book of Life and Death's 1% maximum HP bonus, Lin Tianhao's damage output per second now approached 152,000. Even if he didn't knock it airborne and even after deducting the Ice and Snow Great Serpents, 100,000 HP recovery per second, he could still deplete over 52,000 HP from the Ice and Snow Great Serpent with full output. That's over 3.1 million in a minute, meaning he could kill an Ice and Snow Great Serpent in less than 10 minutes. However, it was still the same. He chose to maximize his stacked HP. He aimed to kill the first one in about 15 minutes, and then the second one in another 15 minutes. By using this combat method, Lin Tianhao could quickly stack HP. Even with deliberate output control, Lin Tianhao could still stack about 15,000 HP by killing 2 Ice and Snow Great Serpents. There were a total of 9 groups, which could add over 130,000 HP to Lin Tianhao. When there was only 1 Ice and Snow Great Serpent left, Lin Tianhao hesitated. He removed the Tears of the Goddess of Life and did not use the Book of Life and Death. This reduced his normal attack damage to over 37,000, making his damage per second over 110,000. If he maintained high-intensity output, the Ice and Snow Great Serpent would still lose over 10,000 HP per second. If he wanted to use the last Ice and Snow Great Serpent to continuously farm HP, he not only couldn't knock it airborne or crit, but he also had to control his attack frequency well. For this reason, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Tianhao decided to stop and farm for a while longer, stacking as much HP as possible. Under Lin Tianhao's control, he could stack about 28,000 HP in an hour. This amount wasn't large, but he only needed to use normal attacks, so the mental energy consumption was minimal. Therefore, Lin Tianhao persisted for over 3 hours this time before stopping. His HP stacked by nearly 90,000. Thus, this time, by killing the Ice and Snow Great Serpent, he stacked about 460,000 in base HP alone. If you also factor in the blessings from the Goddess of Life and Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, his actual HP increase was as high as 600,000. His total HP had now broken the 3 million mark. Although this dungeon is difficult, stacking HP is truly powerful. At this rate, by the time I clear this dungeon, my HP will probably exceed 10 million. Thinking this, Lin Tianhao retreated, just as he expected. As long as he killed these Ice and Snow Great Serpents and then returned to the village, the time wouldn't reset. In that regard, it was quite generous. After a brief silence, upon returning, Lin Tianhao found Dr. Lu and submitted the quest to him. Adventurer, you are indeed very powerful. You actually killed all the ice and snow great serpents. Here is the reward I prepared for you. Dr. Lu placed bottle after bottle of potions in front of Lin Tianhao. 27 bottles in total. Severely injured potion. Special effect. After use, for 5 seconds after you deal damage to an enemy unit, the enemy unit's HP recovery will be reduced by 50% for 1 hour. Note: this potion is a one-time use potion. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This severely injured potion was even more potent than he imagined. A 50% severe injury effect that could last for an hour. At this stage, there should be no conventional severe injury attribute that exceeds 20%. If it was a potion, the maximum duration would probably not exceed 15 minutes. These severely injured potions, not only 50%, but also able to last for a full hour. After obtaining the severely injured potions, Lin Tianhao was not entirely satisfied. Because he wanted more. For example, a way to counter divine power. He was currently too greatly affected by divine power, and his combat power was too damaged. So, Lin Tianhao asked Dr. Lu, "Dr. Lu, do you know where Chief Li is?" Hearing this, Dr. Lu nodded. "Brave adventurer, if you are looking for the old chief, I can take you to him." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. This person was none other than Chief Li. Chief Li's face broke into an excited smile when he saw Lin Tianhao. "Brave adventurer, your power truly exceeds my imagination. You swept through those ice and snow great serpents without even using severely injured potions. In you, I see the hope of saving the village." Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Had he triggered a hidden mechanism? "Hello, Chief Li. If I can help the village, I'd be delighted." Chief Li's face showed a satisfied smile upon hearing this. "Good, you are very good. However, the dangers ahead may be more than you imagine. Especially that majestic divine power, it's truly difficult to resist." 86. Number 86 Chapter 86, Mark of the God Slayer. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. As expected, there was a way to resist divine power in this village. "Chief Li, you're right, that divine power's influence is truly terrifying. If not for that, I could easily kill those ice and snow great serpents." The old Chief Li nodded. "Once, an adventurer who slayed a god appeared in our village. He, as a mortal, slew the ice and snow goddess. This angered the Western gods, who then sealed our Eastern ancient kingdom beneath these vast snows." Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly contracted. If that was the case, then the snow corpse in the Snow Corpse's Footprints dungeon was the ice and snow goddess. After that adventurer slayed the god, he left a god slayer mark in the village. I can give you the God Slayer mark. Once this mark is bound, it cannot be removed, and you will be hated by the Western gods because of it." Lin Tianhao's heart tightened. Chief Li continued, "As for the benefits, you will be immune to divine power, and even gods will not be able to view your information." Lin Tianhao felt a little excited. Divine power, even after 10 years in his previous life, was an irresistible force. Even if he was hated by the Western gods, so what? In his previous life, nearly 2/3 of the Western gods had defected to the Elite star system. "Chief, what about the gods of our Eastern ancient kingdom? Why don't they act?" In fact, many people in his previous life had also wondered why many Western gods appeared. But in the East, no gods appeared. If not for some players receiving blessings from Oriental gods, they would probably have doubted whether Oriental gods truly existed. "Our gods?" Chief Li smiled wryly. "I don't know either. It is said that a long time ago, our gods had an unprecedented civil war, which caused the sky to fall, the earth to crack, and time and space to become chaotic. The continent we are on now is less than 100 millionth of that world at the time." Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. "Chief, are you referring to the Lich catastrophe during the primordial world period? This was a very ancient legend in Eastern mythology. I'm not sure if it was the Lich catastrophe, but our world used to be called the primordial world." Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. If this was true, then with the descent of the gods from the primordial world, the Elite star system and the Western gods would be like ants. "I understand, Chief. I am willing to accept the God Slayer mark. Becoming a god is difficult, and slaying a god is even more difficult. If the predecessors could slay a god as a mortal, he believed that he, Lin Tianhao, could also slay a god as a mortal." "Good." Chief Li looked at Lin Tianhao and said solemnly, "Brave adventurer, I hope you can bring a bright future to our village." Chief Li placed his 2 fingers on Lin Tianhao's forehead. A blood-colored mark was branded on Lin Tianhao's forehead, then disappeared. "Ding! You have obtained the God Slayer mark. God Slayer mark. God level. Effect 1. You will not be affected by divine power. Effect 2. For every god you kill, you can strip one of their powers. Open black lens bracket currently killed god. Ice and Snow Goddess, you are immune to ice-type damage and negative effects. Close black lens bracket. Lin Tianhao was stunned when he saw the level of the Godslayer mark. Especially when he saw the second effect of the Godslayer mark, he was stunned again. Immune to ice-type damage and negative effects? This was more satisfying than cheating. One must know that Leona was an ice-type mage. Even with Lin Tianhao's current attributes, it would be extremely difficult, if not almost impossible, to defeat Leona. But now with this characteristic, defeating Leona was not a piece of cake, but at least a medium difficulty. Yes, medium difficulty. This was Lin Tianhao's way of giving himself credit. Brave adventurer, keep up the good work. I don't have anything good, but there are many remarkable figures in the sealed Eastern Ancient Kingdom, and they have many good things in their hands. Lin Tianhao nodded. Okay, I'll rest up and then set off. He needed to recover some mental strength. After all, getting this far wasn't easy. If there was high-intensity combat later, he might not be able to handle it. Exited the game. Lin Tianhao lay comfortably on his bed, opened the Twilight of the Gods forum, and started browsing. Currently, the popularity of Twilight of the Gods was already terrifying, with the global player count exceeding 2.5 billion. 1/3 of the people were playing Twilight of the Gods, which showed how terrifying it was. His popularity was still there, but not as many people were discussing him anymore. More people were discussing talents and job changes. Players could change jobs at level 20, and now players were gradually reaching level 20. After changing jobs, you can learn basic skills, but I got scammed. The summoner I changed to can only summon a level 20 common skeleton, whose attributes are only slightly stronger than a level 20 common monster. Hehe, that's because you didn't change to a hidden class. I changed to a profound level hidden class, Ice Summoner. My first skill is to summon an ice bird, a level 25 elite ice bird, and its attributes are excellent. I'm really fed up. Shield Warrior is truly a blockhead. The damage is too low, and solo efficiency is extremely slow. There were discussions about professions, and naturally, there were discussions about talents. I heard there's a player with a saint-level talent in the Great Rice Empire. His saint-level talent is so powerful, attack speed doubles, 1-star doubles. It's too outrageous. Holy cow, we haven't heard of any saint-level talents appearing in Dragon Country yet, but several heaven-level talents have appeared, and their talent effects are truly monstrous. Hehe, I'm not very talented, but I awakened a profound level talent. 1 star gives plus 500 attack power. I personally think it's pretty awesome. Not much has been revealed so far. Some people don't like to show off, which doesn't mean they are weak. Maybe they have already secretly made a fortune. Lin Tianhao remembered that in his previous life, there was a guy who had a god-level talent called Dual Reflect Damage. Dual Reflect Damage. Regardless of physical or magical attacks, at 1 star, he could reflect 10% of his armor and magic resistance as true damage. This reflect damage was not based on the damage taken, but on his own armor and magic resistance. For example, if he had 100 magic resistance and took magical damage, he would reflect 10% of his magic resistance, which was 10 points. Armor was similar, but it only reflected when taking physical damage. As a god-level talent, it was not limited to reflect damage. For every physical monster he killed, he would permanently gain 1 point of armor. For every magical monster he killed, he would permanently gain 1 point of magic resistance. Then, strangely enough, this guy just stayed in the newbie village and didn't come out. He kept grinding low-level monsters for armor and magic resistance. The key was, this guy didn't even get bored. He stayed in the newbie village for a year. He stayed there for a whole year before coming out. 87. Number 87 Chapter 87. Ice and Snow Giant, seals the sky and becomes a god. When he first appeared, he brought with him an invincible aura. He truly killed anyone who stood in his way, even Buddhas. No matter if you dealt physical or magical damage, just touching him meant you were dead. Because his reflect damage wasn't based on how much damage he took, but on his armor and magic resistance. Wait, Lin Tianhao suddenly thought of something. What if this sly old fox bonded with Zhou Xiaopeng? Holy crap, Lin Tianhao just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Because with his HP, plus that going to Eternity's armor and magic resistance, who could possibly damage Zhou Xiaopeng in the late game, except with true damage? The key is, Zhou Xiaopeng also has passive skills like Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor, which restores HP when taking damage. This, holy cow, would make him completely unstoppable. However, Lin Tianhao then thought of a rather awkward situation. The god-level talent Awakening Stone, which was rewarded for watching the promotional video, was revealed by this going to Eternity in the mid to late game. Unfortunately, the god-level talent awakening stone from watching the promotional video had already been claimed by Lin Tianhao, so that guy probably didn't get the god-level talent awakening stone. At this moment, his talent hadn't awakened yet. Thinking this, Lin Tianhao immediately sent a message to Zhou Xiaopeng. Fatty, add a player named Going to Eternity and invite him to the guild. Lin Tianhao knew a bit about this Going to Eternity. His character wasn't problematic, he was just too cautious. Whenever he had time, he'd hide in some obscure corner, grinding his armor and magic resistance. In his belief, as long as his armor and magic resistance were high enough, he would be invincible. This idea wasn't wrong. After all, he could stack armor and magic resistance infinitely. And his reflect damage characteristic was also abnormal, not based on damage taken. In the mid to late game, talents or skills that reflect damage based on damage taken aren't very popular, because even warriors in the late game have relatively good lifesteal attributes. If you reflect 30% damage and he lifesteals 30%, then when fighting, reflect damage and lifesteal become useless. But Going to Eternity's reflect damage doesn't depend on damage taken. Even if he only takes a little damage, he will reflect a certain percentage of true damage based on his armor or magic resistance. This means his reflect damage could potentially be much higher than the damage he takes. Zhou Xiaopeng quickly replied, saying it was no problem. As for Lin Tianhao at this moment, he saw some unfavorable comments on the forum. The main point was about fawning over foreign cultures. The cause was that the Star Kingdom, founded by players from their dragon country, was a westernized nation and the gods they worshipped were Western gods. This led many people to praise Western countries, especially the Great Rice Empire. Lin Tianhao saw many comments that almost deified the Great Rice Empire. Lin Tianhao just smiled at these people who fawned over foreign cultures. After all, he couldn't possibly argue with them, could he? After browsing the forum for a while, Lin Tianhao performed the second set of elementary school broadcast exercises before re-entering the game. He still spawned in the village. Lin Tianhao once again came before the stone tablet inscribed with Eastern Ancient Kingdom, slumbering here. Passing through the stone tablet, Lin Tianhao once again felt the descent of divine power. However, this time, the divine power had no effect on him whatsoever. Even the reduced attack speed and movement speed from being frozen in the ice and snow had disappeared. The ice and snow great serpent did not appear. Lin Tianhao continued forward, where he found a withered tree. The tree had no leaves, only some thick branches remained. Lin Tianhao stepped up to the tree, and at its base, something seemed to be covered by snow. Lin Tianhao swept away the snow and found a chessboard underneath. This is Go? Lin Tianhao didn't know how to play Go, but he had watched every episode of Hikaru no Go, so recognizing it as a Go board wasn't difficult. However, the pieces on the board and the board itself were frozen into an ice sculpture. Next to the board, there was also text. Heaven as the board, stars as the pieces, seal the heavens and become a god. Lin Tianhao's finger touched the ice-sculpted chessboard, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. These words were truly a bit domineering. Seal the heavens and become a god. This should be a method of becoming a god. In his previous life, the more mainstream methods of becoming a god that Lin Tianhao knew of were becoming a god through power of faith and becoming a god through merit. Power of faith comes from the belief of others, while merit comes from one's own good deeds. However, compared to power of faith, merit was more difficult. Because judging good deeds was truly hard to figure out. For example, saving a person might not increase merit but decrease it because that person could very well be an evil person. But power of faith was different. Regardless of good or evil, as long as someone believed, one could gain power of faith. Of course, besides becoming a god through power of faith and becoming a god through merit, Lin Tianhao also knew of becoming a god through enlightenment. Enlightenment, as the name suggests, reaching an ultimate level of understanding of a certain Tao allows one to birth the corresponding divine spark of that Tao, thereby becoming a god. Similar to the Snow Corpse's former identity, the Ice and Snow Goddess, she most likely achieved godhood by comprehending the great Tao of ice and snow. This sealing the heavens to become a god, Lin Tianhao was hearing about it for the first time. Heaven as the board, stars as the pieces, was indeed domineering. But he didn't know if this domineeringness would be real or fake. After all, in his previous life, Lin Tianhao had also encountered those who spoke grandly but were actually weaklings, without much substance. However, with Eastern Ancient Kingdom slumbering here ahead, Lin Tianhao still had some expectations. What if he could unlock a new path to godhood? Besides that, Lin Tianhao also really wanted to know who that person was who slayed a god with a mortal body, and how he did it. Mortal god slaying, such simple words, but Lin Tianhao knew very clearly how difficult it was for a mortal to slay a god. Gods were inherently high above, with power reaching the heavens. When divine power was unleashed, the suppressive force was even more terrifying. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had also heard of mortals slaying gods, but those were without exception beings whose own strength reached the heavens and earth, and they had the help of divine artifacts. Just like the God Slayer mark Lin Tianhao obtained, its classification was divine. While he pondered these things, Lin Tianhao knew he should continue forward. Based on previous experience, after crossing a landmark area, new dangers would be encountered. This time was no exception. After Lin Tianhao passed through the chessboard, the snowy ground began to tremble slightly, as if some colossal creature was about to burst forth. Boom! A loud bang. The snowy ground in front of Lin Tianhao exploded, and a giant fist came smashing towards Lin Tianhao's head. This fist was as big as a millstone, incredibly fast, and brought with it a strong gust of wind. However, Lin Tianhao was already prepared. When the ground started shaking, he had already prepared to dodge. Therefore, before the fist even reached Lin Tianhao had already rolled to avoid it. After landing, he fired an arrow. -97,315. A huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's single arrow dealt nearly 100,000 health to this guy. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also saw his attributes. Ice and Snow Giant, Silver, level 50. HP, 8490W, 8500W. Attack, 33,359. Skills, 88. Hash, number 88 Chapter 88. Sweep away the ice giants. With a health bar of up to 85 million, its attack power was even over 30,000. With these attributes, it could completely crush all types of players. Perhaps only someone like Going to Eternity, who had stacked armor and magic resistance to an extremely terrifying degree, or an existence like Lin Tianhao, with a thick health bar and high damage, could hope to conquer this ice giant. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. The ice giant, missing its attack, roared at Lin Tianhao, and a sound wave spread out, causing Lin Tianhao's health to drop rapidly. -25,803. -25,799. The sound wave attack dealt 2 stages of damage, and this damage value could truly be said to be quite good. However, it was still not as much as Lin Tianhao's single basic attack damage, so it was just a drop in the bucket. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Tianhao's feather arrows continuously tore through the air, each basic attack dealing high damage, which was extremely terrifying. And because he was unaffected by divine power, Lin Tianhao could attack 12 times per second. The basic attack damage he could deal in just 1 second amounted to over 110,000. Even after deducting 100,000 health recovery per second, the damage he could deal in 1 second was still over 1 million. In 1 minute, he could reduce the ice giant's health by over 60 million. This ice giant wouldn't last even 2 minutes before being killed by Lin Tianhao. Wait a minute. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched because the ice giant had already fallen without even lasting a second. Death reincarnation, which hadn't triggered during Lin Tianhao's previous arduous battles, triggered this time. A 1% trigger rate does not mean that 1 arrow out of every 100 will definitely trigger it. On the contrary, perhaps even 100,000 arrows might not trigger it once. Because each arrow has a 1% chance, this probability is truly very low. Of course, but that's not important anymore. He now had to wait for the second ice giant to respawn. If his estimation was correct, it would also respawn in half an hour. So he would have to wait for quite a long time. Thinking this, Lin Tianhao sat down on the spot. He prepared to sort out what he needed to do next. From the current perspective, his journey so far had been relatively smooth. He had basically obtained everything he wanted. Special skills, equipment, blessing of the gods. Most importantly, there were also a large number of free attribute points, allowing his attack speed to break through 10 early on. His movement speed had even surpassed 14. This was even without a set of equipment that boosted attack speed and movement speed. If he were to acquire such a set of equipment, his strength would be incredibly terrifying. In fact, when he obtained the God-tier talent, Lin Tianhao had a momentary thought of following Going to Eternity's path. However, when he was farming red-eyed rabbits, he knew it wouldn't work. 1 arrow, 1 kill. Even though red-eyed rabbits were a must-farm monster for new players and respawned quickly, his attack speed and number of basic attacks were too low, and 1 red-eyed rabbit per arrow, with each only stacking 1 health point, was too inefficient. Putting these thoughts aside, Lin Tianhao thought about his current situation. With his current attributes, he completely believed that he could clear the Snow Corpses Remains dungeon. However, he had to consider how to support Leona in becoming the king of Star Kingdom. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had some understanding of the political affairs of Star Kingdom. Among the officials, there were three main factions: the Prime Minister, the Great Marshal, and the Demon Suppression Division Chief. These three forces mutually checked each other, and the Prime Minister and the Great Marshal were even at odds, often engaging in open and secret struggles. Although the Demon Suppression Division rarely participated in disputes, they would contend with the Night Walkers of the Demon Cave. The three factions all held great power and mutually restrained each other. In addition, among the royal family, the three princesses need no elaboration. The future throne would most likely be born from among them. As for Queen Feo Dingyu, she did indeed support Qing Fuyun, but her support for Qing Fuyun was merely to prop up a puppet. Additionally, the king also had a younger brother, the only prince of Star Kingdom, who usually seemed idle. However, Lin Tianhao knew that this prince was absolutely not to be underestimated. These were Lin Tianhao's general understanding of the situation in the Star Kingdom's court. From the current perspective, it would be difficult to simultaneously win over both the Prime Minister and the Great Marshal among the three factions of officials. The best option would be to win over the Demon Suppression Division and the Great Marshal's side. This way, two factions among the officials would be supportive. However, what Lin Tianhao could think of, others could also think of. Therefore, the one who should be won over the most would probably be Prince Sanyan. Few people knew Prince Sanyan's true strength. If he weren't a reborn person, Lin Tianhao would also have thought Prince Sanyan was nothing special. But the truth was just the opposite. Prince Sanyan already possessed the power to rebel. As for the Queen and Qing Fuyun, he had leverage over her, so there was naturally no need to worry too much. Her sending him here was most likely to trap him to death here. Unfortunately, she would not get her wish. Win over Prince Sanyan, bring down Tiso Creek, and then deal with the Queen and Qing Fuyun. Lin Tianhao quickly made his decision. Half an hour later, the second ice giant appeared. Lin Tianhao began to attack casually. No choice. If he went all out, this ice giant would be killed very quickly. Therefore, Lin Tianhao could only lower his attack speed and kite it. This way, he could maximize the use of the half-hour respawn mechanism to stack his health. Thus, killing one ice giant allowed him to stack over 8,000 health. Therefore, Lin Tianhao took off the tears of the goddess of life to lower his health, allowing him to stack over 10,000 health by killing one ice giant. The subsequent battles would be much smoother. One ice giant after another was killed by Lin Tianhao. Because of ice damage immunity, coupled with the bloodthirsty necklace's lifesteal ability, Lin Tianhao didn't have to worry about the ice giant's attacks. For the remaining ice giants, Lin Tianhao did not trigger death reincarnation, successfully stacking over 10,000 health. Next, two ice giants respawned simultaneously. There were no surprises, they were still toyed with by Lin Tianhao. And because of his mental energy recovery, Lin Tianhao could now easily use Twin Arrow Shot. Killing two ice giants allowed him to accumulate over 20,000 health. Although as his damage increased, the health he could accumulate gradually decreased. It didn't have a significant impact on Lin Tianhao. Even later, he could still stack over 19,000 health. When the last two ice giants fell, Lin Tianhao gained a total of 240,000 health from killing ice giants. Because two more ice giants were instantly killed by him later, adding Zhou Xiaopeng's 10% talent amplification, it was equivalent to an increase of over 260,000. If the amplification from the tears of the goddess of life was also included, Lin Tianhao's current health had reached a terrifying 3,500,000. At this stage, let alone players, besides bosses in secret realms and hell level difficulty, within level 20, no one should have a health bar as thick as his. 89. Number 89 Chapter 89 Fandian. Ice and Snow Goddess. Next, it was time to continue forward. It was still covered in vast white snow. However, Lin Tianhao saw a palace in the distance this time, from very far away. The palace was dilapidated, not a Western-style castle palace, but somewhat resembled an ancient temple from the Great Xia dynasty. It was just much grander and more magnificent than an ordinary temple. Lin Tianhao arrived before the palace. His gaze fell upon the plaque above the palace entrance. On that plaque were two strong and powerful traditional characters. Lin Tianhao happened to recognize both of them. Fanhal, a somewhat strange name. It wasn't as imposing, nor was it like the usual three-character palaces of the Great Xia dynasty. Lin Tianhao stepped forward towards the Fanhal, and a special power rippled out. The divine might that enveloped Lin Tianhao dissipated, although Lin Tianhao had the God Slayer mark, which prevented him from being affected by divine might. That didn't mean the divine might had disappeared, but now, standing there, Lin Tianhao could clearly feel that the divine might was being repelled. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianhao stepped into the fan hall. As soon as he set foot inside, Lin Tianhao saw a not-so-tall statue in the center of the fan hall. It was a figure clad in armor, with the imposing aura of an ancient great Xia general. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon it. The ancient general held a longsword in his hand. This longsword was wider than any Lin Tianhao had seen before. If it weren't for its sufficient length, Lin Tianhao would have wondered if it was a shield. On either side of the ancient general were 2 stone pillars, and on each pillar were 2 lines of text. Gods are without Wudao, immortals are without virtue, mortals suffer. Fight against the heavens, slay gods to live, forge the immortal. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed this ancient general was the brave warrior who slayed gods. Lin Tianhao looked around but didn't see the ancient general's name. At the same time, he was also a bit curious. There seemed to be no danger here. If that was the case, then just like before, he would encounter danger after passing through here. And a hunch told Lin Tianhao that since this was the God-Slayer General's palace, what kind of place would lie ahead? The answer was already apparent. Lin Tianhao stepped through the fan hall. Behind the fan hall, there was no longer endless white snow. Instead it was lava, a scorching expanse of lava. Everywhere Lin Tianhao looked, there was only lava. It left Lin Tianhao dumbfounded. On one side, endless white snow. On the other, lava stretching as far as the eye could see. This was truly terrifying. There was a path in the middle of the lava, and Lin Tianhao couldn't see its end. He stepped onto this dark path with blood-colored patterns. Lin Tianhao didn't know what would happen next. Most likely, some kind of monster. The ice and snow giant's health had already reached 85 million. If there were still monsters here, how high would their health be? Lin Tianhao's lips curved upward. It seemed he could happily stack health again. However, something was destined to disappoint Lin Tianhao. He had walked for almost 10 minutes. Still, not a single monster had appeared, as if there were no monsters here at all. Just then, Lin Tianhao suddenly felt a chill sweeping towards him. It's here? Lin Tianhao was not only unafraid but even a little excited. After all, a dungeon like this, allowing such insane health stacking before the second class advancement, was, in Lin Tianhao's memory, unprecedented. A woman in an ice dress floated out of the lava ahead. A spirit body? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, his gaze also falling on her. Health, attack, skills, everything was question marks. Not a single attribute was visible to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao tightened his grip on his longbow and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the ice and snow goddess?" The ice and snow goddess nodded. "That's right, I am the ice and snow goddess." Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand, sending a feather arrow soaring through the air. The ice and snow goddess's beautiful brows furrowed. The feather arrow that flew before her froze into an ice sculpture, then shattered with a crash. As expected of the ice and snow goddess, Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated such a situation, but since he had come this far, a battle was inevitable. "Adventurer, we don't necessarily have to be enemies." The ice and snow goddess spoke unhurriedly, her voice ethereal, as if it could penetrate one's soul. "Oh?" Lin Tianhao looked at the ice and snow goddess with interest. "We don't necessarily have to be enemies." "So, you mean we can become friends instead?" "Why not? As long as you are willing to help me, I can give you a kingdom. The Star Kingdom, with the power of an entire kingdom, to befriend you. Is my sincerity enough?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tianhao's breathing quickened slightly. The Star Kingdom might seem insignificant compared to the great nations outside. But if one could obtain the Star Kingdom, the benefits would be immeasurable. Later, players would establish territories, but ordinary territories that could develop into city-states were already rare and precious. To develop further would be extremely difficult. However, Lin Tianhao was very clear about one thing: benefits and risks coexist. Nothing comes for free. When someone places enormous benefits before you, there is a high probability that a huge crisis lurks behind it. Just like Myanmar's northern scams, what you see is high-paying benefits. What others are after are your kidneys and, of course, your liver, spleen, lungs, corneas, and so on. "Why should I believe you?" Lin Tianhao asked. The ice and snow goddess said confidently, "I am a deity. I do not lie." "Cut the crap. Who can prove that deities don't lie? You being a deity only proves that you're very powerful, and you're currently in spirit form, which means you're likely still sealed. That only proves you were once very powerful, but it doesn't prove you won't lie." Lin Tianhao's sharp words made the ice and snow goddess somewhat annoyed. As a deity, to be questioned so by a mortal, then what will it take for you to believe me? The ice and snow goddess asked. I won't make it difficult for you. Just give me tens of thousands of free attribute points or a few divine artifacts, divine skills, or something like that, and I might believe you. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, the ice and snow goddess's expression grew even darker. Just give tens of thousands of free attribute points? Damn it, did he think free attribute points grew on trees? And a few divine artifacts? If she could even give him one divine artifact, that would be a blessing. I cannot give you those. Currently, I am in a sealed state. At most, I can give you a blessing of the gods. Alright then, you can give me a blessing of the gods first. No problem, but you have to promise to help me. Help you with what? Lin Tianhao asked. 90. Number 90 Chapter 90 Shocking the Ice and Snow Goddess. Help me destroy the fan hall you saw on your way here and help me break free from this seal. The Ice and Snow Goddess said. You can rest assured, there are no strong individuals in the fan hall. You can handle it completely. Lin Tianhao nodded. So that's how it is. Then, please give me the blessing of the gods first. Alright, the Ice and Snow Goddess raised her fair, jade-like hand, a smile gracing her face. Immediately after, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding, the Ice and Snow Goddess is bestowing a blessing upon you. Do you accept? Accept. Ding, you have received the Ice and Snow Goddess's blessing. Frozen Eye. Frozen Eye, passive, 1 star. Effect. Your attacks have a 5% chance to freeze the opponent, and after freezing the opponent, your next attack will break the ice, dealing 1.5 times damage. Consumption. None. Cooldown. None. Proficiency. 0/100ths. Each time this passive is triggered, proficiency increases by 1 point. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This frozen eye seemed quite good. Normal attacks come with a freezing effect, and breaking the ice increases damage. Looking at it this way, this skill can truly be considered very powerful. Adds crowd control, adds damage. Just one question. Who else? The most crucial point is this. The trigger rate is very high. This is only 1 star. What if it was 10 stars? A 50% chance of freezing, plus an even higher damage amplification. That would truly be an unstoppable force. Adventurer, now, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? The Ice and Snow Goddess asked. What promise? Destroy the fan hall and release me. Lin Tianhao shook his head. When did I promise to help you destroy the fan hall? Moreover, you said you'd give me the Star Kingdom, but you haven't delivered on that yet. Upon hearing Lin Tianhao's words, the Ice and Snow Goddess's expression turned somewhat sinister. Are you saying you were just toying with me? Quote, the Ice and Snow Goddess was somewhat enraged. She didn't care much about one blessing of the gods. What she cared about was that Lin Tianhao, a mere mortal, dared to play tricks on her. This was simply too much. I didn't trick you. Releasing you for just one blessing of the gods isn't worth it for me, and I indeed didn't promise you. Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, the Ice and Snow Goddess calmed down slightly. Immediately after, adventurer, as long as you can release me, you will become the king of the Star Kingdom. Ding, the Ice and Snow Goddess has issued you a quest. Do you accept? Quest requirement. Destroy the fan hall and break her seal. Quest penalty. Unknown. Quest reward. Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Since it appeared in the form of a quest, it meant that this quest was real and valid. If he destroyed the fan hall and broke the seal, he could truly obtain the Star Kingdom. However, after a brief moment of thought, Lin Tianhao did not accept the quest. The Star Kingdom was very, very good for him at his current stage. But his goal was not the Star Kingdom. Or rather, the Star Kingdom was good, but it was ultimately only a second-tier kingdom. Limited by the laws of heaven and earth, the strongest NPC in the Star Kingdom could not reach the third-tier level. In other words, this Star Kingdom was only strong in the early stages, mediocre in the middle, and not worth mentioning in the later stages. Of course, if other factors were not considered, taking down the Star Kingdom first would not be a problem. But as Lin Tianhao had traveled, he already knew that the Eastern Ancient Kingdom was sealed beneath. If he released the Ice and Snow Goddess, his current quest might come to an end. He wanted to see what the Eastern Ancient Kingdom was truly like. He even had the idea of bringing about the revival of the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Therefore, he chose to forego the immediate benefits. Sometimes, taking a gamble can lead to immeasurable gains later on. Lin Tianhao's lips curved upward, a faint smile playing on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He raised his hand. Lin Tianhao's feather arrows shot out continuously, reaching the Ice and Snow Goddess in the blink of an eye. The Ice and Snow Goddess let out an exasperated roar. Despicable human. How dare you trick me? Lin Tianhao's feather arrows flew in front of the Ice and Snow Goddess, all of them freezing and then shattering. Lin Tianhao didn't care. The ice and snow goddess was no longer in her peak state. To be precise, she was already dead, merely a remnant spiritual body here. And since this dungeon was in the Star Kingdom, as a deceased deity, she would still be suppressed by the laws here and could not exceed the second-tier level. Therefore, Lin Tianhao did not believe the ice and snow goddess could endlessly freeze his feather arrows. Facts proved it. Indeed, Lin Tianhao's attack speed was maxed out, 12 arrows per second. But the ice and snow goddess's spiritual body seemed to have a limit of freezing 10 arrows per second. She couldn't freeze the other two. -105,025, -105,025. A single normal attack dealing over 100,000 damage stunned even the enraged ice and snow goddess. How is this possible? She simply couldn't believe why Lin Tianhao could deal such terrifying damage. Even if her current strength was less than 1/10,000th of her peak state. But Lin Tianhao was only level 1. Even a level 50 second-tier archer couldn't possibly take away over 100,000 of her health with one arrow. However, she didn't have that much time to think, because Lin Tianhao's attacks were still coming thick and fast. Despicable human, I will kill you. The ice and snow goddess roared, and countless ice cones appeared behind her, striking out like a storm. Such a large-scale attack could not be dodged by simple movement. But Lin Tianhao had no intention of dodging at all. Immune. Because of the Godslayer mark, Lin Tianhao had already gained the ability to be immune to ice damage. Therefore, these ice cones posed no threat to Lin Tianhao at all. How can this be? Who exactly are you? The ice and snow goddess roared repeatedly. Her skills were actually being immunity by Lin Tianhao. Damn it, it must be the Godslayer mark. That madman actually gave you the Godslayer mark. Lin Tianhao did not answer, a faint smile still on his face. He continued to output damage. Die, you can be immune to ice attacks. I don't believe you can be immune to even my normal attacks. The ice and snow goddess roared, her body transforming into an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, she was already in front of Lin Tianhao. Bang! She slammed her palm onto Lin Tianhao's body. -135,985. A huge damage number appeared, and Lin Tianhao lost a small portion of his health bar. Seeing this scene, the ice and snow goddess was on the verge of collapse. How is this possible? She simply couldn't believe her eyes. She could barely accept Lin Tianhao's high damage. But why did he have such an absurd health bar while also dealing such high damage? If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.